McClunky.
Welcome to the McClunky Gaming stream. We are covering the Planetary Qualifier event here at the Tabletop Gaming Center. I'm Tower number 9, joined here by Mickey D, and we're going to bring you hopefully the full event here on the McClunky Gaming channel. Mickey, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, ready to cast a full day of SWU. There's been a lot of events happening recently. We had Richmond sector last weekend, and the biggest event in SWU history, the Leo Regional, is happening right now. Actually, I think the semifinals or the finals are happening. So exciting stuff happening, kicking off PQ season. Ready to dive into a day full of SWU.
Yeah, should be a lot of fun, Mickey. And I don't know what exactly the meta is going to look like. There have been some kind of unusual builds, out there these days. Meta has a lot of shakeup after the suspensions. I hear that in Lille they actually have some Sabine data vault decks that have been making the cut up there, which is not something that's very common here in the US. Not sure if we're going to be seeing that on stream, but we'll have to see how things go.
I totally agree. I think Data Vault's been kind of a big winner of the past couple of weeks. It kind of broke out with Kira Data Vault, bunch of different players, bunch of different teams, and most notably probably the KTOD team at Richmond brought some Kira Data Vault, and that 33 HP makes a big difference. There's been a lot of different discussions and videos about the concept of putting your opponent in check, where you're threatening an attack that will be lethal damage on the following turn, and so your opponent's kind of forced to take certain actions to either stop that or claim so they don't die. And with 33 HP, oftentimes those check situations are a lot different, which gives you oftentimes a full free turn, and that can be enough. So 3 HP doesn't seem like a ton, but when you're playing 60 really good cards, the deck building cost is totally worth it.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think that on preview, Data Vault was typically considered to be, probably disadvantageous with the deck building cost, not necessarily considered worth it. And I remember people were saying that its counterpart, where you have a lower minimum deck size, but you have less HP, was going to be really good. Um, but it's Data Vault that's been the one that's been making a splash in the meta. So interesting situation there with respect to the benefits of consistency versus having that extra HP on the base and some more time to breathe.
Yep. I think a lot of it comes down to the redundancy of the cards in your deck. So, for example, those Kira Data Vault decks, they aren't running this card, I don't think, but you can play Power of the Dark Side, and then you can also play Merciless Contest, which is a similar effect. And so, if you want that kind of effect, you can have 6 copies of it. And in blue in general, just having a bunch of removal. The biggest things you're missing with that consistency are oftentimes going to be the ramp with resupply, super laser check. Those are very unique effects that are very highly valued, as well as the overwhelming barrage, which very powerful card. You can only run 3 copies of it, and there's no card that does anything like it. But there's
Yeah.
enough redundancy in the other areas that, like, you can play Mauls and Vaders, and then you can up
Right.
your numbers with Super Laser Blasts, and so it's a really cool deck building puzzle that seems to have worked out.
Yeah, and even with ramp, in principle, if you wanted to improve your ramp draw consistency, you could run some of the other ramp cards. There are there are some alternatives. I have seen at least some people play Price on Your Head, I think, is the ramp bounty.
Hmm. Yeah.
And is Price on Your Head as good as Resupply and Super Laser Blast? No, it's not. But it is another card that offers that ramp potential.
Hmm. On the other token, talking about the thermal oscillator, the one that reduces your deck size by 5, I think 3 HP is a real cost, and it's more of a cost than I think, at least I initially thought, because of, again, that check situation we talked about a little earlier. But the other thing is that right now there's no deck that really is reliant on a two card combo. Like, I can see like a Piet red really wants like a ramp into a flip into like a resupply carrier, which gets you to your Devastator faster. But it's very, very good, but it's not necessarily winning the game on the spot. Whenever, if ever, there is a combo that you're looking for in your deck that almost immediately wins the game on the spot, that's when I think we'll start to see the Thermal Oscillator rise up a little bit. But until that happens, I think the 3 HP is too much of a deck building or a deck building cost. Yeah.
Yeah, I think if like the Captain Rex Unity of Purpose deck could play Thermal
Yeah.
Oscillator and have that work with its colors, it might well do it for the increased draw chance. But even that deck, actually gets a lot out of that droid manufactory to get the battle droid tokens. So,
Hmm.
I think it may be something that's kind of a puzzle for the future. And the other thing is that Tarkentown is super good right now. So I think
Yeah.
a lot of decks that might want to play Thermal Oscillator in principle aren't even really thinking about it because they're on Tarkentown.
Yep. And like if you're not playing Target Town, it's oftentimes because you want that boost of HP, and
Yep.
5 is way more than 2 additional HP. And the upside of having 5 less cards in your deck, honestly, sometimes isn't even all that much of an upside.
Yeah, I think it's interesting really. I could see there being some builds where it's they really 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 value that ramp and they want to improve their ramp draw
Yeah.
percentage or whatever. But you know it'll be interesting to see whether Thermal Oscillator ends up making a splash later. The
I think it's a base people are going to come back to pretty much every set just to see if it's broken now.
Yeah, I mean I could see there if we see some other deck that is a combo deck or is maybe it's not a combo deck but it's a deck where it really wants a certain specific card that there isn't much of. Thermal
Yeah.
Oscillator could end up being a big winner, but at least for now it hasn't been as successful as the Data Vault.
Mhm. And
I'm
space for
I'm seeing
bases.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go. Space for bases is going to get a lot tighter as well with or Legends of the Force coming out, because we're going to have those new bases that when you attack you get the Force token, and I imagine that's going to be a pretty big mechanic in the upcoming set, and so we're going to have even more bases to choose from, and things are going to get even harder in deck building.
Yeah, I think we're going to in the next set we're going to get all those like force bases which are themselves going to lose some HP.
Hmm.
And then we'll see whether or not the low HP bases become more prevalent with that set. For those who don't know what I'm necessarily talking about, I believe there is going to be a 28 HP base in every color that says when a friendly force unit attacks, the force is with you, create your force token. So the force token is one of the new mechanics of the set, and this set's common bases are going to be 28 HP with that mechanic to allow you to get those force tokens going. And is that going to be a successful mechanic in competitive play that people are willing to lose 2 HP on the base to play around? I think we're going to have to see. Um,
Totally
and
agree.
I believe, I'm not entirely confident, but I believe that they said maybe there were going to be some other ways to get the force token um,
Yes.
with some of those other bases that have not been previewed yet.
I believe they have said there's going to be another set of rare bases that involve the Force token and don't necessarily involve, attacking with a Force unit. There'll be other ways. And we've seen some cards that do it too. There's a blue black card that costs 2. Forget the name of it, but it's deal 2 damage to a unit. The Force is with you.
Yeah, I
And
think
so it's
that's
like a daring
Drain
raid per
Essence.
unit. Drain Essence.
Yeah. And it could be interesting to see how that new force token works and how much that plays into your base selection. I do think that if you have a deck that's going to be really built around that new mechanic, it would make a lot of sense to want to be playing a to want to be playing a build where your base guarantees a consistent way to generate that token. But we'll have to see, maybe there are going to be enough cards that give you that forces with you effect themselves that you won't need the base to do it.
Yep, I'm looking forward to the next step, especially with the world's meta being revolving around the new set. But with that said, we have a set 4 PQ ahead of us. What are you expecting to see most of here at this event? What kind of breakdown do you think we're going to get?
That's a good question, Mickey. When I think about the most competitive decks right now, I'm thinking so I'm told that I am told that the finals over in Lille is Anakin Colossus versus Sabine Data Vault. So War of the High HP bases there. But I when I think of the decks that I would consider most competitive and successful going into this, with the caveat that we are in a relatively new meta, with those suspensions having gone in and things not really settled yet. So I'm thinking, Sabine ECL classic deck. I'm thinking of things such as Quinlan Tarkentown. I think we may see a lot of
Hmm.
Kira. Honestly, I've seen Kira played with ECL. I've seen Kira played with 30 HP, and I've seen Kira played with Data Vault. So some variation of Kira Green definitely in there. Um,
Hmm.
One note that I think is going to maybe be different from what we've seen at some of the larger events is that without those showcases being given out, I don't think it's as likely that we're going to see Set One Luke or Vader, who have been
Yeah.
making more of a splash in some of the big events. But I think largely because people are gunning for a very rare card.
Yes. I do think Vader specifically might see a little bit more play. That's a interesting wrinkle on the meta. It's got some decent matchups into the top decks. Like I think it's pretty favored into Quinlan. I think you got some good game into Kira, and a lot of people just like playing Vader. So of the two, I'd expect to see Vader more than Luke. But I totally agree with you. You're not going to see nearly as much as it compared to a regional or a sector. Um, I mostly agree with the top decks that you mentioned. I do think we're going to see some Han 1, probably not as much as we should. Han 1's always been a leader that is very powerful, but not as played. Uh, but I think we'll still see some of it. And then for some more off meta decks, I think people have been really liking Vader 4 recently, specifically
Yeah.
Vader 4 Yellow. And then almost every event has had some amount of Boba 4 yellow, even though I don't necessarily believe it to be the strongest deck. It does have some interesting play lines and it's a lot of fun to play. And I think some people are just going to bring it because they enjoy playing it.
Boba Fett is also just a popular character, I think. But
Yeah.
I kind of share your assessment of that deck. I think that I've played with it, I've played against it, and my I personally think that Boba 4 Yellow is a deck that is overplayed right now. Which
I
is to
agree.
say that like I feel like a lot of people are playing it relative to how effective it actually is.
Hmm. I think I totally agree with that. It definitely has some strengths, but a lot of its weaknesses are like the new Fett's Fire Spray is a powerful card, but the fact that it has 4 HP on the 4 resource turn means it's super vulnerable to Tarkin Town. Same with the IG 2000. So you open yourself up to Tarkin Town a lot, and deploying on 6 means that oftentimes your deploy can get disrupted, and it's hard to land that super powerful flip effect.
Yeah, you have a slow deploy with that ramp, and then additionally, I think that pilot leaders in general are. I think they can be fairly risky because of how vulnerable they are to upgrade removal. In particular,
Hmm.
bamboozle.
Yeah.
I would honestly love if FFG changed the ruling on that card, but I don't know if that's forthcoming at all. But I think that being able to kill a leader for 0 is
Yeah.
kind of crazy.
I think even confiscate is a little bit extreme, but at least there you're playing a pretty niche card. And
Yeah.
like it is nice to have cards in sideboards that like if you are losing to a deck, you can say, all right, I don't want to lose to this deck anymore. I'm going to make a sacrifice by giving up points elsewhere, but I'm not losing to Boba 4 anymore. But Bamboozle is a card that's just really flexible and good in a lot of different places. And it's a free kill on your leader if it's a pilot leader. And so that is a little too extreme.
Wow. Now, Mickey, we had someone in chat say Darth Revan got spoiled, which I thought was
Yes,
a hoax.
that's why
And
I
I
was
was like,
waiting
"Oh,
on it.
funny, haha." And he actually did get spoiled.
Yep. It is Crispy. Shout out to Crispy. I wanted to confirm just to make sure and see, but he is a neutral villain leader. No other color besides villainy. Deploys on 5 on his leader side. When a friendly unit attacks and defeats a unit, you may exhaust this leader. If you do, give an experience token to that friendly unit. And then on his leader side, he has Restore 1. He's a 3/6, Force Sith as his traits. And when a friendly unit attacks and defeats a unit, you may give an experience token to that friendly unit. So, really likes units attacking into units and defeating them, making them bigger.
Yeah, it's interesting looking at this guy. I don't think this is a bad ability, but I it isn't so obviously amazing that it seems to be totally worth losing an aspect compared to like every other leader in the game.
Yeah, I agree. I think you either need some bigger stats. Like, he's a 5 deploy, and he's a little understated for a 5 deploy. He's a 3/6 with Restore 1. You could like we've talked about Boba being a 4/7, but set one Boba Fett being a 4/7 on deploy 5 and that being oppressive. But if you're sacrificing a color to do it, I think that's a totally interesting uh twist to the game plan there. I can totally see them like if maybe it was a 4/7 and then they saw Boba Fett and how oppressive it was, and so they decided to tune it back just to not make the same mistake again. But I agree, it's an interesting ability, but I don't know if I'd give up an aspect for it.
Now, it is worth noting that the ability here does work on himself. So you can attack into an enemy unit, defeat it, and give yourself an experience, and then you are a 4/7. As
That is
long as you
true.
have something to take out with that first attack, maybe kind of similar to how Ray can give herself an experience token when she makes that first attack.
Mhm.
The other thing is that there isn't a limit on this ability where you can only do it once or whatever. In principle, you could deploy him and just kill a new unit every turn and become
Yeah.
huge. Now, is that the most efficient thing to do with your leader? Like, quite probably not. But there is kind of that high cap on there if there's things that you can keep
Mhm.
clearing out, or maybe you bring out the fallen lightsaber or something and start getting a huge leader pretty quickly as you rampage through your opponent's units. So
My
I don't know. Could be
yeah,
interesting. It's definitely a strong ability. I just don't know that it's so strong that it is worth losing an aspect and having kind of mediocre stats, to be honest with you.
I agree. My initial thought with it is to play it in green and do some interesting stuff with like timely intervention and dogfight and all the big ambush units you get with like Vader and Maul at the top end. And you're often attacking something, killing it, and then you can make your Maul and Vader a little bigger. Um, and then with your big units, you can play overwhelming barrages, and so there's some interesting stuff in there. I imagine there might be some cards in the set that care about your leader not having an aspect, or maybe if you only have one aspect in your deck, type thing. But it certainly gets me excited both for like deck building with Revan in general, but also the fact that they designed a leader like this means that they're getting creative with their design going forward in the set, and I would not be surprised. In fact, I almost expect to see a neutral heroism leader in the set as well.
Yeah, we could definitely see that, and it's gonna be really interesting to see what they do. I think that powerful or not, this leader does indicate that FFG is doing some innovative things with their leader designs.
Yep. We saw it start in set 3 with the Chancellor Palpatine, and then set 4 we saw Lake Country, a base without an aspect for some extra health. Which going back to our base conversation, I think Lake Country is a little underexplored right now. But then we also see now Revan with only one aspect as a leader, and it's really exciting.
All right. Well, speaking of things getting started here, it looks like the players were seated maybe for the initial meeting and are now moving around. I believe we're now seeing people setting up their playmats and so on. So I think people are pairing now.
Yep. About to dive into round one here soon.
We'll have to switch gears from the excitement of a new leader reveal and move to the excitement of live SWU gameplay.
Yep, getting right back into set four. Talking about set five, set four has barely had. I mean, it's had a lot of events, but PQ season's just getting started for set four. We've got a couple months to go at least.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think that in set four, and even with the PQ season starting and already having had a lot of major events, we're in a very fresh and interesting meta. There's a lot of diversity right now. Now, part of
Hmm.
that is because we had that meta shakeup of the suspensions that happened earlier in the season with Django and Triple Dark Raid and DJ all leaving the competitive scene.
Hmm.
But it's even with that said, though, the meta has not yet settled on something else. There isn't an obvious contender. I think some people were maybe worried that they would ban Django and they wouldn't do anything that would affect Han, and Han would just become the obvious best deck. But with DJ removed, that has taken some of the wind out of Han's sails.
Yep. And a lot of those Hans that were initially mono yellow without DJ have started to move to Han green, focusing on the
Yep.
pilots there. Um,
Han Green Pilot Aggro, I'm not it's a solid deck. I'm
yeah.
not gonna say it's a bad deck. That deck can win very fast if it gets to do what it tries to do and the opponent doesn't interfere with it much.
My initial reading on the meta was that deck was going to be the best in the format. I don't necessarily think that anymore, but I still do think it probably has the highest ceiling. Like if you were to draw perfectly every game with your deck, I think Han one grade would win the most games.
All right. Well, here we go. It looks like we are going to have our first matchup is going to be Kira Data Vault versus Asajj Ventress Data Vault, and this is
All
going to
right.
be the Asajj Ventress that we saw earlier in the game. So this is there was a Ventress in the most recent set Jump to Lightspeed, but this is actually the Twilight of the Republic version of Asajj Ventress, I believe.
Oh, maybe I think it is the jump to lightspeed version here.
Oh, yeah, the overlay was just not updated yet. We are on Twilight Ventress, or I'm sorry, we are on Jump to Lightspeed Ventress, not Twilight Ventress. And yeah, it's interesting here. The Asajj Ventress from Jump to Lightspeed isn't honestly my favorite leader, but she
Yeah.
can potentially be really good in the right situation.
I mean, you get a
So
bunch of free pings with her, and though that math can add up.
yeah, so I think that the ability also to give grit
Hmm.
grit is a really interesting keyword in my opinion. So if you if you have a unit with grit, sometimes grit doesn't actually even do anything, but sometimes it can be a very large stat increase. So Ventress's ability to pilot a ship and give it grit and that on attack ability can really be very powerful. Now, the problem with that is that it also means that you are flipping for a relatively low base stat increase. So
Hmm.
if Ventress pilots something, she is a +3, +4 upgrade, which is not a ton of stats for a 6 deploy. Um, but you get grit and a powerful on attack ability, and it can
Hmm.
potentially be pretty strong, especially if you were to send her onto a ship that already had a bunch of damage, and suddenly you're swinging for huge values.
Yep. I do think I've had this thought with blue green villainy where there's a lot of really good vehicles you want to play. And you can play like a blue green villainy control, soft control shell with a lot of these vehicles and stuff like prepare for takeoff. And you have 6 2 3s in space. And you have Iden Versio and Corvus. And I think initially, Piet is kind of the place you want to go because you have all these big capital ships, you make them cheaper, but Piet doesn't do a whole lot as a deployed leader. And once you get into the late game, that resource cheating isn't going to matter as much. And the whole point of the deck is to get to the late game. And so
You know,
another way you can take it is this Asajj deck with a pilot ability and a more relevant ability into the late game.
yeah, I think earlier we were talking about Boba 4 maybe being a deck that was overplayed relative to its strength. And
Mhm.
I think that Piet has turned out to maybe also be a deck that is more popular than it is strong.
I
Um,
totally agree.
Now, part of that also, to be fair to Piet, I think one of the things that was interesting and exciting about him was that he seemed well positioned against space aggro decks in particular. And in a meta where Django was still around, that was a pretty appealing trait. But I think it's become less the focus now.
Mhm.
But here we go. Essex, our Kira player, leads off with the Hylabon Enforcer and then is going to use Kira's ability to damage it, charging up that grit and give it a shield. While Jason brought out Dr. Pershing.
Pershing, probably the best turn one play you can have in these kind of blue green villain control mirrors. Sometimes the game can be decided on turn one, not necessarily like fully decided, but if a Pershing gets to run away with things, it can be hard to come back from that.
And it looks like Jason is going to use Ventress's ability here to ping the shield off of the Hylabon Enforcer and deal 1 damage to Dr. Pershing as well. So this set 4 Ventress, her action is exhaust to deal 1 damage to a friendly unit, and if you do deal 1 damage to an enemy unit in the same arena. Essex fires off Power of the Dark Side to clear Dr. Pershing, and now we're going to see Cobb Vanth here from Jason.
God Vanth is a really interesting, really powerful card that hasn't seen a ton of play. People got excited when Thrawn was released because you can double that when defeated trigger, but still has a lot of options even when you're not doubling it.
Yeah, Cobb Vanth is extremely strong on paper. I think that he ended up being weaker than people thought on first preview because his timing is such that if the opponent defeats him after you have taken the initiative, you do not get to play the unit that you otherwise would from his when defeated effect,
Hmm.
which makes him much less strong in an aggro deck than a version of him where you just got the unit without having to take an action to play it would be.
Yes.
However, as you mentioned earlier, he has strong synergy with Neutron, and this trade is certainly going to be very advantageous for Jason in terms of card advantage because not only does Cobb Vanth defeat the Hylabon Enforcer, allowing Jason to draw a card from Bounty, but he's also going to get this when defeated effect, allowing him to potentially search up a unit. I am not sure. Yeah, so he's going to throw, it looks like a Bazine Natal there is going to be
Yeah.
able to be played for free. And then we also are going to see the draw from Bounty, but
Yep. I think that is all correct. And that's an interesting deck building choice too. Playing some off aspect 2 cost or less, specifically Bazine, can be really nice in these control mirrors. Plus, if it's early game, you can smuggle it or resource it and then smuggle it later in the game. Really, really interesting deck building here from Jason.
yeah, I think as you mentioned, Bazine Natal is sometimes used as a mirror breaker for hard control. As you have the ability to snipe your opponent's critical vigilance and restock out of their hand late in the game. In this case, though, Jason is going to be using it to remove a resupply. It looks like he saw a resupply Avenger and Overwhelming Barrage and
Mhm.
decided to remove his opponent's ramp option there.
Those are all really good cards. Argument to take any of them.
Yep.
Uh, I might have leaned towards Barrage if I'm trying to build up a big piloted leader. Just nullify the Kira flip a little bit, but preventing your opponent from getting to the barrages and the Avengers in the late game, especially if you have some other plans, is totally reasonable.
Yeah. Wow, very early Kira flip here from Essex. Um, Kira taking the field with almost nothing on Jason's side of the board. I think Essex is trying to just be the beatdown here and push damage as fast as possible. It's
Hmm.
interesting because we do often see Kira being used in a more reactive fashion where people will sometimes wait to deploy her until after the opponent has built up a board that her, when deployed effect can do a bunch of damage to.
Yeah, With an OB in hand, just having a unit set out already so you can OB in one action is totally reasonable. Obviously, you like to get the Kira damage as well, but having that one action OB is a very reasonable choice to make.
Here, not going to get too much damage onto Jason's side of the board here because Jason has a power of the dark side to clear her out. Essex can't be too happy about that. Looks like it's going to be, I think that is the organized play takedown being used to clear Bazine, and I wonder if that means that Essex has a power of the dark side or similar. Normally, a takedown on Bazine would not seem to be very worthwhile.
Yeah, I would agree. And maybe just had nothing else to do with resources that turn, so don't want to completely throw a turn away. Just use your resources doing something. Also totally understandable.
Yep. Now we see a, I think that's an Onyx Squadron Brute there for Jason.
Hmm.
And Essex brings out Darth Vader.
Just
Nothing
getting
to ambush, but still going to potentially get another unit onto the board.
getting some bodies on board. I mean, Vader is one of the best cards in these kind of mirrors as well. Not only can you clean up some of the early game and bridge to your late game, but it gives you some power insulation, and it can be a one card threat that your opponent has to like overwhelming barrage or super laser blast away, letting you kind of save your big stuff in hand for after they use a lot of their removal.
Yeah, if Vader ends up drawing some fire that would otherwise be able to clear out your Avenger later on in the game, I think you're very happy about that.
Hmm.
Looks like a super laser tech being brought out with Vader's when played ability, which is also going to help Essex get to the very late game cards in his
Hmm.
deck. I know that we saw that Avenger earlier, and it's possible we'll see even other cards such as Devastator, Annihilator.
Hmm. And this playline is very specifically good with an Avenger in hand because you're going to resource up to 8 next turn. You can attack Super Laser Tech into something to go to 9, and then you can play Avenger.
Yeah, Jason is going to have Ventress pilot the Onyx Squadron Brute. Maybe a tactic being used here to try to get around that super laser tech and render the Onyx Squadron Brute immune to a potential Devastator, not in, or I'm sorry, Avenger rather.
Because it'll become a leader unit. Yep.
Ooh, and then an overwhelming barrage fired off from the Onyx Squadron Brute. And that is going to be enough damage to clear both those units because he used Ventress's ability to put a damage on the brute, and it now has grit. So it has 2 base, +1 for grit, +3 for Ventress, +2 for Overwhelming Barrage, 8 power, allowing both Vader and that super laser tech to be cleared by the barrage. But we'll see now. Jason's leader now vulnerable to a power of the dark side, but it doesn't look like Essex has it.
Don't believe I see a power. I do see an Avenger. I think there's a Maul in there. Might have just resourced an Overwhelming Barrage. I think there's a takedown. So a lot of gas for Essex. This game is far from over. Jason certainly has the upper hand right now, has the only threat on board. But Essex does have, I believe, a 2 resource advantage. And so it's going to start slamming some Star Destroyers earlier than Jason.
Yeah, it looks like another Vader here from Essex. One other thing that's interesting about this situation is that if Essex does have a takedown in hand, which I think I also saw, if Jason were to use that on attack ability on Ventress again, he would drop into takedown range. Right now, he's out of range by 1.
I th- is I do not know. Is Asajj a May effect on attack? I believe it is.
Yes, you may deal 1
Okay.
damage to a friendly unit if you do
If
deal
you
1
do.
damage to an
Okay.
enemy unit in the same arena. And it's
Jason
another
appears.
super laser tech.
Yeah, I mean, just get even bigger.
Jason throws out a Vader of his own, swinging into his opponent's Vader here.
So
Eh,
this indicates to me he does the attack first. He's probably looking for a tie dagger vanguard. Deals 2 damage to a damaged enemy unit, and that's a reason to attack with your Vader first, because you get the damage on the unit, then you can deal damage to a damaged unit.
Great point, Mickey. I think normally timing wise, ooh, here's something spicy. It's
Ooh.
we have Madi here, a 1/1 where when defeated you can ready a friendly unit. We could potentially see Jason attack use Ventress's ability to deal 1 damage to Madi and 1 damage to an opposing unit, and then ready up a unit and get another swing.
Mhm. I mean, this
And
Asajj might attack for 10 here.
yeah, and here's the other crazy thing, because that first one is going to damage Vader. uh Ventress can now potentially make another attack and ping both Vaders, clearing the opponent's one off the board.
That
That is a
wow.
very powerful play.
This is some really interesting, really cool stuff from Jason's deck. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, I've never seen this line before, but it seems like a really strong one.
Those Mahdi's are kind of making the Cobb Vanth shine a little bit more too, make it,
Oh wait,
all these puzzle pieces coming together.
he damage it. I think he has maybe made. I think he's maybe made an error here. I don't know for sure. But instead of using the ping to clear his opponent's Vader in the ground arena, he's pinged his own Ventress, which does let him hit the base harder with that grit, but it leaves the opponent on that Vader and it puts Ventress into range of a takedown.
Yeah,
I think it would have been better to ping both Vaders here, but we'll have to see.
yeah, I agree. I mean, this way, like, if your leader gets taken down, you can get an attack in with that Darth Vader. But if you killed the Darth Vader, you would have gotten an attack with that Darth Vader in most likely anyway, unless your opponent
Right.
spent removal to deal with a 1 health unit, in which case you're ecstatic.
And with that Vader off the field, Essex wouldn't be able to play OB, and
Hmm.
Ventress would still be out of range of takedown with 6 HP left if she had not pinged her own ship here. We'll have to see what happens here. That's a very interesting situation.
Yeah, looks like a takedown.
Yep.
Going for the leader. Yep.
Yeah, yeah. Takedown, clearing out Ventress, and Jason maybe regretting his choice there from last turn. Not sure. I think I maybe saw an overwhelming barrage in hand for Jason. Oh, maybe not though, or maybe he
This
resourced it if he had it.
There is an Avenger. There is, I believe, a
Mm.
Reinforcement Walker. So a lot of big threats still left over in Jason's hand. He still,
Another
I
f-
think, is ahead in this game.
another 5 damage on Essex's base. 24 damage now there. But a Maul
Ooh.
ambush is going to clear out Jason's Vader and also deal 5 overwhelm.
Now,
Maul still on the board too.
two 1 health units against an Asajj that can ping him down is a little scary, but does mean he has to stick a ground unit. And I believe with an Avenger in hand, Essex can pretty cleanly take care of this Reinforcement Walker and try and start to take back the board.
Reinforcement Walker sees a Cobb Vanth and Jason opts to draw it instead of heal. But I think you're absolutely right, Mickey. I think Essex is going to bring in Avenger, wipe the board, and then be in a position to start a big comeback.
Hmm. No, I think the way this turn is going to play out, Jason might be able to deal with one of those big ground threats before Essex gets to attack with it. And then with an Avenger of his own in hand, can start to fight back a little bit, but he's letting this game slip away from him.
Yeah, I do think using Ventress's ability on herself was a crucial turning point in this game. But, whether it totally changes the outcome or whether it's a stumble that Jason's going to be able to recover from, we'll have to see.
See that Avenger slammed. Pretty slam dunk play there.
So if Jason plays his own Avenger, he would be able to clear out one of these units, but S6 could in principle just take the initiative and swing the Avenger that's already on the board into the base, clearing his opponent's Avenger.
Hmm.
Jason is going to bring out Cobb Vanth, and we'll see what he can do with his other resources. If he has an overwhelming barrage, Cobb Vanth would be enough to clear both these powerful ground units.
Uh,
Essex swings
yeah.
7 into base with Maul.
And this way you do get the Asajj ping as well to kill off either the Vader or the Maul,
Yeah.
leaving your Cobb closer to death for that ability. Plus, it's nice Avenger insulation. So I really like this play line from Jason.
Power of the Dark Side now. I presume Maul is off the field.
Mhm. Ooh, double
Two powers of
power.
the dark side. And with that, Jason is once again the only player with a unit on the board.
That is a big turn from Jason, being able to take the board back, stabilize. I mean, that was we saw that Asajj being a little anecdotal, but being able to clear a unit there, um, and then that leaving those double powers to be able to clear the board, really, really powerful.
Yeah. I think this set 4 Ventress isn't a leader that has seen all that much competitive play, but Jason looks to be getting good value out of her ability.
Yeah, I mean, any leader that pings we have seen be at least somewhat competitive. We see it with Cab, we see it with Quinlan. Now, those are a little less restrictive and deploy a little bit earlier or a little bit bigger bodies, but being able to deal one damage to a unit, even if you're dealing one to your own, is really potent.
Yeah, and I think even with some of the ping leaders that haven't seen much competitive success, so you look at like Bo-Katan from set 2, for instance.
Hmm.
Um, I don't think Bo-Katan is a terrible card. I just think the Mandalorian synergy didn't really end up being where it needed to be for that to be a competitive archetype.
Yeah, if Bo Katan
Um,
cared about Rebels instead, I think she would be a whole lot
oh yeah,
better.
I mean, I think she'd be really good. Or if some of those Mandalorian cards had been better, especially the early game ones, I think they
Hmm.
sort of fell into that trap where it's some of those cards are the sorts of things where it's like, well, if you get this synergy going, then you get to be efficient. But it's like, well, why don't you just play a card that's efficient without the synergy?
Exactly.
Um, Ideally, with those sorts of cards that have like conditional stats, achieving the condition needs to put you a bit above the curve. So we
Hmm.
see things like, oh, there's that guy that's 2 for a 1/3 that gets +1/+1 if you get an upgrade. So you get 6 points of stats if you have an upgrade. And it's like, I think probably that guy should have been a 2/3 or a 1/4 so that if you get that upgrade and you achieve the condition, you're above the curve.
Yeah. Those are the kinds of cards that are often printed for a limited environment where
Yeah.
you make it build around type of deck. Um, but for constructed, it would be nice if those went a little bit above curve.
Now, getting back to this game, we saw Maul ambush in there. Another Maul cleared out the Cobb Vanth. There's a Salacious Crumb. The Inferno 4 that was revealed from Cobb Vanth gets played here for free. And we see it looks like a Vigilance was used to kill Salacious Crumb and heal the base for 5. And there's been a lot of back and forth in this game, but Essex now
Yeah.
has the lead when it comes to both HP on base and also the actual board state. Jason, but Jason brings
Mm.
out his own Avenger, clears out that Maul.
With only one card in hand, Essex looking at a good old classic Avenger lock here.
I think he was really hoping that he was going to be able to stick that Maul. Jason's base has 24 damage on it, so one attack from Maul would have left Jason with just 2 HP.
Hmm.
But with Jason having the Avenger to clear out Maul, Essex is going to have a tough road to climb here potentially.
Looking at a two-turn clock from this Avenger and Inferno for our pair of attacks. I think Essex didn't draw great first turn, only a Pike Sentinel and a Hylabon Enforcer. With a
Yikes! Those
perimeter
are not the cards
ATRT.
you want to see at this point in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the Pike Sentinel,
Well, it looks like Jason has a traitorous as well.
traitorous.
Salt in the wound here.
Yeah, insult to injury. I think that's that ATRT, the 4 cost 3/5 Sentinel.
Mhm.
Not gonna stay on the board though with Avenger swinging in. The on attack ability removes the ATRT.
Yep. I imagine
And
that's a card that's in Jason's deck as well, being a vehicle.
yeah, to be honest with you, that's a kind of unassuming card, but one that is really good in some situations.
Yeah.
The now has Jason not triggered the oh okay, he points it out. There we go.
There we go.
And looks like we're on 27 damage on Essex's base. One more attack from Avenger will close this out. There's 2 more coming in from Inferno Forward. Can he draw like a super laser blast to reset? Looks like
No.
the answer is no.
Looked like a resupply and an Inferno 4 off the top, so
Wow, yeah, Essex's draws fallen down a bit late in the game here. Those are not at all cards that you want to see in this end game scenario. And Jason is able to get the win. He stumbled a bit with that Ventress trigger on herself rather than on the two Vaders, but was admirably able to recover and ended up getting the win anyway. Now, in sideboarding, what do you think here? If I'm Essex, the first thing that I'm thinking is upgrade removal. The opponent is
Yes.
running both Traitorous and a Pilot Leader.
And with a bunch of vehicles, I'd imagine there's probably some main deck pilots as well. Like I would not be surprised to see an Iden Versio from my opponent. And so any upgrade removal I have, I want to bring that in. And beyond that, I'm probably just treating this like a traditional blue-green villain mirror. So any extra top end, maybe not relentless, although I still probably want the relentless just to like protect my board from super laser blasts potentially. And then any
And
Palpatine's returns that might be in the board and all of that.
I think if I'm seeing this correctly here on Jason's side of the table, it looks like Jason is citing out some upgrade removal. I think we've seen two or three copies of Confiscate
Hmm.
being taken out of the deck here. So
Some main
Jason was
deck.
playing both the main deck Traitorous and the main deck upgrade removal.
I respect it. If you expect like a lot of Han Greens and some Traitoruses running around and even some Dark Sabers from Sabines, it's a totally reasonable include in your main deck if that's how you think you lose the game most often.
Yeah. I think that given the pilots I think that piloting has we've seen a bunch of new mechanics introduced in various sets. I think probably the two most successful new mechanics for competitive play have been smuggle and piloting.
Yeah.
And piloting definitely has increased the amount of upgrades that we see out there. Now, in part, I think that means that the big upgrades like Darksaber and Traitorous are riskier because upgrade removal is comparatively common right now.
Hmm.
But I think with upgrade removal also potentially killing mini leaders in one hit, it can definitely be something that's worth running, even in
Hmm.
the main deck. I think in some past metas, people would say, confiscate main deck, you're crazy. That card is so narrow. But with pilots and dark sabers and stuff like you said, it may not be as crazy as it seems. I think it's actually pretty reasonable.
Yep. There's an interesting deck building conceit you can have where if your deck is weak to upgrade removal, sometimes you can just kind of go all in on the upgrades and just overwhelm your opponent's upgrade
Yeah.
removal. It's like, all right, you confiscate my Chewie, now I'm playing a Dark Saber. You Fang
Right.
Fighter my Dark Saber, now I'm playing a General's Blade, and just make them have it every single time.
Yeah, like try and saturate the opponent's upgrade removal. The problem with that, of course, is that if your opponent does have multiple pieces of upgrade removal and you're playing a bunch of upgrades, often upgrade removal is like quite efficient to make up for
Yeah.
being so narrow. So like, getting Chewy or, worse yet, Darksaber or Traitorous confiscated is like a pretty big win for your opponent. They spent one resource to take out something that costs, 3 to 5 resources.
Hmm.
And you can only do that so many times before you're losing a lot of value.
Yeah. It's a tough decision to make, but it does add this nice wrinkle, in my opinion, to gameplay and deck building.
Yeah. I also think that you could potentially bait out upgrade removal with lower value upgrades. Maybe you have some of the two. Maybe you have like some of the 2 cost upgrades, like a Pilot Han or something.
Hmm.
And Pilot Han's extra good because just playing him immediately attacks, so you already get some value even if they confiscate him. And then
Yep.
maybe you've drawn that out for something else later in the game.
You can get some value out of Pilot Luke as well. Like maybe your opponent feels they have to confiscate a Pilot Luke even though it gives you a 3/2, and that opens the door for your Dark Sabers and your Chewbacca's.
Yeah, I think FFG did a really good job in designing some pilot cards that have ways to not just get super hard countered by removal.
Yeah, I totally agree.
All right, Essex is going to lead us off with a Dr. Pershing while Jason starts with Salacious Crumb. And then Essex will take the initiative. Jason is going to fire off Ventress's ability for 1 damage to each of those units, and we're on to turn 2.
This is a really cute interaction too, where you can ping your own Salacious Crumb with the Ventress and then pick it up to deal another damage and clear all that damage off of your own Salacious Crumb.
Yeah. Salacious Crumb's ability to bounce back to hand, kind of a way to mitigate the downside of Ventress's ability where she damages both sides of the board. Essex using Pershing for a draw. Jason fires off another Salacious or another Ventress ping. Now we're seeing the Pike Sentinel hitting the field for Essex.
Other nice thing about the Salacious Scrum and the Sausage Ping is that the Pike Sentinel could be annoying there to protect that Dr. Pershing and not let you be able to get to it, but with both the ping and the crumb, they don't care about Sentinel. You can just kill that Pershing right away.
Yep. Yeah, and it looks like Essex is probably, I don't say for sure, but it looks like Essex is probably only going to get two draws out of this Dr. Pershing. So he got one on this turn that just ended, and now he will probably get one more and then get pinged off. Now, Jason didn't have anything else to do with his remaining two resources, so that is not necessarily what you want to see. Not using all your resources can be a quick way to fall behind, but we'll have to see
Yep.
what happens. Now, Pershing pings himself there. He could have pinged the Pike Sentinel to stay on the board, but would have been vulnerable to just getting pinged off by Salacious, so it may not have been that relevant. And we
Yeah.
see Iden Versio, the pilot, being played as a ground unit here by Jason.
Yeah. Oh, 4 cost 4/3 shielded is a totally reasonable stat line. Probably a little undercosted, but the versatility of being able to pilot makes it totally worth it, especially in a Saj deck with a ton of vehicles.
Yeah, four for a 4/3 shielded is, in my opinion, quite playable. Is it the best? Is it the best thing you can get? No, but it's fine.
Yeah.
It's a totally playable card, and you do have that additional upside of being the 3 cost +3/+3 and shield pilot, which is really really good. And 4 for 4/3 shielded is pretty reasonable. There's a card that's 4 for 3 4 shielded
Yeah.
without that extra piloting upside, and so Iden feels miles ahead of that.
Oh yeah. It's an annoying body to deal with, especially with a bunch of Tarkin Town decks running around in Cad Bane and Quinlan. That shield is really annoying. Oftentimes can hit them for 4, which puts a lot of pressure on their base. It's got some extra utility. I like that card. I've been trying to find a home for it, and this might be one of the better ones.
Yeah, in this case, though, the quick takedown from Essex means that Iden isn't going to be doing that much with that stat line. But that's like not necessarily an inefficient trade. Both sides play a
Yep.
4 cost, so it goes.
I believe that is Corvus, the prestige art from Iden's ship itself. So
Yeah,
that takedown looking extra good, making sure that Corvus can't pick up that Iden.
yeah. I mean, I think if Jason could have swung with Iden to clear the Pike Sentinel, and then bring out Corvus and send Iden over there, that would have been pretty ideal. But takedown blocking that, and now we see Kira taking the field.
Be interested to see if Jason goes for the Asajj ping or just pick up the Crumb right away. I'm inclined to just pick up the Crumb, not let that Kira attack into it get a little bit bigger, as well as protect it from a potential overwhelming barrage that might be coming here.
Yeah, what do you think here? Pick up Crumb and deal the 1 damage to the Pike Sentinel?
I think so. I think that would be my line. It's not like super efficient. It doesn't do a lot for you, but it sets up a potential Asajj ping on a following turn. Doesn't let the Kira get big.
Yeah, I think the main other line would be to use Ventress and ping both Crumb and the Sentinel. Looks like he's gonna go for that one. A
Hmm.
little riskier here for sure though, and it looks like we may have that barrage coming from Essex. That's
Yeah.
exactly right.
So we're gonna get a board clear here. Now, losing the Crumb isn't huge. Like that card is annoying, but it's not like super high value. Um, but it would be better to have it in your hand here, I think, rather than obviously in the discard pile.
Yeah, and Essex in a pretty strong position now.
Hmm.
But we'll see. Jason has yet to bring out Ventress, and I believe could deploy her this turn if he's willing to deploy her as a ground unit. She would then be in a position to potentially fire off a barrage of her own and clear Essex's board.
Yep.
But you have to worry about deploying your leader alone in this situation. Power of the dark side is a very real threat.
Yeah. Even like a second barrage, I believe she's vulnerable to a takedown. Flipping Asajj here is really, really vulnerable. It's a play that indicates desperation, I think, if you're Jason.
I do think, if I recall correctly, Ventress, when deployed to the ground, is a 4/6, so she would
Or
be out
six.
of range of
Okay.
takedown, I believe. But
Okay.
I might have that wrong. Let me look that up and make sure.
You might be correct there.
Yeah, 4/6 grit on the ground,
Okay. So out of
which is
takedown range,
like
but yeah.
it's not efficient, but it's okay.
Yeah. I mean, that's part of the fun of these pilot leaders too, is they're slightly inefficient on the ground. Like Vader deploys as a 5/6 for 6, Luke deploys as a I believe a 5/6 for 6 as well. But you still have the option to do that. And if your opponent is so worried about taking care of space because that's where your vehicles are, sometimes they leave themselves vulnerable to the ground and just two hits from a 5 power leader is totally
Yeah.
fine.
That and this is also another reason that I do think sending that Salacious Crumb back to hand might have been desirable, as Jason could potentially bring it out and force Essex to spend an attack on Salacious Crumb, or else, if Salacious Crumb stays on the field, Jason would be able to say, "Hey, I am in a safe position against Power of the Dark Side."
Hmm. Vader ambushes into the Pike Sentinel. This is a situation where this is assuming that Jason is on the TIE Dagger Vanguard. I would have liked to do the Wind Blade first because then you
Yeah.
can Wind Blade the TIE Dagger Vanguard to kill the Pike Sentinel and then ambush into the Kira.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the fact that he resolved the triggers in that order means that he does not have the TIE Dagger Vanguard in the build.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at this point.
Looks like he did get a double unit play here from Vader's ability, though. You get to do 3 total resources of villainy units, and he gets both another Salacious Crumb and an Inferno 4.
Ooh, another barrage is really
S-
tough here.
Second barrage from Kira. 6
Good spot.
damage. It's going to clear out Vader and throw up a point of damage onto Salacious Crumb, and also this means that if Jason were to deploy Ventress on the ground, the stat buff from Overwhelming Barrage would allow Essex to trade.
Hmm. Still might be worth it here. But if Jason has something like an overwhelming barrage in hand, I wouldn't be surprised to see him flip into space, set that up for next turn. But does go on the ground.
Yeah, we see a ping here from Ventress on on the space arena, which also serves as a stall and allows Jason to deploy after Essex swings with that buffed Kira. Then Ventress is going to swing into the base for another 4.
Hmm. A little surprised not to see a leader trade, although I don't blame Jason if you would be throwing away your leader for their leader. And if you get to the next turn, you have the potential to kill the Kira and stay alive with the Asajj. I am just a little bit scared of my life total. You're at 33, but you're gonna go up to 21 here, with a bunch of top end left over in Essex deck and probably some in his hand. Getting a
I
little
know
worried.
there's an overwhelming barrage, but it seems to be being resourced here.
Yeah. I mean, I peeking at Jason's hand throughout the game, he has a lot of gas in his hand. I know he has like a Devastator. I think he has an Annihilator in there. Looks like maybe
Oh
two
wow.
Devastators. So he's got a lot of top end, but gotta stay alive to get to that top end.
Yeah, maybe a leader trade would have been desirable, but I think it is so high value if he can if he can take out Kira with Ventress now, put 4 damage on Ventress, and then be swinging for 8 thanks to grit.
Hmm.
Like that's a very desirable position to be in. It's just a little greedy.
Yeah.
Inferno 4 trade here, so both players going to look at their top 2 cards and send them either to the top or bottom of the deck. Jason quickly opts to send both to the bottom.
Ship some
Think
Mahdi to the bottom, which I don't blame him for. I think he's just trying to play a traditional blue green value game here. But with an 8-2 leader, it is kind of tempting.
Yeah, I think he sent Madi, and then I think it was another Inferno 4, and
Mhm.
Essex left at least one of the cards on top, and I'm not sure if it was one or both.
I think it was just one, but I'm not 100% sure myself.
Now Jason is gonna swing on in with, did Essex pass?
I think so. I'm not sure why. Maybe. Oh, okay. So wants to trade with the Asajj, but get extra overwhelm damage. Okay.
I'm Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think I would have preferred to just kill Ventress immediately.
I think so as well. Or if you're gonna do that, just kill the Salacious Crumb
Hmm.
and then set up a trade for next turn.
26 damage on Jason's base here. Reinforcement Walker.
Bends a
Discards a
gunship,
devastating gunship. Heal.
heals 3. And this Salacious Crumb is really annoying here. It's protecting this Walker from powers and Avengers. It's really
Yep.
only the Devastators and then the hard removal that can get rid of it right
Yeah.
now.
We could see I think there was a Fell the Dragon that we saw in Essex's hand earlier. That would defeat the reinforcement walker. I think there's super laser blast, of course.
Yeah.
And then if we do have the super heavy ships, the Devastator and the Annihilator, those are good answers as well.
I think both players' hands are pretty filled with gas. Essex looks to have the power, a Devastator, a Blast of Fell, and an Avenger. Jason has, I think, two Devastators and an Annihilator, an Avenger, plus some other stuff. So a lot going on in both players' hands.
There's that Fell the Dragon removing the reinforcement walker from the board. Now, one funny thing about Salacious Crumb is that you can potentially just bounce him and replay him to get some healing and stall.
Hmm.
But in this case, Jason's going to swing in for 1 damage, and then Power of the Dark Side actually removing Salacious Crumb here.
This is totally reasonable from Essex. Set up your Avenger better, but the power
Yeah.
of Crumb, it's making your opponent use a valuable piece of removal on a 1/3.
Avenger comes out here for Jason. Essex is probably happy to see that. Takes the initiative. He's going to be able to play his own. He's going to be able to play his own Avenger and be in a favorable position there. But the question is, how will Jason respond?
I think we're going to see a classic blue-green villain big triangle fight where Avenger's going to get Avengered and it's going to get Devastated and then it's going to get Annihilated, like just one-upping each other every single turn
Yeah,
until,
this is the time of the big ships here.
yep,
Now Jason is currently ahead on board, but way behind on base HP.
yes.
And let's see how the clash of the big triangles goes. There's Avenger to clear Avenger.
Looks like Jason has at least three big triangles in his hand to answer this.
Devastator to clear Avenger. On to the next turn. Neither player was able to attack, but they each destroyed their opponent's big ship. So Jason, of course, is the one who's left with his big ship on the field, which puts him in the driver's seat here.
As it currently stands, I think Jason is winning this big triangle fight. He's got two extra in his hand, whereas I think Essex only has one.
Yeah.
I also would not be surprised to see Jason never play to ground again. Just don't get hit by a maul because your base damage is so high.
Hmm. Devastator comes out from Essex to defeat Jason's Devastator.
If you're not annihilatoring this, I don't know what card you're waiting to annihilate.
Yeah,
I think this is the ideal target.
it's a funny situation.
Hmm. Looks like he might be thumbing a power of the dark side up to the front of his hand. Okay.
Power of
Means
the
he
Dark
probably
Side.
wants to play something else. I think he does have a Bazine in his resource route, which he could pay 6 to play.
Essex takes the initiative. Madi, but there's no other play. Madi, however, is at least going to be a body on the field that will potentially screen further big ships from Jason from that Avenger or Power of the Dark Side.
Hmm.
And he even gets extra value while doing it because if the opponent does figure, okay, I have to do this and just clear it, it can be the when defeated effect from Madi can be used to ready one of your big ships if you manage to
Oh
play
yeah.
one before they clear them out.
A fun thing you can do in the late game is you can Devastator your own Madi just to have a ready 10/10.
Oh, there's that Maul though.
Yeah,
That's a pretty good response.
what I
6
was
damage
scared
onto
of.
the base there, up to
Get you
29.
Only 4 left.
But Jason has some big triangles in hand. Not playing them though, going for a power of the dark side.
He's saving his big triangles. I think he's holding on to these a little too long. You do need to get the game over with eventually, or at least start pressuring your opponent's life total.
Dr. Pershing. Honestly, Dr. Pershing is a pretty real threat, both in
Oh,
terms of
yeah.
screening for the more powerful units and also because card advantage at this point starts really, really mattering.
Mhm. There's that Bazine for
Bazine.
Smuggle.
Shouldn't that cost 6?
It should. I don't know how much Jason has
I
tapped
think,
for it.
yeah, it's hard to tell. It kind of looked like he only exhausted 4, but
I do know
I could
Jason
be
also
wrong.
needs to resource the top card of his deck. He has missed that so far.
Resource the top card of his deck.
Yeah, I don't believe he replaced it with Smuggle. I'm not 100%.
Oh, yeah, you could be right. I'm not sure.
We got to the
Um,
draw, so
Power of the Dark Side clears out Bazine. Then we see Cobb Vanth hit the field, and Jason uses the ability there from Ventress to deal 1 damage to each of these units. Essex
this
has
for
had to play some low value Power of the Dark Side moves here.
yeah, I mean, the Cobb, Bazine, Salacious Crumb package is really good at insulating yourself against power.
Okay, so Dr. Pershing's ability used to draw a card, but that puts another damage on him, leaving Cobb Vanth in a position to clear Pershing. What did Essex find? I think we see one of those perimeter ATRTs in hand.
Yeah. I mean, that's a very real threat with your opponent only at 4 life total remaining.
Yeah, there's the ATRT.
Like, you might just have to
Now,
Devastator this.
yeah, Jason could also ping Cobb Vanth, ping the ATRT, kill his own Cobb Vanth, and then activate Cobb's ability. He is in this case going to be playing Devastator, which is going to clear out the perimeter ATRT. And Cobb Vanth is still screening from a potential Avenger, but there's a Fell the Dragon that will clear the Devastator without having to get rid of Cobb Vanth first.
Ooh, it looks like
Jason
it's
takes the
Covenant.
initiative.
Ooh, I might have powered there
Resupply.
if I was Essex because you had talked about earlier if you claim you can no longer play that unit off of Cobb Vanth, and given that
Right.
Jason had claimed, like this Cobb Vanth is going to be power insulation for pretty much the rest of the game, so you might as well just get rid of it while you still can.
Yeah, I think I don't really understand a resupply there. I think playing the power of the dark side to deny Cobb Vanth's when defeated ability would have put Essex in a better position. He doesn't really need the resupply. He can just resource it at the regroup phase.
Hmm.
Jason bringing out another reinforcement walker, drawing Iden, but quickly opting to discard her for the heal.
Gets Cobb
Merciless
with this.
Gunship kills Cobb Vanth, but he does get his ability here.
I don't think this is going to go to deck out, but we are starting to get pretty thin on cards.
And there's another Bazine Natal being sent to the discard pile. Now, one interesting thing about Bazine is because the opponent draws a card after Bazine's ability is used, she can accelerate a deck out.
Hmm.
Now, we see a Power of the Dark. Was there a pass from Jason there?
I
What
think it
happened
might
there?
have been. I think it might have been like I'm resolving Cobb's ability, and then action who has action gets confused because you're doing an action, but it was caused by your opponent, so you get a second action in response, like in on the
Yeah,
opposite side of that. So I think that
that
just
could
got
be.
lost. You can tell this is like I think we're getting a little bit of round one jitters on camera, and we're super deep into the rounds. Like there's a lot going on.
Now, what? Yeah, one thing to consider here is that if Essex does manage to win this game, they are not going to have very much time in this match for round 3.
No, if Essex wins this game, I think it's almost certainly a draw. Now, this was a sharp resupply from Essex because of this Relentless. He already played his first event for the turn, so the second one he plays is not going to get canceled, which means you can pretty clearly remove it. Yeah,
Hmm.
this no glory should work because he already played a
Yeah.
resupply. Yep.
Yeah, so, maybe hanging on to a resupply late in the game ended up being a good tactic here for Essex,
Yeah,
allowing that relentless to be cleared out, but
do still think.
we're in a weird state here at this point in the
Yeah,
game.
I think
I think Jason's ahead despite the life deficit.
I agree, but Essex did just draw his own Annihilator.
Ooh. But
So
Jason's still
that's
holding on to his Annihilator, right? So
yeah.
he has kind of a trump card waiting in principle. What could we see here?
Oh my god. Just attack for 1, nice passing action. If Essex keeps
Bazine?
just passing. Hmm.
Yeah. I think Essex passed there. Jason swung Bazine. Essex passes again. Jason plays a maul with no ambush.
This is a good medium-sized threat to see your opponent's answer, which looks like it's going to be that Annihilator.
Annihilator clears maul. He gets to clear all other mauls from his opponent's hand and discard pile.
Now, killing a Annihilator with like a Devastator or Annihilator is a bit tricky because they get the Wind Defeater to kill your Annihilator or Devastator on the way back. But those no glories in hand from Jason are like the perfect answer. Even if you're not killing another unit by claiming your opponent's Wind Defeated ability, just basically being a Vanquish and nullifying the Wind Defeated on Annihilator is totally fine.
Yeah, Annihilator is a really interesting card, kind of the final word in the big triangle fights in
Yeah.
terms of ultimate endgame ships. So Annihilator is an impressive 11 cost that has 12/12 stats. And when played and when defeated, you may defeat an enemy unit. If you do, search its controller's deck and hand for each card with that unit's name and discard them. They shuffle their deck.
Hmm.
Now, it is worth noting that this does not search their resource row. So sometimes you can have a situation where this does not totally clear out a threat because your opponent is able to smuggle out another one or
Hmm.
potentially either naturally or via tech.
Yeah. And with Palpatine's return, you can get the card, like if your opponent defeats it from the discard, you can still get it back from the discard pile.
Yeah. And both players are playing the fancy prestige sideways annihilator.
I have a couple of those myself, and they are gorgeous. I do love playing with them.
Yeah, I think that of the two sideways cards, Annihilator and Executor, Annihilator does a lot better overall.
Yep, I would totally agree. It has way more impact when played and is an annoying threat that your opponent needs to get rid of, but also doesn't want to get rid of. So,
So is that a no glory only results being used by Jason to remove his opponent's Annihilator?
mhm. And he
That's
gets to claim the when defeated trigger, even though there was
yeah,
no unit on the opponent's board. It means that you're not losing a unit. So,
right. He essentially saves his Bazine by using that
yeah, what?
because the opponent
Yeah,
doesn't get the full when defeated trigger.
totally fine to do that as well. Given that his other answer was, I believe, his own annihilator, you needed to clear that unit out, and so do it the easiest, cheapest way possible.
Annihilator also, if you are playing the jump to lightspeed Thrawn, can double resolve, which is very nasty.
Another interesting thing is it. First off, Devastator and Avenger on top for Essex, so big triangle fight continues. But Annihilator can kill leaders and also doesn't care about the subtext of a card, so you can kill a Han Solo leader with it and get
Yeah,
Han Solo Reluctant Hero from your
yeah,
opponent's deck.
and get Pilot Han at the same time. They're all called Han
Hmm.
Solo.
Hmm.
Now, I believe this is a Corvus that we're seeing here from Jason.
Corpus is a really interesting card, even on its own. I've just equated it to like a big Consortium Star Viper.
Yeah. I've actually quite liked Corvus. When I was testing out Piet, I thought Corvus and the somewhat similar CR90 Relief Runner
Hmm.
were both cards that were actually quite nice to have in terms of being capital ships with Restore 2 that you could bring out early and start shoring up your position somewhat against aggro decks that could put damage on the base quickly.
Hmm. We're getting to the point
And
of
we
the game
do
where it's not unreasonable for each player to be playing two to Star Destroyers a turn.
so earlier I was saying that if Essex wins this, they're going to have trouble finishing the third round. With right now, it's looking like they might have trouble finishing the second round.
Yeah,
We only have about 5 minutes left, and Jason is currently leading, but doesn't have huge damage on the board, although that's about to change. Annihilator, so misses on Relentless, or like there's not another Relentless in hand, rather. But now, one problem with this card is that it honestly just takes a bunch of time to resolve this effect.
yeah. I will say
And
this Annihilator is going to be a lot more annoying for Essex to deal with because any answer he has right now is a unit, which is going to get defeated when the Annihilator is defeated.
luckily, Jason here is, maybe cognizant of the time, is not doing the theoretical optimal thing of writing down your opponent's entire deck when you play this card.
Yeah.
Um, which, is information that you can gain, but is not necessarily a good use of time.
So gets the
Devastator
win
now
defeated.
played, yeah, clears that. The when defeated goes off and clears the Devastator. Annihilator is such a good card. And now we're
Yeah.
searching the deck again. No
No
more
Devastators
Devastators though.
left.
So those Annihilator triggers have not ripped apart Essex's deck. Now
But even just getting that
Corvus's
Devastator off
Restore,
board
yeah,
and the restore is huge.
yeah, Restore is big. I think Essex would much rather have had some kind of direct removal rather than having to lose Devastator there. But
100%.
Vigilance is going to it's got to be heal and mill. It's got to be heal and mill.
Looks like it. Definitely heal. He might be. Yeah, there's the mill. I was wondering if he could kill the Bazine to try and open up Avenger, but
I
I
think
think
I think
just
I think mill might be his win con at this point.
I agree.
Now, one funny thing about this scenario is that arguably resolving Cobb Vanth at this point is bad. If Jason is actually at risk of milling out.
Yeah,
Um,
you can totally just like fail to find.
yeah, it's a and the mill end game has been, I think, a historical downside of playing these hard control decks because it tends to be relatively unusual.
Yes.
And it'll be interesting to see what exactly happens. Typically, though, Kira is kind of a softer control deck and doesn't always get into that state,
With 60
even against
cards
another
now,
control player.
with 60 cards now, it happens a little more often, but normally, yes, you're winning the game with damage.
Wait, shouldn't 60 cards make it happen less that you're in mill
Well,
land?
you don't get milled out, but if your opponent's a 50 card
Oh
deck,
no,
it's
I,
much
I I
more.
see what you mean. In
Yeah.
this case, because they're both on Data Vault, it like evens out.
Yes. Yeah.
But with
But if you're
only
against
with
the
only
Tusk,
2 minutes left in the round, Jason might get the 1-0 here.
yeah, it's looking like it's headed that way. We are certainly
Essex has
not seeing a game
Essex
three.
has got to find the win. Essex has got to find the win fast if he is going to get it, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to get there. Avenger from Essex. Jason opts to remove Bazine Natal here.
I think we're gonna just see an Avenger on the way back. Maybe even a Palp's return on Annihilator. Just get out all those
Oh, that would be
Avengers.
harsh.
And that's, I think, exactly what we're seeing.
Yep, helps return on Annihilator, and that does allow him to uh, search the hand and deck for Avenger. Hand does not have one.
Should know the deck at this point if there's an Avenger or not. Looks like there's
There
not.
is not. Now, the funny part about this is that this ability does not protect from Palpatine's return.
No. But you can still get it back from the discard. But with an Annihilator, when defeated trigger left out,
Right.
unless Olympics finds a no glory, it's going to be tough.
I think this game is. I think either Jason wins this game or it goes to time and Jason wins the match 1-0.
I think that's what we're going to see, yeah.
He's in a extremely favorable position here. SX has already spent a bunch of his removal. SX is low on the capital ships. Defeating Annihilator here would allow another one of those triggers.
Hmm.
And Jason also has Corvus, which is restoring his own base HP. It's really looking bad for Essex.
Yeah. Even this Cobb Banth is getting in on the party.
Yeah, I mean it's just more damage.
I mean, this Annihilator might attack for 12 this turn.
Yeah.
Ping off your Mahdi.
Yeah, pings off Madi, and then Annihilator gets to swing again for 12.
Gets him to 31. It's not quite lethal.
Yeah, ping on Madi, Annihilator. There we go.
Hit for 12.
Swinging for 12 is usually a pretty desirable place to be
Yeah.
in, and I think Essex is going to scoop it up.
Yeah. Those were some good games. You could tell the later they went, things got a little bit more tense and a little bit more stressful, which is totally understandable. But really cool matchup. That Asajj Ventress deck is really, really interesting.
Yeah, I think that this is an unusual deck from Jason, but I think that he broadly played it well, and there are definitely some strong interactions in there.
Yeah.
Um, Ultimately, in that one, Essex was able to get a lot of damage on Jason's base, but couldn't quite get there. And we saw some of the healing that Jason had access to, recovering him from the brink. And he had what he needed to win the war of the big triangles.
Mm-hmm. I'm not 100% sure, but it looks like that might have been, if not the last match in the round, one of the last matches in the round. Which, not surprising given that it went right to the brink of time there.
All right. Well, that was round one, and I thought it was an interesting matchup and an interesting build
Yeah.
for the Ventress player there. We will see whether that Ventress deck is gonna reappear on the stream later on in the event. But I think that was probably one of the later rounds to finish, so we
Yes.
probably won't have too much of a gap between that one and the next round.
Yep. Looking at Melee for the event right now, it looks like all of the rounds have been reported.
All right. While we wait for those pairings, I do have an update. Apparently, I am seeing here that Sabine Data Vault may have won in Lille.
Oh my goodness. That feels like the most European Savine deck to win an event.
No, I feel like the most European deck has got to be Bosque Blue.
Bosque Blue. Yeah. But if a Sabine was going to win a European event, of course it's going to be a 60 card Sabine and not Sabine ECL. Like,
Yeah, I think a lot of US players have made fun of Europe for playing above minimum. And I remember jokes about like, oh, Data Vault, this is going to be like the best base in Europe. But Data Vault's been doing really well competitively, both there and in the US. So maybe
yeah.
the Europeans were ahead of us.
Plus 30 HP is definitely a reason to play above 50 cards.
Yeah, yeah, it is an interesting situation, and if you were running above 50 even when it didn't give an HP bonus, why not bring in the Data Vault and get some reward for your efforts?
I do believe in the top 8 there was a Raid Data Vault player, but they were playing 62 cards, not just 60. That's about the most European deck I can imagine.
Man, playing Data Vault and still going above that minute. Well, you know what? Hey, if you're getting a good performance about it, so be it. I think my understanding is that it is not optimal to go above minimum unless you're in some kind of crazy milling meta. But,
Yes.
you know, going above minimum in exchange for extra base HP is a different story. And as we've seen here,
Hmm.
definitely a choice that people can make, European or not, and do well in competitive play.
Going above 50, probably not optimal, but if you're getting something on the backswing for going above 50, that's when it becomes like something to reasonably consider. And 3 HP, like we talked about at the beginning of the stream, is certainly worth that deck building cost.
Looks like the players are now getting seated here for round two. So we're going to have our next round with you guys shortly. Not too much of a break here between matches after that first one went basically up to the edge of time.
Mhm. It's a fun first round, though.
Oh yeah. I think the Ventress deck was something that you don't see every day and had some interesting play lines for sure.
Yeah. I it is a little humorous for me personally just because I had been thinking about a deck list similar to that of vehicle control, with Asajj playing that blue-green and see it immediately on camera.
Yeah. Looks like we're gonna have a Chirrut Tarkentown versus Gar Saxon 30 HP. So Chirrut was actually pretty popular in the first set. Not like necessarily a tier one deck, but you might call it tier 1.5 or something.
Mhm.
I think a lot of the a lot of the enthusiasm for Chirrut was dampened when Rivals Fall came out
Yeah.
in Shadows of the Galaxy because it is an excellent counter to the kind of Chirrut Voltron tactics. But not everyone is necessarily playing Rivals Fall, especially now that we're, several sets in from that point in the meta. And Chirrut can be a huge problem if not dealt with.
Mhm. The other thing that has eaten up sure its meta share a little bit has just been the release of both Rey and Anakin. Very
Yeah.
similar style decks playing very similar cards. A blue, not necessarily a blue leader, but a force leader that plays blue-red force cards for force throw. Um, I think right now Anakin is the most popular, but Rey was the most popular before Anakin came out, and so sure, it's still totally viable. It does some things that are very annoying for the opponent, but the Rays and the Anakins are more often what you see in this kind of leader slot.
Yeah, I think that so it's kind of funny because Chirrut himself sort of took the position. I think for a while, Luke Red was a deck that people were interested in. Chirrut
Hmm.
Red ended up being kind of the more successful of those two combinations back
Hmm.
in the Spark of Rebellion environment. And then, like you said, I think Ray sort of pushed out Chirrut. So we went from Luke Red to Chirrut Red to Ray Red in terms of the blue red heroism force synergy builds.
Hmm. And another thing that has eaten up on Churrit's meta share a little bit is Quinlan, honestly, just as a force throw leader, um, playing
Yeah.
another force throw leader in Quinlan, especially when you get that heavier discard package. But Churrit's still
Yeah,
totally viable.
Quinlan's leader side is a lot better than Chirrut's. Chirrut's leader ability is almost never used.
Hmm.
And additionally, one of the strengths of this type of composition has historically been that you can easily switch gears into a discard focused strategy.
Hmm.
And I think that Quinlan does that better than the blue red builds do because Quinlan has access to cards like Spark of Rebellion,
Spark Rebellion, Ahsoka, even a lot
Ahsoka,
more utility there.
Jam Communications potentially if you're really going heavy on
Hmm.
that stuff. The Cunning Heroism has some nice discard options to offer.
Hmm.
Okay, turn one, we're going to see a restored Arc 170 from Cheesy Hondo, our Chirrut player, and the Menard, the Gar Saxon player, is going to play Greedo. So both sides playing pretty good early plays here.
Hmm.
Cheesy Hondo swings with Restored Arc for 2 damage. No damage on his own base yet, so that Restore isn't going to do anything just yet. But Greedo
Maybe a
in for
bit
3.
Maybe a bit of missequencing, might have played a unit first. There's an argument like I think he's going to play this Yoda here, maybe the Sabine's masterpiece, but letting the Greedo attack first so you can get that restore. It's a very minor thing though.
Yeah. Now, Sabine's Masterpiece is a card that I think looked really weird when it was first previewed, but it's turned out to be
Hmm.
great.
Yes.
Um,
The ability for it to deal with falcons, especially with Energy Conversion Lab, is a big part of its reason. But even beyond that, it's still just a great card.
Yeah, so in this case, we're looking at Sabine's Masterpiece in a deck that has a Vigilance unit. So right now on attack, the Masterpiece can heal 2 damage from a base. And if we
Hmm.
see a aggression unit, it can also potentially ping a base. But Menard is going to bring out the 7th Fleet Defender here.
That's a really annoying unit for Cheesy Hano to deal with right now, just because it's probably going to end up eating both of those space units.
Sabine's Masterpiece is going to attack 3 to base using the ability here to heal 2. And Gar Saxon is buffing that defender. So Gar's ability gives +1 power to each friendly upgraded unit, and shield tokens are upgrades. So that defender can
Hmm.
swing for 4 here. The question is, are we going to see that 4 damage heading towards base, or is it going to try to start cleaning up these units?
My inclination, I'm a trade heavy player, so I just prefer to trade uh, as like a personal play style. But I think I would still trade into that Sabine's Masterpiece just because if your opponent gets an aggression unit online, the Sabine's Masterpiece can then attack and ping that shield off, making the
Yeah.
trades a lot more painful.
Oh, that's spicy. Looks like a
Mm.
relentless pursuit being played here and allowing the 7th Fleet Defender to capture his opponent's restored arc 170. Cassian's leader ability used here to give 2 temporary HP to that masterpiece. Or I'm sorry, not Cassian, Chirrut. Now, this is a very interesting move. I wonder if this means that he's playing healing. We could
It
easily see
could
this being
be.
used to set up covert strength.
Yes, Covert Strength is a really powerful card. It's like a little underrated gem from set two. It's got Smuggle for 3. It's a tactic if you're playing Stila, um, and especially in these Chirrut decks, it heals and buffs your Chirrut, and it's really really powerful. I think.
Menard either doesn't want to risk the covert strength or is just playing aggressively anyway, swinging to the base with the 7th Fleet Defender. And Cheesy Hondo is now going to fire off a forced throw, having played out a Yoda to allow this to deal damage to his opponent. It's going to be Crafty Smuggler, and Cheesy Hondo opts to remove the shield from the 7th Fleet Defender. He could have used that force throw to kill Greedo instead, but removing the shield has the added upside of debuffing that defender. So it is now only a 3-2 because Gar Saxon's ability no longer applies. Having a captured unit does not count as an upgrade.
Hmm. I think I agree with getting rid of the shield there, both for you're only -2 damage basically instead of -3 from killing the Greedo since you're removing a damage from board. Plus, you have a pretty clean kill with Yoda on Greedo, even if the Greedo hits and deals 2
Yep.
extra damage by flipping an event. You're okay with that. You're going to draw a card. And you want to get that 7th Fleet dead because it's got one of your units captured. And so by killing it, you also get a unit on the way back.
Right. So if Hondo were to swing in with Sabine's Masterpiece here, he could trade for the 7th Fleet Defender, heal his base for 2, and get extra value by bringing his restored Arc 170 that was captured back onto the board.
Hmm.
Now, looks like Menard maybe trying to forestall that, swings to base first with that 7th Fleet Defender. This does mean Cheesy Hondo probably Yoda swings to Greedo here. Yep, that's
Yeah.
right.
Just prevent that damage, get your healing. Even if this
Does
hits,
Menard hit the top deck to kill Yoda?
he
He does.
does.
So that
That is
does
that is
does
good.
mean Sabine's Masterpiece isn't going to heal here, but we could see Chirrut deployed, which would then mean that there was a another vigilance unit on the field for the Masterpiece.
I believe Cheesy Hondo also drew another Yoda off of that Yoda, so just chanting them
Yeah,
together.
Yoda is a very powerful card.
Oh yeah.
It's funny when this card was previewed early. When Yoda was previewed early on, I actually quite disliked him,
Hmm.
but Ooh, and it looks like it's going to be a shield for Sabine's masterpiece here. I believe that's covering the wing.
Yes, that card
Shield
is
token
so
and
good.
an X-wing.
It is a little below rate as a 2/2 for a 2, but when especially in a Django meta, but even nowadays, there's still a lot of pings going on. So protecting units from Tarkin Town, getting them favorable trades, it's a really powerful and potent ability.
Yeah, creating both creating an X-wing token and giving out a shield token, really good. And it allows that Sabine's masterpiece to clear out the Seventh Fleet Defender without dying itself. 2 damage healed from the attack because Chirrut's on the board. Now Yoda's being played. Meanwhile, Menard has brought out Toro Calican, and Chirrut swings into Toro Calican and then clears him out with Tarkentown. And Hondo all of a sudden has a massive board here.
Yeah.
We have Yoda, Chirrut, Restored Arc 170, the X-Wing token, and Sabine's Masterpiece, which is not only quite a large number of units, but also quite a large amount of restore on the board. We could see Hondo heal 5 this turn if all these units get a chance to attack and resolve restore, or in Sabine's masterpiece case, is the on attack ability there.
hmm Tarkin Town is a lot less costly with the 25 HP if you're restoring 10 HP over the course of the game, which this Hondo deck or this Chirrut deck from Hondo can pretty easily do with all these Yodas, restored arcs, and the Sabine's masterpiece. Like it's been shining. Every mode on that card is really powerful.
Yeah, really good card. It is a little conditional. It is a little bit janky, but it's so good when it's good that it makes up for it.
hmm
And I think one more common usage that we've seen is in the Sabine ECL builds. Sabine's masterpiece is just such a strong card, in particular against like early Falcons and stuff.
hmm
Because if you lead off with a command unit, you can ambush in on the second turn with that ECL, go up to 4/4 by giving yourself an experience token, and defeat a 3/4 ship while staying alive.
hmm I on it like the mode we see the least on that card is the cunning one, and I thought just like from a baseline power level, it was the strongest. Just disrupting your opponent's resource and making them play differently is so powerful. But
Yeah.
with the decks that Sabine's masterpiece has fit into, it's been all the other modes basically.
Yeah, I think the ideal would be like a Kazuda ECL deck or something like that, where you
hmm
have the potential to ambush in on the second turn and remove one of their resources. Here, though, we see Menard play. Menard deploys Gar Saxon, but Cheesy Hondo uses a force throw and targets himself, discarding a Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight to deal 7 damage to Gar Saxon. Menard is in trouble here.
Yeah, I think Chiziano is going to be the aggressor here. I believe he has a Cassian in his resource row, which would turn on the ping ability from that Sabine's masterpiece. He also has a Jedi lightsaber to soup up this turret, and that turret's probably not going to die for the rest of the game. So,
It's looking very good for Chirrut here, but we'll see what Menard has to counter. Power of the dark side on Chirrut could be a lot worse. That's a pretty good play.
yeah, sitting it down for the next couple of turns means this lightsaber's probably not going to go on it. I would imagine this Cassian from the resource row is going to be played.
Another option would be to use the lightsaber on Yoda, but I think that Cassian is looking great, especially because, as you said earlier, Mickey, having
Mhm.
this aggression unit on the field empowers Sabine's masterpiece.
Yes. I think that's the main reason I'd want to play Cassian, honestly. The 3 extra damage from it being ready, plus it's very resource efficient, but being able to start pinging off these shields or even dealing a little extra damage to base is really nice.
Yeah, it looks like Sabine's masterpiece swings in for 3, pings off the shield from that shuttle, and also heals Cheesy Hondo's base for 2. And then we're going to see an attack from Cassian as well, who comes into play ready because he was smuggled. Cassian instantly is one of the best cards in the game, just like crazily
Yeah.
strong. Like 3 for 3/5 is often good, even if your ability doesn't do anything. And he also has very, very good text. So
Yeah.
just excellent card. And the extremely relevant rebel trait as well.
hmm Maybe, I mean, set two does have some powerhouse cards, but it might be one of, if not the best card from set two. And that's competing with like Pose and Wreckers and Dark Sabers, and it still might be Cassian just from how versatile it is and how many decks it sees play in.
This is a spicy take, but I think Darksaber is a straight up bad card. Like, I'm not saying people should sometimes it's a bad card that you want in your deck, but I
Mhm.
consider Darksaber to be, like, actually below curve. Like, I would play a
I
card that was 4 for +4/+4 blank. I think that would be better than Darksaber in a lot of decks.
I would totally agree. Yeah. I don't disagree. When Darksaber was first revealed, I thought very lowly of the card. My opinion has shifted by being beaten by it enough, but
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. I've been beaten by it too. I think that, like, while it's bad on paper, it's very good in the right situation, but I
Mhm.
think it's worth noting that it's not, like, actually good. It's just, like, the one upgrade that we have that fills that slot effectively.
Mhm.
General's Blade is probably better than it, but,
I would agree. I think the main reason is because it's so resource efficient on the Sabine flip turn.
right, yeah, yeah, yeah. Alright, back to this game, though, instead of dissing Darksaber, that Sabine's masterpiece finally taken down with a snapshot reflexes on that shuttle, and then the Jedi lightsaber that we saw in Cheesy Hondo's hand earlier indeed being played onto Yoda. So, let's see what Menard does about this, but he's in pretty deep trouble here.
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, if he has like a waylay here, he can maybe start to stabilize this board. Jetpack is also annoying. Give it 6, but that's still not quite enough to deal with the Yoda. And the Yoda can attack into the Crafty Smuggler here. And with the Jedi Lightsaber, give it -2/-2 to just defeat it right away.
Yeah, that -2/-2 will kill the Crafty Smuggler through the shields here if Yoda does opt to do that. Or we could also see Hondo just put the pressure on with an attack to base.
Yeah.
But at that point, the crafty smuggler would be able to kill, maybe kill Cassian and lose your temporary shield or whatever. I don't know.
hmm And we see attack with the Cassian first, which I think indicates he's planning on going to base with this Yoda.
Yeah, it looks like
And I,
it may be a racing tactic here for Hondo, but he's so far ahead that that seems pretty reasonable, quite frankly.
yeah. It's crazy that like attacking the Yoda into the crafty smuggler is such a blowout with the Jedi lightsaber, but I still think it's correct to go to base instead.
Yeah, I'm
That's
with
how
you.
far ahead
I'm with
Cheesy
you, Miggy.
Hondo. Yeah.
And yeah, no, like you said, it is crazy. You get to counter 2 shield tokens from your opponent. That's, like, huge value, but Hondo doesn't go for it, and as you said, I think that's right.
Yep.
And there's
And
lethal.
lethal this turn.
Fleet Lieutenant buffing the restored arc 170 for an additional 4 damage, would have left Menard at 1 HP, and then the X-Wing token closes things out. That was a very convincing win from Cheesy Hondo. He
hmm
really felt like he was in control of that game
Yeah.
after that defender was sort of outmaneuvered. I do
hmm
wonder. I think Menard might have done better to be using that defender to fight against Hondo's units and fight for the board rather than
I
trying to raid.
agree. I think so. I don't blame him because this guard deck is very much a tempo oriented deck, likes to get aggressive with the shields. And with that relentless pursuit, like you can start to clear up the board a little bit while still pressuring. But I think clearing, I mean, that game was a masterclass from the Sabine's masterpiece. Just I think it healed him 6 or 8 damage over the course of the game, plus it pinged a shield off. So that was a great Sabine's masterpiece game.
Yeah, I think just as a rule of thumb, if you're playing against restore units or units with restore like abilities, as Sabine's masterpiece is, um, I think a good quick calculation is, how many times do I think this unit is going to get to restore? Uh,
Mhm.
Multiply that by the restore value, and then if the number of times you think it will restore times the restore value is higher than the unit's HP, it is probably good to kill it even if you're aggro.
Yep. And I think it was pretty safe to assume that Sabine's masterpiece was going to restore for 4 damage, probably, if you didn't trade into it. And so
Yeah. And I think it
that,
actually ended up restoring for more than 4 as things
yep.
developed with that shield token and stuff.
hmm This Jared
A
deck
good
is really, really
example
interesting. Yeah.
a good example of what that calculation looks like in practice is back in the day, set one meta. I remember that playing Sabine in the set one meta, you would usually want to kill Yoda
hmm
because the opponent would play Yoda relatively early in the game, and Probably he would swing 2 or 3 times, which means he would restore 4 to 6, which means that if you cleared him out, that would prevent healing that was equal to or more than his actual HP, plus you would be preserving some of your own stuff defensively.
Yep.
But it was often not correct to clear Director Krennic,
Hmm.
because by the time that Krennic deployed, ideally you already had a bunch of damage on the base, and hopefully the game is going to be over in 4 turns, which is the point at which Krennic would have healed for 8, which would be more than his HP.
Yeah.
So hopefully you just push the base and don't kill Krennic, but you do kill Yoda.
If the game is going on long enough and Krennic is still alive, you would still probably be in a losing position if you had spent the damage to clear that Krennic.
Yeah, and
Almost always.
there are some exceptions and unusual situations,
Oh
and
yeah.
if you have ambush, that's a
Yeah.
that's a different scenario. But
Like
yeah.
back into the set one meta, an ECL steadfast battalion to kill the Krennic was very clean and developed a unit, and so that you would take.
Yeah, the old Steadfast Battalion, not a card that we've seen a lot of at this point, but it was very powerful early on.
Until Wrecker outshone it, it was probably one of the best ECL targets. There's been
Yep.
some whispers and some talks about bringing it back. Like being able to ambush for 7 that early and kill most leaders is powerful. It's just really finicky to set up sometimes.
Yeah, I think that so Steadfast Battalion, I think there are some decks where it might be reasonable to play it, depending on like the aspects and leader deployment timing and so on. But
Hmm.
I do think that like, there are some cards that can be strong in their environment, whether that be in limited or whether that just be in a constructed environment that doesn't have some other stuff yet. But
Hmm.
at the same time, they can be kind of outclassed. Like, it's been a long time since I've seen anyone play ATST in competitive play. But in
Yeah.
set one, it was like a card that could be quite competitive.
Hmm.
Um, On to this game, though, and we're seeing a fairly similar start to what we saw previously. It's going to be Crafty Smuggler into Restored Arc 170. I believe Menard led off with Greedo in the previous game rather than Crafty Smuggler, but still both sides playing relatively efficient early units. On to the next turn here. Menard with the initiative. That does mean that if both sides just attack in, unlike in the previous game, the restore on that restored arc is going to get some value this turn.
Hmm.
It's going to be a snapshot reflexes for +1/+1, and there is also the +1 power from Gar Saxon's abilities. So that's a swing for 4 from that crafty smuggler. Hondo is going to fire off a fleet lieutenant, buffing his restored arc's attack. The restored arc swings in for 4 damage and heals 1, and then Menard brings out another crafty smuggler. Initiative taken for Hondo. He's probably going to want to swing with this fleet lieutenant here before it potentially gets removed.
Yeah, and we are seeing the power of Gar in this game in particular, just changing a lot of breakpoints with that +1 attack. That 3/2 crafty can attack and kill that fleet lieutenant and survive. That
Yeah.
4/3 crafty looks like it can attack and kill the K2 and survive. And so it does cause these annoying breakpoints to change.
Yeah, absolutely. I suspect that Hondo's play here, well, we'll see what happens.
Hmm.
I think we saw a Kanan Jarrus in hand earlier, but I think he may have resourced it. Not sure.
I believe he resourced it in favor of the K2. I'm not sure how I feel about that facing down a 4/3 shielded unit.
Yeah,
But
I
he
personally would rather have the Kanan than K2 here for sure.
Yeah, I think he's valuing like a race situation, but Kanan also helps you in a race. Not by necessarily, it doesn't deal damage, or at least not additional damage to the opponent's base, but it does heal you, which is just as good when you're racing.
It looks like we are racing. We see Hondo led off with the restored arc rather than the fleet lieutenant, maybe trying to bait his opponent to attacking the fleet lieutenant. But Menard does not go for it, swinging into the base instead. And Hondo, wow, Hondo trades his fleet lieutenant for the shield token on that crafty smuggler. I'm not sure I would have done that.
I agree. My instinct is that Maynard might have done that for you.
Oh, and then it's covering the wing, so the shield
Oh.
token goes back on, and an X-wing token hits the field.
We're also seeing the power of these shields against a Tarkin town because this Tarkin town looks miserable right now. I would not be surprised if Cheesy Hondo doesn't get to use it this game.
Yeah. Well, okay, so he could bring out K2. The crafty smuggler that can swing for 4 has already swung. And there we go. There's K2. Now
Mhm.
I do think I personally would rather have had the Kanan for the potential healing and so on, but we'll see how this goes. Menard spending 2 resources on something. What will it be?
Looks like a no good to me dead is the one card he can play. Oh, he has his
Oh, it's a
oh,
surprise strike, and it's
going for
going straight to the
base.
base. So that's going to be
Yeah.
another 6 damage. The damage is adding up fast on Cheesy Hondo's base. He takes the initiative here.
Got 9 damage on Maynard's board right now, which would get Cheesy Hondo to 21. So one pump isn't quite enough.
Now we could see a chariot leader flip this turn,
Hmm.
and the X-wing here is also in position to be removed easily. So we can see the restored arc just attack into the X-wing and clear it, which would then put Menard on less damage and trigger that restore. Um, but still, Hondo needs to find an answer to those crafty smugglers. Those are the main threat right now, not the X-wing token.
Yeah. Now we don't have deck lists. I'm wondering if Cheesy Hondo has effects like Perilous Position or Make an Opening, those -2/-2 style effects that help deal with these shields.
Yeah, that would be really ideal here. Or the Jedi lightsaber that we saw
Yeah.
earlier would enable Chirrut to potentially take those guys out very effectively. But I'm not sure. It looks like I think we saw a Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight, which if Hondo can get there, can kill those crafty smugglers with a -X. But okay, Green Squadron A-wing. I think what we're gonna see here is I think Hondo is trying to kind of slow roll it here and bring out Chirrut after that crafty smuggler has swung, and then play wing leader on Chirrut.
Hmm.
But I could be wrong.
That seems totally reasonable. I would also not be surprised to see Shira and K2 team up on a crafty smuggler just to try and start to clear the board. And potentially, I mean, wing leader either of those ground units, and then I believe he's a fleet lieutenant back, so that would allow him to one shot Gar Saxon next turn on deploy.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. So
Make some
K2
discard.
swings into the yeah. So K2 swings into the buffed crafty smuggler and is defeated. And then when defeated, removes a card from Menard's hand. Menard losing a no good to me dead. This does mean that Chirrut is now in position to potentially clear that unit.
Yes. I think that was mostly it as well to get the last card out of Maynard's hand,
Yeah.
which I totally respect and agree with there. I think Cheesy Hondo's just going to be a little bit too high up on damage total here. He is getting close to stabilizing this board. Oh, especially with a hot
Oh,
shot.
hot shot blaster.
That is
Okay,
brutal.
so the hot shot on that crafty smuggler swings in for 6 total, I believe,
Yeah, it gets
which
him
is
to
going to put
20.
20. Yeah. I don't think Hondo is going to be able to get out of this one. Now, okay, so he can flip Chirrut, he can wing leader Chirrut, and then he can kill the heavily buffed crafty smuggler while staying alive thanks to the wing leader.
Hmm.
Um, but I don't know that that's going to be enough to do it.
So if Maynard attacks with Crafty first next turn, he can then kill the Zygerian, one shot the Gar Saxon with Churu on flip, and that would
Yeah.
leave the Crafty still stood up, but still around. But then a second attack from Crafty. Oh no, with the Gar Saxon buff, it's attacking for 3. Yeah, that Gar math really making things tricky.
Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna be tough for Honda to get this one. If he can survive to the next turn and maybe have the initiative, he can bring out Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight and kill the smuggler through its shield. But
Yes,
that's gonna be a tall order. I think we're gonna be going to a game 3 here pretty soon.
I agree. I mean, you could also just attack with the Zygerian and make him have an answer for this Crafty Smuggler. And if he doesn't, then you win the game. And if he does, then you flip Gar and make him have an answer for Gar.
Yeah. All right, let's
There's
see what Menard does here.
the restore from the restored arc. I don't think changes the math, just barely. Because you could restore it down to 19, but still 2 attacks from Crafty is lethal.
Zagarian to base,
Yeah,
3
and I
HP left, so he now has to either kill the crafty smuggler, which I don't think he can do, or attack with the restored arc to get out of range.
Hmm.
Attacks with the restored arc. Now, if you're Menard, that does also signal that he doesn't have a way to deal with the crafty smuggler this turn, or else you would have just used it.
So this is going 3 to base, go up to 24 here.
24 pillage.
But now this Gar Saxon is going to be lethal.
Gar Saxon flip, and he doesn't have the resources to play that fleet lieutenant because he played the pillage, which means that that's game.
Yeah, very close game there, honestly. Cheesy Hondo was getting close to stabilizing, but we saw the power of those shields just not
Yeah.
allowing Tarkin Town to be used.
As you were saying earlier, Mickey, a copy of Perilous Position or Make an Opening would have been really ideal for Cheesy Hondo there. I don't know if those are
Mhm.
in his build. They certainly weren't in his hand, and we're going to be moving on to a third game in this match.
Looking at the sideboard from Cheesy Hondo, looks like he has Vigilance is still on the board. I might swap those in now, knowing that you're going to get to 6, and it's a way to just defeat those shielded units. They often don't have more than 3 HP, plus it lets you restore that 5 to get ahead in the race again. I think I would bring those Vigilances in now.
Yeah, and it looks like he may be removing those Jedi lightsabers. It's an interesting choice because the Jedi lightsaber is actually a really good counter to the shielded units, but at the same time, it is very vulnerable to No Good to Me Dead, which he knows his
Yeah.
opponent is running.
Hmm. As well as like Relentless Pursuit if you're putting it on a non-leader, and Waylay if you're putting it on a non-leader. Looks like just peeking at Maynard's deck, he also set it in Confiscate, or at least has it in his main deck. So not necessarily that you would know that, but getting away from the lightsabers there and not revolving your game plan around them.
Yeah, Confiscate is probably a pretty good card against Chirrut. One of the most annoying things that Chirrut can do is on his leader side, because he is not immediately defeated when he takes what would normally be lethal damage. You can then play upgrades on him to increase his HP and get him out of range.
Mm,
Confiscate is a good potential counter to that strategy and is extra valuable because its cheap cost means you can potentially play it late in a turn even after already played some other cards. So you can see
mhm.
a scenario where you put that damage on Chirrut, they play their upgrade, maybe you only have one or two resources left and they think you aren't going to be able to do enough damage to clear the upgraded Chirrut, but then your Confiscate can win the day.
Yeah. I also think one thing that Cheesy Hondo is missing from that game too is he didn't draw much of his restore. He started with the restored arc, but then went Fleet Lieutenant into K2. And if that's like a Yoda into a Kanan or Sabine's Masterpiece into a Kanan instead, uh, he probably has like 5 more life on that turn and probably has the time to start turning the corner.
I do think that game could have been quite different if we had seen the Kanan instead of K2, but I could be wrong.
That K2 was nice because it got the no good to me dead out of Maynard's hand, which would have tapped down his turret on deploy. But I agree. I think that in a vacuum, not knowing that, I really like the two restore there, or not necessarily always two restore, but that potential restore.
Yeah. Although, maybe he mills out Confiscate and restores for 0. It
Exactly.
is possible.
It is something.
That is
That's
one of
why
the
Maynard.
annoying things about Kanan. He is not consistent in his restore, unlike some of the other options.
I almost always assume Kanan is going to restore one for me, unless I need him to restore two and I have no other play lines. I just assume it's a restore one unit.
You
And when it
do
restores,
also get the rare scenarios where he actually restores for 3 because of having Sabine or Sabine's Masterpiece or
yeah,
some other Spectre unit in play. And I
you have
do think
multiple
that
specters.
Sabine Explosives Artist is a really ideal card for Cheesy Hondo here because it can
Hmm.
attack into one of those 2/2 shielded units. On attack, remove the shield with the ping, and then defeat it with the normal damage, which is a great position to be in. And there it is, Sabine Explosives
Yeah,
Artist, probably Hondo's best starting play here, but Menard is going to go to the Space Arena with Inferno 4.
yes. Got a nice follow up in Cheesy Hondo's hand, though. Either the Wing Leader or the Yoda. I would be inclined to lean Yoda because that Wing Leader is vulnerable to the Inferno 4, and you want to
Yep.
get that restore on as early as possible. But either way, both are great follow ups.
Yeah, I would save the Wing Leader to potentially buff Chariot later on.
Hmm.
Sabine Explosives Artist, as I was saying, probably the best starting play for Cheesy Hondo here because That ping allows Sabine Explosives artists to win against Greedo without taking damage unless they hit their top deck. Lets you kill the 2/2 shieldeds while staying alive. Just very desirable overall against the units that this Gar Saxon deck tends to play.
Hmm. Ooh, Iden hopping into
Iden
the Inferno
Versio.
4. Inferno
That
4
is
is that
a
a chip, isn't it?
mighty Inferno 4. Now is a 6/6 with Gar Saxon's ability. 6/6 shielded. And that
Th-
damage is going to start adding up fast.
Yeah. This Yoda is going to impact the race pretty healthily, though. It's a 4 life point swing every time.
Yep.
And Drew, the Force is with me, so can get some extra buff in. And I think Cheesy Hondo might have a Fell the Dragon in hand in the far
Oh
left
man,
there.
Fell the Dragon on that buffed Inferno 4 would be an excellent play here for Cheesy Hondo.
Yeah. 2 for 1. Your opponent gets to, and he just pulls it right up to the front of his hand. Maynard does get to look at the top two here, but this
Zap.
is more than worth it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And this is one of the downsides of pilots. Iden is probably one of the better pilot cards in the game, but it does set you up to potentially get 2 for 1. Um, and Menard may have missed his Inferno 4 trigger here.
Yeah, looks like it.
We'll see. There's really no reason not to do it.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, and
Like,
in fact, you have to. So that is something that we would ideally see happening here, but
yeah, as it
looks like we're going to
stands.
see that shuttle on the field. Yoda swings in 2 damage to Menard's base, 2 heal for Hondo's base, and now we're going to see Sabine throwing another 3 onto the base, and Hondo's ahead in this race.
Yeah. This looks like almost the opposite of game one, where Cheesy Hondo is dominating the ground instead of the space arena with some pretty dominant restore units, or at least one with Yoda.
So here's a question. We saw a relentless pursuit from Menard earlier. Do you think that means Menard is running a bunch of bounty hunters? I know we've seen Greedo. I think we saw a Toro Calican as well.
Uh, Maybe some, like maybe we're on Boba Fett's, the 3/5 legendary from set one. I think you don't need a
We could see
ton
Pilot
of
Boba.
Pilot Boba as well, and that's just a good shielded unit as well.
Yeah.
I don't think you need a ton of bounty hunters to make it work. Relentless Pursuit is just a great card that I think is a little underexplored, and is probably mostly there as an answer to Chewbacca, the pilot.
Interesting point.
But probably a little bit more than usual.
Okay, that shuttle is going to swing on in. Cheesy Hondo's base now has 6 damage on it.
This Yoda has done a lot of work.
Like you said earlier, Mickey, every one of those Yoda swings is essentially a swing for 4 in this type of race, because
Yeah.
not only is it 2 damage on Menard's base, it's 2 damage healed from Hondo's base. It is worth noting that those restore cards are only getting like 4 points of value or whatever in a scenario where both base HP totals matter.
Hmm.
So they're not as valuable in a situation where either either player is like very clearly the beatdown and the other player
Hmm.
is the control. Because in those scenarios, only one of the two base HP counts matters that much.
Hmm. That is where Yoda is nice because in these kind of racing situations, the restore is valuable, but in the more controlling situations, the win defeated card draw is valuable. So it's good in both matchups.
Menard plays Greedo. Hondo stalls by using the turret ability on Sabine. And then we see Lom Pike.
Just looks like a force throw. Yeah.
And there is still at least one of those lightsabers in the deck because I think I saw one in Cheesy Hondo's hand. So maybe he
Hmm.
just sideboarded out 1 or 2.
I don't hate trimming on them in this matchup while still
Yeah.
having them as a blowout potential.
Force throw. I believe that is a what is that? Is that
Director Krennic, I believe the
direct?
2/2
Yeah,
shield
Director
it.
Krennic organized play promo. So that's going to be 2 damage. Do you just kill Greedo here? Or what do you think?
I'm not touching the Long Pike. My plan for Long Pike is probably attack into it with one of my units and Tarkin Town it. Um, Unless he has like a wing leader and a fleet lieutenant, so that could set up a clean kill. But I think killing Greedo is probably the cleanest. There's an argument to take the shield from the shuttle, but I think you're just ignoring space.
Yeah, the shuttle's not doing damage fast enough to win this race anyway.
Yeah.
It's
Also,
gonna be the Greedo top deck ping does go off, so that's
mhm.
gonna be 2 damage to Yoda.
I think the turret with a lightsaber also just gets to one shot the Slam Pike and
Yep.
can give it the -2/-2 to stay healthy. I think that's probably the line I prefer.
Yeah, rather than using Sabine and Tarkentown.
It also holds Jedi lightsaber is any unit, right? It's not non-leader to give the -2/-2 effect.
Yeah, it works on leaders.
So it also is holding this Gar Saxon hostage because turret can effectively attack for 8.
That's right.
That
Or
is
7, but yeah.
yeah, but 7 is enough.
Oh, but he's not gonna kill he's going to he's racing.
Oh, with a fleet lieutenant and a wing leader in hand, I don't hate this.
Yeah, I was expecting to see Lon Pike off the board, but Cheesy Hondo smells blood in the water. He's going to try and resolve the game quickly with aggressive damage to the base, and there's only 11 HP left for Menard. Cheesy Hondo could easily have lethal this turn.
Oh yeah. Plays like this I call declaring intent. Cheesy Hondo is definitely declaring intent of I'm going to try and finish the game either this next turn
Yeah.
or the action immediately following this turn.
He has lethal on board.
Yeah.
Now Menard could use Lon Pike to clear out Yoda. Awkwardly, or no, he can clear either Yoda or Sabine
Hmm.
because both those units are vigilance. So Sabine's defensive ability is not live.
This is a deck that seems to happen more often, probably. There's some decks like in Quinlan where Sabine's defensive ability isn't online all too much, but this deck seems to have a more even split.
All right, that's going to be, I believe that is a pilot Boba who, when
Hmm.
played, can deal 2 damage to a unit if he was played onto a transport. So that shuttle is a transport, so 2 damage is sent to Yoda. But then we're going to see the fleet lieutenant buffing Sabine 5 to base and only 6 HP left, and Chirrut with that lightsaber swings for 6. Does Menard have some answer to Chirrut, or is this going to be game over?
I don't know if he has any cards in hand. That no good to me deck got flipped off the top from Greedo, and he would really like having that right now.
Yeah, that would be one of his ideal answers, but I don't know that he has anything. Yeah,
Yeah,
there's the
that's
fist bump.
game.
Hondo wins.
That was a great set of 3 games, really back and forth, like the tension of who's the aggro, that racing scenario. And we saw those restore units really shined in that kind of game.
Yeah, in the first game, Sabine's masterpiece was a star for Cheesy Hondo. And then in this third game, Yoda got a ton of value. Restore can really add up over the course of a match.
Yes. I think to me the thing that shone the most over the course of those games was the Sabine's masterpiece. Getting to see that, even just like the blue ability just basically turns it into a consortium Star Viper with not caring about initiative, but sometimes that's totally just fine and then enough. And we saw that be the case there.
Yeah. It's an interesting situation. I think that these are not the decks that you would most see. Like these are not like on every table in every event or whatever. But
Hmm.
I think that they both have some very strong plays, and we saw a good close match with some cool moves on both sides.
Yeah, totally agree. And I hope to see these decks more as we go further in the tournament, especially this Chirrut deck. It's been a little outshone, like we talked about earlier, with Ray and Anakin kind of taking its place, but having a more aggressive slant and being able to play the rebel synergies because your leader is also a rebel, making Fleet Lieutenant and Wing Leader good cards in this deck really gives it a different flavor that I really enjoy.
Yeah, plus like I don't know. I think there's just something kind of cool and fun about going for that Voltron playstyle. Now,
Yes.
somebody somebody should tell Cheesy Hondo that he still has his Jedi lightsaber under Chirrut there. Uh,
It's still hiding out.
because yeah, I mean, hopefully he'll see it. Yeah, like
Yeah.
when he's picking his stuff up and so on. But
This is why
I was impressed by his gameplay there, and
oh
you
yeah.
know, I share your interest in seeing Chirrut, seeing more of Chirrut. If he continues to do well, I think that could lead to some very cool games. It's a very cool leader. I like
Mhm.
Voltron. I like I think his flaw is maybe his leader side, but you know, still a very cool card. And yep, Cheesy Hondo sees the lightsaber there.
Yep. Uh,
Yeah.
do you want to shout out KTOD member Wu? He was a big fan of this deck. I think he started set one with Chirrut, and that's kind of what launched him going forward. That was his first major deck tech and stuff he built around. And so I think he posted a video. I'm pretty sure he posted a video recently about Chirrut in this set, and it mentioned it's not the best deck, but it's a lot of fun and totally has a place in the meta.
Yeah, it's an interesting deck for sure. And as you say, Wu did popularize it early on. I would love to see it make a comeback in the meta, but we'll have to see how things develop.
Yeah.
Speaking of KTOD, Stevie Getz has a request for a KTOD member on stream next round. I don't know for sure if we can accommodate that, but it would be cool to see. I think we are actually going to take a quick break here before we move on to that third round of Swiss. I'm Tower number 9, joined here by Mickey D, and this is the Tabletop Gaming Center Planetary Qualifier, brought to you by McClunky Gaming here for the stream.
Yep. See you soon.
Yes.
Alrighty. Welcome back to the Tabletop Gaming Center Planetary Qualifier in Newington, Connecticut. My name is Mickey D, and may the 4th be with you. What a good day to be playing some Star Wars Unlimited. I am joined here by Tower number 9. How you doing, Tower, as we get ready for round 3?
I'm doing well, Mickey. We just had a great match between Chirrut and Gar Saxon, and I'm hoping our round 3 can be just as cool.
Yeah. Been an interesting day so far. The only real meta deck we have seen has been that Kira Data Vault. Gar Saxon Yellow is on the fringes. I would call it like a tier 1.5 to a tier 2 list, but have seen some spicy lists so far and some really fun ones as well.
Yeah, I think it's been an interesting time thus far, and we'll have to see how things go. Over in Lille, the event was the big European tournament. I think maybe the largest tournament ever held in this game was won by Sabine Datavolt, which is
Yeah.
certainly an unexpected build. So, meta is in a very diverse and experimental phase right now. It'll be interesting to see how things end up shaping up.
Yeah, I believe so. It was I think they had 855 players at the end when they started round 1. It does mean so. Shout out to Lego Pizza Ian on across the network. I believe he had a hot take that the winner of each sector and regional was going to be a unique leader. Unfortunately, both the Richmond sector and the Leo regional were won by Sabine Green, although very, very different decks. So, you know, that can happen. But Sabine does seem to be in a top dog position right now, and I think that's kind of what most people agree with. Sabine is probably the top deck in the format, but not unbeatable.
Yeah, I think Sabine is also a deck that I think a lot of people are familiar with at this point. She's kind of defined what aggro decks look like in Star Wars Unlimited TCG since the game
Hmm.
first came out, and I think at this point people should be well aware that she is a threat and should have a plan to deal with her.
Yep. I think she's a deck with a high ceiling, but also with a pretty high floor. And I think that's a big draw for competitive players and a good trait to have in the best deck. Because I think Han Green, we had talked about at the beginning of the stream, I think is the deck with the highest ceiling, but it does have a potentially pretty low floor.
Yeah. I think that Han has a lot of kind of complicated decision making at times, especially with respect to when to use that ability to create an additional resource and
Mhm.
what cards to use there. And definitely a harder deck to pick up than some of the others that we've seen in this game.
Mhm. I've always been of the opinion that if Sabine is the best deck in the format, it's probably a pretty healthy meta as long as it's not being too oppressive, because there's some gameplay patterns and some cards you can select to counter Sabine pretty hard, and so you can choose to beat it if you want to. It just might make you weaker to other parts of the meta, but it Sabine being the top, I think, is pretty healthy for the game.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. The counters to Sabine are, they're like you said, there are a lot of cards that are effective in those sorts of situations. So one example is, decks can play more healing. Cards like, Top Target, for instance, is a very effective card against Sabine. It's a card that is often going to be a zero cost heal six. Or I'm sorry, a one cost heal six. That's quite good.
Yep.
But if you're not playing against an aggro opponent, I don't know that you really want Top Target. If you're, we saw that matchup between two kind of control-oriented decks that went into the Battle of the Star Destroyers, and in that type of situation, Top Target is a very poor card.
Yeah.
So you have to either have it as a sideboard option, or maybe if you're expecting a lot of Sabine, you main deck it with the plan being decided out in some of those other matchups.
Hmm.
And you have to factor not just what you think the best decks are, but also what you think the level of representation and so on is going to be.
Yep. Like if Han Green you think is the best deck, but you only expect 3 to 5% of the field to play it. Maybe you pack in a lot of sideboard cards for it, like you put in some disabling Fang Fighters and Confiscates in your sideboard for those pilots. But maybe you don't worry about it main deck, thinking I might not even run to this deck, and if I do, I can concede game one effectively and not be ready for it. But games two and three have a good sideboard plan for it.
Yeah, another thing to consider is that a lot of these PQ level events have kind of a local meta to them, in
Hmm.
terms of, they're run by stores. They're certainly much bigger than normal store tournaments, but you might know, oh, the scene around this store tends to be more control oriented, or oh, I happen to know that Kira's really popular here, or Han is really popular here, or
Hmm.
oh, this store is so aggro, everybody plays Sabine in races. And that sort of information can be really helpful in terms of designing your own build and considering what's going to be main deck, what's going to be sideboard. Maybe you do main deck those top targets if you're in a store where everybody plays Sabine.
Hmm. For example, from what I've heard of the Northeast area where this tabletop gaming center PQ is, they're pretty big fans of Sabine, and so I would expect, at least from what I understand, I would expect some main deck tech for the Sabine matchup. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's an interesting element to these sorts of games where they are played in person, where there is the potential for those local or regional metas to develop. I mean, earlier we were discussing how the European meta favors larger decks to some degree, people playing over the minimum, which is not as popular in the United States.
Hmm.
And there's been other stuff, in the past. I was covering and playing Flesh and Blood TCG, and in that game, I remember for some time New Zealand was considered one of the strongest regions. The
Hmm.
game originated in that area, and the playstyle in New Zealand was extremely different to how people would play in other areas of the world. It was a much more defensive game, whereas in the US, people were more aggro and race oriented. So it
Yep.
was, kind of interesting to see how the things developed. We have a quick update from Claire. We have unfortunately had a few tables decline to be streamed, which is, of course, absolutely your right to do. If you're at one of these events and someone asks to stream you and you don't want to be streamed, you can totally decline. Maybe at some big events they would say the finals have to be streamed or whatever it is, but we are hopefully going to have a table that is willing to be streamed shortly. Um, I think as we can see, some things are getting underway now.
Yep. Looks.
Stevie gets wanting to know who declined, maybe so he can roast his teammates. Um,
I believe we're getting table one, but post a deck check. So we got table three.
okay, so we will hopefully have that with you guys shortly. Um, Stevie, I don't actually know for sure if it was a KTOD member. I just know in theory we saw your message earlier and it would be cool to bring one in. But let's see, table three. I'm gonna see if I can find it on Melee here and see what the matchup's gonna be. Let's see.
Yeah, poking around melee myself.
Oh, I don't think it's letting me. Oh no, yeah, there we go. Matching. Oh, but it doesn't show the deck lists on here. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have that information for you shortly. I think it will be hopefully an exciting scenario.
Yeah.
Well, Mickey, what would you be playing if you were in this event?
Um, I think I might be playing Palpatine, honestly. I think Quinlan is the deck I plan on taking to like regionals and bigger events, but at a planetary qualifier, especially with my local meta, it's a lot more control heavy. We had talked about that. Palpatine might be in my back pocket for that type of event.
Very cool. Looks like we're going to have it is a, I believe, double blue Ray playing against Sabine ECL here.
And we had talked about like the Northeast being more Sabine heavy, and this blue Ray deck is the type of deck that you can tech very hard to beat up on this matchup.
Yeah, not knowing too much about these players or their specific builds, I think this is probably a highly Ray favored matchup. Having played a bunch of Sabine, one of the things that she does not like to see is Vigilance Heroism and all its healing.
Hmm.
And double blue is going to be even worse. We can see things like Vigilance for 4. Um, and Ray herself is one of the most restore oriented leaders in the game,
Hmm.
both in terms of the cards that she tends to play, like the Moisture Farmer that we're seeing in play here, but also things like Yoda, Kanan, and then Ray herself with uh, the extremely powerful Restore 3. Not something that
Yeah.
you see very commonly in this game, but very relevant on the leader against these aggro decks for sure.
Hmm. And even this Moisture Farmer, it never got an attack off, but soaking up 5 damage from the Sabine attack basically healed 5 damage from the base. And if your one drop is doing that, you feel pretty good about it.
Yeah, so we saw and this gets back to what we were discussing earlier about that math with whether it's better to defeat the restore unit or just push damage to the base. So for that for that Moisture Farmer, you're looking at, oh, it's got 5 HP, and you're like, well, it heals 2. It's probably going to attack 3 or more times because this is a 30 HP base and the game is going to go long. So it is going to be worth it to do that 5 damage to the unit directly.
Hmm.
So
Do,
yeah, we saw the wing leader buffing Sabine Explosives Artist, allowing her to defeat the Moisture Farmer. Matt then played Yoda, and now we're going to be moving to this next turn. No damage on either base, which is not really what Sabine wants to see
yeah.
here, but let's see how things develop.
Yeah. Looks like we might be going for a Yoda activation.
I think it may be Sabine buffing, or I'm sorry, I think it may be Ray
Or
buffing Yoda,
Ray activation,
but
not a Yoda activation. My bad.
2 damage to base from Yoda. No restore, which is not where Matt most wants to be necessarily. Sabine flipped only to be immediately defeated by a
Yeah.
takedown.
So there's an argument there to take down the unit Sabine. I don't hate this play from Matt because I think one of the main ways you can lose from this spot is Darksaber. And you can still Darksaber up the Sabine unit, but you usually have more ways to deal with non-leaders than you do with leader units. So,
Yeah, we are going to see the Darksaber scene play here on Sabine unit. And so then that's going to be a swing to base for a mighty 9 damage, I believe.
yeah.
The base going from undamaged to severely damaged pretty fast. Another 2 damage thrown in there by the wing leader. And another important thing about this is it now means that even if Yoda were to swing into the base, um, or yeah, I'm sorry, even if Yoda were to swing into Sabine, she would not be in range of the vigilance that we saw in hand.
Mhm. But did get a good draw there in the Village Protectors to help soak up an attack from that Darksaber Sabine.
Yeah. Now, Sabine Explosives Artist is a good counter to Village Protectors in the sense that you can use the on attack ability to clear the shield while the normal damage gets through their HP, defeating them
Hmm.
in one attack, which many units cannot do. But at the same time, with all these buffs on Sabine, I think Eric would much rather be sending those attacks into the base rather than into the Village Protectors.
Yeah. We still do have an ECL available too, so we could see an ECL Poe. Not necessarily the best target for it, but if it means you're getting another 8 in with the Sabine unit, it's probably worth it. If the Sabine deck is playing Fighters for Freedom, that Saboteur ambushed into the shielded
Oh, yeah.
Sentinel can also take it out.
Fighters for Freedom plus another card would be potentially sick. I think we are going to see ECL though. Yep, that's right. The
ECL
thing
Poe.
about the thing about this matchup is that the Ray deck has very large amounts of healing if not dealt with.
Hmm.
Looks like a confiscate being discarded to defeat the shield there. Kind of funny. And then I think Sabine's masterpiece also being discarded there to deal 2 direct damage to base.
Yeah.
Ray's ability now used to give an experience token to Yoda, and Sabine swings in for another extremely powerful 9 damage.
We're at
You know, this
22
matchup
here.
isn't one
Oof.
that I think favors Sabine, but Eric is in a very strong position right now.
Yep. I think the Dark Saber is the one card that can really help you chunk through this matchup. You can
Sabine
heal
here,
too. Yeah.
still with I believe 7 HP remaining. So a swing from Yoda does not put her in range of vigilance.
Decides to leave the Yoda alive to try and keep that restore going. Oh, it just shows a rebel assault for lethal next
Yeah,
turn.
I think yeah. So I think Eric is just saying, "Yep, I have lethal. I'll take the initiative. Rebel Assault will win, and we're moving on to game two." You know, Dark Saber. Dark Saber is a card that it can be risky to play with the upgrade removal. It's not efficient in terms of the stats that it gives you, but sometimes it can be what you need to push that damage through. There's a
Yep.
reason that it sees a lot of play despite being below curve.
And I think Matt immediately went for the confiscates in his sideboard, knowing that that's the main way you can lose this matchup is the dark saber, and even the Chewbacca is probably similarly powerful against you. And so get as many answers as you can for that as possible, and the rest of your deck can beat the general Savine curve.
So if you're Eric, do you side out the Dark Sabers, or are you just in like risk it for the biscuit mode here?
I think you kind of have to be in risk it for the biscuit mode. It is not your only win condition, but certainly your main one. And this is a kind of matchup where I would probably feel at least slightly unfavored, if not moderately unfavored, and those are my ways to steal games.
Yeah, an old saying goes, "If he has it, he has it." Sometimes that's the risk you've got to take,
Yeah.
and sometimes you can do things that are really bad if the opponent punishes it. But if that's your only out, you got to play to your outs. So
Hmm.
we'll see how this one goes as things continue. The um the battle is about to be joined here in game two, with Eric Hunter up 1-0. Um,
Yeah. Also, Stevie, we apologize for not being able to bring you a KTOD match, but hopefully this Ray Blue will compensate. No, Stevie was a big Ray Blue guy in sets 2 and 3.
all right,
I,
we're gonna have that second game beginning shortly.
yeah, I do think Ray is the leader that's going to get a lot more interesting next set as well. We've seen a lot of low-powered units spoiled from Legends of the Force, which makes me think there's going to be another leader that cares about low-powered units. But stuff like Owen Lars and potentially even Watto could be quite interesting for a Ray
You
deck.
could
And
you could play Ray Yellow. You could play that new the hidden Anakin, and
yeah,
then buff him on the first turn.
like a 2/2 shielded
Yeah,
that's also
two
hidden
two
for.
shielded force on the first turn seems pretty good.
That
It's
seems
like
pretty. It seems pretty gross.
I think Owen Lars will be a great option to kind of an upgraded version of the Moisture Farmer, or maybe you even
Hmm.
just run both or have some in the sideboard to really threaten those aggro builds. But
Yeah.
in this second game, we see the Moisture Farmer start for Matt. Eric Hunter brings out a Battlefield Marine, 2 for a 3/3. And Matt is going to go ahead and buff the Moisture Farmer, and it really is looking a lot like the previous game here, with a wing leader coming out to buff the battlefield marine. But unlike in the previous game, this time Matt is going to answer that wing leader play with a perilous position, exhausting the battlefield marine, giving it -2/-2, and keeping that moisture farmer alive.
Yeah. I think I saw the dark saber in Eric's hand again, and so this might be similar to game, like almost the exact curve that Eric had in game one. And I don't see an answer. I mean, we have a Fell the Dragon, so if you can land, make sure that the dark saber lands on
Hmm.
not the Sabine leader, you'd have an answer. But here, I think not having an answer for the Sabine leader this turn, gonna be in a tough position.
Yeah, so there's an argument here. Fell the Dragon could be very relevant if Eric opts to deploy the Darksaber onto the Battlefield Marine rather than onto Sabine. Sometimes this is a play that you see people doing because it allows you to give experience to Sabine, who's a Mandalorian.
Hmm.
But it's very risky against certain removal. Now,
Yes.
there's an argument that Fell the Dragon shouldn't be in the deck after sideboarding against Sabine, but I think that like it's relevant enough against Poe and Wrecker and the like that I think it can. I think it can stay in at least against Sabine UCL.
Yes, I would agree.
Vigilance is going to clear the battlefield marine while giving a shield to that moisture farmer. And then we do see the dark saber on the board here.
Yeah. See Matt do a little bit of like a handshake, hand pump, like, oh, you got it again. All right,
Pro-
playing this kind of
This
game.
is probably a minor misplay or sequencing error from Matt. He opts to swing with the moisture farmer even while he doesn't have any damage on his base. I think it would have been desirable to pass there. Eric will almost certainly attack with at least one of his units, and you can then heal two.
Ooh,
Arguably, there is an argument for not passing on, with the justification being that Eric would be able to swing with Sabine, and then if you swing, take the initiative to guarantee another Darksaber swing.
yeah,
But even then, I think it would be desirable to pass, and then maybe you just claim, which I
yeah.
think is going to be more relevant than putting the one damage on. I don't know. I could be wrong.
It's very close. We do see. I think Matt did top deck the confiscate. So how's the out? We'll see if it's
Yeah,
enough.
confiscate. Now, what would be really funny is if we see a second Darksaber, but don't know if that's forthcoming. Probably you would resource a second Dark Saber at this point,
Yeah.
but maybe you would see potential upgrade removal coming. So if you play Dark Saber and the opponent immediately confiscates it, it is incredibly negative. Like it's not you immediately lose, but it's really, really bad.
Hmm.
In this case, it was confiscated after already getting one attack pump in, though. So the situation isn't quite as dire as it would have been if Matt had had access to that on the previous turn.
Yeah.
So we see Pilot Luke buffing the wing leader only for Matt to hit it with Fell the Dragon, but that does leave Pilot Luke able to eject onto the ground arena with his card text there.
Yeah.
So it could be a lot worse for Eric. And Sabine Explosives Artist now hitting the field as well. So we have the buffed Moisture Farmer for Matt and three small units here for Eric.
Small units are going to be a little bit annoying. Looks like we're going to go with a cargo juggernaut. I was wondering either this, because it's just a big burst of healing, or potentially buffing that moisture farmer so it could start to impact the board a little bit more by clearing some of these units, especially with the ray flip starting to like clear 2 units a turn while healing 5 is really
Yeah.
potent. But it's hard to pass up a cargo juggernaut on curve.
Yeah, Cargo Juggernaut is going to be a nice chunk of healing there. I think Cargo Juggernaut has actually been reprinted, maybe even in multiple sets. I'm not sure.
I
But
think
a
so.
classic, yeah. So, or it's only been reprinted in Shadows, actually, according to
Mm,
this.
mhm.
But a classic card and one that sometimes a little awkward for constructed play, but at least in the double blue decks that have a lot of other vigilance units to enable its ability. We've seen it see play, here in double blue Ray, but we've also seen like Iden double blue decks run it, for instance.
Yeah. It was definitely a set one staple as well when we just didn't have as many options, especially for healing. But it's floating around, and with pilots, you throw a pilot on that thing, it's a 4/6 shielded. It's pretty sturdy.
That's a good point. I hadn't really considered the prospect for a shielded cargo juggernaut, and I
Hmm.
wonder, I wonder if it would be interesting to run in like a Gar Saxon deck.
Yeah.
Um, Looks
I'm
like
certain.
Eric is going to bring out K2SO here. So K2, very good card.
I think if I was Eric here, I would want, depending on what's in his hand, I would want to
Oh,
hold up.
illegal attack here, unfortunately.
Oh,
You are not allowed to attack Sabine Explosives Artist under these circumstances because that Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight is a command unit.
yeah.
So that the attack there with Moisture Farmer isn't allowed.
Got
Now we're
commands.
gonna see Ray deploy Rebel
Yeah.
Assault. Are they gonna kill Ray? They are.
This is what I was
Rebel Assault
wondering.
into Ray.
So from Eric there, I would have liked to hold up the resources to potentially threaten like an ECL Wrecker or Poe to hold the
Hmm.
Ray flip hostage. But Rebel Assault does the same thing, and you're kind of almost baiting your opponent to flip there by saying, "I don't have Wrecker or Poe, so your Ray is safe," and then you get the Ray when they flip.
Yeah. Unfortunate that he erroneously Sabine there thanks to the illegal attack.
Yeah.
Um, but that's easy to miss. So, I think that yeah, it is what it is. I don't know if they'll catch that or roll it back or whatever, but let's see what
Yeah.
happens as the round continues.
Yep. Looks like they're just going forward. Dealing 3 to base after this K2 is defeated with the Cargo Juggernaut.
Yep, K2 cleared by the Cargo Juggernaut does deal 3 to base. Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight swings on in. That's going to be another nice chunk of damage. We're up to 15 damage on base. Or no, it's going to be Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight.
Yeah.
Sabine off the field, and this board is looking grim for Eric now.
Still with ECL up, so a Wrecker or a Poe here can trade with that Luke, and if it's a Wrecker, it pushes a good amount of damage. That's like losing the unit while you do it is generally not how you want to.
Timely intervention.
Looks like a Poe, I'd imagine, if we're doing timely here. Yeah,
Timely intervention Poe. I presume this is going to actually be ambushing the moisture farmer here.
potentially. And just leave the threat on board.
I mean, I
Although
could
that
be wrong.
I think I would trade with Luke. I don't know if you can let that Luke get an attack off. Restore 3 is so big. And like well, if you trade with the Luke, the moisture farmer is gonna get an attack off. It's
Yeah. So
tough.
no, he goes for the moisture farmer. He isn't using Poe's ability. It looks like,
Hmm.
and then we're gonna see one to each base.
This could
Uh,
be like a wrecker, setting up a wrecker to ambush over that Luke after it has 6 damage on it.
yeah, we could also see something like we could also see something like, maybe ECL ambush another Poe. Like, so if we
Hmm.
presume Luke swings and if we presume Luke swings to kill Wrecker. Oh, but there's a Fell the Dragon, so Wrecker
Ooh.
killed without getting that or Poe killed without doing that damage on Luke. I don't know why I was calling Poe Wrecker. I get those two cards mixed up a bit.
They're
Sorry, guys.
very big red heroes in the late game.
Yeah, they have similar roles as being the only large units in the Sabine builds. Now, interestingly, Luke not clearing Pilot Luke here.
Besides, I mean, you do need to get the game over with eventually against Sabine. Don't let them top deck into their pose and their wreckers in their four causes.
In the chat, a viewer suggests that Sabine lost a lot of ground by pinging on the previous turn.
Hmm.
I don't know. It's a situation here where I think Ray had the initiative at the time that Sabine pinged, because I could be wrong, but I believe what happened is that Poe ambushed and killed the moisture farmer, and then Ray didn't have another action, so took the initiative, and then Sabine pinged afterwards. Looks like it's going to be
Hmm.
a K2SO brought out by Eric here, as well as a Sabine's Masterpiece already on the field from earlier. Interestingly, Matt trying to race now. And so, earlier we were talking about how Yoda is a HP swing in a race. Luke
Hmm.
is a 9 HP swing in a race.
Yeah, and it's really, really powerful. And the restore units, like Sabine wants to race pretty much every matchup, from my understanding, or it's best at racing in a lot of matchups. And the restore units really help counteract that, which is why this Blu-ray feels like it should be so good into Sabine, because those restore units get that benefit of those extra numbers in a race situation.
Oh, so in chat, the viewer points out that actually Sabine shouldn't have been able to ping at all because she should have been exhausted
Hmm.
after being removed by Luke's ability. I think you may well be right. Um, I guess, like, in some sense that makes up for the. I think there have been error. There's now been two notable errors. The first one
Hmm.
was the illegal attack into small Sabine, and then the second one being that ping. And if so, hopefully they even out because one favored one person and one. Wow, look
ECL
at that!
Sabine just to get the village protectors off.
Village protectors on the field countered by ECL on small Sabine. I wonder if that means there's another timely intervention in that. What do you think, Mickey?
I wouldn't be surprised if there's one hiding out there. It also tells me there's probably no Wrecker or Poe hiding out. So if I'm Matt, I'm feeling pretty confident that I don't have to worry about a Wrecker or a Poe this turn. Makes me feel more confident in racing here. So I agree with this attack to base because I am not as concerned about those big
Yeah,
threats.
and he's turning on the gas, and Sabine's base only 5 HP left. Another attack from Luke ends the game. Um,
Does appear there's a Dark
but
Saber though.
is Sabine's masterpiece a Mandalorian unit?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm not sure.
It is not. Sabine's
Okay,
masterpiece is Rebel Vehicle Fighter Spectre, so it does not get buffed by Darksaber.
but it does get an experience and a damage with this on attack. So that's basically an attack for 5. That puts Matt to 18. We have 7 more
Yeah.
on board. That's 25. Darksaber's +4. That's 29. Ping is 30. So Eric does have
Does he
lethal
have it?
uninterrupted. But I
If
think this
he actually
perilous.
wins this from this state, that would be very hype for me, at least.
I think this perilous position from Matt's going to disrupt this lethal plan here.
Perilous position on K2. So what do you do? I guess you Darksaber. No, I mean I don't think he can. Well, I guess you Darksaber Luke.
I think you Darksaber Luke because if Matt claims to get lethal with the Luke, you can trade Luke for Luke. If Matt
Yeah,
attacks with the cargo juggernaut, is Luke a rebel? You could
Luke is
try
a
and
rebel.
top deck to a rebel assault.
Yeah, does Rebel Assault win in one action? I think it does because you
It
could
would be
do.
the Sabine's masterpiece plus the Luke has to be lethal, right? It would be like 14
Yeah,
damage, I think.
yeah. Eric has some outs here. Will he find them? That's another question. But
Yeah. If I'm Matt here, I attack base and just make my opponent top deck the rebel assault.
yeah.
This also shuts
So
out the
now Eric has
ping.
also Eric could misplay it. No, but he takes the initiative. That's correct.
Yeah,
If he has the Rebel Assault, he should be able to win this.
that would get the
Does he
game.
have it?
I think it's just rebel assault. I don't think fleet lieutenant or any other pump is good enough here.
Yeah, because Fleet Lieutenant would do 9 damage, so that wouldn't make it because this is a 30 HP base.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a 30 HP base with 18 damage. He needs to do 12 in one action. The only winning play is Rebel Assault, um, which would allow him to attack with Luke and Sabine's masterpiece for lethal. Unless he has a Sentinel or something. Is there something he can do with Wrecker? No, because he's at 1 HP. So any of these remaining units win.
Yeah.
Nope, and it looks like he doesn't have it. So that he's going to do a normal attack. Whatever the target is, it doesn't matter. Matt can win this one, and we're on to game 3.
That was a
Close
very,
match.
very close game too. Yeah. All of that restore, all of that removal, timely confiscate off the top from that, and it all came down to can Eric top deck the rebel assault.
Yeah, and he could not. So we're going to be moving on to the third and final game of this match. Technically, we could have more than 3 games, but it is extremely uncommon. I'm not sure I have ever streamed a match that has an actual draw in it. An
Yeah.
actual drawn game, not a drawn match.
hmm I've encountered it very rarely, and it's almost always with Sabine. Like
Yeah.
there are situations where like you can surprise strike a unit, get your opponent to 24 while you're at 24, and so their best bet is to Sabine ping to draw it so you don't win the game the following turn. But it's very, very rare for that to happen.
Yeah, the 2 cards that most commonly produce a draw, as I understand it, are Sabine's ping ability on her leader side, and the Chaos of War, which is not a commonly played card because it's double red.
hmm
Um, I have had a drawn game before in a tournament. I believe it was set 1 I was on, I think double red Sabine against a Boba Green.
hmm
First game, he beat me. Second game, it ended up in a situation where I was able to get it, so it was 24-24. I think what ended up happening was I had played like a Saw Gerrera or something, so he took damage and went to 1 HP when he used a surprise strike on me, but I didn't have any units, so or no ready unit base, so the only way that I could actually win or that I could not lose, rather, wasn't a win, was to use Sabine's ability, which drew the game. But then I actually came back to win the next 2. So I ultimately won that round 2-1-1.
Playing 4 games in a tournament round. Probably still
Yeah.
finished with 20 minutes left. Sabine privileges.
I don't know if we had 20 minutes left, but we definitely had some time left after that one. So it
Yeah,
was interesting stuff.
it's a real upside to play Sabine is the time you get between rounds to rest and like eat, use the restroom.
Oh yeah.
It's a real upside.
If you show up to an event with like double blue Iden or something like that that tends to have games go really long, you are not going to get as much time to recover in between your in matches as if you're playing a fast deck.
Mhm. You've got to be super comfortable with the deck, super ready, know your lines, play as fast as you
Yeah.
can.
And I'm not saying double blue Iden can't win. Double blue Iden has won
No.
events, but there is a real downside to having your rounds go longer. At least for
Mhm.
some people. Some might say that if they have too much downtime between games, it throws them off, and it's better to just do game and then game and then game with relatively short breaks so you don't get out of the groove. I don't know.
Yeah, that is very real as well.
All right, so now we're going to see in this round we had a Battlefield Marine versus Restored Arc start. Eric bringing out Fighters for Freedom, which is a very nice card to have into a Vigilance Heroism opponent because it's such a good counter to Village Protectors. And Matt does play the Village Protectors, so Eric probably very happy to have the Fighters for Freedom here. Not a card that is always seen. Not a card that is I see a potential blowout coming though because we have a Darksaber in hand for Eric, and I think I saw a Confiscate in hand for
Yep.
Matt.
And I think we're gonna see a perilous position on this Fighters for Freedom to finish it off. Oh, we're using the Ray ability. Okay, my plan was going to be perilous position fighters and then confiscate this dark saber, but now
Yeah.
only have the resources to do one of those. Ooh, okay,
Hairless
goes.
on Sabine, but now we can do Darksaber Marine, and then that's gonna buff Sabine with the experience. Very rare situation where Darksaber's text actually does anything.
Yeah, I
Normally it's just played as a +4/+3 no text, but Sabine is a Mandalorian, so there we go.
I think I would have liked to keep this resource up from Matt. I don't know if this one damage on this restored arc will come up. I could totally be proven wrong here, and this one damage is going to allow Matt to race into the late game, especially against a 25 health base. But I think a play of Perilous plus Dark plus Confiscate the Dark Saber. What is my preferred line that turn?
It did let him stall in action, so there's that. But
Not yes.
no, I think no, I think that preventing that dark saber swing would be worth more than that +1. The question is just, would he had to like pass into that and his opponent would see it coming? I'm not sure.
Mhm. The other thing is that
Spider
using
swings.
Yeah. Using the fell here instead of like this confiscate is now going to rot in your hand because your opponent's
Yeah,
probably not going to play another dark saber, and now this Poe is just stuck, and you don't have an answer for it.
yeah. Having the fell available for Poe might have been a better scenario.
Hmm.
Um, Now Sabine here is +1/+1, but also -2/-2. So she swings for 2 total damage, one from her actual power and one from the on attack. Um, it is worth noting that when Poe came in, there was a ping from Fighters for Freedom for an additional point of damage. Um, I remember when Fighters for Freedom was previewed or like was shown early, I thought it was just going to be an amazing card. And I found that it was harder to get value out of that ability than I had first thought.
Yeah,
But that doesn't mean that the ability is valueless, and in some situations, it can really start adding up. I probably would have swung with Fighters for Freedom instead of Sabine there.
you might be leaving it up for a saboteur if like your opponent plays a village protectors, trade off the village protector so you can still have a clear path to ray deploy here.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
But
you know what? Maybe he's keeping it to. Maybe he has some ploy against Ray.
mhm,
Doesn't look like it. Gonna be just a swing to base.
going to 17
Still
here.
6 resources ECL
Let's see.
not used. So Ray is absolutely under threat here from a potential wrecker ambush.
Does have a lot of Dirtle actions on Matt's side of the board, though. He could confiscate that experience token from Sabine, reduce its damage to just 1 a turn. Also, Dirtle's in action. Probably not going to find much use for it later in the game.
Yeah, that could be helpful, although it would feel extraordinarily bad, I think, if he does that and then gets
Dark.
extraordinarily bad if he does that and then another dark saber hits the field.
Mm-hmm.
Eric is going to say, you know what? I'm not going to pass. I'm just going to fire off this wrecker immediately.
Ambushes in Wrecker with ECL, defeating R2D2, 3 damage to base from Overwhelm, plus an additional point of damage from that Fighters for Freedom. Matt now at 20 damage on base. Ray deploys, initiative taken for Eric.
Yeah.
Matt can recover 3 with Ray's Restore and can clear out probably the Fighters for Freedom or maybe Poe here, but
There's,
it is not a really desirable position for him to be in.
there's an argument there where, as Matt, you should just be trying to go to base and race because I don't think you can clear all these units.
Yeah, and he can't clear Poe actually because he doesn't have another source of damage. Poe is a
Hmm.
4/4 right now. I had thought for a moment that he had his choice, but no. The Fighters for Freedom is the one that he can clear.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know though. I don't think he's winning that race. He would need to do what, 14 damage before his opponent does 12 damage, and the opponent's board is way stronger. I think maybe his only hope is to like somehow contain all this. I don't know how he would do it, but
Yeah, maybe because you can kill the Sabine next turn. Maybe your Ray dies, and if you top deck like a Luke, you can kill another unit. Maybe some village protectors. Okay, clearing the fighters for freedom opens up village protectors as a top deck to help save a lot of damage.
yeah, but Poe can kill them in one hit. I don't know. It's not that
That's
good.
true. Does look like Matt top decked the Luke though, so that is a good spot to be in.
Yeah, I mean, Luke's a good card. He's not going to be able to actually kill this stuff in one hit, though. Wrecker swinging in for 7.
Goes to 25, 24. Okay.
So
So
what?
that
What do you do? Play Luke, debuff. I don't think it works. He can play Luke and debuff Poe, but it won't actually kill him. Poe could
no.
still Poe could still swing for 3.
Then you can attack with Ray to kill the Poe, and then you heal that 3 back. So we're at neutral. Sabine attacks for 2, putting you to 26. But then
But the
no,
other
because
thing is
that
once you play Luke, you're tapped out, and the opponent can potentially
just
just take
claim.
initiative and swing with Wrecker.
Yeah.
After the Poe situation, of course. But yeah,
Hmm.
I don't know.
This is tough. The 4
I
health on the Poe is really annoying.
Yeah, if it were 3 health, this situation would be a lot easier for
Yeah.
Matt. Both because he could have potentially killed Poe with Ray on the previous turn, or indeed with an attack now, and then also because Poe would be in range to be removed by the -3/-3 from Luke.
Hmm. Think Eric's gonna squeak this one out. That record just ECLing into an R2, totally fine.
There is also the Restored Arc, which can swing a bit more damage onto Eric's base while also granting a point of restore, which is probably more important than the damage to Eric's base.
Hmm. I think the math works out where that restore isn't quite enough to get him out of just claim attack with Wrecker.
Vigilance, that's a big play. Vigilance kills Sabine. Wait, but it can't kill Sabine.
+1 minus. Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, yeah. The experience counter from that dark saber saving Sabine from vigilance.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a very different scenario here than what Matt was envisioning. Maybe back to the drawing board a bit.
Hmm.
Okay. Yeah, so it
So.
is going to be Luke debuff Poe.
Hmm.
Poe swings. That's going to be 1 damage, and then you discard a card for 2 more damage. Oh, but he actually discarded 2.
Oh.
Oh, he
Yep.
discarded another card. He clear. I didn't even see this, but he clears the perilous
Yeah.
position, and I think that's lethal.
That is oft forgotten mode. I forgot about it myself, but those perilous positions aren't permanent and
Is
against
that
a
is
Poe.
that not lethal?
The
That
Ray
should
can
have been
attack.
8 to base, right?
No, because it's still -3/-3 from the Luke, so it's
Oh, you're right. You're right.
5.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. -3/-3 from Luke. Okay.
But I think
Absolutely right. So he did, I think, 5 to base.
you have to attack with Ray here so that Sabine isn't lethal, but then Eric can just claim and attack you with Wrecker.
Yeah, so Ray will kill Poe. Um, Right, but no, he's dead on board. All Eric has to do is take the initiative.
Yep. He also has cards in hand, all of his resources up.
Now Eric could misplay it
He
and
could.
do some other stuff that doesn't win and give his opponent an opening. But
I
I believe that if he just claims, that's a game.
timely. If this is a K2 or just another
Timely
Poe,
Poe
deal two
discards
to.
a K2, 2 to base, and defeats Ray.
This is leaving an opening. Oh, so I guess this forces the restored arc attack because the Sabine is lethal again.
Yeah.
So this is fine. I think it's a bit extra. I don't think you need to be doing this, but this also totally works.
Yeah, I mean, so he's still in a winning position, but he could have just won the game immediately by taking the initiative.
Hmm. Honestly, you could have also done like the same trick: Poe discard, get rid of that perilous position off of the Sabine too. But either way,
Oh,
looks
good
like
point. Yeah.
Eric's gonna take the game 2-1 there, game and match.
Okay. Match win for Eric Hunter in what I would normally consider an unfavorable matchup for Sabine, but he was able to navigate it well. And honestly, even the close came down to him at not being able to find that rebel assault he needed.
Hmm.
But well played to Eric Hunter here for winning in what I would consider a pretty undesirable matchup as a Sabine player.
I think had the Darksaber all three games, and even after Matt had the answer for it in games 2 and 3, it put Matt in such an awkward position. It like strained the resources, it strained play patterns, just made it really tough for Matt to stabilize in the mid game there. And Eric also making good use of his ECL, often saving it to threaten the Ray deploy, making it really awkward to get that 3 restore off.
Yeah, I wonder if we had had a scenario where that confiscate came out directly to answer the dark saber on that same turn, would things have gone differently? I think it's very possible. Because
I
not
think
only did
so.
we get the dark saber swing itself, we also got the experience on Sabine, which stuck around for quite some time.
So I can understand wanting to buff the restore like in that situation. It gets it out of ECL range of some stuff, like an ECL red or green squadron A wing. But if your opponent is using ECL for that, it means they can't ECL your leader. So I'm totally okay losing my restored arc. Plus, I want to be able to kill that fighters for freedom and still have the answer for the potential dark saber. So I think that was kind of the turning point in that game.
Yeah, it's interesting to consider different ways that games can go, and hard to say exactly what would have happened if we had gone with those play lines. But
Hmm.
that was still a interesting close match, and
Yeah.
yeah, you know, confiscate was definitely a good card for Ray to have. But in both the games where it was used, it ended up landing a turn after the Darksaber was first played.
Yeah. I think that was the other thing. If you leave up confiscate for that turn, you're not taking the 7 damage from the dark saber attack on that turn. So you're saving 4 damage as well as getting rid of the dark saber on curve.
Interesting point. I think yeah, it's an interesting game. There are a lot of different ways that a turn can go, and I think that the alternating activation structure of Star Wars Unlimited TCG creates those situations where you have really interesting interactions. And we don't have the complicated timing structures that you see in other games, but the game is still extremely interactive with that back and forth.
Hmm. And with the back and forth action system as well, you can kind of start to read opponents' play lines as they go for them. So with Sabine, there, I believe very early deployed all 3 games, and that's usually very telling of something like Dark Saber. They not want to use their resources before they flip because they want to use all of them to Dark Saber their Sabine, and that leads to this like back and forth of, oh, I can flip my Sabine early to bluff this Dark Saber even though I want my opponent to think I have it so that they like constrain themselves saving answers for it, and that lets me take advantage in other places.
Yeah, classic play is to like bluff Darksaber and then play K2.
Yes, yeah, that is since set to the classic bluff on the Sabine turn. You can do
K2SO. Very
Yeah.
strong card. Cool character. Liked him a lot in Rogue One, and very, very relevant in the game as well.
Oh yeah. Probably will be relevant until he rotates out. He's fallen a little bit by the wayside recently because of no glory only results.
Yeah.
In matchups where he used to shine those blue villain decks, now they have a very clean answer to him, and you're kind of hurting yourself. So not as good as he used to be, but still I think too good to be cut, at least from these Sabine decks.
Yeah, and I'll say, like, having played into those blue villain decks, yes, they have a card that's a nice clean answer, but do they always have it? No.
Yeah.
And it's also, it's not super resource efficient. Like, often that's their only play for the turn. So did he lose some standing from that card coming out? Absolutely. I think it can be quite annoying to have K2s when defeated backfire on you instead of hitting the opponent. But it's not
Hmm.
enough, at least in my estimation, to take K2 out of decks.
No. I mean, if they, like you said, if they don't always have it, and it can lock out games if your opponent's at 27 hit points and you play a K2, they don't have the no glory for it. If they defeat it, they lose. If they don't defeat it, it means it's getting an attack off and they lose. And so it's got such a lockout potential that most other cards don't have in those kinds of matchups. It's just too strong.
Yeah. It's an interesting situation to see how different cards and changes in the environment and so on adjust the evaluation of existing cards. I think
Hmm.
one example is that my opinion is that Force Lightning is going to be much stronger as we see this new set come out, because I think Force Lightning is already a good card, and it's held back by the fact that there aren't good early game Force enablers in Villainy right now, and I think that's a change.
Mm. And I think villainy force payoffs in general, like even just force payoffs in general, it's really only force though. Like we saw some Jedi lightsabers and some the forces with me from Chura earlier in the day, but it's those aren't nearly the level of force throw. But with more force units coming out, and I imagine some more force payoffs coming out, we're gonna see those force decks shine. And I'm excited for villainy decks to finally be able to play that force package. With that being said, we're going to throw it to a break here real quick at the end of round 3 here at the Tabletop Gaming Center. We will be back here soon for round 4. I'm Mickey D, joined by Tower number 9.
Yep. See you guys soon.
Welcome back to the Planetary Qualifier here at the Tabletop Gaming Center in Newington, Connecticut. I am Mickey D, joined by Tower number 9. Tower has stepped away for a bit, so he will join us shortly as we get into the next round. But for the time being, I figured I would riff here, just a little bit of solo commentary, take it back to my radio day roots. Got some people in the chat. So if you have any questions or anything that you want to throw at me, just throw it in the chat. But for the time being, we've seen 3 interesting rounds so far. We've seen Chirrut versus, I believe, a Gar Saxon-Yell. That was round 2. We saw a Asajj Data Vault, which is a very cool deck. Kind of a vehicle-focused green blue villainy soft control deck versus a Kira Data Vault. And I believe the Asajj took that one down in two games that went down to the wire, both in terms of the damage rates and time on the clock. And then just now we saw a Sabine ECL take down a Ray Blue 30, in which Darksaber did a lot of work. Looks like the players are getting seated for round 4 here. Shoutouts to Tada in the chat. Free watching some Star Wars. Nothing better to be doing on May the 4th. But yeah, some fun matches so far. Hope they keep up. Seems to be a pretty good meta, pretty healthy there. I don't think we've seen the same deck twice at all throughout the day so far. I know personally, once I have time, either late tonight or sometime tomorrow, maybe while I'm at work, don't tell my boss, I plan on trying out some of these decks on Carabats. Specifically, that Asajj deck looked really interesting. And I played a little bit of Chirrut Tarkentown in set 1, and I have a soft spot in my heart for Blue Red Hero in general. 4 stars a busted card, and I also like to live, and so those restore units are really helpful. So might try out some Chirrut Tarkentown as well in my free time. Got about a month before regionals, I think 3 weeks. It's on Labor Day weekend for those going. Still trying to find a deck. Pretty locked in on Quinlan Tarkentown. Stevie, the Sabine 121. Darksaber did a lot of work all those games, and I think the Ray misused their resources a little bit, making it so that their answers weren't prepared. Like, they had a turn where they could have Perilous Position plus Confiscate, being ready for the Darksaber, but instead they used a resource to Ray ability, meaning that they couldn't confiscate the Darksaber the turn it came down. Yeah, the Ray Blue, I think, could have gotten there. That Darksaber just put in a lot of work. I've never played. I think I've played like 3 games total of Ray Blue in my life, but from what I understand, Darksaber seems like the one way that you lose that matchup. That and like a really timely ECL on your leader.
One thing that I think is maybe not the most amazing about the double blue Ray is that compared to the double blue villainy builds, there seems to be like a less clear end game win condition. Like Luke Jedi Knight is really good, but I
But it's
don't think
not.
he's like at the same lockdown level as Avenger, you know?
You don't get Avenger, you don't get Super Laser Blast, which I think is big, and you don't get Power of the Dark Side either, which I think is a really, really big loss.
It's going to be really interesting to reappraise some things, including both like specific decks, but also broader aspect combinations and so on. Once we hit that, once we hit rotation.
Mm-hmm. Once Power of the Dark Side is gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, Stevie, you mentioned I believe it's Nebula Ignition. 9 is like weirdly, you would think 9 isn't that much more than 8, but in that late game scenario, oftentimes you're dead the turn you Super Laser Blast if you don't have it, and so the 1 cost does come up. But I agree, it's pretty good in Ray when you're buffing all of your units, and so it's a Plague Wind, a one-sided board wipe. We have an interesting match on screen. Ray Data Vault, which did top 8 the regional in Lille. I wonder if this was inspired by that list. This is Pasquale, who I believe has done coverage for McClunky before. It did help with the Beatle coverage. And
Yeah.
then we have a Thrawn red list, which is a list I've been tinkering with a little bit. It might be a deck I take to showdowns, like not super high competitive level events, but it's very fun. If you've never doubled something like a droid missile platform or an series officer just to nuke your opponent for 6 or 4, there's something about that that is appealing.
Yeah, for sure.
I will say, I think these Thrawn decks are usually a little bit more burn oriented, at least in red, because of those when defeated triggers dealing damage. And so the 33 HP plus, which would seemingly be a lot of restore in array deck, I would imagine this would be a tough matchup for Thrawn. But you do have potential to play those like blue villain top end cards. So we'll see how aggressive this Thrawn red list is.
Yeah. All right. We are going to we're going to be getting underway here shortly. So in terms of the what do you think the key when defeated plays here are for this Thrawn build? So you had mentioned the droid missile platform, the series droid, Ruthless Raider, really big one, of course.
Yeah.
What else do you think we might see?
In the early game, I really like I believe it's the Desperate Commando, which I think is in Sam's hand here. The
Yeah.
2/2 that gives -1/-1 when defeated. Can help trade into those 3 health units on the ground and can also it can give -2/-2 to something in space if you need to. It's got a lot of versatility. Probably
Against
playing
more
some.
aggro decks, you can bring out the Onyx Squadron Brute.
You could also play that CR90 Relief Runner, very similar.
Val is a really interesting choice.
hmm I think those are all the big ones. Chimera to trigger your when defeated as well.
I've
So.
played a version of Thrawn before that makes a bunch of battle droid tokens with the units that do tokens when defeated and then uses exploit. I don't think it's like the most competitive deck, but it's fun.
It is.
Well, as you predicted, Pasquale, it's going to be that Desperate Commando. Or I'm sorry, as you predicted, Mickey, it's going to be the Desperate Commando. While Pasquale brings out the R2D2 and then buffs it with a experience token from Ray.
Mhm. It's an annoying unit for Sam to deal with here. Even with -2/-2 from the Desperate Commando, that R2 would live with 1 HP.
That's right. The buff from Ray means that is not in range. So pretty convenient there. Going to take that out, and will Thrawn's ability be used? He might want to retain it if he has something else that's going to be defeated that will maybe be more impactful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he brings out the droid missile platform, and then I think it was a resupply there from Pasquale, and a quick end to the turn.
Yes. Finding the resupply in your 60 card deck always feels great. It is never punished for playing with 3 extra HP.
This is one of the scenarios. So because heroism decks do not have access to Super Laser Technician as an efficient ramp card, many of the like blue-green heroism decks have resupply as their only ramp. Sometimes you might see Spark of Hope or whatever.
Yeah.
But going up to a larger deck size when resupply is your only ramp does degrade your consistency on that by a significant amount.
There is a deck building cost for playing ramp where oftentimes you have to plan on skipping a point on the curve, which means if you're playing only 3 ramp cards in a 60 card deck, that can be awkward. However, with Ray, you can oftentimes fill in that curve pretty easily, so it's less of a cost for her to play it.
Good point. I think a good example of the pattern you were describing earlier would be things like the old Boba Green decks that would essentially skip 4 cost and just go from 3 to 5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we see Pilot Iden deployed, but as a ground unit instead of a pilot, and it's going to be the Village Protectors from Pasquale, as well as another buff for R2. R2 now a 3/6, although with 2 damage on him, he's essentially a 3/4.
Yes. I wonder about not piloting the droid missile platform. There's a tension there of Pasquale has not shown a ton of answers in space right now, and so you can start beating down. However, you kind of want that droid missile platform to eventually die so you can get its one defeated and double it.
Yeah, the other thing that I worry about is that I do feel that playing Iden onto the droid missile platform put it in range for both takedown and fell the dragon, being very
Mhm.
high.
Yeah.
But you would then get to get that one defeated, do a ton of damage. So
Yeah. I think that's a good call out. I think you don't want your Dread Missile platform defeated at that point. Even if you're getting the 3 indirect to make it 6, your opponent has a lot of health on boards in the form of units, and you're getting 2 for 1, so probably not worth it.
yeah, so I think we see heavy staunch martyr here
Mhm.
from our Thrawn player. That's an interesting when defeated. So heavy is a 4/4 with coordinate for raid 2, and when defeated, he deals 1 damage to each enemy ground unit.
Yeah, Heavy is a
Um,
really interesting card.
yeah, so really good against swarms. The swarm meta that I think this card was maybe designed to counter kind of no-showed. So like those token decks didn't end up being a huge presence in the meta, but heavy can still be quite good. With coordinate enabled as it is now, he's going for 6.
Mhm.
And the when defeated ability to deal 1 damage to each enemy ground unit when doubled by Thrawn could be quite nasty.
I know in Han 2 decks, Heavy is often played because you can play it on turn 3 as a 4/2, and then you can attack into a Sabine leader for 4, and then the when defeated will finish off the Sabine before they get to Darksaber it.
Good point.
It's also
Okay,
fun in
Ray is
Thrawn.
going to deploy.
Yeah.
Iden traded shields with that with the village protectors. I believe Pasquale used Ray's ability before deploying in order to give an experience to the village protectors as well. Now the droid missile platform has been getting some bombardments in. Oh, and Pasquale plays entrenched on his own Ray. A lot of the
Interesting.
time when we see entrenched, it's been played on opponents' units to prevent them from attacking bases. But in this case, Pasquale is going to use it on his own Ray to keep her on the field longer.
Mhm.
He's going to trade the village protectors for Iden, possible thanks to the buff. And then it looks like Ray is going to defeat Heavy, but Heavy's ability is then triggered with the Thrawn ability to double it. So 2 damage to both Ray and R2. So Ray has now taken a total of 6 damage, but she's
Mhm.
still on the board thanks to that entrenched.
So have 2 health left on that R2, 3 health left on that Ray. Ray is attacking for 5, so Thrawn can still relatively safely deploy here, although the R2 and the Ray could trade into it.
Yeah, Thrawn is a 4/7, I believe, when deployed, which puts him in a in a pretty decent spot. Um,
Mhm.
and that droid missile platform is still firing away in space.
Yeah, it's been chugging away for 4 a turn for the past 2, 3 turns. It, Pasquale was at 10, which is even at a 33, you're starting to get a little bit wary if you don't have ways to interact with that arena.
Okay, so let's see what happens next here. I think right now I feel like Pasquale is ahead, but I don't think he's insanely ahead. It'll be interesting to see how this game develops.
hmm I think if Sam has a clean answer for the board on the ground, and Pasquale doesn't have something like a Luke, Sam could start to pull ahead here a little bit. But as it stands, I would agree. I think that Pasquale is ahead.
One other big question is what endgame are these two decks playing? Like, is this Thrawn deck mostly built to play aggressively with not that much endgame?
hmm
Similarly, is Pasquale running home one and some of the big end gamey cards for heroism? We'll have to see what happens there.
I think we can safely say that Sam is at least going up to like Ruthless Raiders and maybe even some like Malevolence for that exploit that you had mentioned earlier, and that Pasquale is going all the way up to Luke. I would bet that Pasquale, given that it's a 60 card deck, you have the extra time and the health to do it. You're probably going even a bit bigger with home ones and stuff like that. I'm not
Yeah,
so
home
sure
one
on
and
Sam.
U-wing and stuff, maybe.
hmm
One card that I think has been interesting is the Tantive 4,
Yes.
which is a big sentinel in space that creates an X-wing when played. One of the other benefits that it has is that because Tantive 4 costs I believe 7,
hmm
it is in a great spot when uh, U-wing reinforcement comes out.
Yeah. If you're
So
already
those like
building your
green
deck
Han
around
decks
your
and
wing,
stuff can sometimes bring that out and really shut things down in space.
it's a great little extra tool in your toolbox of I need a space sentinel. It's a big space sentinel, gets a body, it costs 7, so it fits perfectly in that Han curve.
What do you think about Redemption Medical Frigate in the current environment?
I think I think I like it. The game has slowed down a little bit, and even the Sentinels matters in the late game. You have to be a very specific deck. Like you have to be one of these blue hero restore deck. Obviously, you have to be blue hero to play it, but like focused on heavy restore package. So like I think the Rays really want it. I don't know if Anakin wants it because I think Anakin wants to finish the game a little bit quicker usually.
Mm, okay.
But I think in the right deck, it can be very powerful.
Yeah.
The other awkward thing with Redemption is in a Ewing deck, it does cost 8. So there is a little bit of an opportunity cost there of knowing that sometimes you're going to swing by this card on a Ewing reinforcement and not be able to take it.
Mm. Well, we have the classic Bright Hope. That we were talking about some of the big space sentinels. Bright Hope is the like maybe the OG good space sentinel.
Yeah.
That and I mean Bright Hope is the original one that's actually good. I think for a while we had people playing what was that
System
card called? Yeah,
System
System
Patrol
Patrol
Craft.
Craft.
Yeah.
System Patrol Craft. That one has really fallen by the wayside. I haven't seen that in quite some time.
No, there's just better options nowadays.
But Bright Hope, really solid. The 2/6 stat line is pretty annoying for a lot of space units, and the when played effect can be quite effective too. Potentially giving you a draw, and there are some scenarios where it can even be better than that. So one example would be if you are playing against Bosk and the opponent has put a bounty on one of your units, playing Bright Hope to bounce your unit to counter their bounty and draw you a card at the same time can be quite good.
Hmm. A lot of utility with that card.
Ooh, so we see one of those fighters defeating Bright Hope, but that opens the door for Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight to give the full -6/-6 and get Thrawn off the field.
Yeah. That was a good sequence for Pasquale there. Almost enticing Sam to attack into that Bright Hope, leaving it at 2 HP. Too juicy of a target, but this Luke really punishing that attack.
Now, what card is that? I believe we have a prestige card on the field, but I
I
can't
believe
quite recognize it.
I think it's a Prestige Chimera. So copying
Hmm.
that Inferno 4 death trigger, looking at the top two. Do you have a bit of a space aggro going on for Sam here? That's 9 damage in space versus only 7 from Pasquale on the ground, but with that restore 3, like we had talked about before in the earlier rounds, it's basically a 9-point life swing in a race.
Yeah. And Luke is, I mean, Luke is very strong.
Yeah.
I think Luke is one of so some of the cards that were really strong early in the game ended up having some really notable competitors that have made them in not necessarily the same position they used to be. So a good example would be Boba Fett Disintegrator was I think at one time one of the most valuable cards in the game.
Hmm.
And then, set 2 came out and Toro Calican was arguably a better card for a bunch of decks. That 3 cost 3/5 stat line wasn't unique anymore.
Hmm.
Um Another one would be Darth Vader from set 1. Now, is Darth Vader a good card? Yeah, absolutely. But Darth Maul has come out, has a similar role, and in some decks is better, and is also a lot more available as a rare instead of a legendary.
Luke is a card that just doesn't really have comparison, both in the impact it makes on the board when it comes out, as well as the body it leaves behind. A 6/7 restore 3 is really, really powerful.
That's right. That's right, Mickey. Luke, compared to some of those other cards, has really had enduring value and has not been easily replaced.
Hmm. We were talking earlier about the home one. Does look like Pasquale is going up to home one.
Yep. And I think Home One brings back Bright Hope there.
Hmm.
That's a
That's
little fun fact with Home One, not something that I think everybody realizes. So Home One, when played, you get to play a heroism unit from your discard pile. It costs 3 less. This is very often used simply to play a unit that costs 3 or less for free, but you can pay more in order to bring out a unit that's more than 3, and I believe that's what we saw.
Back in set 3 when DJ was legal and Han Green could just steal resources from your opponent, there were times when I was playing home 1 and playing a Luke from a discard out of aspect.
Oh, that's brutal, dude.
Yeah.
That
Pay
is
17
nasty.
resources for that. That's fine. 5 of these are my opponents anyway.
Ugh. Ugh.
Good riddance to DJ.
Good riddance to DJ.
Count Dooku. This card is one that I've been trying out in my Thrawn red list as well. It's like we had talked about those exploit effects. You kind of want your units to die to get those when defeated triggers, and Dooku makes good use of the units you're sacrificing.
Yeah, so this is the Count Dooku from the Twilight of the Republic set, not the set 1 Count Dooku, and he is really interesting. So he has this ability where when played for each unit you exploited while playing this card, he has exploit 2, you may deal damage to an enemy unit equal to the power of the exploited unit.
I thought
Um
this card was going to be a lot better than it had, and it's still very good, but I thought I was going to see more play because in my dream scenario, I'm curving Poggle into Super Laser Tech Mecha Droid into exploit my Super Laser Tech and my droid for Count Dooku on turn
oh
3.
yeah, that's pretty tight.
Yeah.
Ooh, but it's going to be another Luke here.
Looks like the
Or
Luke
wait,
attack.
no, sorry, it's just a Luke swing. I had my mistake. I lost the plot on that one.
All good, all good.
I thought the first Luke had been cleared and he was playing another one to remove Dooku, but no, it's just classic unit combat. And then looks like our Thrawn player is going to crash that fighter into the Bright Hope, use Thrawn's ability, and he's got some healing from the Onyx Squadron Brute, but he's in a bad spot.
Yeah. Does look like he has a Ruthless Raider in hand, so can take care of that Luke on the ground, have a good body left over.
Yeah, it could
But
be worse. So Ruthless Raider ping off Luke. Yeah.
then you have 4/1/1s that can contest this Bright Hope, and then there's just an R2, but your opponent hasn't spent any of
Pasquale
their
hasn't.
resources.
Yeah, that's just what I was about to say, Mickey. Pasquale hasn't spent resources yet. So unless he has a hand full of like kind of mediocre cards, which is possible, I
Hmm.
think this is a troubling situation. Now,
It is,
one thing Sam does have is a bunch of TIE fighters from that Chimera.
yes. But it looks like Pasquale's hand is not nothing.
Yeah,
Ewing
there's the
reinforcement,
old Ewing reinforcement. What is he doing?
getting the 10, it looks like.
Oh, I guess he just like drew not that many cards at first and then
Yeah.
filled it out. Mon Mothma C3PO and a blue leader. So presumably we're going to see the blue leader swoop in to take down one of those ties.
And
Mon
then
Mothma also going to allow a draw.
mhm. We might see that blue leader swoop in and then pay the 2 resources to move it to ground and just try and start outracing this Ruthless Raider.
Oh, looks like Mon Mothma actually missed. No rebels in those top 5
Oof,
cards.
not great. But we do see the blue leader move to the ground there. I love this little interaction where you can ambush and then move it. Blue
Yeah.
leader is such a fun card.
Blue leader is a really good card in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
The flexibility there is so strong. And honestly, if you had a card that was just like 3 for 3/3 ambush in space, I think that would be a quite playable card. There are many
Yep.
space units that see play that are like 2/3s or even 1/3s or whatever that can trade very favorably into.
Back in set 1, people were playing that 4-cost 3/4 ambusher in yellow
Yeah, that
heroism.
was the Tech Liberator gunship.
Hmm. And this card is almost exclusively just a strict upgrade.
Yeah, I think you do get those with those situations where like, oh, they have a 3/2 or a 3/3 and the gunship kills that and survives or whatever, or red 3 or blue leader would trade, but
Yeah.
blue leader I think is in general a much stronger and more flexible card.
There's also an argument if you had a card that was a 5/5 ambusher for 5 on the ground, you would also just play that. And this card gets to do
Oh yeah,
either.
that's a playable card. Like
Yeah.
the like people play Syndicate Lackeys in some decks, which is 5 for 5/4 ambush on the ground and doesn't have the flexibility. So like yeah, blue leader is just really really good.
People complaining about yellow, and all these green cards are just better. I this
I
slash
look,
sarcasm.
are there some good yellow cards? Yeah, for sure. It is worth noting that I think everything they've had to suspend so far has been yellow.
Yes.
Um,
Yellow is most probably the strongest color.
Yeah, but there are some crazy cards in other colors. So like
Yeah.
Overwhelming Barrage, is not yellow, is really good. We were just talking about how good Luke is. Ewing Reinforcement's a great card. There
hmm
are a bunch of good cards in this game, and
We
if you
were
think yellow is the best color, maybe play some yellow. But I think there's cool stuff to be found in many colors.
hmm we were talking about how high we think Sam's deck goes. It goes up to at least Devastator. That's a big ship. That being said, I don't know if we'll have the time to make use of that big body.
Yeah, do you think he's playing the big bombardment?
At this point, I would think so, given that he is playing the Devastator. It's been in and out of my list. In a board state like this with the Devastator, it's obviously very good, but when you don't have it, that card can feel pretty weak.
Yeah. So Planetary Bombardment, the card that we're discussing here, deals 8 damage to a player, but if you have a capital ship, it does 12 instead, but it's indirect damage. So the problem is in a situation where you don't have Devastator and the opponent has a board, they have a lot of options in terms of where to send that damage. Looks like it's going to be a Fleet Lieutenant for Pasquale, sending C3PO into the base here for 4. Does Pasquale have lethal this turn?
I don't believe so. I think he's too short. However, he'll have lethal in one action on the way back. Okay, has the fell for the Devastator. If he didn't,
Ooh.
Planetary Bombardment was lethal.
Yeah, that's true. It would have been 12 damage, and with the Devastator on board to control where indirect damage gets assigned, Sam could have put all of it on base, but it wasn't to be, and I think that's going to be a concession from Sam.
Yes, looks like Pasquale took game one, and he was relatively in control throughout that game, I'd say. But Sam did present annoying threats throughout the game. It was never
Sam,
like comfortable.
yeah, and Sam managed to get a decent chunk of damage onto that base. Like
Yeah.
ultimately, Pasquale was able to hold the line, but it was not like it wasn't one of those games where at the end you have 0 damage on your base. You know what I mean? And that
hmm
can happen with some of these restore heavy builds.
Yeah. I mean, to the end there, Sam was playing to an out. He had, if that Devastator lived, he was playing to Planetary Bombardment. So, uh, closer than it may appear at first, but I would say Pasquale did lead throughout the entirety of that game. Just Sam never refused to go down easy.
Yeah. Well, we're going to be moving on to the second game, and we'll see whether or not Pasquale can pick up another win and close down this match, or whether Sam will be able to send us to game 3. I will say that first game took a fair amount of time, so we have a bit more than half an hour left in the round, and we will see what that is going to look like
hmm
after the second game. They might, if we do go to a game 3, they might struggle to get it complete in time.
Yes. I think Sam's deck has the more potential to punk someone out in the early game aggressively, more so than Pasquale's, with those burn cards, the series officers and the droid missile platforms. But I mean, Pasquale's playing fleet lieutenants. I wouldn't be surprised if he's on wing leaders. You can certainly out aggro someone with just that rebel package.
Yeah, Ray is not an especially aggro leader, but she can still buff early units and create some annoying threats and so on. We see often those cheap units with Ray, cards like R2D2 or the Moisture Farmer that we saw in the earlier match,
hmm
can really become pretty annoying for opponents to deal with once they have some experience tokens on them.
Yeah, not necessarily aggressive, but like the units get very sticky and they're poking you up for 2 every turn, and they're really hard to remove. And eventually, this R2 has hit you 5 times, and you're at 10, 15 damage on your base, with depending on how buffed it was. And you're like, how did I
Yeah,
get here?
it is not necessarily where you want to be.
No. But game one played out about how I expected, I think, especially with Pasquale finding the ramp there. That really helped set him up early to get ahead on the board and keep Sam at bay for the rest of the game.
All right. They're shuffling on up. I'm curious whether that's going to be possible. Can Sam there I don't know. One of the things that I think is not so favorable for Sam here is the large amount of restore available in a Ray deck
makes it
Hmm.
so that a lot of those like get damage on the opponent's base early things don't have the same permanent effect they would do against a deck that doesn't have healing.
Yep. I also think the large amount of health on Pasquale's units, both just naturally having 4 health a lot of the times and being buffed up to 4, 5, even 6 health, makes those indirect cards like the Joy Missile platform and the Desperate Commando giving -2/-2 to something a lot more awkward to line up.
Yeah, and we saw exactly that in the first game, where that
Hmm.
R2D2 with experience, as a 2/5 was able to take out the Desperate Commando and not get removed even by a potentially doubled debuff.
Hmm. Star Wars Oddball in the YouTube chat. Are we going to see an invasion of Christophsis? Now that would be some hot tech. I don't know if either deck could run it. I would imagine more so on Pasquale's side since Sam has the option to play Super Laser Blast. Um, it could be. I would doubt it from Pasquale, but you never know.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here.
Believe this is the first hand for both players. No, this might be a mulligan. Either way, looks like both players are keeping their hands.
Yep. Okay. Sam's going to lead us off with Director Krennic. Very nice card, 2 for a 2/2 shielded, already good. And then you have that extra benefit for playing cards with when defeated effects, which this version of Thrawn really likes to play.
Yeah, kind of a signpost card for Thrawn. You want when defeateds because Thrawn's ability, and this card makes your when defeateds a lot cheaper, or not a lot cheaper, but one cheaper, which can be significant. So,
Pasquale is going to bring out that same R2D2 and then buffed by Ray's ability that we saw in the previous round. Power of the Dark Side is going to clear that R2. Not necessarily. Normally, Power of the Dark Side on R2 would be quite bad, but against a buffed R2, that might be something different. Ooh, Pasquale plays Mon Mothma and finds a Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight.
yeah,
Not an
Mon
immediate
Mothma
threat, but
being
dangerous
able
later.
being able to dig for a Luke, which is in a 60 card deck, you're going to see it less often, and it's like we were talking about earlier. It's a card that's not really replaceable. There's no card that quite does what it does. Being able to dig for it and find it more consistently is really powerful. So that's a nice deck building nod for Pasquale, realizing Luke's
Yeah.
really important. So both Mod Mothma and the U Wing to find Luke, and if U Wing doesn't find Luke, it can find Moth Mothma, which can then find Luke. So really cool
Yeah,
deck
Mon
building there.
Mothma is herself also, I think, more effective in a raid build than in some others because, like some of those other units with low attack power, Pasquale can use Ray's ability here to buff Mon Mothma with experience and make her a more relevant threat.
Can buff her all the way up to a 3/5, which respectable threat at that point.
Another desperate commando on the field for Sam. Pasquale sends Mon Mothma to remove Krennic's shield. And now we will see how the remaining resources here are used. Now, it is worth noting Sam only paid 1 resource for that Desperate Commando. And when I
Hmm.
first saw that, I actually thought, oh, is this an error? But then I remembered, that Director Krennic is reducing the cost there.
Interesting decision here. Pasquale plays the Bright Hope. There's an argument to pick up this Mon Mothma and just keep churning cards, but I think he realized, rightly so, that card advantage isn't going to be the where I lose this fight. It's going to be on the board control, and he wants that 2/2 still out to potentially trade for either of those units.
Yep. Sam fires off a perilous position, clearing Mon Mothma, but, Pasquale did at least force him to use another card. So some nice card advantage from that Mon Mothma because she drew a card when played, and then the opponent used a card, and then Pasquale also got some extra value by clearing that shield. Now we see an
Yep.
R2D2 hitting the field for Pasquale.
Leaves on top. Ooh, Ruthless Raider for 5, though. This card is busted when it costs 6, so making it cost 5.
Pretty
Good.
strong. That Director Krennic has been generating a lot of value for Sam.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's maximized his resources every turn, and at least in the past 2 turns has played a when defeated unit alongside it, so fully maximizing that ability.
Yeah, so I think we've seen in the previous turn, Sam was able to play Desperate Commando as well as that Perilous Position, thanks to Krennic making the commando cost 1, and now we see that Raider coming out a turn early. Another Mon Mothma for Pasquale, though.
And that would make sense as well as to why he might not pick the Mon Mothma up with the Bright Hope if he has a second one already in his hand. He almost actively wants the first one to die since it's a unique unit.
Yeah, Pasquale is going to. Looks like this time the buff is going to be sent to Bright Hope rather than one of the ground units. The one upside to doing that is that Bright Hope gets to swing this turn, but a second upside is that this now means that the Ruthless Raider is not in position to clear the Bright Hope with one attack.
Mm-hmm. Looking at Sam's hand here, looks like a series officer and a Val. Not great in this late game scenario. Hoping to top deck maybe like a Chimera or a Count Dooku or something a little bit bigger. He's got okay board right now, but going into
Ooh.
the flip turn, yeah.
Looks like Pasquale played, I think that's an entrenched on his own Mon Mothma there.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to buff her up to a 4/6, making her much more relevant against those ground units.
Yep. Makes it so it survives an attack from that Desperate Commando. Can clear either one of those ground units, which it could before, but keeping the body on board is valuable here.
What comes next?
Looks like a takedown is in Sam's hand now, so that's a good answer to that Bright Hope if you want to get through with some damage in space. It's exactly what we see there.
Yeah, takedown, removing that Bright Hope. Like you said, Mickey's opened the road in space. Mon Mothma, though, is going to remove the Desperate Commando, and thanks to that entrenched, will not be removed even if that ability is doubled.
Hmm. Interesting choice not going for the Krennic there. I think wants to protect anything else from getting -1/-1, which I agree. And the only way that you get punished is this exact play line of Sam playing the droid missile platform, because that's the only way you can maximize resources while still using the Krennic discount.
Krennic has now enabled 3 different scenarios where a card could be played that would otherwise not be able to be played thanks to that resource discount.
Hmm.
Now Rey deploys and finally defeats Krennic, giving herself a buff. And we actually see, I think that's the third. Is that the third Mon Mothma? He already has
Hmm.
one, right?
Yeah, I think it might be. It is a unique unit, so we got to get that one off the board. But I think he sees it. Just playing it as a 2 cost. Look at the top 5, get a rebel.
Yeah. Just, I guess, trying to find better cards.
Yeah,
And then he smuggles out a tech.
we do know of the Luke that is most presumably still in Pasquale's hand from that first Mon Mothma. So he can trade some of his board away into that Thrawn and then Luke that Ruthless Raider. So that's a good answer, but he's going to take a good amount of damage, most likely 4 damage, unless he kills the Thrawn first from the when defeated on the Ruthless Raider.
Ray swinging on in, doing a nice chunk of damage, 3 damage there, and 3 healing as well. So Ray's Restore 3 is very handy in a situation where the opponent is ahead in a race.
Mm-hmm. And 17 damage, though, with 8 damage in space. Gets you to 25, both when defeated to deal damage. It's not.
Yeah, Pasquale is not exactly in a comfortable spot here. Even with that Restore from Ray, the
Yeah,
damage is piling on.
it's a lot of pressure. I mean, not going for that Krennic, I think made sense at the time, but you let your opponent get this 4/2 in space additionally, and that's a lot.
Luke Jedi Knight does make his appearance, though. That's going to add even more Restore, and it clears out Krennic. Or I'm sorry, not Krennic. It clears out Thrawn.
Decides to
And
go for the Thrawn, which is interesting over the Ruthless Raider. I think he's committing to just kind of ignoring this Ruthless Raider and trying to out-restore his opponent here.
Tech swings in for an additional 2, and then Sam is going to bring out Inferno 4. Pasquale probably taking the initiative at this point.
Yep. Looks like both to the bottom. I think I saw an Iden among those cards, so at this point, Iden I don't think is very necessary.
If I'm Pasquale, I really want Space Sentinels. I really desperately want Space Sentinels.
Yeah, I want that Bright Hope. I want Tantive if it's in the deck. I wonder if Pasquale has Tantive somewhere in the 70. Maybe they're in his sideboard. I would not be shocked if he didn't bring them in after game 1, but if this does go to a game 3, I wouldn't be surprised if he did bring them in for the game 3.
That is a fair point, Mickey. Now, it's worth noting that Sam also managed to develop a Desperate Commando and an droid. So even more threats on the board now for Sam. Admittedly, some small threats, but it's going to, I think, force some of these attacks from Pasquale to go into units instead of base. And that's exactly what we see with Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight clearing out the Desperate Commando.
Mm-hmm. Zoom Series Officer kind of playing the role of a mini K2 of it can attack for 2 every turn, and your opponent just never wants to clear it because it'll represent 4 damage with Thrawn. Takedown on Ray there is huge. Take 30 damage off the board, but most importantly, 3 restore from your opponent.
Yeah, the restore is probably more important than the direct damage given the game state here. Pasquale does fire off a U-Wing reinforcement. Let's see what he can find. And let's hope for his sake that it's a Space Sentinel.
I think I saw a Space Ambusher at the very least. That might be all.
Hmm. This is really where you want to be grabbing that Tantive.
Yeah, Tantive or even a Bright Hope would be great here, but just the
Okay,
Village
so he
Protector.
finds Village
Yeah.
Protectors for the ground arena, joined by a blue leader for the space arena, and the blue leader trades with the droid missile platform, and then Pasquale has some high HP units to throw that indirect damage on. Now, interestingly, oh yeah, so Sam didn't use Tarkin's ability there so that he could save it for the droid for the guaranteed base damage, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Which is smart because your opponent had plenty of health of units to put that indirect on, but guaranteeing that 2 extra to base here.
Look at
It's not.
those base HP totals. It's 26 on Pasquale's base with a 33 HP base. Sam right now looks like he could take Pasquale to 1 HP, but could not get the win just yet.
Mm-hmm. From there, a Space Sentinel keeps you alive. Especially, I think both Space Sentinels, Tantive and Bright Hope, would take a hit from the Ruthless Raider and not kill it, which is important. Being at 1 HP, you don't want that Ruthless Raider to die.
Yeah, man, that Ruthless Raider is an awkward thing to have on the board, especially with Thrawn's ability to double that. I think.
Like,
Oh, there's home 1. So it's got to be home 1 into Bright Hope.
yep.
Yeah. And one really important factor about home 1 is that it gives restore 1 to every other unit that
Mm-hmm.
Pasquale has on the board. And restore is additive so that Luke can now heal for 4, as well as those smaller units healing for 1.
We got 6 restore on the board now, but I think Sam's hand is 2 Ruthless Raiders. And
Mm.
if that's so, then just playing the Ruthless Raider will finish this game off.
Yeah, he doesn't need 2. He only needs 1.
Oh no,
But he doesn't
I don't
see it.
got it.
Or he's got something else.
I think it's Ruthless Raider. I think he might just be caught up in he was planning on attacking, and you can kind of get tunnel vision at that point.
Yeah, I do think he has Ruthless Raider in hand. He could have won this game. Is Pasquale going to be able to heal out of this spot? Yeah, there's the Ruthless Raider. It arrives late. That could have been the game-winning play, but it's not quite.
He gets to so if
It's 30 HP on Pasquale's base. He's still alive.
he does claim, I think he can attack there because if Sam just claims, then you get to attack with both, and you're not dead to 1 Ruthless Raider
I guess
attack.
maybe it was 29 HP on the base. He's at 31 now. So he can attack with Luke and heal for 4.
Mm-hmm. Which basically negates a Ruthless Raider attack. and then home
Yeah,
one
and he
restores
does
for
it.
2.
So that's going to be 6. Sam is now getting close to being out of this game. If there's a Fleet Lieutenant, home one wins in one move.
I think we've seen the Fleet Lieutenant off of Mon Mothma too. Is there a way? Okay, so Ruthless Raider could attack into the home one, double the death trigger, kill the home one, deal 4 to
Yeah,
base as well.
that's probably his best move right now, but does he see it? He missed lethal earlier.
He could also. It looks like a Chimera's in hand, so he could Chimera target a Ruthless Raider. Well, no, because you need the damage from the attack as well in order to
Yeah,
clear off that home one.
that's right. You need both an attack and a doubled Ruthless Raider trigger to clear home one here. He doesn't
Mhm.
see it.
Oh no! If there's a Fleet Lieutenant, that's going to be game. I think we've seen one off of Mon Mothma. There it
There it
is.
is.
Oh
Oh,
my goodness.
what a
Great
game.
game. And that's why
Man, Dan,
I always tell people, play it out. Your opponent might
yeah.
misplay.
No, absolutely right. And Sam could have won that game if he had just played the Ruthless Raider for 2 to, unless I was missing something. He could have just played the Ruthless
I
Raider
think so, yeah.
on the earlier turn for lethal, but he kind of battered his way through that Bright Hope instead and gave Pasquale a chance to heal out of it. What a situation.
And really sharp with Pasquale, like very quickly turning the corner, realizing, all right, I'm healing with this Luke, but also I get to pressure my opponent's base super quick and get the game over in 2 actions. That was, I mean, this is I always play it out. I always make my opponent finish me off because you never know when they're going to make a mistake like that. And unfortunately, I think Sam just missed lethal there, and Pasquale took advantage of that. Really sharp play for him to take advantage of a situation and steal a victory where he probably should have lost.
Yeah, Hyperspace Cube suggests in chat that maybe the base damage was off. It is possible, maybe they're writing it down on a pad and there was something we missed or the count was off or whatever, but it sure looked as if Ruthless Raider from hand would have just won the game with the one plate ability.
Hmm.
But that as you were saying, Mickey, that's just evidence to keep on fighting even when it looks like the situation's hopeless. Your opponent might end up kind of making an error that allows you to come back.
Yep. Someone in chat asked the status of the Ray. That win takes the Ray to 4-0, so undefeated.
Yeah, undefeated Ray Green from Pasquale.
Hmm.
Ray Green Data Vault for the 33 HP. We were
Yeah,
talking earlier about how Data Vault's done a lot better than people thought on first preview, and
yeah.
yeah,
It's
I
that
think on a 30 HP base he was dead, right?
Yeah, health certainly mattered there. John Tata in chat. I think he needed to double trigger the home one to kill it, and I think from there the Fleet Lieutenant wasn't lethal. I'm not
Yeah,
100%
because
sure on the map on that.
the other units on the field weren't rebels, so at that point the Fleet Lieutenant doesn't actually constitute an attack buff.
Yeah, because Tech and Village Protectors aren't rebels. So if you attack Ruthless Rider into the home one, get the double trigger to kill the home one and deal 4 to the base, then you're presenting lethal with the other Ruthless Raider attacks and the Ruthless Raider from hand. So, very, very sharp play from Pasquale, taking advantage of a timely situation for him and just missed a couple of missed opportunities from the Thrawn player there.
Now, Dio Lorenzo says, thanks. Played Ray myself yesterday's PQ in Stuttgart. How'd you do? How was that PQ? I think Ray is a cool leader. She's an interesting example also of a leader whose stats are actually quite bad for her cost, but her abilities are strong enough to make up for it. Like, I think that, you know, if we think of like a 4/7 at 6 as being like good or like as being default, not even really that good, but like default, Ray is a 2/6 at 6. And even if you give herself an experience with her attack, that still leaves her at a 3/7, which is below that 4/7 baseline. But the restore 3 is so, so, so good.
Hmm.
And her ability to give out experience is very handy as well.
Gotta in chat. Gotta double trigger Raider regardless. 4 damage to base. I agree. I mean, attacking into the home one is basically like attacking into the base there because you're doing 4 damage either way, and you're making sure you get use out of the Ruthless Raider. I think I don't blame the Thrawn player there for not remembering the Fleet Lieutenant necessarily, because I believe it happened a while ago off of him on Mothma. But that's why, like, writing down notes at a bigger tournament, at a higher end, more competitive tournament, can be really valuable, because you can always refer to those notes and say, all right, I saw my opponent grab a Fleet Lieutenant from Mon Mothma. They might have resourced it, but it's something worth playing around now because I've seen it, so I know it's somewhere in my opponent's hand or resource row. Uh, you can't just ignore it and say, maybe they didn't draw it. You knew they draw it.
Yeah, and you know, for that matter, it can be very helpful to take notes even at a smaller tournament and get into the right habits. You know what I mean?
Hmm. One thing
Now,
I plan on doing going forward is at smaller events and locals and stuff. I've been notoriously bad of not writing down life totals on paper, but
yeah,
I really want to do that going forward at bigger events, just because
yeah,
it's very valuable to do so. So,
yeah, absolutely, Mickey. I was actually about to say a similar thing. I think it can be
hmm
very worth it to, be practicing the way that you want to play when it comes to the big tournament. And if that means writing down things at a small tournament, like,
yeah.
go for it. And some people would be like, "Oh, it's try hard. Oh, you're wasting people's time." It's like, well, is it wasting people's time if it's helping you prepare better for the big event? I don't
Yeah.
think so.
Nah, and you're maintaining a proper game state better. Writing down notes of cards in your opponent hand isn't necessarily like necessary to keep a proper game state, but like life totals, just to be absolutely clear, make sure nothing's missing. And I like doing both, so I have a little life wheel that I like. It's hard to mess that up, but writing it down kind of gives you a history of the damage. So instead of just, oh, I'm at 14, I wonder how I took it. It's like, oh, I went from 30 HP to 29 HP because my Sabine opponent pinged me, to 26 because their Sabine attacked, and you can note, like, kind of mark what actions were taken throughout the game that way in case a discrepancy comes up in the life totals.
Yeah, it can really help. One thing that's important though is trying to practice and get synced up with being sure to both write something down and put the tokens on the base.
Yes. I think both are very, like, I going forward I plan on doing both. It takes a little bit of extra time, and that is something to note if you're playing, like we mentioned before, like a boss blue. It does a lot of healing, and taking that 5 seconds every time over the course of a match when you're playing, 3 games of a super long matchup can add up. So something to be aware of, and all the more reason to get practice with it at a smaller event before it bites you in the butt at like a regional or worlds.
Yeah. I think yeah, so writing down base HP is good. Writing down cards that you see from your opponent's hand.
Hmm
Like if you play Spark of Rebellion, write down every card you see on your opponent's hand and make a note when those cards have been played or discarded or whatever.
hmm That's another thing. As a Quinlan player, I haven't been writing it down, but I always, after I play it and my opponent picks up their hand, I just verify with them. All right, it was X card, Y card, Z card, right? And then
Yeah.
just make sure you get that mental note. But it is
Yeah,
always
just
best to have it in writing.
yeah, just play systematically, get that information. You want to be in a situation where you have to guess as little as possible.
Hmm
All right, I think we are going to go to a break here before we bring you the next round of Swiss here at the Tabletop Gaming Center in Connecticut. I'm Tower Number 9, joined here by Mickey D. This is McClunky Gaming's coverage of this planetary qualifier, and we will be back with you shortly.
See you back for round 5.
Welcome back to the McClunky Gaming coverage of the Tabletop Gaming Center Planetary Qualifier here in Connecticut. I'm Tower number 9, joined here by Mickey D, and we are in between rounds 4 and 5. Our fourth round has just ended, and the fifth round should be getting underway shortly.
Yep, looking forward to it. We've seen, I think, 8 unique decks at this point throughout 4 rounds, so very diverse meta here. Some similarities, like we saw a couple blue-green villain decks. We've also seen a good number of Data Vault decks, but overall, nice meta spread.
Yeah, it's been an interesting event for sure. I think that there have been I think we've had some really cool matches on.
Yeah,
That last match with Pasquale playing Ray 33, very cool stuff.
yeah. The round one going to time and just like absolute battle of the triangles. Whoever had the biggest triangle won. Um, Round two, we got to see some cool off-meta decks in Chirrut and Gar. Round three, got to see the Ray Blue versus the Sabine ECL, and got to see Sabine ECL overcome what would presumably be a bad matchup with some timely ECLs and Dark Sabers. And then at that last game, we saw Pasquale kind of steal a win at the end there in that game too. Opponent had lethal with that Ruthless Raider and played it out, and Pasquale managed to sneak out that win.
Yeah. It was an interesting scenario. You know, the opponent could have won the game, but ultimately, you know, didn't see that line, and yeah, just goes to show never give up. I mean, sometimes you might want to concede for time and so on.
Yes.
I'm not saying that like literally never ever give up, but you know, you can stick with a game that's even in a losing position. Sometimes your opponent will make a blunder and you'll be able to come back and win.
Hmm. So it looks like we have a bit of a meta breakdown here of leader-based combo at the very least. No deck lists yet, but uh, we've seen a nice variety. But looking at the stats here, it looks like Sabine ECL is the most represented deck pretty comfortably, almost double the next leader. So Sabine ECL has 17 copies in the tournament. Next highest appears to be Kira Data Vault with 9. And then below that, it's a bunch of like fives and fours and sixes. So six of the red boba, 30 yellow base, and then only five Quinlan Tarkin towns. I believe five Han Solo Command 30 with an extra data vault there. So six green Hans.
Looks like we
Um,
have five jump to light speed Vaders with
yeah.
30 HP cunning bases.
So beyond that kind of top end of Sabine and 17 players at an 110-person tourney, that's still only about 15% of the field, which is a pretty healthy number for your top deck to be represented at. Beyond that, it's a bunch of like 5x of this, 6x of this, with Kira also being about 10% of the field at 9 copies. So pretty representative. We've seen a nice wide meta here.
Yeah, and maybe as we predicted in our pre-event discussion here, Mickey, the fact that that showcase prize doesn't apply to PQs does seem to mean that there is not a single player playing Luke Skywalker Faithful Friend from the Spark of Rebellion set, nor is there a single player playing the Spark of Rebellion version of Darth Vader. All the Darth Vader
Yes.
players are using the Victor Squadron leader from the new Jump to Lightspeed set.
Hmm. Coming up, though, we got a real spearhead of a matchup between Bobby Sapphire from KTOD and Titanic from McClunky Gaming. So, two stalwarts of the community, two great people. I have had the blessing of meeting both Claire and Titanic and a bunch of the McClunky guys. Wonderful people in person. I've not had the chance to meet Bobby Sapphire yet, but from interacting with him, also a wonderful person. So, two great people going at it at 4-0 here. I do.
That's right, Mickey. Both very strong players, and we will try not to be too biased in favor of Titanic, even though he is a McClunky Gaming player, and this is the McClunky Gaming stream.
Hmm. Now, depending on how the tournament is, with the introduction of intentional draws, once you get to 5-0, is when you can really start considering drawing with your opponents to guarantee a top 8 slot. So this matchup is really important because if you win this matchup, you're looking at potentially being able to draw for the rest of the day, get into top 8, which is really valuable. One, because you get to top 8, but also it gives you a lot of extra time to get some food, maybe use the bathroom if you haven't had a chance to, get some air, go outside and breathe. So really, really important match coming up here. C Raptor no data vault is a bit of a crime. I mean, ECL and data vault have shown themselves to be very good, but for Han specifically, you're looking for a lot of 2-card combos with a turn 1 space unit plus a pilot, which data vault kind of lowers your percentages on. And also, you don't really need the ECL or want it because you want health units. You don't have great ECL targets. Oftentimes, you're skipping 5 and 6. So,
Yeah, it's one of those situations I think also where, we were talking earlier about like only, those resupplies. Only you can only play 3 resupplies.
mhm.
And, if you want to hit turn 1 resupply, there you go. If you want to hit turn 1 Falcon, technically there's 2 Falcons you can play on turn 1, but one of them is
But
better.
yeah, yeah.
They're actually both really good in this deck though, I'm not going to lie.
Yes,
Um so
both are quite powerful.
should be interesting to see who wins in this battle of the Han players.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not incredibly experienced with the Han Green Mirror, so I'm gonna be as much of a viewer as most, I think. I'm gonna do my best, but not a matchup I am incredibly familiar with. I will be upright and honest.
Yeah, I think it should be interesting. One thing that can be extremely relevant if there's a fight in space is
Hmm.
that the Han Solo pilot, if you play him on a Falcon, gives it a shoot first.
Yes.
Um,
A- And thinking
yeah,
about
it's
that,
pretty
it's why
cool.
I think initiative really matters in this matchup because of the Han Solo pilot. Like, if you play a Falcon turn 1 and your opponent also plays like an exhausted unit, you might not even attack with your Falcon just to guarantee initiative going into turn 2 so you can land that the Han Solo pilot.
Yeah, let's see how we do here. It's about to be the showdown of the sort of team leaders. I don't know how formally these guys are the team leaders, but they're kind of public faces of the teams.
Hmm.
And you know, showdown of the team leaders, showdown of the Han Greens. Titanic with the fancy Han and the fancy Echo base.
Hmm. Showing up with the showcase advantage, as we say, but Bobby, Sapphire, Mike here with the initiative advantage, so it evens out in the
Both
end.
players leading us off by using Han's ability to create a temporary resource.
Now, Bobby does have that blue leader, which is probably the turn 1 play you want to see the least. At least it is something, but if
If
Titanic.
Titanic has the Falcon, Bobby Sapphire could be quite behind, and he does. It's the
Oh,
Falcon.
that is
Unless Bobby
rough.
Sapphire no, he doesn't have it. I was gonna say if he has Pilot R2, that could be different, but he doesn't have it. And Titanic in a pretty strong start after that first turn, but the
Yeah,
game is by no means over.
no.
That being said, that is not where you want to be as Bobby Sapphire.
That is a rough start. Even if there was Pilot R2 there, I believe Titanic has the Han Pilot in his hand. So from there, could just claim, do the Han Pilot this turn and kill that red leader for free, or blue leader, excuse me.
All
But rough
right,
start.
let's see how we go. Moving into this next turn. Now, Titanic could bounce his Falcon here, or could leave it in play. If he has a pilot to put on the Falcon, you probably would want to leave it in play here. And honestly, I think I'd probably leave it in play either way, especially because you don't actually have to pay for the upkeep cost, given that he has that temporary resource to pay for it. Oh, and there is Pilot Han.
Hmm. It looks like Bobby passed through the first action, kind of anticipating this. I think he has a
Yeah, he
pilot,
could
or
now potentially have his own Falcon and trade with this Falcon, I believe. So that
I
would be a way to recoup some of the loss there.
think it's one
Uh, I-
damage short. I
or
think
no, yeah,
the
that's right. He's off by one unless he has pilot R2 again, which I don't think he has.
no. I don't think these Han decks usually play it because oftentimes they're just one big pilot and that's all they care about.
There we
But
go. So pilot R2 is an interesting one. It helps a lot against Sabine ECL, Sabine's masterpiece line.
mhm,
And it can also be very useful with the other Falcon because it allows you to essentially stack up more of that piloting buff.
yeah.
But I don't know that people are actually playing the other Falcon right now. Oh, and look at that. Bobby Sapphire has drawn Han Solo pilot.
So
If
we'll see if
Titanic attacks the base, Bobby Sapphire can play his Han pilot and kill the opposing Falcon without taking any damage. But Titanic could also clear his opponent's Falcon here. Let's see what happens.
yeah, we'll see what he goes for. I think in general the mindset should be to trade into these space units. Just obviously Han is the biggest blowout, but even like a Chewie or a Luke is hard to deal with. So I think my instinct is to always go for the space units unless you're like almost pressuring lethal. Ooh, and Bobby bounces the Falcon, not even giving Titanic the chance to attack it.
Okay, okay. Surprise strike into the base. Now Bobby, oh, you know what he can do now? He can bring out his Falcon, make a temporary resource, and then use the pilot.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He does take a big chunk of damage from that surprise strike. That's going to be another 8 damage onto the base, up to 13. But Titanic only has one resource now. So unless he has like a bamboozle or something, I think Bobby Sapphire is going to be able to clear this Falcon.
That is going to spend a lot of Bobby Sapphire's resources from like both in play, but also his hand. And I think he might
Yeah.
have resourced the big Falcon or the Falcon, the Han pilot. Excuse me.
Oh, okay.
So it looks like
Well,
he's going to do
he's
the
going for
pivot
a
shift
different
around.
line then.
Yeah,
Resupplies. Initiative taken, I think.
maybe. But Bobby does get to deploy his Han leader this turn with a Han activate.
No, he can do it this turn.
Yes, yeah, he gets to do
Oh,
it this
yeah. I'm
turn,
sorry. Yeah, yeah.
and
I thought you
then
said
he
next turn for some reason.
can.
Okay, so yeah, and that's going to generate another resource, which will also allow him to actually play that Falcon.
hmm So he's putting on a lot
So
of damage. I will say Bobby has navigated this game really well, given how poor his opening hand and how poor those opening turns were for him.
yeah, I do still think Titanic is ahead, but you're right that Bobby has definitely made a game of it.
Mhm.
I think sending his Falcon back to hand there proved to be a pretty good move,
Yeah.
in that Titanic probably would have just cleared it and been in a pretty desirable position. Let's see how this develops, though. A lot of things could happen in this match. Titanic's Han should be hitting the field this turn.
hmm
Not guaranteed, but seems to be likely.
Not gonna have a 7 resource turn though, because he does have to pay for that Falcon. Did not Han activate last turn.
All right.
13 damage on base for Bobby with
10
5%
damage
ink.
on base for Titanic. Another surprise strike from
Yeah,
Titanic. He's not going to have his Falcon kill the opposing Falcon. He's just pushing this damage to base.
that's 8 more to base, so
Another
21.
8, 21. Bobby Sapphire does not have a lot of HP left on that base. If we have like a hotshot blaster, we could do another 6 here on off of Titanic's leader flip with the Han ability, and that would be putting Bobby Sapphire at a dangerously low level.
hmm
But I
However,
think Bobby Sapphire has a Han Solo in hand, Han Solo Reluctant Hero, and that could kill Titanic's Han leader here.
yes, that's the fear here. He's gonna
That's
flip into
exactly
it.
what we see. Titanic flips his Han only to have it taken out by Han Reluctant Hero. Titanic then takes the initiative, but
There's
Bobby's
13.
board is starting to become substantially more powerful than that of Titanic.
There is exactly lethal on board for Bobby here, actually. With 17 damage on his base, there's 13 damage presenting just on board with no pumps, and that's like assuming no hot shots or no
Yeah, and
surprise
Titanic
strikes.
here does not have lethal.
Yeah, the past couple
That
turns of being just surprise strike have been rough for Titanic.
Yeah, they have not let him establish more of a board, and especially this last one where he was unable to make any use of like 3 resources or 4 resources there.
hmm
Um, he is actually falling behind here. If Titanic doesn't have some way to disrupt Bobby Sapphire, he could lose the game this turn.
Now, I think I've spotted a big Han in his hand over the past couple of turns. I don't know if it's going to be enough because Bobby might get the board to a spot where Titanic has to answer multiple threats and get initiative, or else he'll die out first action the following turn.
Hmm.
But he does have an
Yeah, we'll
answer.
see.
Bobby in the chat, Bobby did pay for the Falcon. It was with the defeated resource from Han.
Okay. Hotshot Blaster on unit Han. Titanic now at only 5 HP, but he brings out his own Han unit. But wait, he kills unit Han here.
Yeah, I think
Isn't
I
that
think
just
it's
isn't that like just that?
Yeah, I think that's lethal. To be fair, I don't think Titanic had a way out of this game either way. You can kill I guess you can top deck the third surprise strike. That would be your out. You've already spent two of them, but like a hot shot on your Han unit isn't lethal, and so only a three
Yeah, I
point
guess he
push.
has to kill unit Han or else Bobby Sapphire can just take the initiative.
Yeah.
But that leaves Titanic unable to stop Leader Han, and ultimately it is going to be a win for Bobby Sapphire. Very interesting game. Titanic started out really strong in that game, but he, like you were saying earlier, Mickey, he had those turns where all he could do was surprise strike, and he really started to fall behind.
hmm He dominated the space arena early, and like I was saying in the middle of the game there, Bobby found the winning line, and I think most of the times you're unfavored from that position, but he found the line that gave him the best chance to win, and Titanic didn't have the answers he needed, and Bobby got
Yeah,
the win.
Bobby Sapphire maneuvered around it well.
Great play, great games. Looking at the sideboard, peeking Bobby's side, looks like he's bringing in a Confiscate and some Traitorous. I think I peeked a couple of Confiscates in his main deck, so he might be going up to a full 3 copies of that, 3 copies of Traitorous. On Titanic side, not seeing as much what he's bringing in, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's very similar. Just Traitorous is a great answer to blow out your opponent piloting something big, and Confiscate answers both the pilots as well as the Traitorous. So, some pretty clean cards that you want in.
That was a good comeback win from Bobby Sapphire in the first round. And it looks like the players are maybe finishing up those sideboard choices before we move into round two.
Mm-hmm.
The and C Raptor says Bobby sitting on that Han in his opening hand, waiting on the flip, turned out to be the key. Yeah, I think the Han reluctant hero from hand for Bobby Sapphire to answer Titanic's leader ended up being huge, especially because Titanic then didn't have much else to do with his resources that turn.
I agree.
All
The other
right,
night, the
go
other
ahead.
thing that was really good for Bobby that game was he, with the resupply, got an extra attack in with his on leader, got it out early, and he got to dominate the ground game. Both
Yeah.
because Titanic was dominating space, so he got the damage in where he could, but also there's a lot of power in Hotshot Blaster being able to resource it early while also getting a pump in the late game, but you can only use that on ground units. And so if you dominate the ground and just never allow your opponent to stick one, you're taking away an option from your opponent, which is really, really powerful.
Yeah, and Hotshot Blaster, like you said, Mickey, is such a strong card.
Mhm.
The ability to get not only so first off, you get to buff your unit and attack immediately, similar to a card like Surprise Strike. But then if your opponent doesn't clear your unit, you get to swing with it multiple times while still having that buff. And then on top of that, it gets to be a card that you play from the resource row, so you can resource it early in the game and play it later. Just a very desirable overall pattern, really strong card, and one that's seen a lot of competitive play.
Mhm. After just watching one game of this mirror, there's a seemingly a little bit of silliness to it of like the initiative battle, and like sometimes you have the pilot and they don't have the out, but there is a lot of intricacy of when you should like play your pilot as a pilot versus save it as a ground unit and try and dominate ground, or do you need a big space unit to like trade with your opponent so you don't die. When should you ramp? There's a lot of little intricacies, and I mean, Han has always been this way because of his ability to resource cheat. He can play on curve or ahead of curve, and you always have to be debating which is better and like the cost benefit analysis of that. But even with some, pilot shenanigans happening sometimes, it still seems like a very intricate matchup.
Yeah, a lot of flexibility to how you play Han.
Hmm.
Okay. We are going into game 2 here. Let's see.
Titanic will start with initiative this time, which seems good in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean I don't know that it's one of the matchups where initiative is most important, but it is relevant.
Yep.
Like normally Han is one of the leaders that cares least about initiative because he often loses it anyway by
Yeah.
virtue of using his ability on the first turn in order to play a 3-cost card. But in the Han mirror, if both players have that potential downside, then in a sense, it cancels out and initiative becomes important again.
Hmm. Now this is interesting. Okay, so Bobby Sapphire decides to resource the resupply Pon's ability. I was curious if he was gonna play the Falcon or the resupply. I think just getting to contest in space is really valuable, but I wonder if there's some lines where, like, if you have a traitorous in your hand, you can play a traitorous turn two with the Han ability. If you ever go for that.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. So both players have played the new Millennium Falcon Get Out and Push here, I believe. And if Titanic with the initiative has a Han Solo pilot, he could be in a very good spot here.
Hmm. And this is where like that initiative seems really important, specifically because of that kind of interaction.
But he
But
doesn't have it.
does
He
not
doesn't have
seemingly
any
have it.
pilot, or if he does, he chooses not to play it. 3 to base. Now, does Bobby Sapphire have it? He doesn't, but he has Chewie. Resupply from Titanic.
Does go for the Falcon. I was curious about this as well. Just don't open yourself up to getting blown out by any other pilots. I think so. Han would give +2, +3, the Han pilot, and then the +1 ability from the Falcon itself is still not enough to kill a Falcon with the Chewie on it.
That's right. It would be off. So this Falcon with Chewie becomes I believe, a 7/7. And it would only be 6 damage, but there's a confiscate for Chewie.
That's a good out to have. And I was with Titanic resupplying last turn. We're kind of seeing the inverse
Pilot
of last
R2.
game. Ooh, Kira is nice.
Kira for oh man, yeah. I have a feeling that the card declared here is going to be Han Reluctant Hero.
Yeah,
And if Titanic was playing Traitorous, he now knows that his opponent has that confiscate and he can avoid playing it. So
I
that's a
think
pretty big Kira here for Titanic.
we're gonna see the. I think we're gonna see the inverse of last game, where Bobby has control of the space arena, but Titanic is ramped, and so he's gonna get to ground a turn sooner. Plus, with that disruption with the Kira, so Bobby's not gonna have that answer for Kira or the Han leader. It's gonna be really strong for like I'm seeing these two games. I have been favoring the person mentally, at least, going to ground first. Now, to be fair, Bobby didn't have much of a choice, and Titanic had the confiscate to help mitigate some of that space damage. But it's really interesting to see it play out.
But yeah, Bobby Sapphire is here able to mitigate some of the impact of that Kira by smuggling out a tech. If he had been only with the cards in hand, he wouldn't have had an impactful play. But Smuggle is kicking in. Stevie Getz declaring with great confidence, I'm calling the shot right now. Bobby is going to win this tournament. Well, I'll tell you what. I feel like if Bobby Sapphire wins the PQ, I think that it would feel well deserved in some sense. I
Long.
think that Bobby Sapphire has been a top competitive player of this game for some time, has gone to a bunch of events, and has just barely missed out on winning that day one bye. And I feel like sooner or later he's got to get it. You know what I mean?
Hmm. You don't get that close by mistake that many
Yeah.
times.
Now, it's possible that he'll have an unlucky streak and he will not be able to secure that day one bye for the Galactic Championships. But I don't know. I have a feel. I kind of have a feeling that he will end up receiving one, whether it be at this event or something else. And
Mhm.
there is a Pilot Han joining Pilot R2 on Bobby Sapphire's Millennium Falcon, throwing even more damage onto that base. I think that's a swing for 8, but it looks like he's rethinking it. He's not
Is he
going to
gonna
do
play
it.
it on the? Oh,
Now,
did
wait,
it?
what was that?
Oh, Kira is naming Han Solo, which makes it cost 3 more.
Right.
It
Yeah,
doesn't matter that
Kira
it's
naming Han Solo applies both to Pilot Han and to the unit Han because they're both named Han Solo. So Bobby Sapphire has to pay all 5 of his resources to swing in there with Han Solo the pilot on that Falcon. It does swing in for a mighty 8 damage though. Titanic now with 13 on his base. Titanic bringing out a small Falcon.
very heavily representing a hotshot blaster here to deal with the Han on flip with 3
Yep.
resources left up.
He's trying to keep Bobby Sapphire pinned, or at least make Bobby Sapphire play. If he has it, he has it.
Falcon
Titanic's Falcon swings in. Bobby Sapphire goes for it. Is the hot shot there for Titanic?
goes immediately for the resource
It
throw.
is. He pulls out the hot shot blaster, and his Han defeats Bobby Sapphire's Han. This is, it's really like you said, Mickey. This really does feel like the inverse of the previous game.
Yeah. But this Falcon on Bobby's side is dealing 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage.
Yeah,
So
8 damage a swing, pretty good.
and it has room for one more pilot because of the R2, I believe. Unless
Absolutely right. Absolutely right.
there are some weird rules interactions with the R2 pilot. I think specifically with the Poe leader, because Poe cares about your unit not having a pilot on it. The R2 doesn't matter for that. But I believe room for one more pilot and can get that Falcon really big.
Sea Raptor says Ambush Han is about to come out and clean up the ground a little bit, though. It's actually not. Well, it could. The problem, Sea Raptor, is that Titanic has Kira on the field naming Han Solo. So the Han Solo reluctant hero that Bobby Sapphire had can't actually be played until he either clears Kira or gets to what, 10 resources?
Yes, 10 resources. So a lot of resources to go for that. I think this game's going to be over before that happens.
Yeah. All
How
right.
much health does the Falcon
Titanic.
have?
So Bobby Sapphire trades tech for Titanic's Han Solo leader, which seems like a very good trade to me.
Yeah.
Titanic swings into base with his Falcon. That's going to be another 3 damage. Bobby Sapphire now has 16 damage on base, whereas Titanic has 13. Bobby Sapphire plays a Kira. It looks like Kira
Hmm.
gets to see Titanic's hand. It is a Han reluctant hero, and that's the only card in hand.
Probably naming that.
Probably naming that. It would. So both players have Han Reluctant Hero, and both players have their Han Reluctant Hero blocked. What a crazy situation.
Yeah.
That's
This
going to be another big chunk of damage onto Titanic's base, though. That Falcon swings for 8, and I believe is now off lethal by 1,
Yeah, that
but
is
with an
important.
attack pump would be able to close the game. Initiative taken by Titanic. Can he find some answer to that Falcon?
The Han Solo pilot, you could still play it through the Kira, but it would be expensive and would answer, I believe, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's 8 health, would give +2, which would be 5 attack.
Yeah. So a Han Solo pilot from Titanic, he would have to pay 5 to get it through Kira, but it would allow his Falcon to clear the opposing Falcon while not even.
Mhm.
It would be a very good play, I think, at this point if he has it. He could even bring it out from tech for like 7 in theory.
That might be what's happening here. Wait,
He's looking through the resource row.
he
No, it's
traitorous.
traitorous.
Oh
Traitorous
my.
from tech. Did Bobby Sapphire resources confiscate? If
Oh
Bobby
my
Sapphire
gosh.
resourced that confiscate, he is in big trouble now. But if he still has it, it could be a huge blowout. Oh man, this is crazy.
All right, these games are insane. These are oh my goodness. Traitorous from the resource row with tech to take an 8-power Millennium Falcon.
I believe Titanic now may have lethal.
Yes. Oh, that would be 24. from
Yeah,
just the Falcon
I
attack.
just counted it. Titanic now has lethal on board.
However, if this Kira attacks the other Kira, that would leave 29 damage on board.
It's true. If if Bobby Sapphire kills Titanic's Kira, then Titanic would no longer have lethal as he has no
Yeah. But
but
Titanic
he
can
could leave
start
Bobby Sapphire at 1 HP.
he could also start to pin Bobby Sapphire in that check situation where you attack with the Falcon, the big one, and then
Yeah.
one attack from that is lethal, so Bobby's kind of forced to claim.
Is
Also
that
looks
right?
like
Let me think. Yeah, it's looking really bad for Bobby Sapphire here. I
Bobby Sapphire does
unless
have Big Falcon in his hand, which can ambush into his own Falcon to kill it and keep himself alive.
Lando's Falcon. Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
But that would oh, that's so interesting. He may have to do that.
I think without any better options, I think it's one that keeps you alive and keeps this game pretty even. I would still favor Titanic. It's slightly higher base damage, but bigger board, especially because you're spending all 6 of your resources to answer this big Falcon.
I think he's
And
doing
it's
it. I think it's going to be Lando's Falcon ambushed from hand to make the trade. And then man, what a game. So if that's the play from Bobby Sapphire, what do you do as Titanic then, Mickey? Do you just swing base with Kira?
I swing base with Falcon first to see what Bobby's wants to do with his Kira. There's a world I might want to trade with that Kira because I want to leave my opponent with no board because I'm gonna be the one left over with a board especially with a tech. And with the tech, I make my opponent have to answer that, which lets me push damage other places.
There's the big trade. Lando's Falcon trades with the supremely buffed Falcon there. And now the question is, what will Titanic do next? He swings Kira to base. So the advantage of doing this is that if your opponent uses Kira on your Kira,
You get
you
the
still got the
damage.
damage to base, and you can potentially then kill their Kira with tech.
hmm
Um,
hmm
but it does mean that he no longer has the option to remove his opponent's Kira this turn.
If your opponent's Kira goes base, which is what's
Yes,
happening,
which is what's happening.
you
So
are
now
dead
we're
to a
at
surprise
24,
strike.
which means that a hotshot blaster does not win the game, but a surprise strike would win the game from that Kira.
Yep.
And we're gonna see another 5 damage thrown onto the. Now, what happened to the base HP totals there? I don't think that's right.
I think there's a 10 hiding out below that other 10. I think it's
Oh,
24 to
yeah. There's
24.
that's 2 10s, and one of them is much more reflective than the other. Okay, so
Yep.
we're at 24
24
HP for
apiece.
both players. That means
I don't-
both players can win this game with a single surprise strike.
Yeah, but Bobby's the one with initiative.
Bobby's the one with initiative. Titanic's the one with the tech in play. What
Yes.
will happen? This is coming right down to it.
I think Bobby Sapphire, I don't think I saw the surprise strike. I did see a U-wing reinforcement. I don't know what that can pull. I don't know what that can do to help in this situation. I'm just going to watch and see what happens, but I don't think he got the surprise strike.
Well, if he does have a surprise strike, it's going to be a pretty short turn. But I think he must not have it, or he would have played it already.
Yeah, I don't think he would slow roll Titanic like this. That's not the kind of guy Bobby is.
Not play into the crowd, you think?
Nah, nah.
Let's see here. All right.
This game has
Bobby
been
Sapphire thinking over his options in an extremely close game too.
yeah. Of note, I would say Titanic is currently slightly ahead. Even with like being dead to a surprise strike. The player who has resupplied and gone to ground has either won the game or like has been favored throughout the game.
That's an interesting point. Although, the traitorous was a huge
Yeah.
play.
You do need an answer for your opponent's pilot, but like the confiscate earlier from Titanic as well really helped.
You also get into like a psychological warfare thing where it's like, okay, so Titanic plays his Kira and he sees that the opponent has confiscate. So now it's like, oh, because I've seen that my opponent plays confiscate, I'm not going to play traitorous. But then it's like, now wait a minute. Because I've seen my opponent has confiscate, they know that I know that they have confiscate. And now maybe they resource their confiscate. And I think that's exactly what happened. Although
They
who's to
know.
say what level of bluffing or whatever they were on. Bobby
Mhm.
Sapphire, I think, is gonna be going for the U-wing reinforcement here.
Gotta see what you hit. I don't know what your outs are in this
There
situation,
it
but I
is.
think it's your best bet.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's see what he can find. So if he, yeah, I don't know that he has an easy out. Like even if he has like a Tantive in there to lock down the space arena, we could still see a surprise strike on Kira. Even if
Oh,
we
does he have
see a pilot Han, well, or I'm sorry,
Oh,
not a
no,
pilot
no.
Han.
This was super close. He doesn't have the resources for it, but I think he Falcon plus Blue Leader. And if you have 2 extra resources, you can Blue Leader ambush Kira so Titanic doesn't have
Ooh.
lethal on board, and then the Falcon is lethal with the Kira.
But
So I
wait,
think
wouldn't surprise strike on the so you would still lose to surprise strike, but you
yes,
would like clean up the
you're
board.
not dead
Titanic
on board,
doesn't have the surprise strike either. He swings into base with Kira.
but Bobby doesn't have the
But
pump,
Bobby
and then
Sapphire doesn't have anything else. He swings into base with his Kira, and now, yeah, that's it.
oh,
That is
what a
game over.
game. Oh my goodness. What a game.
Han Solo on the Falcon just to do some bonus damage. I think it was lethal even without that. Titanic gets the win, and we're on to game 3 after an intense game 2.
I'm glad
That
we get to see one
traitorous
more
from
game of this.
Titanic was huge.
That tech into traitorous. I mean, he claimed early to make sure that Falcon wasn't going to get a hit off. That was sharp play from. That was, oh my goodness. We get one more game
Yeah.
of this.
What a match. All right, on to the third game of what has been an excellent close match between two top players here in the fifth round of Swiss. Both of these players very prominent in the community, and they are giving us a great match.
Yeah, what a show. Like I was curious how this matchup was going to go. I felt it could maybe be a little bit scammy with all the pilots and stuff, but it's been far from that. There's been a lot of dynamic gameplay back and forth.
All right, let's see what's going on here. We're going to be moving into that third round, and this time I believe it the Bobby Sapphire with the initiative.
Mhm. Neither of them seem to be going back to their sideboards, know what they're doing, like their sideboard options. Just
Yeah,
shuffling up and playing.
let's see how we
Twen
do.
22 minutes, 22 and a half minutes, just over on the clock. Not
That
gonna be
should
a
be enough with
problem.
the speed at which these players are playing.
Yeah. Both have played methodically, but at a fair pace. I mean, especially at the end of that game there, the board state was so complex. A lot of things to consider. Like Bobby Sapphire is probably running through his plays, thinking, what can he hit off this Ewing? Am I looking for? You know, a lot going on.
Yeah. Ultimately, he was not able to find a way to escape. Neither player had the surprise strike, but Titanic's better board was able to get the win. And now we're going to see what happens in the final game of this match, round 5 of Swiss here at Tabletop Gaming Center's Planetary Qualifier event in Connecticut.
Looks like Bobby has a Falcon and 3 pilots. I believe new Falcon, Chewie, Han pilot, Han pilot. So not a bad start, especially with initiative.
But yeah, for those who may just be tuning in, both these players are undefeated, both very prominent players in the community. Titanic with McClunky Gaming has been instrumental in setting up all these streams we've been bringing you, and is also, a player with the McClunky Gaming competitive team. And Bobby Sapphire, very prominent player and content creator with the KTOD group. These players are facing off. They're both undefeated going into this. Round. They're now 1-1 after some very close games, and we're gonna see who's gonna win the match to stay undefeated going into the 6th round of Swiss.
Got Han
Bobby
activate.
Sapphire leads us off with Han Solo's ability generating a temporary resource. Titanic follows up with the same play. These are very standard plays for these builds. Very standard plays. It's going to be the new Falcon for Bobby Sapphire, and Titanic, however, is going to bring out Tech.
Interesting. I wonder if he had another 3 cost to play, if that's his only 3 cost. If he had like a Falcon intentionally dodging the space arena to not get blown out by Han pilot there, It's kind of a sharp play, and I mean he's avoiding it here from Bobby, who does have the Han pilot ready to go in
Yeah, I
hand.
just saw the Han pilot in Bobby's hand. So if Titanic chose to do that instead of playing out a Falcon of his own, it may have proven to be a quite prudent choice.
Hmm.
Now, one exception might be in a scenario where if he had a pilot R2 and a old Falcon, he could have killed that Falcon on the first
Hmm.
turn. But I think he probably would have gone for it if he had that.
Yes. The only thing that counters you at that point is R2 pilot from Bobby's side, but then you get initiative at that point, and you get the first 3-drop pilot.
Yeah, that or bamboozle from hand. But again, you would end
Hmm.
up with initiative.
Hmm.
Um, okay, so then we see so that pilot Han does come out and sends 6 damage to Titanic space. And there's a confiscate from Titanic, clearing that pilot off the Falcon.
But nothing else
But
to
Titanic
do.
doesn't have another play, and that does hurt him.
Yes. It's behind on board a little bit now. I mean, to be fair, kind of traded resources efficiently because Bobby only spent 2, you spend 1 to defeat the 2 resource play there. But
Yeah, but with neither player spending any of their other resources, it doesn't really matter. They both spent their full
no,
turn on those plays.
but Bobby comes out of it ahead on damage at this point. So
Yeah, exactly. All right, so then damage continuing to go across here. We have now 4 damage on Bobby's base, but 9 damage on Titanic's base. So Bobby has opened up a bit of a lead.
looks like he might be going for a tech of his own. Oh, L3.
Smuggled L337. So also not the most resource efficient play ever, but is efficient on cards. That's going to be a resupply from Titanic.
So I think we're deploying this turn. See if he has another 3-drop to play alongside this. Once he resources Han, attacks, gets another resource from the top of the deck.
Now that's very interesting. He's going to use his attack to clear L3's shield. That surprises me a bit. I don't know. Well, Titanic plays Han more than me, so
It
I
might
would have thought that you would go for base because at that point you're like in a position to potentially outrace your opponent. But it
I
may
would
depend
think
on
so
what else he
too.
has.
It could just be a concession to the fact that he's behind on the damage race
Yeah,
already and wants to stabilize a little bit. But
he
an
doesn't have
early
another card though.
that is unfortunate. I mean, getting the Han out early is important because most likely, I mean, a hot shot will kill this Han, but that means you take your opponent off of a 7-drop play. They have to spend their resources, and your tech is going to be relatively safe at that point.
Yeah, no, that's true. I think yeah, we'll see how it goes for him. My instinct would have been to have Han go into the base at this point, but I am not an expert Han player, and it may be like you said, Mickey, that seeing that he is behind on the base HP.
Okay.
Well,
Surprise.
it's gonna be a surprise strike trading there.
Oh, I think Bobby wants to have 5 resources at the end of all this because he has a traitorous in hand to take the
Ooh,
tap.
spicy. So the thing about the thing about attacking into L3 is that it does also open your Han to get killed just like this,
Hmm.
with either a surprise strike or a hotshot blaster, because with the full 6 HP that would not kill Han, but with him having taken the damage from hitting L3, he was in range. Now he does still have a tech and a lot of resources. So let's see what happens here.
Yeah. With your Han dying this turn too, it means you don't get to 7 resources this turn.
Right.
Um, which means you can't play any of your big 7s like Infies and Han. You also, I think Titanic has another traitorous down there and he could smuggle that out, but cannot do so in the current
It's
situation.
it's going to be a Kira. I believe it was a smuggled Kira for 6. Traitorous and 2 U-wing reinforcements.
That's a tough call.
So okay, so yeah, the question here is, so traitorous, your opponent gets to play this turn and steal your tech. U-wing
Mhm.
reinforcement is not playable this turn because Bobby Sapphire already spent 2 resources on the surprise strike. But it's also a substantially more powerful card than traitorous.
My leaning is to name the traitorous just because your Kira is a little vulnerable because Han's deploying this turn.
Yeah.
So a hot shot blaster will kill her, the Kira, and it's going to unlock the U-wing next turn anyway. And if Bobby really needs to, he can attack Han into Kira and then attack Han into Kira again if he really wants to unlock U-wing.
Well, here's another argument. Do you name Hotshot Blast?
That is Interesting, but I think I would rather have my opponent hotshot than traitorous my tech.
Okay. And all right, so now we're going to see probably we'll see some basic attacks. So it's going to be 3 damage to Titanic's base from Bobby Sapphire's Falcon, probably 2 damage to Bobby Sapphire's base from Titanic's Tech.
Hmm.
And then we'll see Han deploy, Tech will take the initiative, or Titanic will take the initiative rather, and we'll see where things go from there. Bobby Sapphire is a fair bit ahead this time, I think.
Yes, I would agree. I mean, if Titanic has like a Han Solo unit, being able to clear that Han before Bobby can get to 7 next turn and keep him off of viewing for another turn would be huge. I am curious what this goes for. Tech. Okay. If Kira's naming traders, which I believe it is, I believe Bobby pointed that out. Uh, I believe Bobby put the traitorous down below with the Han activation. And so now that Kira isn't doing a ton.
Okay, so then it is going to be the Hot Shot Blaster from Han clearing out Tech instead of Kira. Um, and now the question is, how will Titanic respond?
Hmm.
And Sea Raptor pointed out that Bobby Sapphire resourced the traitorous. Okay,
Yep.
I mean that can be a good response to something that's blocked by Kira. So if I'm Titanic, what I really want here is probably Han Reluctant Hero. The
Yep.
only problem is you're then kind of relying on your opponent to not find their own Han Reluctant Hero with one of the 2 U-wing reinforcements that you know isn't.
Well, you get to keep him
Or
off of
no,
7
wait.
for a turn.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot the Titanic has ramped and Bobby Sapphire hasn't.
Yes.
So but if Titanic can kill that Han, he can prevent Bobby Sapphire from hitting 7 resources turn. You're absolutely right.
Hmm. It looks like there's a little bit of a snafu there of Bobby forgot to smuggle all the top card of his deck into his resource row, but pretty clean. Just
Yeah,
just do it
they're
now.
resolving it, and we're gonna
Yeah.
be moving on to the next turn here. Does Titanic have an answer that will either kill that Han or at least prevent him from attacking and delay that U-wing reinforcement, which could be huge?
Oh, he's tapping 7.
He's tapping 7. There it is. Han Reluctant Hero. Han Reluctant Hero takes out Bobby Sapphire's Han and leaves Bobby stranded at 6 with the 2 U-wing reinforcements in hand and not playable.
That is huge. How
Man.
with 2 U wings in hand, Bobby's still looking all right because he was so far ahead already. Going down a turn just kind of brings you back to even. And if this U wing finds a Han of his own, he could just jump right back in front again.
Yeah, I'm not saying the comeback is complete or even that the comeback is here, but this was definitely a turn that
Yes.
Titanic was happy to see. Now, there's a waylay from Bobby Sapphire bouncing Han Reluctant Hero. This does mean that Titanic now has Han Reluctant Hero waiting in hand if Bobby Sapphire plays that U-wing reinforcement. But
Hmm.
honestly, I would say Bobby Sapphire is probably still ahead at this point in the game.
I would agree, just from a base damage perspective, but it's not by as much. I think they have equal cards in hands. We know Bobby has 2 U wings, but we also know that Titanic has at least 1 Han.
What? Oh, it's the Tantive 4.
Active. Oh, that locks out some
Tantive
of the
on the
damage
field,
race.
maybe locking down that space arena unless Bobby Sapphire comes up with some kind of answer. Bobby might be wishing that he still had that waylay, but I think he kind of had to play it previously. He fires his U-wing reinforcement, the first of 2 that we saw in hand. Let's see what he can find. What do you want to find here if you're Bobby Sapphire, Mickey?
Probably Enfys Nest could help clear that token or that Kira. Maybe a combo of like a Tech and a Kira. I'm definitely not looking for Han because I know my opponent has a Han in hand, which will cleanly kill
Yeah.
my own.
So
So
naively, Han kill Kira. But the
yeah,
problem is, like you said, then that just sets up Titanic to play his own Han, kill your Han, and be in a really good position in both ground and space. Now, maybe you're willing to take that, and then you fire off your second U-wing reinforcement and hope to find another Han. But
hmm
we'll have to see what he finds.
this Kira is a nice grab because it can name Han to stop your Han from getting ambushed. So Kira plus Tech is a nice lockout. This Ewing was a little stressed though because if it's not Enfys Nest or Kira, whatever you put on ground, the Han can answer, and whatever you put in space isn't going to be as effective because of that Tantive 4. So that Tantive 4 was
It
a really good draw.
it is going to be Kira. It is going to be Kira and Kira
Tech.
Tech. I think
Yeah.
we saw a Poe Dameron, a surprise strike, and I'm not sure what the third card was in hand.
I think the Han that we knew about.
Oh yeah, of course.
So I assume this Kira is naming Han.
Let's yeah, I don't know for sure. I mean, that would seem to be a pretty logical choice. Now, Titanic is going to take the initiative rather than swinging with his own Kira here.
With a surprise strike probably ready to, like, not named by Kira, ready to go. Don't let your opponent get insane value with the tech. Just answer that as soon as you can.
Yeah, and Claire in chat saying that Bobby Sapphire called Han for Kira. So blocking the Han Reluctant Hero from coming in from the hand. And now we're going to see what Titanic does. Sea Raptor saying nice pull with the Tantive. Yeah,
Yeah.
Tantive's a cool card. Surprise
Those
strike, but it's not going to be into tech. It's going to be into Kira.
okay.
So Titanic's Kira removes Bobby Sapphire's Kira, opening the door for potential Han Solo Reluctant Hero. And Titanic was on 9 resources at the start of this turn, so that Han is an open option at this point.
But Bobby has the response with a Han in hand of his own now.
And
Doesn't even
yeah,
have to
and a
gamble
Ewing
for it.
reinforcement. So
Yeah.
he might be quite happy with seeing Titanic bring out a Han. We'll have to see what happens.
Bobby has 8 resources up, so he can't do a Chewie pilot and one of the sevens, but that Chewie pilot does let that Falcon break through the Tantive in space.
Yeah, because with Chewie Pilot, that Falcon becomes a 7/7. Bobby Sapphire's tech removes the Kira Tantive from Titanic, swinging into the base here for another 5 damage. It looks like we're now 14 damage to 15 damage.
Don't want to really just throw out a Ewing. I mean, it's okay if you get 2 options, like another Kira would be great.
It's going to be the second Ewing reinforcement, though, from Bobby Sapphire. Let's see what he can find.
This feels like a long-term game plan where you get something just enticing enough for your opponent to play Han, and then you Han them back.
Yeah, like he's setting up for the Han next turn, conceivably. He sees a Han of his own, but he would be forced to play it with no ambush. And the opposing Han would just remove it, which isn't the hypest thing in the world. We see a Poe Dameron pilot in hand.
Oh, does that so Poe as the pilot gives +2/+3, correct?
Yeah, so
Yes.
you have to play a unit with Ewing reinforcement, but you can play unit Poe for 4 and then resolve his ability that sends him over as a pilot. However, that does not give enough power to break through the Tantive in one shot.
But with a Falcon, another Falcon, or even that blue leader with ambush, both space units can team up to get through that Tantive now.
Now, Bobby Sapphire should, I believe, get an X-Wing token here.
Yes.
There we go.
Gonna hop in
And
that.
yeah, Ewing
Oh, Ewing
reinforcement
of
from
his
Titanic.
own. Just
What would have
bomb
been
after
really hype there
bomb.
would have been another traitorous on the piece of on the get out and push Falcon there.
Yeah.
Stevie Getz says this game is so toxic.
But in all the best
It's been a
ways.
crazy match. It's been a crazy match.
In all the best ways. Like, maybe it's not, but it's fun. This is a thrilling watch. This is such a good game. Not too much anxiety. As a third party observer with no real horse in the race, it's incredible.
I think it's been a great match. You know, some people don't like mirror matches. And I think this match has been a demonstration of how, you know, 2 strong competitive players playing the same deck can still have wow, that look at that. Poe Dameron and the Falcon. It's the exact same unit combination that Bobby Sapphire just brought out, but Titanic throws Pilot Poe onto his Tantive.
And now that Falcon attack doesn't kill it and stay alive, it dies when attacking into that Tantive.
Wow, what a clutch situation for Pilot Poe. And with no Sentinel in space for Bobby Sapphire, Titanic's X-Wing token and Falcon are able to swing on into the base, throwing another 5 damage on there, I believe.
Yeah.
Now, did they note that down? I'm not sure I see it on the base there, but they may have
I,
another token piled on top of those. I believe there should be 5 more damage on Bobby Sapphire's base here.
oh man. I know Bobby does write down as well as put the tokens on, so I trust that the players have it like communicated correctly.
There we go. There we go. It
Yeah, it's
flips the
just not the
token.
tokens. Yeah.
Okay, so Titanic has taken the lead. Titanic has inflicted 19 damage on Bobby Sapphire's base, while his own base has only suffered 15 damage.
Yeah.
Titanic needs 11 more damage, and he may actually have it on the board here. Does he have lethal on board? I think he does.
7 from Tantive plus 7
Yeah,
from
plus
his
the
other
2
space
X-Wings.
units.
Yeah.
So we need like a waylay for that Tantive. Really starts to crack this game open for Bobby.
Heaps Champ says probably don't matter, but need to pay for Falcon. Yeah, I mean,
Did Titanic Han activate? I don't think he did. So yeah, probably do have to pay for Falcon on Titanic's side.
isn't it both of them? I don't. Did either of
I
them
think
use
both.
Han's
I think
ability?
both of them do.
I think maybe both of them need to, and both of them forgot.
This
That's
is
a
this
funny
is.
scenario.
I do not
But
blame either
at
player.
least
There's a
if it's
lot
missed,
going
it's
on.
evenly missed, I suppose.
Yeah.
I guess it like very slightly favors Bobby Sapphire because he has one few total resource. So wait, it's a handshake. It's a
I think
handshake.
I think
He
Bobby
must
Sapp
not have it.
did. Yeah.
Bobby Sapphire, I think, has scooped the game. He doesn't have a way to get through Titanic's Tantive 4 buffed by that Poe Dameron. What a match!
What a hell of a match. And I do want to point out Titanic, really sharp kind of macro game plan there of Bobby Sapphire saw the Han Solo in Titanic's hand with the Kira. And from that point on, Titanic just went all space. He said, I'm going to make you worry about this Han Solo without it ever mattering. What a hell of a match.
That was one of the best matches I've ever seen in
I know.
any of these Star Wars Unlimited tournaments I've cast. It was fantastic.
Yes.
Great back and forth gameplay. 3 rounds in a row. That first one, Titanic start was so strong. Bobby Sapphire navigated it really well, got the comeback, got the win, but Titanic was able to make a comeback of his own and win both of the remaining games.
Oh
What a
my
match.
goodness.
That was great.
I was skeptical of the Han Green mirror at first because, the pilots can be very scary. And if you have it and your opponent doesn't, it can feel like a blowout. But with both players having such a consistent way to get they have 9 ships that they want to play on turn 1 and they have 9 pilots they want to play on them. So they're both probably going to have it. Plus, they're both packing 6 answers in the confiscates and the traitorous. You get to this kind of slugfest where you've answered each other's big first play and now you're just throwing bomb after bomb, and whoever sticks the most wins. And that was what an incredible game.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely great match between Titanic and Bobby Sapphire. Like we were saying earlier, 2 prominent players involved in these competitive teams, involved in bringing content to the community, and they had an awesome match there. Well done to Titanic for getting the win. That was fantastic.
Yep. Now Bobby Sapphire's still alive. He lost that round, but is still at 4-1, very much alive for top 8. Just win the last 2, and you're in. For Titanic, he might be in position now at 5-0 where he can draw the last 2 rounds and still be cleared for top 8. So I don't want to guarantee it or anything. I'm not a breakers math expert by any means, but Titanic very, very likely is looking good for the top 8.
Yeah, I think we'll have to see exactly what happens. But it looks to me like Titanic is in a great spot for the top 8, and Bobby Sapphire very much still in contention himself. If he wins out, I think he'll be up there.
Absolutely. Man, gotta unwind a little bit after a round like that. That was insane. That was intense. That the Han Green Mirror seems a lot more interesting than I initially gave it credit for.
Some mirrors can be really interesting. Some mirrors can be less interesting, but I think you would be hard pressed to say the Han Green mirror is boring after watching that great match.
Oh yeah. I mean, if every game plays out like that, I would hate it because it would like spike my heart rate and make my heart go crazy. But it seems incredibly fun and
Oh yeah.
incredibly wild. It's the kind of game that I would love to play at the kitchen table, but would hate to see in tournament just because of how stressful it would be.
Yeah, I'm happy that we were able to bring it to you, the viewers, on our stream here. What a great match, and man, I'm happy that we had that as the streaming table match for that round. But,
Yeah.
there's still a lot of tournament to go. Maybe we're going to be able to have another match that's even better. We'll see what happens here. I think we're still going to have I believe it's 7 rounds of Swiss. Is that right, Mickey?
Yes, 7 rounds. There was 111 people, I believe, at the tournament. So crossed the threshold for 7 rounds. So 2 more rounds of Swiss to go, plus 3 more rounds in the top 8. We're only halfway done with this tournament. We got 5 more rounds of matches to cover.
And in the chat, Stevie Getz reversing his earlier opinion, saying, "This is why I don't like watching my boys play. No more KTOD matches." And Claire pointing out that he was the one who asked for a KTOD match earlier in the day. Well, I don't know. I thought it was a great match. See what happens. I have a feeling though, I wouldn't count those KTOD guys out just yet.
No.
I think they're very strong players. Like we were saying, Bobby Sapphire still very much in contention, and we'll see what happens as the event goes on.
Oh man, we are one time appears to have been called, or at least very close to it. So probably gonna just smoothly transition into the next round here. Give us a little bit of a wind down time with the chat after such an insane matchup. And
Yeah, that was amazing.
yeah, two great players, two stalwarts of the community. Of course, they have to have a great match on camera. I'm not 100% sure about this, but I've maybe heard whispers of both players have said that they kind of have an on-camera curse. And so for both of them to be on camera, of course it was going to be a wild match.
Yeah. Yeah, I know there was back in the Flesh and Blood days, I remember there was a player who was like a very prominent player. He was involved in competitive play. He had like a prominent podcast and stuff. Big figure in the community, but he had that reputation of being cursed on stream.
Hmm.
And I remember seeing him getting paired in the early rounds of an event. And I was watching it. I was watching the stream with some friends in chat, and I was like, this guy has the worst stream luck in the game of Fab. Watch his opponent be playing Boost Dash, and he loses. So Boost Dash was like this not that good version of the deck that the opponent was playing, but it was better against this guy's deck in particular. And his opponent was indeed playing Boost Dash, and he lost to it on stream.
Oh
And I was like,
no.
man, amazing. It was
Uh,
a very called shot.
Sunny D in chat. No, no one should sleep on the or hate on the High Green Mirror. I won't anymore. I have my doubts because coming from Quinlan, the Quinlan Mirror is the opposite of that. It's kind of miserable to be honest. But man, what a fun matchup. Oh.
Yeah, man, that was really something. Okay. Gotta cool down a bit. Gotta cool down a bit.
Everyone,
We'll see what happens for round 6. I cannot promise you that we're gonna have another match of that quality. I'm not saying it's
yeah,
gonna be bad. I'm just saying you gotta temper your expectations.
yep. Everyone, take a sip of water, cool down a little bit. I'm sure the players are. I just did. Golden Dice
All right,
Podcast.
chat.
Love to see you in the chat.
Do you guys have anything in particular that you want to see win, whether that be a specific leader or maybe a specific player that you guys are cheering on who happens to be at the event? Let us know. I'm curious to see what the viewers think.
These Northeast PQs are always pretty stacked.
Yeah, the Northeast is a strong region in this game.
Hmm. I believe both the McClunky and the KTOT teams are located primarily out of the Northeast. So maybe
Alpha Charlie cheering for Titanic here in chat.
Carlos rooting for Cad Bane. Have not seen a Cad Bane today, actually. Those were our first Hans as well.
I think, yeah, that's interesting. CAD has definitely been quite popular at some times, and various versions of him too. We've seen CAD Blue, some of the McClunky Gaming players, with the CAD Green. We've
Hmm.
seen CAD Tarkentown, that definitely a base that works well with his ping ability.
Hmm.
Definitely one of those leaders that doesn't feel locked into a specific combination.
With the banning of Django, it seems it has consolidated more towards Tarkentown because that got opened up in the meta and like that ping plus Tarkentown interaction is so powerful. But I totally agree. Like pretty much every color of cat is viable. I've seen some yellow cats. I've even seen some lake country cats out there in the wild. Like
Lake Country.
lake country cat. I mean, the Tarkentown decks are oftentimes pretty much just 50 yellow cards or 47 yellow cards, and the only reason you're playing red is for Tarkentown. And so is it worth it to get 9 extra HP to get that target down out of there? There's a reason you don't see it like at PQs and at regionals and stuff, but it is an interesting thought.
I think at Denver there was someone who actually made top 64 and won a Leia showcase using Lake Country Leia. I
Hmm.
believe that's accurate.
And that was in the Django meta, which makes it even more impressive to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think the idea with Leia actually has some nice game into the Django matchup because
That
you
is
can use
true.
her ability to swing with multiple units before getting exhausted. And I think the Lake Country Leia game plan was basically just like, all right, boys, here we go. I'm gonna race
Yeah.
you, and I have 4 more HP, and I can swing with multiple units at once. Here we go.
Yeah, you're just so action efficient and like you can have a turn done in like 4 actions and it be
Yeah.
like a very productive turn.
Yeah, I mean that would be like a big and complicated turn. Some turns are like 1 or 2.
Yeah. I mean, with the Leia ability plus Rebel assaulting a Leia feels dirty. Like you get attacked with 3 units in one attack. I'm dealing 15 damage to your base. It's a
Yeah,
lot.
it does hurt to lose access to those aggression cards though for those rebel aggro builds. You don't have for a cause, you don't have Cassian, you don't have K2. Maybe we should call that the Rogue One package. All
Yeah,
those
yeah.
all those cards are from Rogue One, and they're all really good cards for rebel aggro.
Hmm. Stevie turning back around, asking for a KTOD member once again on the stream.
I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna have, Stevie, but we'll see. We'll see how it progresses. I could easily see the KTOD guys making an appearance. They are strong players, and I would not at all be surprised if they're on there again.
Hmm. Looking at the top of the standings, there are 3 undefeated players. Hunter, and then Pasquale, who we saw with the Ray Data Vault, and then Titanic, who we saw just now with On Green. A lot of 4-1s. It looks like all 3 of the KTOD boys are 4-1. Bobby Sapphire, Justin, and Maddie. Some other notable players, Cluis or Tetra Rain from the Bothan Network is at 4-1. Padawan Unlimited, who I have seen in Discord and I believe does content, is also 4-1. And there's so many people, too many to shout out. There's 111 players at this event, but going through, those are the names I recognize at the top of the standings.
Like we were saying earlier, Northeast is a strong region in Star Wars
Hmm.
Unlimited.
A lot of good players.
All right, the players are getting seated, and we're gonna see what happens as we move to the. We're gonna see what happens as we um, move to the next round of Swiss. That is going to be, I believe, the 6th round of Swiss play.
All right, looking at the pairings, looks like Titanic got paired against Pasquale, 2 5-0s. I would not be surprised to see a buy there. And we do have some interesting matchups. We have a KTOD Maddie versus Justin pairing in round 6.
All right.
We'll see what we get on camera here.
CLC Fasan says 4-2 can make it. There is actually going to be a 7th round of Swiss.
Mm-hmm.
I believe a 5-2 can make it, but I don't think all 5-2s make it. I would have to
No.
like do the Swiss triangle thing or whatever.
Yeah.
How many players did we say there were? Was it 118?
114.
114. Yeah, let me consult the Swiss triangle.
I think well, with draws now it's a little different. So with draws it might be a clean cut. But
Wait,
we'll
we're
see if
doing
they have to
seven.
play
We're doing 7 rounds.
7 rounds.
Okay, so according to this, if it's 114 players, after 7 rounds, there will be 1 undefeated and 7 X and 1, which would mean X and 2 would not make it. But I'm
So
not
pretty clean
actually
cut.
sure if that will be the final outcome, depending on whether or not we've had drops and IDs and
Yeah.
double losses, or I mean, not that there are actual double losses, but like games that end up being ties among the top players. So we'll have
Hmm.
to see what happens.
There's technically 4 undefeated players. There are 3 players at 5-0, and then there is 1 player at 4-0-1.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if the players will be able to draw this round at undefeated because 4-1 does go down to 20th place.
All right. We will hopefully be bringing you this match. There we go. We have this time it's going to be a 30 HP Han Green versus a Kira Green Data Vault, so 33 HP. And we are going to be getting things set up shortly.
Players are getting started here. Apologies for graphics and stuff, but we got the gameplay.
Yeah, we should hopefully have the other stuff going fast. We got the video itself, and we're going to be leading off with a L337 from Han. No temporary resource created, while our Kira player brings out Inferno 4. L3 swings to base. That's going to be 2 damage on that data vault. And it looks like on the left we have Tyler from McClunky Gaming running the Han Solo 30 HP, and on the right we have Mike running the Data Vault 33 HP blue green villain Kira build. So that's going to be a phase. What is that? Phase 3 Dark Trooper.
Yep, the
Phase 4 Dark
337.
Trooper.
Phase 3, I believe.
Which phase did they say it was?
The third one, I believe.
Okay. Little fun fact, the original Phase 3 Dark Trooper was the last boss of the video game Star Wars Dark Forces, which I played when I was a little kid.
I had no idea.
That is not canonical anymore, though. And the whole Dark Trooper thing was a reference to that game, though, but it's been updated for modern canon and most notably features in The Mandalorian. Now we're going to see, so there was a Millennium Falcon, and it did get a swing in, but was then countered by a takedown from Michael on the next turn. Steel Fasan says, for each XP the Dark Trooper gets, it goes up 1 phase. Well, if that's the case, we have a phase 0 Dark Trooper. And Alpha Charlie saying Legends is fair game now with Darth Revan spoiled. Look, I'll tell you what, there is a Legends card already in the game in set 4, I believe.
Is it the
But it's very
K-Wing?
obscure.
It's the K-Wing. I think it was on Reddit, someone mentioned the K-Wing is from a Legends, and so opens up Legends for other cards.
So orbiting K-Wing, which is not a super prominent card, I believe is Legends. I'm not sure K-Wings have appeared in like modern Star Wars canon. Which is good because they look really silly. Sorry to any K-Wing lovers. I think that's so goofy looking. But Legends is already in the game technically, but it's going to be even more in the game with characters that people actually know and care about in the Legends of the Force set coming out soon, and I bet they chose that name for a reason. All right.
Stevie, over under on number of matches with the KTOD coin is probably at 5.5. And I wouldn't fault you for taking the over.
It looks like L3 did swing into that Dark Trooper, giving it an experience. We have a tech on the field, and the Dark Trooper is now able to swing for 4 and decides to just swing base. I think tech is maybe going to attack into the Dark Trooper now. That's right. So Tyler's tech clears Dark Trooper. It's interesting to note that tech has remained a prominent part of these decks, even though the tech DJ combo, once so strong, is now out of competitive play with DJ's suspension.
With the Han ability, it just interacts so well with tech because you're putting cards from your hand into the resource row, which makes you want smuggle, and especially with the on attack, putting a card from the top of your deck into a resource row. If that card is ever a smuggle card, it's great. And if it's something you want later, well, tech lets you get that later. So Han oftentimes treats its resource row like a second hand anyway, and so being able to fully maximize that with tech is really powerful.
Yeah, I will also point out Vandoza saying cards having a gold border to represent non-canon should open the door for a lot of cards. It's not a full gold border. It's still a black bordered card, but it has a gold stripe at the bottom of the text box, and I think maybe a like gold underline on the nameplate thing as well. But we'll have to see what that ends up looking like as they bring out more units of this type. In the meantime, though, let's discuss this game.
Kira's kind of taking an aggressive role in this match, which sneakily Kira can do. with those phase 3s and the Kira flip, like giving grit to her is really powerful. Can hit for 7
Han trading
sometimes.
with Kira here. Now, sending Han to attack into Kira not only clears Kira, but it also generates that extra resource, and that's going to fuel a U-wing reinforcement here for Tyler.
Yeah, going from 5 to 7, classic Han Green strategy. Classic Han
Yeah,
strategy in
the
general.
old 5-6-7 from Han. One of his that's been a core part of his game plan since set 1, and it remains very strong here in set 4.
This U-Wing looks a little clunky. A lot of Hans, which aren't great right now, but getting that Chewie is huge, and having a 2-drop to go with it, just fill the
Yeah,
curve.
Chewie on the board is great here because it means that some of Michael's removal is now dead. So if the opponent were to play a Power of the Dark Side, Tyler can designate Chewie, who then doesn't care about it. If Michael were to play Avenger, Tyler can designate Chewie, who doesn't care about it. So Michael needs to find some way to clear Chewie, maybe with a no glory only result, before
That
he
is
uses one of those ones that makes your opponent choose.
That's going to be the most notable answer for sure. I think there's that Avenger we see over there. There's a Vigilance hiding out as well, which I wouldn't hate this turn. Kill that Tech. Like Tech might be a little bit bigger of a threat right now with your life total only being at 5 damage on base.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right, Mickey. It's going to be vigilance on that Tech, clears Tech off the board, and the second mode chosen heals the base to full. So one other option that Michael might have for dealing with this Chewie would be to fire off an overwhelming barrage.
hmm
Um, Now, what pilot is that we're seeing?
That is the Luke Skywalker pilot, I believe.
Pilot
So,
Luke on the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing, and that's going to be a swing for 6 damage from Michael. And then Chewie is going to be able to potentially swing in there for another big chunk of damage. There's 5 more. So now, and that is I believe that is the organized play version of the Millennium Falcon Get Out and Push. So we are now in a state where, despite Tyler being very behind on the base HP race earlier in this turn, he is now going far faster than Michael, and Michael really needs to find an answer. There's a traitorous
ooh,
on that Phoenix Squadron A-Wing. That is huge.
that is a great answer.
That is a
Um,
really strong answer here to the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing buffed with Luke Skywalker. Now, it is worth noting, if this A-Wing dies, the Luke does interplay on Tyler's side of the board,
mhm.
because the upgrade does not change owners, only the unit itself, not the upgrade.
Yep. And it looks like I think Tyler has a waylay in hand, so waylaying that Phoenix Squadron A-Wing would bring it back to your own hand and also drop that Luke to your ground arena. So that's pretty
That would
good.
be a great answer.
Yeah. Still hurts because you take 6, or you lose 6 damage from your board. So, and I think Tyler is clarifying that now where the Luke goes if the upgrade is defeated.
Yeah, and the Luke Skywalker is still under Tyler's control, and if that A-Wing is removed, the Luke Skywalker will interplay on Tyler's side of the board, not Michael's, because it is an
Mhm.
ability of the upgrade. And so there we go. And that's exactly what happens. That waylay being used, traitorous discarded, Phoenix Squadron A-Wing back to the hand. I think there's a good chance we could see it replayed sometime, but this turn it's likely that we're going to see that Kira instead, I think.
Mhm. I agree. And it looks like Michael has the no glory in his hand to answer the Chewie. I totally understand trying to get that A wing off first. That was the most damage, and it can, if it sticks around, you can clear the Falcon as well. But this is going to hurt that waylay into the Kira. Kira's probably going to name no glory, make it as awkward as possible.
Yeah, Kira naming no glory only results. Now, or I think that's a very likely play. I don't know for sure if that's what he's naming. Now, I will say he's on 7 resources. He's going to go up to 8, at which point he can play it even with the Kira penalty. So there
Mhm.
is an argument that Tyler should name something else. No glory only results. Fell the dragon and rivals fall. Lots of removal there. Let's see which card Tyler picks. If it's me, it would be no glory.
I think it's either no glory or there is an argument to just name Super Laser Blast. If your opponent top decks that and plays it this turn, you have no cards in hand. You're only left with a
Yeah,
Chewie, and then they have the answer following up. Like I think Super Laser Blast is also a totally reasonable name.
you have a point there. You do have a point there, Mickey. Especially now that Luke Skywalker is on the field. If Luke is out there as an upgrade, it can be kind of a mitigating factor against a super laser blast,
hmm
similar to if your opponent has a unit that's captured some of your things, because after the blast, your unit will, like, go free.
hmm
But now that it's on the field, super laser blast is a weakness. Let's see what happens here.
I think we're going to see that no glory one way or the other because I don't think Michael drew the super laser blast. So we're going to see if it was naming that, and it looks like it wasn't. So might have gone after the super laser blast.
All right.
This is the weakness of that play, though. You allow your opponent to weave in an additional play like Inferno 4, which can get a lot of value digging for the super laser blast now. Although,
Yeah, and
if
Claire confirms in chat it was Super Laser Blast.
okay,
So Super Laser Blast named there, and No Glory only results used on that Chewy. That does now mean that an Avenger or a Power of the Dark Side or whatever is live.
hmm
But Michael is suffering a lot of damage. He's taken 25 damage, only 8 HP left, and that Falcon has yet to swing here.
I
So he could easily be in range of a surprise strike at the start of this next turn.
I think this board's just going to get too wide for Michael to deal with, especially with super laser blast being offline with that Kira still. And OB
28
does
damage on Michael's base.
And Obi does clear the Millennium Falcon and the Luke Pilot, but with Akira still around and Tyler still with plenty of units from hand or resource to play, I think this is going to be a little bit too much.
Yeah, I believe actually at this point we're looking at a hot shot blaster being enough to close the game. And now Tyler
Mhm.
brings out a tech as well. This is a really problematic board for Michael. Oh wow, and a stolen AT hauler and super laser blast still interdicted there by Kira.
Mhm.
It's looking grim for Michael, and it looks like he's starting to pick up his cards. I think this first game is going to be a win for Tyler.
Yep. Having that waylay for that traitorous Phoenix Squadron A-Ring really took the sting out of that play. If he
Yeah.
doesn't have that, having that 6-4 still around, being able to clear up that Falcon, and then being able to devote all your time into clearing the ground would have been really, really helpful. But not only does he get the A-Wing back, but he gets the Luke developed, which it probably pushed 6 damage over the course of those last couple of turns. That was kind of the shifting point in the match.
Yeah, well played to Tyler. Another win for the McClunky Gaming competitive team here on the McClunky Gaming stream. You love to see it. But this match is not yet over. Michael could make a comeback. Let's see what Tyler does going into round 2.
hmm And we really saw the shine of Chewie in that match. But I also, you mentioned it earlier, the Luke Skywalker pilot being good into Super Laser Blast. It reminds me a lot if anyone was playing Magic around the time of Theros block of the bestow mechanic, where you could put a unit on another unit, and when that original unit died, it would fall off. And it was really good against those sweeper style effects of, all right, I'm gonna make a big unit and kind of have one in reserves. It's not as good as Chewie is in this matchup, but I think it attacks the Kira deck on a similar front of like making those mass board wipes really painful for them.
All right. It's looking like the sideboarding decisions are being made here. What do you think? If you're the Kira player and you just took a loss to Han Green, what are you bringing in to try and counter?
If I have any more upgrade removal or traitorous's, I'm going to bring those in for sure. I might bring in some more blasts as well if I have those because the game can get over very quickly, but if you have the tools right to deal with the early pilot stuff in those traitorous and those confiscates, then your Han opponent can still kind of play into the late game with U-wing reinforcements and Han units, and so maybe even home ones out of the sideboard. So I probably want some more blasts as well. From
One really funny situation. I don't think it's very likely that we're going to see it here, but one really funny situation. Traders actually countered by change of heart.
that is
Um,
true.
so it's a niche interaction, but change of heart specifically says that at the start of the regroup phase, its owner takes control of it, not the player who
hmm
previously controlled it. So if your opponent plays traitorous on one of your units and you play change of heart on it, it actually goes back to being under your control, even though the opponent played traitorous on it, and the traitorous is still there.
hmm Having played enough Palpatine, I am all too familiar with that interaction of stealing my opponent. This was like set two, stealing my opponent's Fet's Fire Spray and getting it. The worst was when they would a new adventure it, return it to their own hand and replay it, but even change a heart to take it and keep it. From the Han side of thing, I think I saw a glimpse of what Tyler started in. He brought in the confiscates, which seems almost exclusively for traders. Although sometimes these cure lists play entrenched as well, which is another good counter for the piloted unit. And then also home one, so going up a little bit higher on the top end, playing a little bit later of a game.
Now, one interesting thing I saw is it looked like Tyler was removing some, or he had some traitors in his own deck. I don't know if you do you keep those or remove them? What do you think?
I think I remove them. You really only want to hit like a Pershing and a super laser tech, and so it's really only good on the first 3 or 4 turns of the game, and you just have better stuff to be doing if you're Tyler. Like I'd rather play Falcon and then Chewie it up and then like resupply. So by the time you have the resources and the availability to do it, the Trader's is kind of weakened and isn't as impactful at that point. So
I
it
do think
definitely
Traitors on Super Laser Tech is an insane play, but like,
it is a blowout. But your opponent's playing a 60 card deck with only 3 super laser techs. I
yeah,
don't
that's a good point.
I don't think it's worth it just for that one interaction, unfortunately. But I have traders many a super laser tech in my day, and boy does it feel great.
Yeah. Traitors on Super Laser Tech, pretty awesome. No Glory only results on Super Laser Tech, pretty awesome.
Oh yeah,
I
it's
think
just
I've
this.
had that one. It's especially nasty. Like if you play resupply and they play Super Laser Tech, and then the next turn you're on 5 resources and you hit their Super Laser Tech with no glory, it's brutal for them.
Yep, I have done that a few times, exploring some Palpatine decks. It feels great.
All right, we're seeing a very similar start to previous. It's going to be Inferno 4 versus L3.
hmm
In fact, was that the exact same opening line that we saw in the previous match
I
or the
think
previous
so.
game?
Only with Tyler had initiative last time, and
Got it.
then
Got it.
I think same follow up here with the Phase 3 Dark Trooper.
Yeah, deja vu.
I mean, the good cards are good in the matchup, so might as well play them every game if you can.
Now, I do think Tyler has a hotshot blaster if he wants to go for it, but he might also just play out something to develop his board, and that's what he's going to do. It's going to be a tech
I
swing
think
for base, 2 damage to Tyler's base there, and then I think Tyler likely going to take the initiative here rather than swinging this L3 into the Phase 3 Dark Trooper.
mhm. This is kind of. I'm wondering if this is what Tyler's thinking of playing this tech. He has a confiscate in his hand, and tech is a really annoying unit for Michael. You can flip Kira attack into it, but it's a little risky. But it is a great target for Traitorous. So I'm wondering if Tyler's trying to get Michael to Traitorous his tech so he can blow him out with confiscate.
Yeah, I could easily see that. He might even, if he has that hotshot blaster, imagine playing that on tech to make it an even juicier target.
hmm
Um, and we could see that happen, but we might not. Looks like it's going to be a resupply instead. So resupply is going to put him in a position to use Han's ability and bring out Han this turn.
hmm Looks like Michael also has a resupply to match, so if he wants to keep up with the deploy, he can do so this turn.
Interesting point. Now, one funny thing about this scenario is that if Michael were to deploy Kira here, it will damage the Phase 3 Dark Trooper and leave it in a position where one of these other units can trade with it,
hmm I
which would
think
otherwise not be the case. Temporary resource made.
I think if I'm Michael, I'm gonna hit this phase 3 into the L3 to start, just get the shield off before this Kira flip. Goes
Now
base
he goes
instead.
base.
Oh, well,
Two
Tyler's gonna
damage
do it
there,
for you.
loses the shield. Yeah, so I think what Tyler is trying to do here is he can crash his units into the Phase 3 Dark Trooper here and potentially clear it before Kira can flip. And then if Kira does flip, it will actually heal a bunch of this damage off of tech.
hmm And then you're kind of leaving Michael with 2 units he wants to kill with his Kira. Does he want to get rid of the Han or does he want to get rid of the tech?
Right. There's the flip. Did Michael take the initiative or did he pass here to bring out Kira?
Looks like he
I
just
think he
took
checked the
initiative.
initiative. Little surprising.
Last game, his Kira did get answered by the Han attack, so Tyler has shown that he is willing to throw his Han for the Kira, just trade leaders. And he might, I don't know what answer he could have, but he might have an answer for that Han next turn, and just wants to make sure he can keep Tyler off of 7 resources next turn.
Oh, look at that. Tyler is going to make a use of those resources by smuggling out the hotshot blaster, even though it doesn't give him the extra attack. He uses his 3 resources just to smuggle it onto Han and develop that additional power for potential future attacks.
Hmm. It does look like he binned the confiscate with the Han ability, so no longer has access to that. Although Traitors isn't backbreaking right now.
Yeah, Traitorous has no good target right now. What you're really hoping for with Traitorous as the Han opponent is that the opponent loads up a Falcon and then you steal not just the Falcon, but also now you're gaining the benefit of some pilots or whatever.
Hmm.
That or you take their tech, like they play a tech and you take it. That's
Yeah.
another pretty good scenario. But a 1 HP tech isn't exactly as enticing a target. Although in this case, we see Michael playing Vigilance to remove that tech. It's going to be a heal and kill. Tyler then swings on into the base for 6 damage with the Han Solo, buffed up by that Hotshot Deal 44 blaster. And Michael is now going to flip Kira.
Ooh,
Is there an
could
answer here?
could Ewing, but also has Han Pilot in his hand. But you can just play that guy as a 5 cost 4/5
Yeah,
ambusher
Han
on the
Pilot
ground.
can ambush and kill Kira. That's an extremely reasonable play. You don't need to have big Han. Like you can play Han Pilot, ambush him as a 4/5, kill Kira, and he stays on the board. I actually think that might be what I do. I think it's safer than the U-wing, but the
Yeah.
U-wing is higher reward if you do get something.
Hmm.
It's risky though. What happens if he doesn't find something that can kill Han and his
Oh,
opponent? Oh, but there it is. There it is. He
there it
found the
is.
big Han, and so if he didn't find something that would kill Kira, he would potentially be in a rough spot to an overwhelming barrage. But he
Yes.
does find the Han Solo reluctant hero, which is going to be a more rewarding play than if he had gone
Hmm.
for Pilot Han there.
I think Tyler checked his resources before doing that play, just seeing the number of outs he had. And I think he had a Han Pilot down there and a Han Pilot in hand, but had the third Han Pilot still left in deck, and maybe the full 3 Han Reluctant Heroes. So did quick maths and maybe not actual literal maths, but decided 4 outs is good enough for me to throw this
Yeah.
down.
Yeah, and I mean, I think in expectation, he more likely has it than doesn't have it. But you do incur at least some risk.
Yes, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you can do some like kind of simple math and be like, okay, this is a 50 card deck. I've seen more than 10 cards. I have at least 4 hits left. So like on average, I should get it. But
There
like,
there are also
you
some
know,
backdoor outs where if you don't hit an ambusher, you can hit a Kira to name the overwhelming barrage if it's there. Your
yeah,
opponent here
yeah.
still gets an attack, but it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, you could do like Kira Blue Leader, kill Inferno 4, name whatever good thing he has in hand.
Hmm.
Looks like it's going to be a Darth Vader from Michael.
Yep. I do appreciate the convention promo version of Darth Vader. Let me some pretty cards.
Darth Vader. Bringing out a Dr. Pershing as the additional unit there. Doesn't find a Hylobon Enforcer to join him. And who will Vader swing at? Do you use Vader? I assume you use Vader to clear Han here.
I think so. Just get the 6 power off the board. This
So
Han unit is going to be a menace to deal with, but you gotta deal with it.
what do you do here if you're Tyler? Do you do L3 trade with Vader, kill Pershing?
Probably. It depends. I mean, I don't know what's under the smuggler row, but I definitely want to limit my opponent's options. Your opponent
Yeah.
is only at 6 damage on base with a 33 HP base. Decides to go for Han into Vader, which is also reasonable. Keep the L3 around if he has something like a surprise strike, or maybe now he plays Han Pilot to ambush into the Pershing instead.
Oh yeah, that's a viable play. And then you do have the L3 still sticking around in case there's an Avenger or Power of the Dark Side.
Hmm. Could also just be not
L3 swinging
respecting the
base, so he
Pershing.
may just decide to leave this Pershing on the field, which is a little surprising to me. But I am not a Han Green expert. And then he's going to bring out Chewie, which is going to be a nice protection against that Power of the Dark Side or against that Avenger. And
Hmm.
Chewie is also going to survive a potential Super Laser Blast. So I think are we? Oh no, we're at that point now. I was wondering if there was going to be one more turn, but we are now at that 8 resource point.
Hmm. Leaving this L3 alive is kind of nice, specifically for a sequence of like no glory, your Chewy, and then power without that
Yeah.
L3 around.
Looks like it's going to be a Maul ambushing in. Who's the target here? Do you go for Chewie or do you go for Han?
I think I go for Chewy. It leaves my Maw alive, plus it's the most annoying threat because it locks out my Avengers and my Power of the Dark Sides.
Yeah, and that is going to be the call. Now, if I am Tyler, One thing that I could do here is bring out, I think he has a Poe Dameron in hand. So playing that Poe Dameron and generating the X-Wing token there gives you an extra small body to potentially absorb something like that. Um, let's see what he does though.
We saw him forgo 6 damage last turn to value this L3 body even just as a 2/1. I would not be surprised if he does something similar here. Attack the Han into the Maul just to keep the 2 around as power and Avenger insulation.
Could be, yeah.
Goes for Pershing this time though.
Han clears Pershing. Cheetah base from Michael. Michael actually ahead in the race here. Not that they're racing very fast. There's the trade, but it leaves him open. But there isn't going to be the resource available for Power of the Dark Side just yet. And now we're going to see, I think, that Poe.
Mm-hmm.
So Poe played as a ground unit and is going to create an X-Wing token and does not jump on the X-Wing token. This way you have more insulation against one of those Power of the Dark Side type cards.
I like that.
L3 gets resourced and can potentially be brought out via Smuggle. Let's see what happens here on Michael's next turn. And we do have Super Laser Blast.
Yeah.
Super Laser Blast, if drawn, can be played and would wipe this board completely.
Yeah, this game is starting to get away from Tyler a little bit. This Han is still a menace, and your power and Avenger insulated. But with a Fel here, like you have another removal spell, Michael's starting to clear this board up, and it's going to start slamming his big Star Destroyers.
Yeah, I think Tyler has stumbled a bit. He's not put that much damage onto Michael's base, but the game's not over. I think we're going to see a pilot Han here on that X-Wing, which will protect it from Inferno 4 and also allow you to just deal more damage to base. So that's going to be a swing for 4, up to 12 damage on the base, but there's still 21 HP remaining thanks to that 33 HP data vault.
Yes.
Now, on the other hand, this might be one of those situations where being on a 33 HP data vault isn't that good if you're really hoping you're going to be drawing that Super Laser Blast. You know, your odds of doing that are worse with the greater deck size. Now, looks like it's going to be a takedown, clearing out that X-Wing token with Han on it, and then Poe Dameron swings into base for 3. Tyler, looking at his resource row, does he have some Smuggle play? I know he has an L3 in there, so at minimum he can bring that out. But he actually has a much more powerful play with Lando's Falcon from Smuggle.
Yes. This game is still certainly not over that. Falcon does a lot of work here. Michael's gonna need some more removal for it, but having that Maul for that Chewie is, I think, where this game really started to turn around. And without being able to clear that Chewie, we're gonna have a lot more annoying threats and taking 5 a turn. But now, clear the Chewie, which also cleared the L3. Maul is very, very good there. Just want to highlight, I think that's where this game turned around for Michael, if it does end up turning around.
Okay, we're going to see what happens here. I do think that Han attacking into the Vader lost some tempo for Tyler.
Mm-hmm.
Reinforcement Walker coming out for Michael. Looking at that top card, he is indecisive, and he leaves it on top, which is not right. He should draw that card.
Yes, goes to hand. And Tyler
there we
points it
go.
out.
Now he draws it. Didn't quite see what it was, but he would rather have it in hand than a healed. And that to me means it's probably something really good.
It might have been like a Power of the Dark Side, which is right on the fringes of a card you would think about, but probably keep.
Swing from Inferno 4, swing from Poe Dameron. We're up to 21 damage on Michael's base, but he still has 12 HP left thanks to that data vault, where on Tyler's side, we have 16 damage on the base, which means that we are going to have 14 HP left. Tyler now winning the race, but that Reinforcement Walker could be a big hitch in the plan. On the other hand, Tyler still has many resources available. Let's see what he does with them.
Looks like a home 1. Yeah.
Home 1.
Get back a Chewie. Oh, that is brutal.
Nice. Home 1 for Chewie is a great play here because it does mean that a Super Laser Blast will not wipe the board anymore. That Chewie will remain on the field and serve as a potential major obstacle for Michael. Once again, Home 1 being used not just to bring back a 3-cost card for free, but to enable a discounted recursion on a more powerful unit from that discard pile.
Now, this Reinforcement Walker does get to cleanly clear this Chewbacca with an attack. However, that does mean you're getting in for 7 with this home one, and you have 5 more in space with that Millennium Falcon. These big space units really allowing Tyler to stay in the game.
The barrage targets home one, and then there's going to be, what, 1 point of damage left over?
Yeah. Goes to
Home one
Poe.
off the field, 1 damage on Poe.
I'm not sure it entirely matters. My instinct would probably be to throw it in space because my reinforcement walker can clear these ground units. But I think that 1 damage feels pretty inconsequential right now.
Chewie swinging on in for another 5 damage to that base. Now, we would be, I believe, at... Oh, no, not quite. I was going to say that we would be at game over with a 30 HP base, but it's not quite there. I believe we're at 28 damage.
Mm-hmm. Back down to
Reinforcement
25.
walker clears out Chewie, discarding a maul for the heal. And then another 5 damage thrown onto the base thanks to the Lando's Falcon. And now we are at that point where a 30 HP base would have lost the game. But with 3 more hit points, Michael's still in it, and he fires a Power of the Dark Side, which doesn't matter.
But that
Tyler
3
just
damage is
loses
going to
the
finish it.
Falcon, and then Poe gets in
Yeah.
for the win.
Wow. That runner home one into the Millennium Falcon into the home one really let Tyler play into the late game here. And I think Michael kind of misevaluated the threats at the late game. Obviously, you want your Walker to defeat the Chewie, but if you're going to do that, I think you have to do that first action and not take the 5. You're going to take 7 from home one, but then you can barrage later. It's a tough situation. I
So you
think
do first action swing and then fire the barrage after. I think that's quite reasonable. You didn't need the extra stats in the barrage.
there's either that or if you're going to barrage first, I think you have to kill that Poe, obviously. I, it's a rock and a hard place. That home one for that Chewie really helps Tyler pushing that last bit of damage there.
Tough situation. Tyler was able to pull off a convincing win, going
Yeah.
2-0 against Michael here. And that is going to be another win for Team here on the Gaming stream. Congratulations to my McClunky Gaming teammates who are doing well in these matches.
Yep. And Tyler was 4-1 going into that round towards the top of the standings in terms of tiebreakers. So is now going to be 5-1 entering the final round. I think there's going to be enough 5-1s that drawing is going to be tough. So probably has to play out that last round, but still very alive for top 8 contention.
Yeah, it should be interesting to see how this one goes, but we are now reaching the point where we're going to see maybe some IDs among the players at the top. If you're undefeated at this point, and we could potentially see an ID into the cut. But I think there are going to be at least some of those matches also being played out, and of course there are going to be some matches being played out at lower tables as well. So we will be with you shortly in the last round of Swiss. But I think we can do I think we're going to do a quick interview with Tyler here.
Yep.
Um,
Gonna try and get Tyler on the mic, do a quick interview, and then we're gonna take a. We've been running since that insane Han Green Mirror match, so we're gonna take a little bit of a breather, and then come back with some round 7 action after that.
Sounds like a plan.
So Han Green, we saw. I think it only had like 5 representatives at this tournament, but at least 3 of them were 4-1 or better going into this round because we saw Titanic was 5-0, and then Bobby Sapphire, even with losing that insane game, was 4-1, and Tyler was also 4-1 there. So it's not as represented, but is doing very, very well in terms of win percentage, which is about what I expected. Han always seems to be a little underrepresented, and because of that, overperforms. In part, also because it's in the hands of usually some of the best players.
There's an
Alright.
interesting factor where sometimes you get those decks that are complex to play, and that means that they'll have a relatively bad record when piloted by newcomers, but sometimes that can disguise a much better record when a more experienced player takes place.
Yeah. All right. How's it going, Tyler?
Going great, chilling at X1. I heard you guys talk a little bit about, Han Green. A good portion of my team, a lot of the K2OD is playing. I know Malik and Alex are both were on it. I think it's a great deck. What I've been telling a lot of people You know, jig is up. That like if you ever know Magic, there's a deck in Magic called Dredge, which is just a very
Mhm.
graveyard, discard pile heavy deck, and it's typically good when people aren't playing hate for it, and if it's really bad if people have a lot of sideboard hate for it. And I think that this deck is very similar. You
Yeah,
know,
that makes a
Interesting.
lot of sense to me.
there's
What are you
so
thinking of in terms of the sideboard hate that you're worried about?
Traitorous, Confiscate, Disabling Fang Fighter, Regional Governor. Like there's just you can play Open Fires in the red deck. Like decks of all colors can play hate, like Bamboozle as well for this deck,
Mhm.
and you can get got a lot. Like so far, my only loss today was to a Sabine ECL who double confiscated me game one.
Ooh, that's
Uh,
brutal.
so yeah, it's
Wow, name deck,
interesting.
confiscate, and
Yeah,
Sabine ECL. That is
yep,
spicy.
very
Yep.
spicy.
I think it's a healthy position for one of the best decks in the format to have. I've always been a fan of like if you want to beat a deck, you can beat it. You might sacrifice points in other matchups, but you can beat it, and that's kind of where I think Sabine is right now. It's a deck that
Yeah.
towards the top tables, but if you want to beat it, you can beat it. What is your opinion on the meta? Like, what do you think? Han Green's the best deck in the room? Do you think it's kind of a week to week thing?
I think it's a week to week thing. Right now we're chilling. Like, Europe, there was no Han Green that was played. The deck just no one played it.
Hmm.
Richmond, you had me, Alex, and a couple of others that were playing it. And I think like we all made day two, if not, like I barely missed top eight. Alex made top eight. The deck is great. But if
Hmm.
it starts picking up steam and more people keep picking it up, people will just start preparing for it, and you can start to really like lose if you don't play it right.
Hmm.
But otherwise, the metagame is pretty balanced. I think me and a couple others. I think we agree. I think Kira Data Vault is I would say his best deck. You
Okay.
know, like Han's a great into everyone that's not answering it. If
Hmm.
the person plays no interaction, yeah, Han's gonna be doing great. But Kira though can be prepared and practiced against every deck. Like Han's a good deck to make top eight. Kira's a deck that's good to win the event.
Yeah. The way I think about it is that I think Sabine and Kira are the highest floor decks of the format,
Yeah.
whereas I think Han Green is probably the highest ceiling deck in the format right now.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Sabine has got a lot less practice you need. You only have like a couple matchups you really need to like prepare for. Kira though, I feel like if you don't play every matchup and know it, you're going to lose to like random stuff.
Hmm. I agree. It's kind of how I feel about Quinlan too.
Yeah.
Quinlan is another deck where pretty high floor, but you have to be pretty mastered in all the different matchups.
Yeah, no. Otherwise, metagame feels quite healthy. It's the
Hmm.
first time for me that I'm playing a Heroism deck. I've been on Villainy for the past year, so it's a new experience. But deck's working. I don't know how long it'll work for. I feel like it will. We're gonna start seeing more and more hate for it as we get closer to Minneapolis, and then I feel like set six is gonna start changing a lot. Hopefully.
Oh yeah. Yes. Yeah. I agree with that.
Yeah, I think there's I don't know if you saw it, but they previewed Darth Revan, the
Revan, yeah,
classic
yeah.
KOTOR boy.
Oh yeah.
Um
I am a KOTOR fanboy. Unfortunately, I
I
don't think
don't
that
know if he's any
card's.
good since
I
he's
don't think
the
he's
first
good.
leader we've ever seen to not have a second aspect, and his ability doesn't seem so amazing as to make up for that early.
He he
But
should have been the 4/7. He should have been a 5 cost
Yeah.
4/7.
We were talking about it earlier, Tara and I was like, I wonder if he was a 4/7 up until they had to ban Boba and was
Yeah.
like, I don't want to make this him a sick again, so let's tune him back a little
Yeah.
bit.
I
he
don't think
could
he's
he could
gonna.
be good. We haven't seen his support mechanisms yet. I could see him
Yeah.
being strong, but it's a little surprising to me that he doesn't get an aspect or it doesn't get a second aspect.
Yeah. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. I do believe though. Who knows? Fandom wise, but that showcase should be pretty penny.
Yes.
Even if nobody's playing
I
it,
hear you, man.
I think it'll be up there with Luke and Vader.
Very popular character with some of the old schoolers
Oh
for
yeah.
Star Wars stuff.
Yeah. Well, if you have any more questions, Tara, I think I am good to let you get some break in between the rounds, prepare for your final round. I believe I'm not a no standings guru, but I believe it's going to be a win and in. I don't think there's
Oh
going
yeah.
to be any draws allowed.
Yeah. No, we're definitely winning in.
So, well, good luck in the next round, Tyler. Wish you the best.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Have a nice
congrats
night.
on the win. Best of luck in the rest of the event.
All right. Well, that was Tyler from McClunky Gaming. I believe goes by Jark on his Discord and username elsewhere. So good luck to him. Great win. And we are going to move to a quick break here before round 7. Let us recoup some energy, maybe go grab some food, get some water. And I am Mickey D, joined by Tower number 9 here at the Tabletop Gaming Center PQ. And we will see you after this break.
Thanks for watching, guys. See you again soon.
Welcome back to the Tabletop Gaming Center Planetary Qualifier in Newington, Connecticut. We are getting ready for round 7. Round 6 has just wrapped up of Swiss. We're in the ultimate round right before the top cut. My name is Mickey D. I am here with Tower number 9. How are you doing, Tower?
I'm doing well, Mickey. We've had some great games thus far in the stream here, and I'm excited to see what happens as we do that last and then on to the top 8.
Yeah, we've had some really exciting games. There was a Han Green mirror between two stand-up members of the community, two stalwarts people probably know of, with Titanic and Bobby Sapphire. An insane match. I recommend people go back and view that one. What an incredible game! And we just saw Tyler from the McClunky Gaming team on Han Green as well take down a Kira Datavolt 33. So I've had a game full of, or a day full of awesome games. I've had a pretty wide variety. As expected, as we get into the later rounds, kind of the cream rises to the top, both in terms of players and in deck lists. So we've seen some duplicates finally with some Han Green and some Kira Data Vault, but still a lot of good unique deck lists out there. So very healthy meta and an exciting event.
Yeah. No, it's been very cool.
So
I'm not gonna
yeah,
spoil the result of the amazing Han mirror, but
yeah,
as Mickey said, I think players should go back and watch that. I think it may actually be the best match of Star Wars Unlimited TCG I've ever kept.
yeah, I would agree. It's back and forth, a lot of intensity, a lot of like changing of the game plans, and especially in pretty much every single game, it was hard to determine who was ahead at any given point up until the very end of the game.
Yeah, it should be pretty interesting to see what happens as we move on to more of these events in the season. Are we going to see, I think there's a real question. What are we going to see? Is it going to be all Sabine all the time? I don't think that's that likely necessarily, but she's put up some strong early results post suspension. Are we going to see more of these Han mirrors? Maybe, we had an interview with our Han player after the previous match where there was some discussion of, is Han one of these decks where opponents can side into it very easily, and we're going to see people can see.
Hmm. And the meta is at a point right now where it feels very fluid. It feels like Quinlan was kind of public enemy number 1 right after the bans, given that it was probably the second or third best deck in the format at that point, and it was the only deck that didn't have any cards banned from it. But Quinlan as a deck doesn't stand up to being targeted super well, and so it's been subdued a little bit as Sabine and Han and Kira have kind of risen into those spots. But as people start to target those decks, there's going to be this like ever cyclical motion of decks rising to the top and then being targeted and falling down and then rising to the top again when no one's expecting them. We have here a breakdown of the leaders and base combos, or just the leaders. And as expected for a Northeast tournament, Sabine, number 1 deck at 15% played. Tyler did mention that he had been talking to some people and that they think Kira might be like the highest floor, maybe the most consistent deck in the format. Can't get hated out. And it was at 10% of the field, second most played deck, followed by that Boba Fett leader from set 4. Maybe not the strongest deck in the room, but a lot of people enjoy that kind of play style of burning your opponent out at 6%. And beyond Sabine and Kira, the top 2 decks, everything at 5% or lower for the most part.
We're going to be we're going to be seeing how these things evolve at the recent, I believe it was the Richmond event, where Sabine was, I think, 10% at that event and the most represented leader. This time we have her at 15, which is higher, but once again, nowhere near the representation that we were seeing of like Boba Fett back in the day. And there are a lot of other things being played, really diverse field as people still figure out some elements of this post-suspension meta.
I think as well, a big part of the conversation with the Django ban was not only was it a bigger part of the day one field, usually at about like 25 to 30%, but its biggest issue was its conversion rate. It would often end up being half or over half of the decks in day two. And so being such a highly represented leader and still outperforming that representation was what was really alarm bells were going off at that point.
Yeah, I think I think in terms of like what size of the meta Django was, like you said, it wasn't really that much of a problem, but the conversion rate was crazy.
Yeah.
And I personally felt that Django could be countered. But the overall stats were pretty wild, and it was difficult to deny that he had got a huge power boost from the jump to light speed set. Now you could
I
say, well, Tower, a lot of decks got power boosts from jump to light speed. Sabine plays a bunch of new cards, Han plays a bunch of new cards. And while it's true, I felt like there was a much bigger shift in power for Django than some of the other builds.
Mhm. I
In
mean, triple.
particular, triple Dark Raid
Yeah.
before jump to light speed was an inconsistent card. It was very strong, but it made up for its strength by being somewhat unreliable. And we saw on stream here in McClunky Gaming some matches where triple Dark Raid fell down, where it couldn't find a unit that could ping an opponent to get that exhaust, or maybe it couldn't even find a unit at all. But when the new set brought a huge influx of vehicles, several of which could ping other units and maybe even multiple at the same time, that card's inconsistency really went away, and it just ended up being a crazy card.
Mhm. And Django did have some counters, I think, but one, the counters to Django were often then countered by Han, and DJ was still very much an issue at that point. And two, I think the counters to Django were play patterns that FFG just did not want to promote. Like they didn't want to encourage that kind of gameplay because if Django's tapping down your units, the best way to beat it is just don't play units. Don't let them get any effects off of their Django ability. Just play a bunch of removal, a bunch of healing. We saw that with some of the Bosk Blues doing well against Django, with some of the CAD Blues doing well against Django. And so, while there were counters to it, I think it was in a style of gameplay that FFG didn't necessarily want to promote. And while a small part, I'm sure it was part of why they took action against Django.
Yeah, I think there's a similar thing. I remember back in the Boba Fett days, some people were like, "Hey, you know how I'm going to beat Boba? I'm not going to play units. He's not going to get free resources if he can't play units. I'm just going to
Mhm.
bring out the I'm just going to bring out the you know Sabine or the Iden Red all removal deck or whatever."
Mhm. Mhm. And I mean, having that wrinkle in the meta exist, I think is relatively healthy as long as it's like kind of on the fringes and a relatively small percent. Like you get some experts of that strategy being able to really master it, but I don't think you want oops all events to be the best deck in your format.
Yeah. I think that I know there are some people who like that kind of sort of really hard control deck. But I remember at the time that was popular, there were definitely some people who were unhappy,
Mhm.
to say the least.
I mean, games going to fatigue, not being able to. There is some feels bad, and experience it a little bit nowadays with Quinlan with the hand discard. There's some feels bad of like just not being able to play the game. It's like, well, I put this cool unit in my deck, and I want it to do a cool thing, and it gets removed. And it's like, all right, well, at least I have this other cool unit, and it gets removed. And having that play pattern repeat over the course of an entire game, well, it can be fun and stimulating for some players, and like being able to play around that and position yourself. It's a very heady kind of gameplay. For the general public, I think that's not a style of gameplay that they enjoy, at least not in mass.
Yeah, and you and again, you could counter it. You could bring out multiple small units. You could attack the hand. There were definitely things that you could do, but it was not. It wasn't a play experience that everyone liked, to say the least.
Yeah. I think they've done a good job of making sure like Bosk Blue exists and Iden Red existed at the time. It's kind of been taken over by Bosk Blue. Those are still in the format. You got to be worried about them, but they're not everywhere. All right, looks like
Yeah.
we have up on deck. I believe this is going to be Justin from KTOD on Sabine Green. most notably because that is a sleeveless Sabine showcase, which I believe he is known for. And then on his right is Farm Boy, I believe, if I'm looking at the melee pairings correctly, who I believe is top 8 at least one PQ with this Tarkin Blue deck.
Let's see what we got here. Should be interesting. Justin from KTOD, and we are going to see some interesting gameplay here.
Mhm.
And Stevie Getz says, "I thought we said no more KTOD members." after calling for it in chat.
It'll be all right. Got one off table as well. I believe Bobby Sapphire got paired into Tyler from McClunky, so that'll be a great match. Another mirror there happening off camera.
All right, so I think we have. I do think. Do you think we'll have something interesting here with a KTOD member, Justin, on the classic Sabine ECL? This deck has been competitive since set 1. It's still competitive. It's had some updates as times have gone on. In particular, sets 2 and sets 4 have been big updates for the deck. Set 3, not as much. Let's see what Justin can do against another set 1 leader, Tarkin. We have a Tarkin Blue. Should be interesting to see.
And as I mentioned before, Farmer Boy is a name I recognize. I believe they have top 8'd some of these, at least one of these Northeast PQs with this exact deck. And this is kind of a player piloting a deck for as long as the game's been around, honestly, being an expert at it. And while it's a little off the wall, it's a green blue villain deck and it's going to have play. And they know it better than probably anybody else.
All right. Now, Justin has the initiative, so in this situation, Farmer Boy could use Tarkin's ability to give an experience counter to this Inferno 4, allowing it to kill the A-Wing. However, Justin has the opportunity to make the first attack and have his A-Wing clear Inferno 4 if he prefers, but it looks like he's going to throw Chewbacca on there, which means he's probably not going to be attacking into the unit there, but rather the base. Farmer Boy answers with a pilot of his own. It's going to be Iden Versio. And Justin swings. I think it's probably going to be 6 to base here. But with Iden giving that tie a shield, it's now in a position where it can potentially crash into Justin's A-Wing twice and clear it off the board.
If Farmer Boy wants to, I think Justin's going to get a second attack off with this A-Wing anyway, but he can next turn buff it with Tarkin to get it to 6 power and then trade with it so it doesn't have to bump it twice.
Good point.
Going to get 5 damage.
Now, with the shield, he doesn't mind. It isn't a deal if he does end up crashing into it twice. But as you say, if being able to clear it in one action might be more efficient. Plus, then you get those buffs on there for the future. The question is, what else is he going to play this turn, and how many resources does it cost?
Power of the Dark Side.
His hope is to do like a takedown on Sabine. He probably won't do the buff, but a Power of the Dark Side, that's a different story.
Yeah. This A-Wing did get in for 12. So that Justin's going to lose it pretty easily here to the shielded Inferno 4 with an experience on it, but it kind of did its job. You got it. If you could trade 2 cards for 12 damage in a lot of matchups, I think you would.
Okay, so now we're going to see Inferno 4 trading, or it doesn't trade. It clears it with the experience token, but there's a Darksaber on Sabine now.
It does not
and there
have
is
the
no
power.
power of the dark side. That's such a bold play with the Darksaber there against the potential power, but Farm Boy doesn't have it, and Sabine swings on in for that mighty 7 damage. The damage has really been adding up. We're damage on Farm Boy's base, but he has an Emperor's Royal Guard on the field, and that does mean that if he were to deploy Tarkin, that guard will become a sentinel and prevent Sabine from attacking into the base.
It does look like now there is a power in hand, but I believe Farm Boy also has an Overwhelming Barrage. So an Overwhelming Barrage on that Inferno 4 cleans up that Sabine exactly. It'll get +2/+2 to go to 8 power, and then that 8 damage is going to clear that Sabine.
Yeah.
But with those, only one attack, but 19 on damage on base.
Yeah, and we could easily see more damage being added to base if we have various cards that Justin could be using here with Sabine's classic reach elements. Like, yes, the board is cleared and his opponent has a powerful force, but we could see Cassian from the row. We could see For a Cause I Believe in. There are a bunch of options here. Looks like it's going to be Chewy. Now, the problem I see with this is that now Thrawn, or not Thrawn, Tarkin takes the field, and now that Emperor's Royal Guard is a Sentinel, which means that Chewie, well, Farm Boy isn't going to have an answer this turn, and that Power of the Dark Side is now blocked. Chewie might have some trouble getting into the base unless there's some
This
way for Justin to deal with this Emperor's Royal Guard. Now, maybe we're going to have an ambush
Oh,
here. The ECL still hasn't been used, but
it is a risky buff on the Emperor's Royal Guard because ECL Wrecker would deal 6 damage to base, but that Inferno 4 is just no, it's one. No, it is lethal. It's
no,
6
no, it's
power.
only 5 HP because he's not playing the Emperor.
Oh, that's true. I'm so used to playing as a 3/5
Yeah, yeah.
from Palpatine in my days, but yes, not as risky. Plus, that Inferno 4 is just lethal.
Yeah, so we're looking at it's looking like 19 damage, and I think Justin's wrapping it up. That
Yeah.
Inferno 4 would be able to swing for lethal, and Justin does not have a way to clean things. No, wait, would it be lethal? I think it would be. Oh yeah, because it has the experience token as well as Iden.
hmm
That's what I was
hmm
neglecting. I had thought for a moment it would be off by one. So very strong performance from Farm Boy. Even though Justin was, hitting hard, he had Chewy, he had the Dark Saber. Farm Boy hit harder with Iden
Yeah.
Versio on Inferno 4 as a very powerful pilot ship combination to push damage early on.
Yeah, we really got to see Iden shine. Like the Iden into a buff into an overwhelming barrage being exactly enough to kill the Darksaber Sabine. Only got one hit off, and you're hitting back really hard. Farm Boy just never let Justin play or use his ECL. He never really presented any threats, never gave Justin enough time. And you saw there, like, just finish the game so quickly, which is a really good game plan into Sabine. You stabilize as much as you can while also pressuring your opponent's base. Trying to
All
peek
right.
at the sideboarding here. Not sure. I do respect both players. No sleeved sideboards, just de-sleeving main deck and re-sleeving.
Yeah, I think this may actually be against the rules. I'm not sure.
hmm
I think there are somewhat ambiguously worded rules about sideboards having to have the same sleeves as the rest of the deck, and I'm not sure whether or not that applies to an unsleeved sideboard or
I
if it is
funnily,
merely meant to exclude putting your sideboard in like actively different sleeves.
I think it's this. I weirdly enough was looking at the rules for sleeves recently, and I think the main deck has to be sleeved and the sleeves have to match. But I believe your side deck, I mean, it has to be sleeved if the cards come in, but I don't believe it has to be sleeved before the game.
Yeah, there's an interesting situation with some of these rules. I think technically transparent sleeves are not allowed.
Yes, it's opaque
Um,
sleeves, and
But the funny thing about that is that technically transparent sleeves are not allowed even at events where you are allowed to not have any sleeves, which is kind of a crazy situation because like if you can play with no sleeves, why would transparent sleeves not be allowed?
yeah, it's a some
But
of
this rule
the
is in practice not enforced. It's one of those things that, and it only really matters at casual level events where transparent sleeves um aren't as much of an issue or whatever anyway.
yeah. Some of the rules seem a little archaic to me or a little like unnecessarily not enforced but nitty gritty nitpicky, but they are what they are and it's never been a problem for me at least, so
Yeah, it's not a big deal. I and I think that a lot of these things are there mostly to have clear policy in the event of potential more serious issues with cheating
Mhm,
or marked cards or those sorts of things in a major event.
exactly. Put the
Um,
rules strict in the rule book, but if it's more of a spirit of the law than letter of the law, but have the letter of the law there ready.
Stevie Getz asks, are there any rules about actually having the prizes promoted for prize support? I
You would
don't
hope so.
know. I'm not sure if that's like in scope for the official rules. I do think that stores handle that very differently in different places, but I don't think FFG like steps in on that. But I could be wrong.
Yeah. That is an area where I have no idea. But you would hope so.
All right, we're moving on to turn 1 of game 2, and Justin's going to open us up. Luke Skywalker, the pilot. Luke Skywalker, you still with me? Green 3-2. Oh, Stevie Getz says,
Yeah.
I was talking
I was
about the
about to say.
showcases FFG promised. Yeah, so as I understand it, some of the showcases, the Luke Invader showcase, not immediately available, and they were like, you can pick it up at Galactics, or maybe they're going to email them, or I'm sorry, mail them. Yeah, that's going to be done. But
Mhm.
yeah. Now Justin's going to lead us off with that, Luke. Farm Boy here has brought out a TIE fighter and buffed it with Tarkin. And now we're going to see a fleet lieutenant from Justin buffing his Luke Skywalker for a swing of 5 damage to base. Farm Boy is going to play out. It looks like it's going to be another one of those Phase 3 Dark Troopers that we were seeing in the earlier match. And his buffed TIE is going to continue a space attack here.
Yep. I'm
Stevie Getz says they're
curious.
going to email out the PDFs of the showcases. Yeah, that would be a bit unhype to say the least.
I am curious if Justin trades here or if he decides to use his ECL. I think he has a K2, which is kind of a juicy play.
UCL
Yeah.
K2 is pretty good here.
Get in one
Yeah,
overwhelm, keep your board big.
UCL K2, 1 overwhelm. You do take 3 damage. He looks like he's erroneously only put 1 damage on K2. Should be 3. Farm Boy is going to bring out, I think that's an Iden Versio, a pilot that was very
Mhm.
effective for Farm Boy in the previous match. Looks like Farm Boy points out that the damage on that K2 is wrong. And then we are going to continue here. So that buffed tie with Iden and an experience, I believe, represents 6 damage here and could go up to 7 with Tarkin's buff. There's Tarkin's buff. But
And overwhelming
Justin
barrage
has 6 damage just with these units, plus Sabine's going to hit the field. There's a lot of damage coming in from Justin's side of the board, too.
Yeah. I think Justin is just thinking about OB. I think OB is the way Justin gets out of this game. Or Farm Boy gets out of this game, excuse me, and without it, Justin feels pretty far ahead.
Yeah, so at 7 power, an OB would hit for 9. Which could kill everything on the board except Sabine, or it could kill
Everything on the board except Luke,
Sabine,
I
Luke, and
think.
K2 and just leave the fleet lieutenant or whatever.
Yeah. 5,
Um,
6, 7, 8. And yeah, I could kill Fleet, K2, Sabine, leave the Luke
Fleet,
behind.
K2, Sabine, just leave Luke, something like that.
I do
But
like
there's a sense in which you have to say if he has it, he has it, and see where
I
things go from
agree.
here. So Sabine deploys and throws another 3 damage onto that base. We now have 16 damage on
Ooh,
Farm Boy's base, only 10
just
on
top.
Justin's base. But because Farm Boy is on a 30 HP base, he has 14 remaining to Justin's 15. So it's actually very close, even though Justin has done substantially more damage.
I think Farm Boy just top decked the overwhelming barrage as well. This is going to be a bit backbreaking, and that TIE fighter is going to be able to hit in for 9, 10 potentially
Oh,
if Tarkin gets an attack in as well.
an overwhelming barrage here could be crucial for this game. Let's see what happens. There it is, the overwhelming barrage coming in for a incredible. I believe that is going to be an incredible 9 damage. And as we were discussing, this is probably going to leave Justin with only 1 unit on the board. Overwhelming Barrage, one of the best cards in the game, one of the cards that I am personally most excited about seeing rotate out. And now with K2's when defeated effect, we could see either a discard from Farm Boy's hand or, as I think is more likely, 3 damage to Farm Boy's base.
I believe that 3 damage brought Farm Boy from 16 to 19 there.
Yeah, damage to base was selected. So that's going to be 11 HP left for Farm Boy. We could see Luke swinging in for 3. That would still lead Farm Boy on 8, though.
But then a Poe would threaten lethal the following turn.
That's true. A swing from Luke and then play out a Poe would be a big threat.
We'll see if Farm Boy just attacks or deploys. Does go for the attack, putting him to
Let's
19
go for
because
the
now this
attack.
This TIE fighter is lethal in one action. Put Justin in check. That was really sharp. There's some kind of incentive or innate feeling of, oh, I want to flip my Tarkin to pump my TIE fighter to then get in for an extra point of damage, but you don't need that. Just threaten the check with the TIE fighter right away.
Yeah, and I honestly don't know what Justin has that would deal with this TIE fighter.
I mean, a Bright Hope to block it for a turn, but I
Bright
don't know if
Hope,
that's
if he
okay.
has upgrade removal in from the side, playing a removal card on Iden would get that TIE fighter off of lethal, I believe. Yeah, because it needs the bonus stats from Iden to be lethal, because then it would only be strength 4 without her +3. For a cause I believe in. 1, 2, 3 hits for 4. So that's gonna put us at 27. He could have lethal here. If he has a Daring Raid and a Sabine ping, that could be game.
Well, the Sabine should not be readied because it was defeated
Oh,
this
you're
turn.
right. You're right. The Sabine is erroneously ready here, so that actually doesn't work. Farm Boy takes the initiative. I don't think Justin has an out. It's going to be a quick win for Thrawn Blue, unless something really unexpected happens here.
Iden Pilot here has been really impressive. Iden Pilot with the OBs.
Sabine ping. This isn't legal, but
I think
you know.
I think he was just correcting it.
Oh, okay.
To not
Yeah,
have
that's fair. Yeah, he's
devastates.
not actually pinging. He's just moving it to be exhausted. 2 resources. Small Sabine. I think he's just hoping his opponent misses lethal here, and it does happen sometimes.
Yep. I mean, we saw it
Um,
earlier today, but
Yeah,
that
but
is
it's not going to
exactly
happen here.
lethal.
Farm Boy goes for the swing. There's the handshake, and very convincing win from Farm Boy on Tarkin Blue 30 HP. Not a deck that sees a ton of play, but defeating arguably the top deck here with Sabine ECL from Justin on the KTOD team, ultimately suffering a defeat here, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, those overwhelming barrages were really, really impressive. I think
Yeah.
feels like the deal breaker of the match. If Farm Boy has, I mean, going Iden Pilot into overwhelming barrage both games is a little bit unlucky from Justin's side. You would hope that they would miss at least one of those pieces. But I mean, you are part of the reward almost for playing Tarkin is your overwhelming barrages feel a lot better. You get to set up a bigger unit sooner, and Iden really plays into that game plan of buff up a big space unit and make my overwhelming barrages overwhelming, very fitting. So congrats to Farm Boy. That should lock up top 8 here at the Tabletop Gaming Center PQ for him.
And as Sunny D points out in the chat, Farm Boy has been rocking Tarkin forever. So an experienced Tarkin player knows what he's got to do, and he was able to do it very well. Sunny D says ban OB. I do think Overwhelming Barrage is not a balanced card. I think it is not a normal of where the overall power level is in the game, and I think it was also a for limited play because it was at uncommon rarity and therefore present probably more than it should have been. However, I am not sure that it's such an urgent problem that any action needs to be taken. I think there is a good chance that we are going to see that one simply rotate out, and maybe then FFG can print Whelming Barrage, which is the exact same card but doesn't give the stat boost.
The same with Conversion Lab, not Energy Conversion Lab, that gives ambush to a 4-cost or lower unit instead of a 6-cost.
Yeah, I've joked about calling that one Energy Conversion Workbench as a scaled down version of the lab. I think Energy Conversion Workbench would still be a reasonable card for at least some matchups.
I think it'd be totally
but
reasonable, but feel balanced.
I'll also be real. ECL itself does not feel like it's at the same point that it used to be. Like at the time when everyone was complaining about it, it was a huge share of the meta. And these days, we're seeing a lot more 30 HP bases and even data vaults. ECL is, Sabine ECL is the top deck, but the other decks are not on ECL.
I do think ECL is very restraining from a design perspective, and we see that with Wrecker, where like the reason why Sabine is the one playing ECL is because it gets to play Wrecker very effectively, and that's like the most unfair thing Sabine does probably is ECL Wrecker, even more so than Darksaber. And so FFG, by having ECL around, has to be very wary of any 6-drop or lower card that they print, because they have to be worried about it, not just as a unit on its own, but also as a unit with ambush, and that can be very tricky to design around.
Yeah, And I think now someone might say, well, if it's just Wrecker, like why wouldn't you say 5 or less cost? Well, I think at 5 cost, Poe is also a pretty crazy play from ECL. And
Yeah.
there are a bunch of other cards too. Back in the day we saw even Steadfast Battalion, which I think is like really not even all that good a card in the vacuum. It became a great card with ECL.
I think ECL K2, I have no stats behind this, but ECL K2 has felt like the perfect power level for that card of this is very potent and very powerful, but it doesn't feel overwhelming.
Yeah, it's really quite good.
ECL has been on the decline, partially, I think, in part because of the rise of Tarkentown decks. Tarkentown does a good job of keeping ECL in check, almost of, all right, you ECL your thing into my thing. I'm just going to Tarkentown, get rid of it, and we're going to go back to square one, basically. Yeah, BMX Racer and
Yeah, I
YouTube
think
chat mentioned
it's hard to say. It's hard to say exactly what the future bases will look like. I'm personally going to be very excited to see what those different force base options are as we move on to the Legends of the Force meta.
Yeah. All right. Well, we got Farm Boy here with us. Can you hear us, Farm Boy?
Yes, I can.
All right. Congrats on the big win,
Yeah, thank you.
beating down Sabine ECL with, from what I've seen and from what I hear, a deck you've been playing for quite a long time.
Correct. Yeah, I've been playing Tarkin since set 2.
Okay.
I would have played it set 1, but I didn't own any cards, so I was playing my brother's decks. But yeah.
Fair enough.
What attracted you to Tarkin in particular as a as
Sorry, I think you cut out there.
Yeah.
But as far as what attracted me to Tarkin, so I originally tried building the deck as Krennic way back in set 2. I was a big fan of the Scout Bike, which I used to have in my Tarkin deck, getting like a dozen experience tokens on it, having it grit, hitting for 10 damage was a lot of fun. Unfortunately,
Yeah,
Waylay,
that's a nasty one.
Waylay exists and traders exist and all this other garbage, so
Yeah.
that doesn't really work anymore. So I've had to evolve the deck a lot. But ultimately, what it comes down to is there's so many other blue-green villain leaders, but to me, Tarkin has the highest skill cap. I'm not trying to sound like an asshole here, but the highest skill cap at all. Because you could say the same for Palpatine, Rey. Any action that costs like 1 adds like a whole level of resource management that you need to go through, and then giving your units these experience tokens pushes the breakpoints of a lot of units to different levels that not only is it giving you an advantage for trading and your unit surviving, but it changes the math for your opponent to have to figure out. And luckily, Tarkin isn't meta, so they're not really playing other Tarkins that much.
Exactly. One thing that I really noticed in those 2 games, at least, is that somewhat in deck building as well with the item versios, but even innately with Tarkin's ability, your overwhelming barrages seem to be really, really potent. Some of the best overwhelming barrages, sans like a Kira flip turn. Do you consciously build your deck to do that super powerfully, or is it just like a nice byproduct?
Yeah, so in the line I played against Sabine, yes, that's the intention. Is Iden is in the ship. I'm giving it experience tokens. The barrage is most always clearing the board, save for like a 1 unit. And then Iden's one of my favorite cards in the deck because I can also, if I need to, just play her on the ground at 4 and then barrage for 6 at 5, which is very good as well.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we saw the power of those overwhelming barrages in that last match. They were hitting really hard.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that I guess not because I made top 8, but my one loss today is against another Sabine, and I just didn't draw any barrages those 2 games. So I guess it evened out for this game here, luckily.
Yep. Seems like such a difference maker. And you mentioned Iden as one of your favorite cards of the deck. I have also really enjoyed Iden. The fact that I always forget she's Imperial, so that also works with the Tarkin. You can keep up in it. 5 seems like a really big breakpoint in the meta right now with the Quinlans and just a bunch of X5s going around. So how often do you play, I don't know, to the ground? Is it like 50-50? Is it mostly pilot?
It is usually 50-50.
Okay.
I mean, you might look at her and she's not the best 4-drop in the game, obviously, but
No,
with Tarkin and all the synergies, even playing Iden at 5, giving her experience token shows she's a 5/4. then barraging off for 7. That's enough to kill any leader in the game, which is also I do quite often as a player at 5.
Yeah, and I think that the shield token that you get with Iden really helps her stick around to
Yep.
fire that barrage later.
Yeah, and being able to kill the Chewbacca, which I had to give another experience token to do it, which other decks aren't going to reach that 1 extra breakpoint. That was key to winning that first match for sure.
Yeah, breakpoints are a big deal in this game, as they are in mini games. This game isn't like unique in having important breakpoints, but I think that it can really be an interesting thing when you have the ability to get across those breakpoints thanks to your leader ability or something else. Now, I'm curious, have you given any thought to the other blue base options that might be around?
Yeah, so I've experimented with Security Complex a bit. This was sets ago, so there wasn't as many rare bases. Obviously, it's not worth it. Again, Waylay, it's gone. So in order for me to play Colossus, I would have to change like 6 to 9 cards in my deck in order to recoup that draw. So I don't play Dr. Pershing. Whereas if I play Colossus, I definitely need Dr. Pershing because I'm down a card. And then well, I guess as you kind of saw, I am able to aggro with this Tarkin deck pretty easily, and Pershing doesn't help that at all with 0 power.
I was going to ask, how often do you find yourself in an aggressive position against the meta?
So today I played 2 Sabines, and then the rest of it was 2 Kiras, a Palp Blue, a Asajj Data Vault, and Piet double green. So I was the aggro deck in all of those matches. I guess not against Venturance. Venturance was pretty back and forth, but the other ones, I am taking the aggro position.
And obviously, it was very successful given that you're 6-1 and in the top 8. So
yep, yeah, and then we didn't see it in this game because I'm not sideboarding in off aspect lurking ties against Sabine. But that is how I win the control matchup is off aspect lurking tie. Once it's got 1 experience token on it, it doesn't die to Perilous or make an opening anymore. It's worth playing at 5 because that's Tarkin's flip turn. I'm immediately getting an XP on it. Pulling it off of Vader for free, ignoring the aspect penalty, and then throwing Iden in the lurking tie as well. So yeah, Iden is one of the biggest cards in the deck for sure.
Yeah, Iden on a lurking tie is pretty gross.
Very strong. Now, have you given consideration to, I know there have been like Tarkin Yellow was a very common deck for a while. What makes you like the Tarkin Blue in particular?
So actually, I know I'm talking up Iden, but the actual most important card in the deck is Super Commando Squad. It's a 4/4 shielded. When upgraded, you get it gets Sentinel, and it's an Imperial. So Tarkin's always upgrading it, and that is a blue card. And that's I think that's the little best reason to play blue. Also, all the blue removal, and then like I was talking about before, the main reason to play yellow is the lurking tie, and I'm playing it anyway. So especially with triple dark raid band, I don't think there's any reason to play yellow over blue.
One specific thing I am curious about, given the look of the deck in your curve, are you playing any ramp cards? It seems like those would be awkward for your deck.
So I am playing 3 and 3 of Resupply and Super Laser Tech. Resupply comes out of the deck against any other control matchup. It's too slow. I'm not trying to beat Palpatine or Piet in a head-on-hand ramp battle. They're going to win that every time. So that's when the lurking ties come in, the choose sides comes in. So I just, again, go full aggro. Super Laser Tech synergizes so well with the deck as it's has a when defeated ability. So one of my best lines is to turn 1 Krennic, turn 2 Super Laser Tech for 2, and then use the 3rd resource to buff Krennic to a 3/3, which is usually enough to kill their turn 1. And then I'm very far ahead at that point as I'm getting the ramp.
Yeah, buffing a Super Laser Tech can be a spicy play in my opinion.
Yes.
People sometimes do not anticipate that.
Yep. If there's a 3 health unit, I'll throw an XP on it to trade into it. Yeah. Yep.
All right.
Well, congratulations on your victory with a elite composition that is not necessarily the most commonly played, but
Mhm.
you did very well there. Sabine, arguably the top deck or one of the top decks, and
Yeah.
you handled a Sabine deck run by a very strong player very well.
I am lucky as well. My brother used to play Sabine all the time, so I have him to thank for all those matchups and practice. But
Lots of experience in that matchup, huh?
oh yeah, yep,
Get beat down by it enough, you'll learn how to beat it eventually. I understand the
exactly.
feeling.
hmm
Yeah. Well, congrats on
Kind of
top
sounds
eight.
like a
We'll see
joke, but
you.
it's real.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thanks for having me on for the interview.
Yeah. We'll see you in the top eight. Yeah.
Yeah. Best of luck.
Thank you. Alrighty. Well, that
All
was
right.
Farm Boy. Congrats to him on making top eight. I'm going to peek at Melee, see if we have any more results coming in here.
Yeah, I think we should be moving on to that top 8 relatively soon, but that was a very fast match, maybe as a result of Farm Boy's anti-Sabine training against his brother. So we will see how long it takes the other matches to come to a conclusion, but may have a bit of a wait before we move on to that top cut.
Yep. Looks like just a couple of reports from the top tables. So it looks like the top 3 tables drew. I don't know how that'll pan out for them, but at least the 3 undefeated should be all right there. Tyler and Bobby are still playing. Obviously, we saw Farm Boy beat Justin there. And still not a lot coming in because that matchup was very fast. So I think Tower, we might cut to break here, take a little bit of a longer break before top 8, get rested, get fed before the showdown matches begin.
Yeah, that sounds good to me, Mickey. This is McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Tabletop Gaming Center Planetary Qualifier event for Star Wars Unlimited. We're playing up in Connecticut, and we will be back soon, or kind of soon at least, with that top cut. Stay tuned for more as we move on towards those final matches.
Welcome back to the Planetary Qualifier here at the Tabletop Gaming Center in Connecticut. My name is Mickey D. I will be joined by Tower number 9 here shortly as we get prepared for the top 8 here. And we have some interesting matchups and some interesting deck lists in the top 8. A lot of the expected, but one deck in particular that we haven't seen yet today is kind of spicy.
What are you thinking about when you say a spicy matchup there, Mickey?
Well, we got a lot of. I mean, we've seen the Targon, so we know that was in the top 8, and we've seen the Ray Data Vault before. Those are two more unusual decks in the top 8. But sneaking in as our 8th seed is Darth Vader, Victor Squadron Leader with Jabba Palace as a base. So a Vader 4 yellow did in fact sneak into the top 8.
Yeah, hey, how about that? That should be exciting. I wonder if we'll see it on stream. But there's been some discussion of that jump to light speed Vader as a potentially strong leader, and we'll see whether or not it ends up winning the top cut here.
Yep. So just to kind of go over the top 8 here, in first, after Swiss, our first seed is Eric Hunter playing Sabine ECL. Second is Tyler, who we saw on stream in round 6, I believe, playing Han 1 Green 30. Third is Farm Boy or Luke playing that Tarkin Blue. Fourth is Titanic, our Tim playing that Han Green 30. Fifth is Pasquale, who was our Ray Data Vault player. Sixth is Joseph Martin, who we might have had on stream earlier, I don't recall, but playing Kira Data Vault. Seventh, Jay Hollingworth, also on Kira Data Vault. And then eighth, Francois, I believe is how you pronounce that. As mentioned, playing Darth Vader, set 4 with the yellow 30 HP base.
Yeah, it should be interesting to see how the matches go here. We have a range of leaders, range of players, and I'm rooting for a McClunky win. I'll tell you that much.
Got 2 members in the top 8, it looks like, in Titanic and Tyler.
Yep. Both good players.
Oh yeah.
Titanic had a really amazing game against Bobby Sapphire in that green mirror.
Yes,
and
that was an insane match.
I'm not sure if we'll see anything. I'm not sure if we'll see anything at that level. That was a great match. I would suggest people go back and watch it back if you missed it, because that was an incredible one. Went to all 3 rounds, and they were very close, good games.
Mhm.
So
Matthew in the YouTube chat, I'm not sure if Eric Hunter is Haze Hunter's brother. I'm I'm not as familiar with some of the Northeast players, but I mean, if they go to card shops and play together, I would not be shocked. So,
yeah, the Northeast is a strong region in these games. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. And we will see how they do in this match.
mhm. I will say
Could be very
there's
interesting.
only one Sabine ECL in the top cut when it was, I believe, it was the most represented, I believe, with 17 copies in the field total. So,
Yeah, so
it,
Sabine confirmed to be a fraud. You heard it, guys. Fraud detected on Sabine ECL.
Sabine ECL is out of date. We're playing Sabine Data Vault now. After it
Yeah,
won
as shown by the biggest Star Wars Unlimited event thus far up in Europe. So you got to watch out for those European players. They know they got some tricks.
Mm-hmm. Is interesting. It still relatively matches its conversion rate if you think about it. It was about 15% of the field and is 12.5% of the top 8. Once you get to sample sizes as low as 8, those kind of conversion
you
rates.
get sample size issues, and at a certain point, it's like, okay, how representative are we at this point? Who's to say? Who's to say?
But with about 15% of the field, you'd expect 1 to 2 to make top 8 at a reasonable clip. And that is what we have here. So
Now,
pretty diverse top 8, only 2 duplicate decks in the Kiras and the Hans.
2 duplicate decks with Kira's and Hans. Kira and Han, both very much good. Both very much good decks. I don't think very many people would be trying to count those leaders out at this phase, and we'll have to see how exactly the games end up going, but it should be interesting to see. I think we have we have what, 2 Kira, 2 Khan, 1 Sabine, 1 Vader, 1 Rey. What are the other 2?
And Tarkin. And I believe that should be all
One,
8.
one,
Two Han, 2 Kira, Vader, Sabine, Tarkin, and Rey.
Vader, Sabine, Tarkin, Rey. Okay. Yeah, should be interesting to see how that goes. But we have we have a set of decks here that I think incorporates not just some of the well-known competitive builds, but also some more unusual ones. So I think
Mhm.
one interesting thing also is Quinlan not making it to that cut.
Yep. There was Cluis or Tetraran, I believe, went X and 2, and that he was on Quinlan, but it wasn't super represented at this tournament. There was only, I believe, 5 Quinlan players in the entire tournament. And with the rise of Kira Data Vault, it's not too surprising that is not necessarily an unwinnable matchup, but I think it's certainly one of your toughest in the field, and with it on the rise, it might be a time for Quinlan to take a step back for like a week or two and wait for the Kiras to get countered.
What do you think will be the counter to those Kiras?
I think we could see some people potentially try and go a little bit bigger with like a Palpatine to try and counter the Kiras. The only issue is that if you think Sabine is also among the best decks, the Palpatine Sabine matchup is very, very tricky. But the Kira Palpatine matchup is relatively favorable for Palpatine. So if you want to beat Kira, that's the kind of strategy I would go for.
Okay. That seems pretty reasonable. I think often for some, there's kind of that old saying. I think you may well have heard of this, where you either want to be a bit above your opponent or a lot under your opponent,
Mm-hmm.
in terms of you either want to be a much faster deck to aggro them out, or you want to be a trolley deck that's just that little bit above them to like have the trump cards, have those upper level have those have those things that are just that bit above what they're doing to try and overwhelm them. And
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing here we have confirmation that the players are seated and the judges are we're waiting for go ahead from the judges, as I believe there's some deck list review going on at this time.
Yep. Once you make it to top 8, you get to exchange deck lists with your opponent, and so doing some deck list review. Um, a lot of these should be expected, but with some of those off the wall leaders, you can really get an edge in the Swiss with your opponent not necessarily knowing what to play around and what's in your deck. But once you get to the top cut, it's not necessarily fully removed because they might just because they know the cards in your deck doesn't mean they know what you're going to do with them. But it does remove a little bit of that element of surprise.
Yeah. And is that and that's not insurmountable. You can get around
Oh no.
things, but it is, like you said, some of that element of surprise removed. And I think there is an argument about not leaning too hard on gimmicks as a result.
Yes.
You don't want to be going super hard on things that require your opponent not to know what you're playing in an environment where in that top cut your opponent is going to have access to your deck list.
For example, I still think it is a potent strategy, but we saw in that game 1, Justin versus Farm Boy, Justin had an A-wing ready to attack into that Inferno 4 if he so choose. He decided to go with a Chewbacca instead, which is a totally reasonable playline if you expect stuff like Power of the Dark Side from your opponent, or even just wanting to race. But knowing if Justin knew that Iden Versio was in his opponent's deck, he might have taken that trade instead.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. And that's not how that round ended up going. And I think it's interesting to think about how would it have gone if we had seen that first action instead of bringing out the Chewie on turn 2. If we had seen the A-wing take out Inferno 4, I think we would have seen a very different play line one way or the other. Whether it
Mhm.
would have changed the outcome, who's to say? But maybe in future rounds, that is going to be the play line that we're more likely to see,
Yep.
given the experience. Given the experience of that match, and seeing, oh, I gotta watch out for them potentially buffing this up.
Yep. And I agree. It might not have changed the outcome of that match at all, but it certainly would change your thought process and your play lines if you knew your opponent had an item versus trying to guess on the fly what your opponent might have in their deck.
Yeah, absolutely.
So going underway here, still reviewing deck lists. I believe we are going to have the Vader yellow on stream since we have not seen that deck before today. Every other list in the top 8 we have gotten to see play one time. And so
Well, I'll tell you, I for one am hyped for seeing that. We'll have to see how it does, but
yeah,
that should be an interesting experience for us all.
it's going up against a Sabine ECL, and that's going to be an interesting matchup because a lot of the sting of ECL can be taken away by Vader since they're a predominantly space deck, and so you're not getting ECL Poe or Record, but Poe can answer Vader Pilot with the on attack ability, discarding a card to defeat an upgrade. And definitely still has some good space presence. It has usually at least 6 turn 1 space units, has Sabine's Masterpiece, sometimes Bright Hope. I think they're mostly off of Bright Hope now, but still has a good fighting presence in space. So curious to see if the Sabine deck will be fast enough to get it, or if Vader can disrupt them enough and close the door quickly.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see just what happens there. I could see it going either way.
Mm-hmm.
I am a Sabine fan. I love to see a Sabine win, but can't be too partial in these matters. So should be interesting to see what we get.
Yep. And this Darth Vader 4 list has started to creep up in popularity over the past couple of weeks. I think it had a relatively decent performance at Richmond. It like overperformed its day one representation. I think there was like 3 or 4 copies into day 2 and has started to creep up in online circles a little bit. People exploring the deck and see one in top 8. We get to see it in action here.
Yeah.
Often gets to play some off the wall cards that otherwise don't see play, such as like Sanctioner Shuttle. And then I forget the name of the card, but the 4-cost 3/3 that gets +1/+1 for every space unit you control. Or for every other space
Oh,
unit you
the
control.
Clone Combat Squadron, I believe.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, should be interesting to see just what results we can get from some of those unusual cards. I am often I am a sucker for seeing somebody play weird cards and get results with them. So, we'll have
Mm-hmm.
to see. We'll have to see if that's what's going to happen here, or if maybe some of these cards turn out not to be widely played for a reason. That is definitely a thing that happens sometimes as well.
Yes. So, looking at this bracket and how it's going to break down, who do you think is going to be favored at least to make it to the finals and potentially take down this tournament?
Who will be favored to make it to the finals? Looking at the bracket, well, it's hard to say. I am partial to our McClunky Gaming players, so I'm rooting for them. But
Yeah.
who do I think is most likely to win? I don't know. I'd have to think more about some of the matchups. And to be honest, some of these decks are not the ones that I'm most familiar with. Like, who is
Yeah.
it? Who is it that is going to have the advantage when this Kira plays against when this Kira, like, it potentially plays against Ray? I have no idea. That's not a matchup I know very much about at all. I would
Hmm.
assume Kira, but I don't know.
Yep.
Um, could be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah. And it looks like so the way the bracket's going to break down, the winner of this Sabine versus Darth Vader match should be playing the winner of Titanic versus Pasquale, which would be either a Han Green or a Ray Data Vault. And then the winner of Tyler versus Jay, which is a Han 1 Green versus Kira Data Vault, will be playing the winner of Luke versus Joseph, which is a Tarkin versus a Kira Data Vault.
Okay. What do you think about that?
I think I think whoever wins the 4-5, whether that be Titanic or Pasquale, is going to make it to the finals, because I think both of them will be happy to see either of these decks, especially if it's Titanic. I think he can handle both Sabine and Vader relatively comfortably from a matchup perspective. Um, Pasquale, I think, would be good into Sabine. I don't know how that Darth Vader matchup would go. So that would be one I'd be curious in seeing how it played out if they got matched up. On the other side of the bracket, we did see Tyler beat Akira Data Vault beforehand. So I think he feels pretty comfortable into that matchup. And then I'm partial to Tarkin Blue just because it's an exciting deck. And that's another interesting one of Tyler versus Luke, or the Han Green 30 versus a Tarkin Blue, given that Luke can kind of fight punch for punch with the pilots since he has his own Iden. Overwhelming Barrage can help counter the Chewbacca, and you get to buff your space units to get to those breakpoints that you need.
Yeah. Should be interesting to see how it goes. I think I'm a I think in this matchup that we have here, I'm probably more in favor of Sabine over Vader in this matchup.
I would think
But
so.
it's gonna depend on some specifics though. I think that the one thing that I think is a potentially relevant factor is Vader is very strong in space. Sabine is very strong on the ground, and Sabine is not devoid of space options as well. If
Yes.
Sabine can potentially do an early ambush or similar and get Vader's early space unit off the board, normal unit, not token unit,
Hmm.
you can kind of put Vader in a tough spot. Like, let's say that we have a scenario where, if Sabine goes first, we lead off with Battlefield Marine. Vader brings out whatever ship, and then turn 2, we see ambush Sabine Masterpiece kill the ship, or we see ambush Blue Leader kill the ship. Either of those would be pretty bad starts for Vader. And he can sometimes get into this spot where if he doesn't manage to get something to stick in the space arena early, you end up being unable to actually use your leader ability to generate those ties.
Yeah, I think race for race, even Sabine having 5 less HP, Sabine is going to be favored in a race because your leader deploys 2 turns earlier. A 4 deploy versus a 6 deploy really matters in that kind of matchup. So I think the most important cards from Vader's side, not having tested this matchup at all, if I'm being honest, but I think the most important cards are going to be the disruptive elements. Stuff like Sanctioner's Shuttle, stuff like I think that Death Gift Skirmisher, the 3/3 in space that if you control another space unit, taps a unit down. No Good to Me Dead, Overwhelming Barrage. How many of these interactive units can Vader play while maintaining a board presence enough to finish the game quickly?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. Ultimately, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what the answer is for some of these things, and I don't feel super confident about which way it's going to go. I think I give the edge to Sabine, but who's to say?
Yep, I agree with you. But you definitely don't make it to a top 8 without at least having a plan for Sabine. So I'm
That's right.
sure if Francois, even if he feels unfavored, he definitely has a game plan in mind.
That seems highly likely to me.
So looks like we're doing physical deck reviews here since the printer is down or just having issues, which it seems fitting for a printer, from what I understand. But it looks like they've reviewed each other's decks, just went over the cards, make sure they knew what their opponents were playing, and are shuffling up, getting ready for game 1 here.
Getting ready for game 1.
I do think this is a matchup where initiative matters a decent amount too. With initiative, Vader can unless the Sabine opponent ECLs, can start that token generation going pretty early on.
Yeah, it can be interesting to think about some of these. It can be interesting to think about some. What do you most want? What do you most want to see as your early line? I think what Vader really wants to do is, as we've kind of discussed a bit, I think what Vader really wants to do is get something to stick in the space arena and start getting those ships flying.
Yeah, yeah. I also think if the ships get going, if Francois starts to get the snowball pushing down the hill, Eric Hunter can still potentially outrace it just with so much explosive firepower on the ground, and that's where a card like Victor Leader, which is really, I think, the reason to play this Vader deck comes in. Just that Victor Leader can be 5, 10 power worth of stats depending on how big your board is.
It can definitely be a pretty big can definitely be a pretty big number, and I think a similar thing is true for the Clone Combat Squadron that we were discussing earlier.
Mm-hmm.
You can see that really adding up, and both of those also. We were talking earlier about how Vader's ability doesn't allow you to create a new. It doesn't allow you to create a new token from a token,
Yeah.
but both of the cards that we're discussing here work great with tokens.
Mm-hmm. One interesting inflection on this matchup, I think, is I think Sabine is going to get to ping pretty freely because Vader also needs an action to use his ability to create a tie token. And Vader is also an action intensive deck since it creates so many tokens. It's doing 10 actions in a turn potentially if you got a board full of them. So the Sabine player, honestly, on the flip turn, might end up with initiative just with how many actions Vader might take over the course of that turn.
Interesting point.
Also of note that Clone Combat Squadron, if you get the snowball even rolling just a little bit, it doesn't have to be full blown flying down the hill, can set up for a really nice overwhelming barrage and can probably clear 2 to 3 units.
All right, looks like we're getting ready here, and I think the match is going to start shortly after a bit of a hiccup, maybe getting the printer set up, getting all that stuff good to go.
Mm-hmm. Looks like Sabine is keeping their opening hand, and I imagine Vader is as well with how long they're looking at it, although could be a tough mulligan decision.
All right, our Sabine player resourcing up.
Looks like Vader has the overwhelming barrage in hand, which is one of those key disruptive elements, I think, in this matchup. We saw they're not going to be quite as potent as Farm Boys was, but we saw them do excellent work against Sabine in round 7.
Yeah. Now, one thing that I'll note is I think this increases the importance of can Vader land a relevant, powerful unit. One thing that Overwhelming Barrage is not very good at is getting a lot of results when you have a bunch of 1/1 units on the board. You really
Yeah.
want to land something bigger in order to be the source of that barrage and inflict widespread damage on your opponent. Now, with that Clone Combat Squadron, you could see some pretty huge damage going out, but we'll have to see whether or not that ends up being possible.
100%.
All right. And we are about to begin here with Sabine being played. And our Vader player sends in the X-34 Land Speeder. And it is worth noting that Vader's ability does not say that the vehicle has to be a space unit. The X-34 Land Speeder is a vehicle, and it is going to allow Vader to create a tie. But the problem here is that Eric Hunter can potentially remove that X-34 Land Speeder using Sabine's ping ability without actually losing Sabine himself.
Yep, that makes sense as to why Francois kind of tanks so hard on turn 1. Normally, you don't see that kind of tanking happening that early, but I mean, this is a snowball effect where you can try and go space and race and start the snowball that way, or you can get a token immediately, but you're going to start losing the ground. And so it's 2 very different play patterns that you have to dedicate to one of them on turn 1.
Now, if Eric goes for the maybe greedier, more aggro line of attacking the base with Sabine, then the X-34 Landspeeder will be able to trade, but it's going to be an ambush. Is it Sabine's masterpiece? No, it's gonna be an ambushing Fleet Lieutenant. The Fleet Lieutenant ambushes the X-34 Landspeeder, clearing it while also buffing Sabine and going in for 5. So in some ways, this is the best of both worlds line. He's not only opponent's non-token, but he has also got the powerful swing into base. The one problem with this line for Eric is that now his ECL is up quite early in the game.
Yep. And this land speeder in return is
Second
going to
land
be
speeder.
super powerful. Trade is probably going to get to trade for 2 units on the board and generate at least 1 token, if not a second one.
I think it would have been a much happier scenario for Eric Hunter if he had been able to ECL in Sabine's masterpiece, could have cleared the basic tie, and then used the ping for having an aggression unit on the board to clear the land speeder as well.
Totally agree. This is a point where I think in aggressive ECL in this matchup makes a lot of sense. I don't think your opponent's going to present you a ton of ground units that you're going to want to ECL your Poe and your Wrecker into. So getting use out of it while you still can makes a lot of sense to me. But that was having that second land speeder was really, really good for Francois.
Yeah, it was an interesting situation, no doubt. Now, what is going to happen as we move on? It's Sandari Peacekeeper hitting the field
Looks like it was a
via
timing
timely
from
intervention
hand.
from hand, clearing out the X-34 land speeder and healing the base.
Eric really valuing these 1 health units, just knowing that his opponent probably can't interact with the ground super well, but stuff like the Sanctioner Shuttle and the Overwhelming Barrage can. So making just annoying units.
I think Eric is trying to keep his opponent off of Vader's leader ability.
Mhm.
And what unit is that? It's a
Well,
little reflected. Is that a victory leader? What is
I
that?
believe it's a Prestige Mist Hunter, the 3/4 that
Mist Hunter. Okay.
on it on attack, if you played a Bounty Hunter or a Pilot, you get to draw a card. I think mostly probably just a 3/4 space unit in this deck, but I think a couple pilots might be in there as well, so it has minimal upside.
Yeah, so that yeah, that's an interesting one. Rewards you for playing those bounty hunters or pilots. And
Mhm.
I don't know what bounty hunters or pilots are being played here, but there are a fair few good options. And those range from the cheap ones, so like the those Vader wingman guys,
Mhm.
to the, maybe we'll see Boba Fett, Dengar, somebody like that.
Yeah. I think the are the most likely culprits as to the pilots you'll be playing, but could even see stuff like Boba Fett, the pilot there. Um,
And
if
if
for
because it triggers on bounty hunters, even if they're not pilots, we could also see things like the classic Boba Fett disintegrator,
Mhm.
or Toro Calican, or even Greedo would be triggers for this Mist Hunter to potentially draw. Overwhelming Barrage, here we go. On
That's a
that
good
Mist
cleanup.
Hunter, that's going to be what, 5 damage? Not the best, not the worst, but it is going to be enough to sweep up those 2 seriously damaged units that were left over from Eric's ambushes.
Looks like it might be a Cassian from the row here. Yep. This isn't
Smuggled Cassian.
this isn't the worst position if I'm Francois. I'm not feeling too bad. I'm going to take 6 here. I'm going to 17. It's not
Yeah,
like a super healthy life total, but
but he's going to deal back 7, and he's going to be able to create another top. So he is behind, but in some sense, he could be said to be pulling ahead in terms of he's generated more lasting value this turn, both in terms of wiping his opponent's units and in terms of the units that he's himself creating.
Mhm. Plus, you get to deploy next turn, and your opponent doesn't have a Poe on the board. So unless they're main decking something like Confiscate or Disabling Fang Fighter, that Vader is most likely going to get a swing off in space for at least 1 turn.
All right. 3 ties. Now, if we do see that Clone Combat Squadron or Victor Leader, that could be a lot of numbers headed towards Eric Hunter's side of the board.
Victor Leader especially would present not only a 2/4 body, but 4 damage on the following
Yeah.
turn. So might as well be like
As
a
well
4
as
powered
making
range
those
unit.
other ships more annoying to remove.
Oh yeah.
Similarly, either of those wingmen would not only represent a stat increase, but would also represent a card draw for Francois.
Hmm. Francois could also potentially have even more of those disruptive elements if he doesn't have the damage, like something like a no good to me dead to save damage for 2 turns, or the Sanctioner shuttle to capture that Cassian before it gets an attack off. There's a lot of options. This is in the balance still, but I think it's tilting ever so slowly towards Francois. Sabine does have a
Yeah,
lot of read from hand, though.
we'll have to see just how this just how this one is going to progress. The key HP totals. We have 17 damage on Francois' base, 13 HP remaining. On Eric Hunter's side of the board, it looks like it's going to be 18 damage remaining. Vader deploys to the ground.
Interesting. So this telegraphs to me he's going for a much more controlling route, trying to trade in with the Vader to kill Cassian or Sabine.
Yeah, but it's a rebel assault here from Eric Hunter. So 4 damage from each of his units. That's going to be 8 more damage, up to 25, I believe. Is that right?
Yeah. So something like a four
Just
cause.
5 left. Not a great spot for Francois.
No. This is the kind of last bit of pump or push that Eric needed. Not only does that Rebel Assault push 2 damage from the pump on the card, but also ensures that both units get to attack. So effectively pushing 5 damage here.
That's right, Mickey. Without that Rebel Assault, Vader would probably have swung into whichever unit didn't attack and cleared it off the board. With it, both those units get to swing. Francois has a fair amount of damage on the board himself. It looks like we're looking at something like 11 damage.
Yeah.
But not enough to put him in a winning position in this race.
Is there any way you could sneak out a lethal? So at 7, you have 18 damage left to do. With 11 presenting, Victor Leader would be +4, which would be 15. I think you're still 3 off.
And that is a huge problem for Francois. Eric Hunter playing out a Poe Dameron. Poe Dameron representing lethal here, and Francois has nothing on the board that will clear Poe. Vader is off by 1. He needs more damage somehow, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. I guess you could pilot Boba Fett to deal 1 to the Poe, and then attack in to trade for it, but that still feels like such a losing proposition. You're losing your Vader for no damage to the base, and your opponent still has 2 lethal, well, not lethal on their own, but 2 units that together are lethal, so it's a tough situation.
Yeah, what is that?
I believe that is, so it costs 4, and I think I saw the Razor Crest, the new Razor Crest in hand from Francois, which would bounce that Cassian if this Boba Fett pilots it.
Yeah.
Bounce that back to hand. Ping
But
the Poe.
Yeah, ping the Poe and then trade Vader for Poe. Okay.
So you're not dead on board.
You're
Sabine
not
gets
dead
the
on board,
opponent.
but any attack pump on that Sabine, except for I guess another Rebel Assault, would close the game.
Mhm.
And he's gonna swing back with a fair chunk of damage on his own. I guess that's gonna be what, another 5 damage on the base, put his opponent at 13. Then you only need to do 12 more, and you now have that buffed Razor Crest.
Yeah, so
It's an
that would
interesting
be
situation.
6, 7, 8, 9. Does Boba give +2 power or +1 power? Either.
So Boba Fett Pilot is a Boba Fett Pilot, the unit, is a +2/+3, just
Okay.
like Pilot Han.
I believe if Eric can't get lethal this game, although the Fleet Lieutenant there is going to finish it off, I believe Francois was 1 damage short in space.
Now,
Uh,
one big problem with Francois's line there was bouncing that Cassian is a very impermanent solution, because Eric could have just resourced that Cassian again and gone for the same,
Ready
arrive,
Cassian.
come into play ready. Your opponent has to have an immediate answer. And,
Mhm.
ultimately the Fleet Lieutenant meant that wasn't necessary. But tough situation. It looked like Francois was doing okay at first, but Eric just kind of pulled away there towards the end.
Rebel Assault, time and time again, has impressed me just how quickly and how much it can swing and impact games. You read that card, and it's like, it's only really +2 damage, which is fine. I guess it's like a heroic sacrifice or a downgrade, but the action sheet is even more valuable. That Rebel Assault was effectively 5 damage from Eric there, which is more than any 4 cause can get you.
Yeah, as you were discussing earlier, Rebel Assault is, well, I mean, it's just really good. Like let's be real.
Yeah, yeah.
So the ability to, if you think of it as 5 damage, like you said, the 2 direct damage and then the 3 damage that you saved by being able to the 3 damage that you saved by being able to use a unit that would otherwise have been removed. That's a lot of value to get for 1. That is a lot of value.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking, not necessarily, but there's discussions going on when Kazuto was first released with Trench Run, and how that's 4 damage for 1 resource and super powerful. But it's very hyper specific. It only works on fighters. Kazuto's really the only leader that can make use of it, because otherwise you're risking your unit. Rebel Assault just rewards you for playing cards that you already want to play, and is a lot more versatile. I know it's a card that I consistently underrate, and uh, whenever I've played Sabine ECL, which to be fair is very sparingly, I'm like, what? I don't know how to make use of this card fully, or why is this in the deck? And then you see it in action in situations like that, and it's just,
It's
I
like,
don't
"Oh,
think any
yeah,
other
this is really
card.
good. I forgot."
Yeah, I don't think any other card would have won the game there. Like, if Eric doesn't get an attack out with both those units, I think Francois can start to stabilize the board there. But uh, getting an attack out with both units really put him in the driver's seat.
Yeah. Could be interesting to see how things move on from that. Think it's don't think it's by any means over, and the players are now. What is he doing there with his phone? Is he showing his opponent his deck list?
Uh, you might be able to review deck lists in between rounds. Could also be asking for the rules text on a card that he like saw the name of but doesn't know exactly what it does.
Okay.
Probably, it looks like looking at the deck
Er-
list.
Eric Hunter in a favorable position after winning game 1, but I'm not counting Francois just out just yet. He might well be able to make the comeback here, win the next one to force us to game 3. We do have extended time in these top cuts, so the players have almost an hour left after already having finished their first game.
Yep. I am curious if Francois decides to change his game plan. Because he took so long on that turn 1, it seems like his hand had 2 different routes. And he went with the interact on the ground, try and trade my units, and set up an overwhelming barrage with some already damaged units on board route. I wonder if, depending on his hand, if he's forced to go the space race route, or if he has a choice, if he decides to this time go all space, especially with initiative now.
Yeah, could be interesting. What do you think of space versus ground races? In the past, I think those were definitely situations where the ground player would be highly favored, but I do think that's potentially shifted as we've seen jump to light speed, bringing a lot of ways for space to throw some damage out there, especially with the pilots.
Yeah, generally ground units are statted more aggressively than space units, but pilots kind of allow you to almost have pseudo readied units. Now, you're not getting a readied unit, but you're getting an amount of power on that turn that can attack immediately, like a readied unit would. So that certainly impacts the space race, as well as specifically for this matchup. Eric being on 25 where Francois was on 30 certainly helps in the race. And Eric's best ECL targets are mostly on the ground. And so I think being able to minimize that ECL ability, which like maximizes that 5 HP gap you have, certainly helps. As
Yeah.
alongside cards like Victor Leader and that Clone Combat Squadron that we've been talking about.
Yeah. Okay. So we should be moving to on to game 2 here. Looks like Eric already has 1 resource down. Francois maybe still pondering, and those early resource decisions in this game can be very important for how a match progresses.
Absolutely. It looks like Francois has a relatively good hand. I think Zygerian Starhopper, the 2/3 that when defeated deals 2 indirect. No Good to Me Dead was in there. I believe Boba Fett the pilot. Maybe an overwhelming barrage as well. So really, really potent hands.
All right.
Okay. Zagarian Starhopper, honestly, it's not the best card ever, but it is going to be an enabler for Vader's. And in the event that we do have that early ambush, the blue leader, the Sabine's masterpiece off of ECL, there's at least some extra value created via that when defeated effect, throwing some indirect damage on Eric's side of the board.
Yep. It's not the best unit in the world, but it is totally serviceable. It's kind of like a Cartel Spacer 4 through 6. Maybe some decks prefer this over the Cartel Spacer. It's a pretty marginal change. That tap definitely matters in some matchups versus the 2 indirect mannering in others, but it's a totally fine card. There is that ECL Sabine's masterpiece that we've been talking about. About the best use of an ECL I think you can get in this matchup. Also, importantly, I think Francois was trying to set up a Sanctioner shuttle to capture either that Luke or whatever 3-drop Eric played this turn. But with being down that unit now, no longer has coordinate for that capture ability, so just has to play it out. Now, I do think they might have missed. No, did Eric do the 2 to his base from the indirect? I'm not so sure.
I think he did one to Luke and one to his base, but you were absolutely right on that call, Mickey. We see the Sanctioner shuttle coming out, but with no coordinate, there isn't going to be a card of Eric's captured.
Yeah, this feels pretty. I mean, you can still trade for that Sabine's. Well, if Eric gets to attack with it right away, it gets
Eric
buffed.
has the initiative though. He can swing with his Sabine's masterpiece and buff itself again, and then you get to kill that. You get to kill the Sanctioner shuttle without actually dying. Maybe he trades the tie for it at that point. But
then,
the on attack experience from Sabine's masterpiece is just so strong.
Plus, you're taking off the non-token vehicle unit, so Vader isn't going to be able to make a TIE fighter. And I
Right.
think I snuck a peek at Eric's hand and saw a wing leader in there as well. So if he really wants to go over the top with it, he can just wing leader his Sabine's masterpiece too to keep it out of range.
Let's see how we do. Eric thinking about his options here, maybe. I personally think I do just kill the Sanctioner shuttle, try to keep Vader off those little units. But I could be wrong. I have not tested this matchup in great detail.
I think I agree with you. The Sabine's masterpiece will kind of done its job. It can run away with the game and kind of just win the game on its own if it's left alone for too long. But Francois's deck has so many ways to interact in space, whether it be, no good to me deads or overwhelming barrages or more sanctioner shuttles. And I would just cash in my value where I can with it and then focus my efforts on dominating the ground.
Yeah. No, it looks like Eric is going to take the more aggressive route, though. Instead of attacking the Sanctioner shuttle, Sabine's masterpiece is going to target Francois's base, giving itself an additional experience token, swinging in for 5 damage. And Eric is going to go for the base himself, enabling Vader's ability this turn.
It's a lot less stable for Francois this game. Not at a very stable life total. Eric hasn't used any of his resources. We'll see how the end of the swip turn goes. Like if there's a Darksaber on the Sabine, he has a no glory in hand to answer that. So not devastating.
You
by
mean
any
a
means.
no good to me dead?
No good to me dead. Excuse me. Yeah, not no glory.
All good. Now Sabine hits the field. Francois hasn't spent any resources yet, and neither has Eric. But was it a pass there from Francois?
I think he attacked with a TIE fighter, and then Eric
Oh,
got
that's
his
right. He
attack with
attacks the
Sabine.
base for 1 with the tie. Then we see the swing from Eric. Second Sanctioner shuttle. This one capturing Sabine's masterpiece.
We're now dominating the space arena, and we're only at 14, but that's a lot of damage on ground from Eric.
Eric could have kept his opponent off that second Sanctioner shuttle if he had attacked the first one, or rather, the Sanctioner shuttle could have been played, but would not have had coordinate. because one of those ties is only on the board since the first Sanctioner shuttle was able to attack.
Yep. You do make Francois play a little bit awkwardly in terms of the curve, and you have a great ground presence right now. It's pushing for 10 total damage with overwhelming barrage would only be able to trade for one of those units at most. So I like this position from Eric. I do think Francois is going to have to fire off this no good to me dead, even though you're not getting an upgraded unit, just to save 4 damage on that K2 this
Yeah,
turn.
no
yeah.
good to me down K2 is also good because it, delays your opponent potentially crashing K2 into your stuff and dying in a way that lets you get that when defeated effect and so on.
Mhm.
Good prediction there, Mickey. It is indeed going to be a no good to me dead on Eric's K2SO. Exhausted for 2 turns here.
Looks like he has a second one as well.
So do you overwrite the existing K2 with the new one in order to get that when defeated effect and get a K2 that you can use next turn, or do you save your resources for something else?
I think I would use my resources on something else this turn. I think he has a fleet lieutenant he's looking at on Eric's side. I think that's really potent.
Yeah.
Just decides to attack with the Luke for 3.
Now we're going to see some more resources spent. It's another no good to me dead, this time on Sabine. Eric's suffering a lot of disruption here from Francois. Will it be enough?
Got a Poe now, so that presents 11 damage on board next turn, which at 18 only puts you to 29. So not technically lethal, but any amount of pump will kill you.
Yeah. Poe Dameron hitting the field for Eric. Poe Dameron, as you were saying, presenting a lot of damage, and it's going to be just another tie.
Looks like some more tap effects, so can maybe
A
make
lot
it
of
through
what
this
Francois has been doing here is a little bit low impact. Do you know what I mean? There's a lot of these
Mhm.
small little actions that I don't know. I have to say I think Eric's favored here.
I agree. Like you're making 1/1 TIE fighters and attacking for 2 and attacking for 1, and it's what your deck does. So you kind of have to do it, but it doesn't feel really impactful while Eric's slamming Poes and K2s and even tap down. It's just so many threats that like
Yeah.
you don't have any one card right now that can just sweep the board.
Yeah, like even if he has the barrage, he can't even kill both K2 and that Luke.
Yeah.
The most damage he can do with a barrage right now is 4. It's really not so good. Now,
Yeah.
maybe he could deploy Vader either onto one of these ships or as a pilot or as a unit in the ground arena and then do a barrage, but he's going to get real hard before he can pull that off.
Yeah. I think
He's going to get
that's
hit really
just
hard.
I think it's just going to be too slow. Like I imagine Francois here is going to flip Vader to ground to try and set up an OB that can kill a couple things and then trade for another. But with a fleet lieutenant in hand, I think Eric's got this one locked up.
Yeah. What is going on here?
Just making sure we got. It looks like we're at 26. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. There's another die on there briefly that was set to a value that would mean the game had already ended, but we are at 26 HP. I don't know, man. Luke Skywalker left to swing for another 3, and then I see little hope for Francois. Is there some, if Sabine doesn't have any buffs, is there some way for Francois to find lethal?
1, 2, 3,
He can
4,
do
5, 6,
7 on
7,
the
8.
board. That
That
puts Eric on what, 19?
The Vader itself
Then you
makes
do
it
5 from Vader.
24. So like a Victor
20.
leader, even
So
the
he could
overwhelming
go to
barrage.
off by 1,
I mean,
and
overwhelming
a
barrage
Victor
is
leader could
technically
put him at
lethal.
lethal.
Wait a
Barrage,
minute. If
he
it
might
so he
pull this
killed
off.
Yeah, if he kills Luke here and then has no pump, if Eric has no damage from hand, this might be enough to get the game.
Yeah, Francois' overwhelming barrage, as weak as it is, as that card goes, it does give him 2 more points of stats. So we're now looking at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Plus 5 is 14. And
14. We're at
base at
20. We're at
12.
12. 14 is lethal. That's 26 damage. If Eric can't end the game this turn, Vader
That's
can deploy
lethal.
to the ground arena. Everything just goes base, and that could be it.
Could also have some timely intervention stuff to potentially attack in space and clear some of these units out.
He brings out an A-Wing. I mean, what could he have that? So if he has 4 Cause and it hits for 4, that would be an instant win. A
Yes.
Castian from Smuggle would actually not win.
No.
Darian Raid would not win. I think he's got to have 4 Cause, or he's got to have some way to stop some of this stuff. Otherwise, Francois may have managed to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat here.
Yeah, that is. I mean, that's the cost of playing these 25 HP bases. You are really frail, and you can get kind of punked out of games that you otherwise are very favored in.
It
We
is
see Eric
not. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Mickey.
we see Eric passing here, just making Francois question. This is, even if you know that you're defeated, like you know you don't have an answer and your opponent has lethal on board, make it as tough for your opponent as possible to see it. We saw this earlier.
Yeah, you can maybe bluff them into misplaying it, or they claim the initiative too early or something.
Mm-hmm.
There's a swing.
Goes to 20.
Now in chat, someone asks, think he has a disabling Fang Fighter? It doesn't matter. Vader should deploy ground here to get max damage.
Mm-hmm. And that's it.
Yeah,
Dang.
Eric's picking up his cards. Francois has successfully snatched victory from the jaws of defeat there. It looked really bad for him, but an overwhelming barrage that was able to take out Luke also offered just barely enough stats for him to get in there and win the game.
And we saw those no good to me deads, and even that Sanctioner shuttle capturing the Sabine's Masterpiece come in and save just enough damage to get you to the deploy turn, and on the deploy turn had just enough damage to finish off Sabine there. So super close game, super tight. Very well played by Francois.
I had said I wasn't sure if those no good to me deads were going to be enough, but they were. He stalled it just in time, and now we're going to be going to game 3 after a very close win there by Francois, sneaking in at the finish line with Eric poised to win as the first action of the next turn, but we didn't make it to that next turn because Francois did find lethal, and now we're going to see what happens as they move to the final match the final game in this top 8 match. And with that bonus time for the top cut, they have an ample 43 minutes for this match.
Yep.
Should be easily able for them to finish in time.
That was a really, really telling and exciting game because Francois didn't have his clone combat squadrons, didn't have his victor leaders, but he did have his disruption. And as we were talking about earlier, I think those are going to be the key cards in this matchup. Eric did have the ideal ECL target, I think, in that Sabine's Masterpiece to help clear the space early, stop the snowball from going, but Francois managed with a Sanctioner shuttle to disrupt enough, save enough damage to get the snowball moving just fast enough, just far enough to get 25 points of damage.
All right.
I'm wondering if there's any line Eric could have taken in that last turn to potentially, like, I don't think he had anything. I think he played it correctly. Just Francois top decked a tab effect to disrupt that, or had the OB to get the Luke, and that was a very sharp play by Francois. I do want to point out, like, people might be tempted to flip your Vader to get as big of an overwhelming barrage as possible, but saw that if my opponent has pump, I'm dead, and I can set up lethal here if they have no interaction for my units. With that ECL already burned, really the only thing my opponent can have here is timely intervention and disabling Fang Fighter, and played around the Fang Fighter as best he could and said, well, I think timely intervention is going to get me no matter what I do. So,
yeah. I wonder if I really do think Eric might have been in a better spot if he had sent his Sabine's Masterpiece to clear out the first Sanctioner shuttle. That would keep Francois off of Vader's ability for that turn, and that would in turn mean that the second Sanctioner shuttle would also miscoordinate and be unable to capture the Masterpiece.
we're saying it in the game. I think just trading in Space Arena, making it as hard for your opponent to get the ball rolling as possible, knowing you're going to lose that Sabine's Masterpiece, but I don't need that to win. My plan is to dominate ground and just delay space long enough.
On the other hand, maybe he thought, hey, I can get there. And in expectation, maybe he would have got there with like an average scenario. The double no good to me dead really slowed him down a lot more than he might have expected. So hard to say. It could have been the right call in expectation.
Yeah. It's hard to predict your opponent having 3-4 ways to interact with you, but knowing that now, enemy saw the deck list, but now has seen it in action, might influence how he plays this game. Like seeing all those tab effects, we already saw Eric be hesitant to play Darksaber before. I don't know if he had it in his hand, but attacked with this Sabine before even spending any resources, just saying, if you have a no good to me dead on a Darksaber, that's kind of game over. And so is really respecting that and might respect it even more now.
All right. Should be interesting to see how we do here. We're going to have a hopefully exciting final game. That second one was it didn't look that exciting, but it ended up with Francois making an impressive comeback.
Yeah. Sabine now with initiative though, which does feel important in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with those ambush threats.
Mm-hmm. Like Francois, even with getting his Zygerian Starhopper ambushed last game by the Sabine's Masterpiece, still got at least one attack off with it, which set him up to make it a TIE Fighter, and then could still get some tokens going and start the ball rolling at least a little bit. And with how close the damage race was, those points of damage certainly mattered in the end.
Really thinking over that resource choice, it looks like.
Especially in a top cut, I do respect Francois taking his time on the early turns, making sure he knows exactly what game plan he wants to go for.
Battlefield Marine from Eric. That is going to be a command unit. Sets him up for that Sabine Masterpiece ECL with +1 counter. I think I saw an A-Wing. He could potentially scale his A-Wing to kill the Zygerian Starhopper here and try to keep Vader off of the leader ability.
Yeah, not the ideal line, but if it's what you got, I think you do it. Just it sets your opponent back almost an entire turn, even if you're being inefficient with your resources. Ooh, now that's a way to do it.
I think that's a blue leader,
Yeah,
and he
prestige
puts
blue
the
leader.
indirect damage on his Battlefield Marine.
Yep. Seeing how close the damage race was last time, you do open yourself to getting OB'd and the likes, but that's 2 turns down the line now, and that would imply your opponent is sticking a unit, which you can do a pretty good job of cleaning up with these X1s.
Victor Leader does take the field here on Francois' side of the board. Eric's Battlefield Marine swinging in for an additional 3 damage to Francois' base.
Not the craziest victory leader, but it is the first one we've seen in this matchup, and even just being a 2/4, being able to clean up that blue leader and pump out a 2/2 token has a lot of value here.
Yeah. Victor Leader is, I don't know, not the hypest card ever in this state when there aren't other friendly space units on the board, but does have the potential to kind of grow and generate out of control value if we see a lot of other vehicles being brought out by Vader here.
Mm-hmm. And we've been talking throughout the day about different breakpoints, like especially with the Tarkin deck and how that can affect certain cards and certain breakpoints. And Victor Leader does the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Ooh,
All right.
timely.
Timely for that. Now wait a minute.
Green
What am I
Squadron
missing
A-Wing.
here?
It ambushed into with timely the Victor Leader. After the victor leader attacked into the
The-
blue leader.
Got it. The victor leader swung to clear the blue leader, so then
Mhm.
the ambush comes out. Yep, that makes sense. Okay. And then we're going to see the Marine swings to base. Vader does get to generate a token this turn with his ability because Victor Leader got that swing to clear Blue Leader.
This is a pretty low impact. I mean, it does clear the victor leader and keep your opponent off of a vehicle this turn, but it is a pretty low impact deploy turn for Eric here.
It doesn't actually keep him off it though. That's the thing because Francois already swung with Victor Leader to clear Blue Leader. He still got to use Vader's ability that turn even after the board was cleared.
Hmm. And you make Francois present another non-token vehicle to get the ability next turn, but does have it. And Boba Fett. This is a great time for
Yeah.
this.
Pilot Boba arrives using his ability to ping off the damaged battlefield Marine. This is the other downside of putting damage on your units. It does set you up for this ping effect. Eric probably going to just swing into base here with Sabine, but that does leave Francois with the initiative.
Hmm. Opening yourself up to an overwhelming barrage here potentially, which would clear the board. That would be huge.
Yeah, 6 damage barrage. That would be exactly what Francois needs to wipe the board and put himself in a pretty solid position. But Eric has still yet to use his energy conversion level.
Hmm. Now, the nice thing with Francois' deck is you're oftentimes not giving your opponent grand units to ambush into, which are the most powerful ECL targets. And the other best one is probably Sabine's Masterpiece, which is either clearing a token or just running into a cartel spacer and dying. So ECL not super high impact right now for Eric.
Yeah. Sabine's Masterpiece also, because its power level is dependent on what other aspects you have in play. In a scenario where Sabine's Masterpiece is your card that you're playing after the opponent fires a barrage, it ends up being a lot weaker than it would be under other circumstances.
Oftentimes just a 3/3.
Wing Leader buffing Sabine, that does take her out of barrage range.
But Francois sliding a no good to me dead right to the front of his hand. Is no
Yeah.
Darksaber Sabine, but it's about as good as you're going to get in this board state, I think.
Yeah, I think he's making sure that's what he wants to do, but I think it is going to be a very strong play if that's what he does.
Hmm.
Oh no, he's going for something bigger.
Oh,
Oh, so sneaky. The
stealing experience.
yeah, and Eric looks over to see what that card actually even does. So that is going to be not the Sanctioner shuttle, but the shuttle ST-149 under Krennic's authority.
Mhm.
And that is going to be a very relevant card here because when played and when defeated, you may take control of a token upgrade on a unit and assign it to a different eligible unit. So in this situation, the token is being reassigned from Sabine onto Francois' Cartel Spacer, essentially stealing that experience.
Yeah, that was a really sharp play. And looking at Francois' hand, I think his other card in hand is that Clone Combat Squadron, which also costs us 4. So if he were to spend his entire turn to no get to me dead Sabine, he would have nothing else to do that turn besides attack and then maybe make a TIE fighter. This is a much more resource efficient
This
play while also saving damage on the board, presenting more damage, and also like you can save the no glory for next or the no good to me dead for next turn.
Yeah, it's a scenario where he probably loses out a bit on some immediate damage on his base that he suffers from not exhausting Sabine, but he builds up his board more for the longer term.
Mm-hmm. That was an interesting decision at the end of the turn there from Francois. He decided to lose initiative to make the TIE fighter, which I think is a totally fair choice. My instinct is to just claim initiative. No good that Sabine right off the bat on the start of the turn, but deciding that that 1/1 is worth it, especially with the Clone Combat Squadron, seems valuable if you think this game is going to go a couple more turns.
Rebel
Ooh, but
Assault.
this card has put in so much work.
Rebel Assault, both Sabine and the wing leader swinging in. I think Eric recognizing that his wing leader would easily be a trade that Francois might take with one of those little ties. But
Mhm.
The Sabine still having the one buff from the one experience that didn't get stolen. Going to be able to swing in for a total of 5 from Sabine plus 3 from the wing leader. That's going to be 8 damage and 9 damage remaining on the base here.
Mm-hmm. Now, it still has a unit up for that No Good to Me Dead, which saves 3 damage here at minimum. Could also, save 3 damage next turn, and potentially any pump your opponent might have this turn turns that off as well, like a Fleet Lieutenant.
We could also see Pilot Vader deploy this turn, either to the ground or to space.
I think this is a game where I want to pilot to space. My opponent hasn't used their ECL, and 6 health is a really dangerous health total on the ground when an ECL wrecker is lurking.
Yeah, that's a very interesting point. He wouldn't be able to do it this turn, but he could potentially just take the initiative and close the game that way next turn.
Mm-hmm.
21 damage on Francois' base, 9 HP left. 20 damage left on Eric's base. No Good to Me Dead on Sabine, as you predicted there, Mickey.
Mm-hmm. Does look like this game is going to last another turn, and so that 1/1 is going to at least get an additional attack in, plus might pump up. Ooh,
Cassian Andor. Very dangerous here. I don't know if Francois has an answer to that Cassian. That could be another 3 damage on his base, which would then leave him at only 6 HP, at which point a Fleet Lieutenant on Sabine would end the game.
With that experience laying around, yeah. We might, that experience also really brutal here because now you can't flip the Darth Vader and kill the Sabine leader.
Right.
Another game that was looking good for Francois, and then that Rebel Assault swung in and just brutal.
Yeah, not looking so good. Not looking so good here for Francois. But in that previous one, he was able to come back from a very unfavorable looking position. How much damage could he do to base on this turn?
So he's got 5 in the Cartel Spacer, 3 in the Krennic is 8, 1 from the TIE Fighters 9, 5 from Vader's 14. Gets the opponent to 19, so would need 6.
Yeah, it's not good enough.
I mean, if the deck runs it, which I think it does, double Surprise Strike is lethal, but
that would be spicy. Oh, how crazy would that be? One note, though, is that to get all that damage, you would have to deploy Vader on the ground, which would then also mean that in addition to a Fleet Lieutenant on Sabine, Eric could also win with the ECL Wrecker line that we had discussed a bit earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Slow rolling it a bit here with a Vader tie generation. Probably not the most relevant play.
I think this is going to be a case of if Eric has the pump, he wins the game, and if he doesn't, I think Francois is going to get there.
So Vader taking the field on that shuttle that is going to generate 2 additional TIE fighters when deployed as a pilot. But it also means that it's going to be a bit less stats. So Vader on that shuttle is going to swing at +4, I believe, instead of the 5 damage he would get on the ground arena.
I believe Vader Pilot is still +5, +5. I'm going to double check that here, but
Clone Combat Squadron.
I don't
Incidentally,
think
that Clone Combat Squadron is... Oh, no, okay, so Peeps Champ corrects me. It is +5. My mistake.
Okay.
My mistake.
I don't think one way or the other it was going to matter, but...
Yeah. No, I was mixed up there. That is absolutely my mistake. I have not played a ton of games with Darth Vader Victor Squadron Leader. For some reason, I think I thought he was a 4/5 as a 4/5 as a leader, and you were making up the extra stats with those ties. But he is actually a 5/5 as a leader, which is pretty nice.
But the Fleet
Or
Lieutenant...
I'm sorry, a 5/5 as a pilot leader.
Yeah. Eric does have the pump, and that is going to be game 3. Honestly, very close games. Oftentimes,
Fleet Lieutenant.
That card.
Fleet Lieutenant's been a star card from set 1, and believe it or not, Fleet Lieutenant's still good.
Yep. Rebel synergy, hard to get away from. Since set 1 has been probably the best synergistic, package in the game. But
Yeah, you could argue that the force synergy stuff is better, but the force synergy stuff, at least right now, is not really a complete package, especially for dark side decks.
yeah,
Um, I would say, yeah, the best trait synergy right now is probably like Rebel. Was after Rebel. Like nothing is that close to Rebel. After Rebel, it's like Underworld, maybe.
yeah, probably with Cad Bane synergies and the like.
Yeah, it's like Underworld or Force, or maybe if you count pilots and vehicles as trait synergy. I think that's kind of a different thing, but it is technically trait synergy.
Hmm.
And then there's, I don't know. So I actually think Separatist trait synergy is really good. And the problem is that we don't have enough like Separatist cards that are good without exploit. But I think Count Dooku might be really good at some time in the future.
Hmm. That was a really interesting match though, because the Vader deploy did matter every game.
Yeah.
You did get to deploy. There was enough disruption where you got at least one attack off with it, and every game came down to like a couple damage or a single action usually.
Yeah, and we saw, if Eric had not had that pump, would
Hmm.
Francois have been able to just win?
I think so. Like without a Rebel Assault there, I think even without a Cassian there, not having any damage that turn is what did Francois in that readied 3 power. Like
Yeah.
maybe a 4 cause can replicate that as well, but he did a good job of positioning the board to, all right, you Rebel assaulted me. I'm gonna tap down 3 of your damage. I still have 9 HP left, but then that ready Cassian having no answer for that was brutal.
Yeah. Cassian Andor also continuing to be an extremely strong card.
Yeah.
I think I might now what do you think about this, Mickey? I think I might miss Smuggle once the first year rotates out. What do you think?
I know. Shout out to George the Hulk, the Smuggle Master. He's gonna miss it. It does provide this nice little safety blanket. There is a tension for me with Smuggle of I think one of the most skill intensive parts of this game is resource decisions, and Smuggle kind of takes a little bit of wind out of that, where oftentimes it's easy enough to just resource your Smuggle card. If it's wrong, it's not going to be wrong by that much percentage, and so adding in that complexity to resourcing again will be fun. But also, I know set 7 and probably a little bit of set 8, I'm going to be looking at my resource row for no reason because it's just so ingrained at this point to check for smuggle.
Well, maybe they'll bring it back at some point. We'll have to see. We'll have to see just what happens there. I think rotation is going to be a very interesting puzzle for this game in terms of what cards and effects are still relevant and which ones fall by the wayside.
Mm-hmm. Especially the first one when it's like there's been rotation in other card games, but for this card game specifically, it's a big unknown. Half of the leaders are going to be exiting the format. Do those archetypes stick around? Like the Rebel package is going to leave. What's aggro look like after this set? Are we going vehicle aggro now because sets 1, 2, and 3 are all going to rotate out together? So we're not going to have ECL. We're not going to have any of those rare bases from set 1 or set 3. It's going to be a huge shakeup.
Yeah. All right. Well, I am hearing some results from some of the other matches, and I am sad to report that, at least according to what I'm seeing here, our other McClunky gaming players have been knocked out. So both Tyler and Tim, unfortunately, were defeated in their matches. And so we're going to have a Kira Data Vault and Ray Data Vault moving on as this Sabine ECL. And I am not sure what's going on in that fourth match.
So I believe it's going to be Sabine ECL versus Ray Data Vault on one side for the semifinals, and then the other matchup is going to be a Kira Data Vault versus the winner of Tarkin Blue 30 versus another Kira Data Vault. So it's going to be a blue green villain mirror of some kind, whether it's a Kira mirror or a Kira versus Tarkin. It looks like we have some over the shoulder gameplay here of that match going on. Looks like in the midst of game 3, I would assume, with how late we are in the round.
Yeah, it's gonna be not sure I'm gonna be able to cast this real accurately from that little over the shoulder view, but it does look like that match is still going on.
I'm gonna see if I can pick some things out. I cannot tell Kira's board at all. It's 2 shiny cards, and there's an
So
amount
this
of
is
damage.
gonna be Kieran versus that Tarkin player, I believe.
Mm-hmm. And I believe that's an Iden on board for the Tarkin player as the only unit. Versus 2 units from Kira. I wouldn't be surprised with how late we are in the game if it's like a Vader and something that got pulled off of it.
Did you ever play Star Wars Battlefront 2? The modern
Uh,
version?
Not the modern version. I played a decent amount of the PlayStation 2 version, but not on modern
Yeah,
consoles.
the Star Wars Battlefront 2 is the game that Iden Versio originates from.
Really?
Yeah, she's from that game's single player campaign, which
Okay.
which is actually like pretty well executed, to be honest with you. The I don't consider it to be like the deepest game overall, but I think like the characters, at least in that campaign, are pretty memorable. And not
Mhm.
just Iden, there are several other, some of the other like Inferno Squad members that we've seen in this game. Del Miko and Gideon Hask also from that game. But also there are some other supporting characters that are cool.
Mhm.
But uh interesting to think about all the different sources that this game draws on. I know there's definitely some cards in Star Wars Unlimited that are from media that I'm not really familiar with. So
Yeah.
for instance, Kazuda Ziano is from what's that called? It's from Star Wars Resistance,
Resistance.
a show that
Yeah.
I have not seen a single episode of Star Wars Resistance. I think
Same.
I've seen like a clip or two from it, and that's about it.
I honestly don't know much about extended Star Wars media. I got addicted to the game on a whim, to be honest, and here we are. So
Yeah.
slowly educating myself on other Star Wars media as we go.
Well, and that's one of the things that I think is interesting about this game, Mickey. So
Mhm.
I would not describe myself as like the ultimate Star Wars fan. You know what I mean? There's some stuff in
Mhm.
Star Wars that I think is good, and there's some stuff that I'm not that fond of. And okay,
Yeah.
that's where I'm at. And this game is fun and accessible to me, and I play it not because it's Star Wars, but because I think it's a good game. And there's other
Agreed.
people who are more into Star Wars and are like, "Oh man, I really like Star Wars. I'm going to check out like, how maybe you really like Star Wars Rebels and you want to play Hera with the Ghost Crew and all the Spectre stuff."
Mhm.
And that's absolutely a thing you can also do in this game. So there's kind of something for everyone.
Yep. Update on the game that I can see inches of. I believe we saw Vader into Vader and then Vader into Vader. So
Okay.
blue green villain stuff. Uh, but totally agreed. I mean, the Star Wars Unlimited card game has got me interested in exploring other Star Wars media. Like, I've watched a couple episodes of the Clone Wars series now. I've seen a couple episodes of Rebels. I saw Rogue One for the first time like 6 months ago. So,
Well,
just
Rogue One is like legitimately pretty good in my opinion.
yeah, I really enjoyed the movie.
Yeah. The Rogue One is three favorite Star Wars movies probably.
I would agree. It could be recency bias, but I would agree.
Yeah. I would say, I mean, I don't know. So like I think this is sort of cliche, but like Empire Strikes Back, best one, then A New Hope, then Rogue One, then Return of the Jedi, then some ranking of sequels and prequels that I haven't really figured out.
Yeah, I have a soft spot in my heart for Return of the Jedi. I honestly don't know why, but
I
growing
don't
up,
hate Return of the Jedi. I think Return of the Jedi is like pretty good.
yeah.
Like, but I think Rogue One is like I just it's not so much like I think it's bad as much as it's I think Rogue One is better than it.
hmm I think my list would be similar, but I would flip flop. It's probably Empire Strikes Back, then Rogue One second for me, then Return of the Jedi, then A New Hope. But all of them
Okay, I could see it.
very high up.
In that little corner of the board or the screen, the battle rages on.
I think that's a third Vader we've seen played since we've tuned in.
What is
But
that?
I think is that the 2-1 tile in? Might be the only pull. Deck is extremely thin, and this is part of the value you get with Data Vault is just like in these super long drawn out games, you have more cards. You just and with how drawn out they are, you're gonna use most of them, if not all of them. It's part of why I think Kira 30 is a tough call in a meta where Kira Data Vault was popular, because I think you're kind of throwing away the mirror a little bit with just 10 less cards. The 3 HP doesn't matter as much, but like those extra resources throughout the game do.
So you're thinking just in terms of if we go to that mill scenario, having those 10 extra cards is actually upside.
Yeah. And it doesn't even necessarily have to be mill. It could just be naturally playing all of my removal against all of your threats. And I'm going to have more removal and more threats than you.
Yeah, it
Uh,
could be the, like, trading punches, and it's so even that neither player can get the advantage and close things out.
And you just have one extra punch to throw, or a couple extra
Yeah.
because you have 10. I think this is our
Yeah, that's
fourth
interesting.
Vader, by the way. I think this is Vader number 4 attacking into Vader number 3, which attacked into Vader number 2. Back and forth.
Darth Vader, we were talking earlier about how, to some degree, Maul can fulfill a similar role and is, easier to get your hands on. But for these decks that have a bunch of Imperial stuff, and relevant synergies, or not even just Imperial, just villain units, and Vader is still very good.
And Vader really shines in those blue-green mirrors, because Maul, you can push damage, but the damage isn't going to matter as much. But Vader, even just as a 5/7 that pulls a 2/3 space unit with it, is going to insulate you against power. It's 2 threats that kind of forces your opponent to potentially super laser blast before they're ready. It's a nice amount of soft pressure.
Yeah. And another thing that I think is really cool about Vader is that bringing Vader onto the board, by bringing out an additional unit or two, is giving you some breathing room against. Oh, one way or another, that game just concluded.
My best guess is that Farm Boy conceded there. He looks like he has only a couple cards left in his deck, fewer units on the battlefield, and it's similarly high life total, I'd imagine. So, looks like Akira Data Vault Mirror is what is in the works.
All right. So I believe moving on to the next round, we're going to have both Kira players. If this is correct, and Farm Boy with his Tarkin was just defeated, I believe we're going to have 2 Kira players, the Ray and Sabine.
So 3 Data Vault decks and a Sabine. Data
Yeah.
Vault really, it didn't seem like 3 HP was going to be a lot, but has really been impressive and break out over the past couple of weeks.
All right. I think hopefully we will have the Sabine versus Ray match on stream next. I think that will be hopefully more interesting than which of two different Kira decks makes it to the finals.
The blue-green villain mirrors require a particular taste. It's definitely not for everyone. It can be a very... it's a weird mirror. It's
Yeah,
not
we
like
want to
the
avoid a
Quinlan mirror.
potential rebellion of the viewers. I remember in one of the big UK tournaments earlier, they had timed finals, which
Oh, yes,
is
yes.
correct by the rules. But one of the rounds in the top cut went to time, and the final went to time, and I remember, like, the chat was not very happy with that outcome.
Yeah, I remember that as well. Symbiote in YouTube chat, one of the people with the particular taste to enjoy a blue-green villain mirror, sad we are switching to Ray Data Vault versus Sabine, but fret not, because there will be Akira Data Vault in the finals. Who will be playing it? We don't know yet, but given that there's a mirror in the semis, we are going to be seeing it for the finals. So,
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this goes.
I am curious about Ray Data Vault versus Sabine. I think that should be pretty Ray favored. That 3 extra HP and a ton of restore seems to matter, I would think.
All right. Now, what if our Sabine player had been playing this Euro style Sabine Data Vault, and we would have 4 Data Vaults in top 4?
That is Data Vault better than ECL? Like, that's a legitimate conversation people are going to have and are having. There was a lot of ban talk on ECL early in like set 2 and set 3 when ECL Boba and ECL Wrecker were all over the place, but Data Vault outperforming it as of late. So maybe we should talk about banning Data Vault. You never know.
I doubt that's forthcoming, but who's to say?
Yeah, I highly doubt it. I think it's a healthy thing to have in the meta, and decks can adapt. Like a lot of decks right now, specifically, I've noticed this with Quinlan Tarkentown. The way they play is very precise and very good at getting to exactly 30. But 33, that extra action sometimes turns into an extra turn, which sometimes turns a win into a loss. So it really does matter. I believe it was KTOD released a great video recently about a concept that has been going around, and we've been talking about it a little bit today, but of check. And the 33 HP is obviously very good when you're at 30 and you would be dead otherwise. But I think it's sneakily even better when you're at like 26 and facing down a K2, right? Normally you'd
Yeah.
have to claim there and you wouldn't be able to get an attack off and threaten your opponent, and you're kind of forced into all these actions and your opponent can dictate what you're doing. But with
Yeah.
3 extra HP, you still want to play around like a surprise strike if it's there, but you're not forced into any one action. It gives you the breathing room to do additional stuff on top of it because you're no longer in check. You're not dead in one action if your opponent claims.
Well, we're gonna see. We're gonna see whether or not our Sabine ECL, the last Sabine standing from what was once the most played deck going into this event. We'll see whether or not he will be able to prevail against a threatening opponent with a lot of restore.
Yeah. Now, I think the ECL is going to be a lot better in this matchup. I don't think Ray can avoid going ground. A lot of like Yodas and Mon Mothmas we saw earlier, and Ray Leader itself is going to be all on the ground, and so you're going to get some hits in with those Poes and those Wreckers, but you're also going to have to do a lot more damage over the course of the game.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if Sabine is winning by dealing like 45 damage total.
45 damage, man. That's a tough mountain to climb.
It is a tough mountain to climb, but if you get those big threats to stick and they attack even just once, it can be enough. So now we've seen the shakedown of the top 4. We have the Sabine versus the Ray and the Kira Mirror. What do you think from here is favorite to take down the tournament?
I mean, I think so. In a certain sense, if we're looking at 3 different leaders, Kira, Ray, and Sabine, the favored will take down the tournament, Kira, because we know for sure Kira makes the final,
That is
and
true.
it's not as clear which of these players is going to make the final. In terms of matchups, Sabine can get under Kira's overall strategy at least sometimes. I think Kira is probably very favored against Ray, although I don't know that matchup very well. I think that traditionally speaking, the blue-green villainy has a much stronger endgame than the blue-green hero. And Ray is really not like Ray doesn't seem to me at least to have what it takes to switch to an aggro game plan.
I would tend to agree. Pasquale does have about as much top end in a blue green hero deck I think you can have across the obvious loops, but also having home ones in the list. But Super Laser Blast is a hard card to overcome for blue green hero. You do have some tools, so like you can kind of do this soft pressure just like with Vader, but instead of Vader playing home ones, and maybe you're just
Yeah.
playing a couple Dirtle units and a U-Wing reinforcement, and then you can get a regional governor. Just when your opponent's like about to super laser blast, you play this kind of cat and mouse game of putting just enough out there so that they don't want to do it. And the second you think it's enough that they do want to play the Super Laser Blast, you play a regional governor and name it. And so that way
Yeah.
you can just push in for that final bit of damage.
Yeah, and next turn, then they can remove your governor. Probably have to spend some part on doing that, and they probably don't have the resource to play the actual Super Laser Blast. Then, since removal in this game tends to be not all that efficient, yeah, it can be an interesting scenario. I know in the people used to play Rogue Squadron Skirmisher as another card that could allow you to develop multiple units, essentially. But I think that one's fallen by the wayside a bit as the meta has evolved.
Phil in chat, shout out to Phil Waffle, fellow member of Bothan Network. Also shouting out Chewbacca is really big for Blue Green Hero into those Kira style decks. That's a great way to apply a soft pressure and like pressure an over or Super Laser Blast while still having a threat left over at the end. I will say, I think if Sabine gets to the finals, Sabine is favored, but I do think Ray is favored in this matchup.
Now, Philip Ritchie in the YouTube chat here saying that Chewbacca is big for Blue Green Hero as well against Kira. Yeah, so Kira, no glory only result can definitely change that, but Chewie can be a big obstacle. And Kyle Kraft says, I know I would typically want to be on Kira in that matchup, but very impressive he's beaten 3.
I think he's going to be more familiar with the matchup than the Kira opponent is going to be with Ray. Like,
that seems very likely.
You can make some guesses on certain cards. Like Ewing's probably there, Chewie's probably there, but you don't know how much top end. You don't know exactly what threats you want to play around, and so I'm sure that gives him an edge. And maybe we'll see in the finals if he does make it with the Kira Data Vault, that open deck list be a tipping point.
Yeah, it could be. It is worth noting though, as as mentioned in chat, Pasquale is has a good record against Kira so far in this event, and he probably knows this matchup way better than I do. Let's be real. I do not have a ton of experience with Ray Data Vault. In fact, I have 0 experience with Ray Data Vault. Maybe I've played against it once or twice. I don't know. So he probably has, Pasquale is a good player. I've actually, as we mentioned earlier in the stream, we've had him on here as co-caster for a previous event, and he's a very player, and he probably has a plan for that Kira matchup, and I'm gonna bet it's a better formulated plan than his opponent's Kira game plan to deal with Ray.
Yeah. But first, we got to get through a Sabine ECL, a matchup that you're certainly having a game plan for, and it's a reason to play Data Vault is this matchup, but always going to be a threat. ECL Poe, ECL Wrecker, always going to be scary.
Yeah, and ECL, ECL Sabine is not a joke deck. In fact, it's been historically one of the most successful decks we've seen in this game as a whole.
Yeah. Probably like the signpost deck of Star Wars Unlimited, besides maybe like Boba, but Boba was its own entity and got banned after a couple of sets, so.
Yeah. The Boba. Yeah, I mean it's interesting. So Boba has been banned. Django has been banned. Han has been nerfed. Sabine is one of the is maybe the only of the classic maybe the only one of the kind of classic very strong set 1 build leaders that has not been banned or nerfed.
You can argue that Kira's kind of taking on the flag of Krennic from set 1 or even Iden. It's just
that's fair.
scooped up a little bit, but of something that has stayed ubiquitous throughout the entire game, Sabine ECL has been at the top for about as long, probably longer than anybody else.
Yeah, I think you can definitely say that to at least some extent, Sabine seems to be the modern inheritor of the old school blue-green villain builds, like the Krennic decks that used to be much more commonly seen.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure how I feel about C3PO in this matchup. Card advantage isn't as important in this matchup as in other matchups. You're often going to live or die by the cards that you draw, and if you take the time to draw more, you're often dying. And it's not a body that trades very effectively, but if it's the best thing you got going, it's the best thing you got going.
Yeah. All right, we're C3PO can potentially be a source of major card draw.
Mhm.
I'm not personally the hugest fan of C3PO because I don't think that card draw is as good in this game as it is in some others, but I don't think it's a joke either, and C3PO can be pretty strong in some scenarios.
Yep. Especially when your leader can buff it up to be a 3/7 over the course of a couple of turns, makes it a lot more enticing.
Yeah, I think Ray's ability certainly means a lot for C3PO gameplay.
Mhm.
And similarly, if you're using odd numbers, 3PO is a guaranteed draw. That's a very different story.
Yes.
Odd numbers Han, I kind of expected to see more of him, to be honest.
In a
Not
Django
like
world, he was really tough.
necessarily in this meta in particular, but just like in the set as a whole.
Yeah. He's definitely has some upside. That is an interesting. It just throws out the Sundari, I guess, to save 5 here. Like, that Sundari is probably going to get eaten either way. So might as well play it basically as a 1/5 Sentinel.
Yeah, wing leader. Sundari is another one of those ones where if it gets to keep swinging, it's going to generate huge value. You may as well clear it. It's annoying. You really don't
Mhm.
want to be going up against restore 2 units when you're playing Sabine, but sometimes you do have to just clear them, as we were discussing earlier in the broadcast.
Yep. Especially if Ray gets it out of reach of your Sabine unit being able to kill it. Like, if it becomes a 2/6, it's attacking for 4 and healing 2. That's going to be untenable throughout the course of the game.
Yeah, Sundari Peacekeeper is already annoying enough for like so-called normal leaders or whatever, and with Ray potentially buffing it, could get a lot worse.
Oh,
But
yeah.
vulnerable to being attacked, and that's just what Eric did, attacked it. C3PO swings, followed by a swing from Eric's wing leader. 4 damage now on each base, but that means Pasquale is actually much ahead on overall base HP totals because he has a 33 HP base, so he has 29 left, which is
Mhm.
actually more than what Eric started with.
Does decide.
Takedown to clear the buffed Sabine.
I was curious if he was going to try and sit and wait for the leader flip. I like just saving the 5. If this is a dark saber, it's a
Oh,
little
and it
tough.
is.
You're probably not going to have a great answer, but like village protectors can still get you out of this. Just sentinels in general, but I like saving the 5 that is face up and not playing this action pass game.
Earlier, we were talking about Darksaber being one of Sabine's main outs into the double Blu-ray, I believe, and it's
Yes.
definitely potent here. Does Pasquale main deck confiscate? We're gonna have to see.
In blue green, I mean, you do have 10 extra cards, but you have a whole other aspect to dive into as well. I would not be surprised if those confiscates were relegated to the sideboard.
Yeah, you could be right. That's gonna be a Cura trigger used to buff up C3PO. An experience token on C3PO. Looks like there isn't going to be an answer to the Darksaber this turn, or for some reason he's holding it back. But I think if you have one, you use it first action.
Yes, 100%. I think this is his best try at getting C3PO to deal enough damage to Sabine somehow to get it within takedown range.
Fleet Lieutenant buffing the wing leader going into base for 4. I think at this point, Eric figures, hey, if my opponent had a way to deal with what I've already used, I may as well get as much value as possible and make sure my smaller unit makes it in as well.
Mm-hmm. Like, he would have put a village protectors down first action. He would have done it like a perilous
C3PO
position first action.
swinging into Sabine here and dying, but makes the correct guess of 3 cost, drawing Pasquale a copy of Yoda Old Master. Now Eric is going to swing on into the base for 7 total damage with that Dark-Sabered Sabine.
Sitting at 23 damage. So only 10 left on base. That is low number, and an ECL still ready.
But this is, this is the difference between Data Vault and these other bases. On a 25 HP base, this game would be all but over. Eric could just claim and win.
Even,
But
yeah,
with a
on a 30
33
HP.
HP base, there is still some hope. Now, a Rebel Assault could still win the game in one action here.
Oh, Spark of Hope to get the Ray deploy out a turn
Spark
early.
of Hope ramping into Ray, and then Ray to clear out the fleet lieutenant here and also restore. That is a very nice play from Pasquale, and suddenly crashing C3PO into Sabine is making a lot more sense to me.
Yep. Does get you out of Rebel Assault range.
Yeah, he's out of range. A Rebel Assault here would only deal 11 damage. I say only. I mean, that's a huge amount of damage, but it is not lethal with a 33 HP base.
And now you're on Luke resources. That Spark of Hope was clutch. That was a huge swing.
Yeah, and we could also, now Skywalker this turn.
Mm-hmm. Is going to eat at least another 7, but that 3 restore is really taking the sting out of it. And I don't think I see any poser wreckers in Eric's hand.
What will Eric do here?
Even if he does have Power Wrecker, I think you want to attack with the Sabine first. You let the Ray restore, but if you ECL a Wrecker, kill both units, you only overwhelm for 4. I say only. But then the Luke Skywalker, if it's there, just kills your Sabine with the -6/-6 ability. Just gets in as much damage as he can right away with the Sabine. Does tap himself out of big ECL target resources, but decides not worth the bluff, just get my damage in. And it looks like he did have the Rebel Assault ready. But that Spark of Hope got him out of range.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Mickey. That restore 3 on Ray after the Spark of Hope saved Pasquale from losing this game early to a Rebel.
Now, he does attack Ray into Fleet Lieutenant, which is a little risky because you're putting your Ray at 1 health, so an ECL record does 6. But sometimes you do what you gotta.
All right, Wing Leader buffing Wing Leader. Classic gameplay from early on in this game's lifespan.
Mm-hmm.
Pasquale still has Mon Mothma on the board.
You almost want to... I mean, you have a Ray at 1 health, so it's not necessarily relevant right now, but it is worth noting sometimes you want to throw those cheap units away just to make sure you don't give your opponent an ambush target on the ground.
Here comes Blue Leader trading with the buffed Wing Leader, just getting that damage off the field. Eric takes the initiative here.
I still think Pasquale is without an answer for that Darksaber Sabine, and now I think that Rebel Assault might be too much to overcome.
Yeah, at this point, the Rebel Assault would be dealing... Pasquale brings out Yoda, but I don't think he has time. Rebel Assault at this phase would inflict 11 damage, which would be lethal.
It was if he does have the Rebel Assault, which I think I saw in Eric's hand earlier. I'll let it play out, but what a valiant effort to make a comeback here from Pasquale.
Oh, you know what? He doesn't even need it. 26 damage, just swinging with Sabine for 7 total is lethal. But he does have it for the dramatic finish. All right, strong win by Eric Hunter in that first game. The Darksaber was too much for Pasquale to deal with. Let's see if maybe some confiscates can come in and we can get a better job for our Ray player here in game 2.
Yeah, really valiant effort there from Pasquale to try and, he took every avenue he could to win the game, just did not have the answer for the Darksaber. He took a gamble, saved himself 5 HP by takedowning that Sabine unit, but Eric did have the Darksaber ready for the Sabine and just never got removed. I think it hit at least 3 times, maybe 4, and that's a lot of damage. That's going to be too much damage to overcome.
All right.
I have, funnily enough, beaten a Darksaber Sabine that hit me 3 times on a 25 health base. That was
Wow, what happened?
it was terrifying. I cleared every single unit, went space race. He hard casted a Poe, and then I waylaid it, and I was dead to any pump. I think even a Rebel Assault killed me, but he did not have any pump, and I had the surprise strike to kill him in one action on the way back.
Spicy.
And that was on stream somewhere. It was a local game store, but it probably the most intense game of Sue I've ever played. Not that I've seen or commentated, but that I was personally playing in. It, getting hit with a Darksaber Sabine 3 times does something to you. It's not fun.
Yeah, it's not great.
So, if there is any upgrade removal in a Pasquale sideboard, I assume that comes in and he confiscates. I mean, even a Village Protectors there would have been great. Just that there is a cost to playing 60 cards. He had that 33 HP, which really helped him like stabilize it a little bit there. Like that Spark of Hope replay doesn't work nearly as well if you don't have 33 HP, but it also means those Village Protectors that you were looking for, you're not always going to find them when you need them.
All right. So I think the really big one that you're going to want to be bringing in here as the Ray player is upgrade removal of
Yeah.
a similar scenario with a Chewie.
Yes. Yeah. As well to stop the Chewbacca lines. Now I think he has more play into Chewbacca just because you have more Space Sentinels. You have both Concord Dawn and Bright Hope. Kyle Craft mentioning saw at least one Village Protector run to the bottom when he played Mon Mothma as well, which I've been liking the Mon Mothma tech just in general. It does find a lot of useful pieces both in the mid game and in the late game, but there's a cost to running it, which means sometimes you're shipping your most useful cards to the bottom of your deck.
Yeah. All right, they're shuffling up. We should be getting to this gameplay soon.
For example, I wonder if Pasquale is on Echo Base Defender in his deck as well, which not nearly as good as the Village Protectors in this matchup. Is not saving as much damage, but it is a Sentinel you can find off of Mon Mothma. I do see it entrenched in Pasquale's hand, which is an interesting answer for the Darksaber as well. Both either you can entrench your own unit to hold the Sabine flip hostage, or you can entrench the Sabine and try and just avoid ground for the rest of the game, making so that Sabine can never attack. Plus, if their Sabine never dies, they don't get their ping back.
Does he have the space chops to do a plan like that, though?
It would be tough, I think. You have Blue Leader, you have Bright Hope, you have Concord Dawn. Up in the top end, you have Home 1. I don't know what else you bring.
Yeah.
My
Maybe.
my instinct is no, but sometimes it is a game plan that like it's not one you necessarily want to take, but if your hand leads you that direction, it is a game plan that you can take.
Could be interesting to see how it ends up going. Sometimes you do have to go with that plan that might not be your primary option, but it is the one that you found to try and navigate through a difficult matchup.
Mm-hmm. And there's that Village Protectors. C-3PO named 3 and got that Village Protectors that Pasquale was so desperately looking for last game.
Hey, you know what? That's a happy sight for Pasquale.
Oh yeah.
And it looks like he is on a guess 3 game plan when it comes to this C-3PO, which I don't know exactly what his deck composition is, but you can get a decently reliable draw from C-3PO with some builds.
Mm-hmm. It's probably not as consistent as you might like, given that you're at 60 cards and there's only so many 3-drops you want to be playing. But
Mm-hmm.
in combination with the fact that you can buff it to a 3/7, plus you're probably playing R2D2 to guarantee that draw, it can be worth it.
All right. Village Protectors taking the field. There are some potential answers in a Sabine deck. So, for instance, we could see an ambushing Sabine Explosives artist, but it looks like we likely are not seeing that. At least this turn, it's not going to happen, as we see the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing taking the field instead. And C-3PO swinging in for 1 damage to the Battlefield Marine.
Was that a resupply he got off of it? I believe he named 3 again, and I think it was a green event that I saw him get off of it. For some reason, I thought it looked like Moment of Glory, but I doubt Pasquale's on that card. So
Yeah, that seems very unlikely to be in the deck. Sorry to any Moment of Glory fans, but I don't think that's going to feature in our. I don't think that's going to feature in our broadcast today.
There's that ambush Sabine you mentioned last round. This time off of timely intervention, so still has the ECL ready.
Okay, yep. Timely intervention, ambushing. Timely intervention, ambushing there, and that leaves the Battlefield Marine with an open attack on the base, which is taken here after the C-3PO gets a buff.
Does mean no Darksaber on this turn, so Pasquale can breathe a sigh of relief, at least for now. Even if the Village Protectors didn't block a Darksaber Sabine attack, it did make Eric spend his resources in a way to block the Darksaber from being played.
All right.
Making up for the game when C-3PO misses with 3 consecutive hits, it appears.
Yeah, sometimes C-3PO is going to give you a bunch of cards. Sometimes he's going to do nothing. It's down to the luck of the draw, but this time the luck of the draw is with Pasquale. There's that resupply that he might have seen earlier.
Yep.
And Eric firing off a Sabine ping, and Sabine takes the field, swings for another 3. So going into this turn, I mean, this board is looking extremely favorable for Sabine, but Pasquale has hit that ramp. And I do believe that means that Ray will be deploying relatively soon, but will it be enough?
Yeah, and you can't just naked deploy your Ray here. You got to give her some protection. You got to get a Sentinel in front of her, or make it so your opponent is attacking with the ground units first, or spending some resources, because ECL is still imminent. And
Yeah,
while it's no wrecker,
ECL Poe, even without a wrecker, is enough to Ray. Ooh, here's a nice play. Blue leader spending the Chew to move to the ground arena before ambush. The +2/+2 means that blue leader at a 5/5 ambush is well positioned to remove Sabine. Sabine incorrectly sent back to the leader zone ready, should be exhausted here. Hopefully it won't end up influencing the game.
we talked about it earlier, where a 3/3 ambusher for 3 in space is a totally reasonable card. A 5/5 ambusher for 5 on ground is a totally reasonable card. You could just have both of them too in one card. Blue leader is one hell of a Star Wars Unlimited card.
Blue leader is a sick card. Really, like, kind of a crazy card, honestly.
Yeah.
Like how is that, how is that an uncommon?
Yeah. I will say they've juiced up uncommons in this game. You could argue the same thing for Plo Koon. How is that uncommon?
Yeah, I think there are definitely, this game is not like rare equals better than. There are some, I mean, for that Battlefield Marine is a really good card, and Battlefield Marine is a common.
Mm-hmm. We have seen this turn play out where Eric's tapped below 6 resources to just play a K2, which opened up the deploy for Pasquale because he no longer has to worry about ECL. But Eric might be saving that ECL for a wrecker this turn.
The Clone Deserter here is a card that I personally consider to be powerful and underrated.
Mm-hmm. 2/3 with Restore 1. It's going to get some hits in. It's going to do some work.
So now we have just K2 in the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing against Blue Leader, the Clone Deserter, and Ray. Now, Pasquale's base has a bunch of damage, and Eric's base is almost unhurt, but there's a lot of restore on the field. There's 4 total restore across these units here for Eric.
Yeah, it
K2 is
has.
going to actually clear Ray, which I think is pretty reasonable.
Yeah, I think you have to respect the restore 3. If you let the restore 3 hit you, you're basically only hitting for 1 with that K2, because 3 of it's going to get healed back right away.
3 is a big number to be restoring with every attack. I'll say that.
Yeah, absolutely. Get into resources. Looks like a Cassian. Yep. Ooh, but has the Luke, and that curve out's going to be tough to beat. Had the blue leader to help answer the Sabine after ramping, which lets you flip early, and now a Luke on an almost empty board, effectively just 1 ground unit, 1 space unit, a 6/7 restore 3 is really tough to beat.
All right.
I think we're gonna head to a game 3 here.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the field. I'm scrutinizing it. I think the big thing that I note here that might be in Sabine's favor is there is that ECL.
Yep. An ECO Wrecker can help clear that Luke, deal 5 damage to the base, would put him to 23. There's still 10 damage to go, but that K2 is going to deal 3 most likely. You have space pretty unfettered right now. But Pasquale also has like 5, 6 cards in hand, and he's probably going to have an answer among those.
Yeah, I think at this point I would consider Pasquale the favorite to win, but I wouldn't count Eric out just yet. Looks like it's going to be what was that resource?
I think it's a Rebel Assault, so we're resolving the K2 attack first.
Okay, so Rebel Assault. Okay, so if he does Rebel Assault there, he gets to swing for so it is a Rebel Assault. He swings for 5. He only needs 3 of it, so there's 2, and then there's also the K2. So that's going to be a total of
So 3 over
So that's going to be a total of 5 damage, I believe.
should be
Um,
9 with the Phoenix Squadron attack as well. 5 from the K2 and
yeah,
then
yeah,
4
and
from the
then
Phoenix
another
Squadron.
4 from the Phoenix Squadron A wing. But then Luke swings in and heals for 3. Another K2 now on the field.
Okay, these are real threats. This is getting scary.
Yeah, K2 now, and we were talking earlier about how K2 has lost some of his effectiveness thanks to no glory only results. But let's be real, a
Yeah.
a Ray deck is not running no glory only results, but
Yeah.
home 1 hits the field and brings back the village protectors.
Oh,
And then
confiscate to
a
get the shield.
confiscate on a shield token here. But
I mean,
that's going to restore for 2 with that swing from the clone deserter, thanks to the +1 restore from home 1. And we are looking at 8 HP left for Eric. Pasquale has lethal this turn, and I don't think Eric's going to get there.
yeah. Hats off to Eric. He did take lines that I think gave him the best chance to win. Like a Wrecker here with ECL is really scary, and like a heroic sacrifice on this K2 is also really scary. We're gonna
He
see that
has Wrecker,
Wrecker.
but I think it's too little, too late.
I would agree with you.
So he kills the clone deserter. He has Wrecker ambush in. That's going to be 5. So now we're looking at, what is that, 27?
Mm-hmm.
If
If
there's
he
another Rebel Assault, he could get this.
Yeah, another Rebel
Yeah,
Assault. I
so
think heroic
Pasquale
stack.
throws the damage onto the base. That's going to be 6 damage onto Eric's base. Now at 23. No, Rebel Assault is going to be just out of range, I think.
5 + 4 is 9. Heroic stack is the same number, 9. I think it's gonna be 1 off.
Off by 1.
That's if he has
I,
that card, but he fought
I think,
valiantly.
yeah. I think that's it. He's scooping it up, and that's gonna be us going on to the 3rd game. That was a close one, but Pasquale did it. He stabilized all that restore, and the 33 HP base saved him from defeat at the hand of Eric Hunter's Sabine ECL.
Yep, kind of an inverse of that game 1 where Pasquale kind of had the ideal curve, at least starting on turn 2. He got some draws with the C3PO. He ramped into his deploy, had the blue leader, but Eric fought valiantly in the late game and found the line that best gave him the chance to win. He just didn't quite get there.
Yeah. Very interesting developments.
So going into game 3, we've seen a Darksaber game, and then we've seen a non-Darksaber game. So the Darksaber game seemed You know, Pasquale did his best and definitely had some outs there, but definitely heavily Sabine favored. And on the opposite side, no Darksaber. I still think if Pasquale doesn't have that blue leader on curve to kill that Sabine, things get a lot scarier. It's not necessarily just Darksaber that the Sabine is looking for. It's just kind of the signpost, I think, of the type of game plan Sabine wants.
Yeah. Could be
Like something like
interesting to see how it turns out here. But
I also think if Eric found Wrecker or Poe on curve, things get a little bit more tense.
yeah, he did have the record, but it was a little late. In fact, it
Yeah.
was a lot late. Let's be real. At the point where
Yeah.
your opponent has already played home one, you really hope that your record came out sooner than that.
Mm-hmm. Eric shipping it back, going for hand number 2. Looks like Pasquale's keeping. Might be thinking about it here still.
All right.
I think you see 3PO, Yoda, Blue Leader. There's some ideal cards in this matchup for Pasquale in his opening hand there. Going to a second 6 for Eric. Looks like he at least has a curve. I think I see an A-Wing and a Fleet Lieutenant hiding out over there. Also has the Sabine. Ooh, starting with a Clone Deserter gets to buff it with the Ray. Get it out of range of a Sabine attack, and you get the Restorative started. It's a great turn 1 to counter the Sabine here.
Okay. Okay. Not at all bad.
But has the answer. Fleet Lieutenant.
Yeah.
Plus gets the extra
Fleet
ping.
Lieutenant into Sabine.
I think,
Now,
yeah.
yeah, that's also cool because it does allow, Sabine's ability to do 1 damage to the base, so making a little bit of progress while you do that.
Mm-hmm. Did
Now, was
have
that a resupply from Pasquale? What was that?
it was the Spark of Hope. So
Spark of
after,
Hope. That's what it was.
mm-hmm.
Spark of Hope's an interesting card. I would say it definitely doesn't feel like a first tier it doesn't feel like it's a first tier solution when it comes to
Mhm.
ramp, but it's in some of these situations, especially where getting Ray on the field early is very important. I think it's a lot better than not ramping.
Yeah, and Heroism has a lack of options. You really only have resupply, whereas Villainy has super laser tech to go along with it, and it's no super laser tech, but it has some utility outside of that too. You can do stuff with tech, like if your tech is
Oh,
defeated that turn.
Pasquale plays C3PO, Eric deploys Sabine, and then we see the village protectors on the field.
Mm-hmm.
And Kira is poised, or I'm sorry, not Kira. Ray is poised to flip next turn. Eric just crashes his Sabine into village protectors, not what you most want to do, and then brings out K2SO. Now, K2 can get overwhelm damage through those village protectors, but Sabine is going to have a safe initial deployment. Poe is not going to be able to ambush her because the village protectors are still there as a screen.
Mm-hmm. Calcraft, yeah, the other side of the bracket is Akira Data Vault Mirror.
Yeah, both are Kira Green and both are running Data Vault. So whoever wins this game will win this semifinals match and move on to play against Kira Data Vault. And if it's Pasquale who gets the win, we will have a Data Vault versus Data Vault finals.
Mm-hmm. Now, Pasquale does go for the blue leader, decides not to flip Ray right away. Does leave yourself open to getting this village protectors attacked, and then ECL Poe is available. But I think he's deciding ECL Poe is something you can overcome with how strong this opening has been.
Hmm. Okay, it looks like it's going to be a timely intervention. Timely
Ooh.
intervention. Okay. Timely intervention, Fleet Lieutenant. The Fleet Lieutenant. Now that's a little odd. The Fleet Lieutenant clears that. The Fleet Lieutenant clears that C3PO, but then K2SO attack. Or no, the Fleet Lieutenant clears the village protectors, but then K2 hits C3PO.
Yeah, I don't know how to feel about that. Like, my instinct is if you're doing that, you're going for the blue leader.
Or just
But-
base.
Yeah, or base.
I'm surprised he put that much priority on clearing a C3PO.
I mean, last game he did lose because Pasquale. I mean, it wasn't just this, but Pasquale got so much card advantage from that C3PO.
Yeah, but he was also lucking out. I think you just say, this card doesn't even reliably draw. I just got to push more damage to base. I could be wrong. And it is true that if C3PO stays on the field, the C3PO would then get to pick off the Fleet Lieutenant. So he's protecting his unit a bit there, but I'm not sure.
I think Pasquale is down to just one card in hand, so.
Now Ray is going to take out the undamaged Fleet Lieutenant here. And then we're going to see an R2D2. Do we have one of those big ambushes to deal with this Ray? I think that was something that Eric was lacking in the previous game. Does he have it here? He
Looks
did
like
get that. Oh, there we go.
this is exactly what you're looking for.
Wrecker.
But I think
One of the strongest plays Sabine ECL has to offer, arguably the strongest play. Discards a resource to deal the 5 damage to the blue leader, clears it off the board, and then Wrecker ambushing Ray, defeating her and pushing damage to base with Overwhelm.
R2 finishing off the Fleet Lieutenant. I think now this K2 can go into the C3PO. You're only giving up 1 damage to clear a unit off the board that can get buffed by Ray eventually. Yeah, I like this trade.
All right, Pasquale crashing. Oh, and there is Luke. Arguably the Ray deck's strongest play, and it does manage to get that Wrecker off the board. And now Eric is maybe going to be sweating a little here. How is he going to deal with this Luke?
Might be a long one because the Sabine looks like they have 5 or 6 cards in hand where Pasquale is down to 1 or 2.
Yeah, it's true. The question is just like, what will answer Luke? And if Eric can't find an answer for Luke, that Restore 3 is going to take him out of the game pretty fast, given that Pasquale's endgame is stronger.
Given the
Darksaber K2.
That is certainly an answer. Now
this is highly risky, but at this point, I think you got to say if he has it, he has it.
Is that?
Oh no!
That is
blue
exactly
leader ambush. That is exact lethal.
And getting punished for attacking into the R2, leaving yourself with only 5 HP. If you didn't attack into the R2, you would have 6 and wouldn't have 1 action lethal on it.
Yeah. If he had not swung into C3PO, he would be at a better spot. And I think that might be the winning. I think that might be the winning exchange for Pasquale. We'll have to see. But now Luke is uncontested. Manages to swing in for 6, healing Pasquale's base in the process. Pasquale now on 23 HP with Eric Hunter only having, I believe, 19 remaining. And if that Luke gets to keep on swinging, every swing is a 9 HP shift in this race.
And I do want to mention, I think that Luke was the second card top decked on the turn he played it. And on the previous turn, R2 had been the card to the bottom. So squeezing every last inch out of every card that Pasquale has seen this game.
Eric brings out another K2 and Pasquale fires U-Wing reinforcement. If he gets a big result from this U-Wing reinforcement, that could be it for this game.
Maybe not the biggest result, but that is certainly...
No, I mean, that's from a Sabine player's perspective, you do not want to see that. The space arena where he was pushing damage freely is now closed, and there's another restore unit on the field.
Sabine unit. Now it's worth noting Sabine unit here cannot be attacked because he does have 3 aspects among his other units.
Mhm.
So that does offer a bit of protection there. But Pasquale is no longer interested in clearing out these units. He is now in race mode, and Luke is leading that race with another 6 damage to Eric's base and another 3 healed from Pasquale's base. Eric needs to find a solution to that Luke Skywalker, but I don't know if he has one.
A timely intervention wrecker would be interesting here. You can ambush into the Luke and then do the wind plate effect to kill the Sundari. It would clear the ground arena.
Yeah.
A
Another
second
dark saber,
Darksaber.
this time, and K2 equipped with the dark saber yet again. Fell the dragon removes him. Pasquale just has the answers to these dark saber K2 plays, and I think that's going to be it.
Yeah, K2 allergic to Darksaber this match. The second he picks one up, he immediately finds himself in the discard pile. This was a smooth game from Pasquale.
I think we're going to be moving into the Ray Kira finals, and I think we're going to see whether or not Pasquale's anti-Kira tech with Ray is up to the task. He's apparently defeated 3 Kiras in the Swiss rounds, and I think we'll see if he can repeat that feat to win the event.
Yep. And
Yeah,
there's the
Eric's picking up his
handshake.
cards. There's the handshake. Pasquale wins. Very strong performance with a Ray Data Vault build.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's been undefeated on the day so far. Went 5-0 into double draw into the top 8. Got round 1. I forget what he played, maybe a Han Green or something, and then took out the Sabine here. On to the finals, but what stands before him is theoretically his toughest matchup, toughest test in Kira Data Vault, but he's already faced it 3 times today, apparently, and gotten him 3 times before, so what's one more? We do, in fact, have a Data Vault finals, and it's even a blue-green finals, just heroism versus villainy. Countergo Gamer mentioning nothing better than watching Sabine get dismantled slowly. I don't know if I'd qualify that as slowly. It's certainly a dismantling, though.
I think this one was a little more abrupt. The previous one, there was still more of a question up to it until we got to the like home 1 type point. This
Mhm.
one was rough. After both those Darksaber K2 plays just got denied and that Luke just kept on swinging. That was kind of that.
Mm-hmm. Gandoric mentioned in chat, Sabine Green seems to be dead as a serious list from what I can tell. I think he means Sabine ECL because Sabine Data Vault, we're doing pretty well.
Yeah,
Green can still win.
in those European events, Sabine Data Vault picking up some results.
Mm-hmm. So finals Data Vault Mirror. Sabine knocked out in top 4. Not necessarily what I expected. Kira Data Vault being here, I'm not too surprised by. Ray Data Vault, I am very, very interested.
Ray Data Vault, that's the more interesting one for you.
Yeah, I mean, I have played some Kira in the past. I was planning on bringing it to a PQ last set actually.
Oh,
Once I
were
got
you?
once I got my invite, I was planning on playing some decks a little bit outside of my wheelhouse just to get practice with those style of decks in bigger events to see
Okay.
if the best deck at Worlds is a blue-green villain deck of some kind. I want to be ready to play it and I want to get real practical reps. Unfortunately, there was a snowstorm the day of the event, and so we couldn't make the drive up, but was planning on bringing it.
Okay. Okay.
Would have been an ECL list at that point, but
ECL is a powerful deck or a powerful card. It is.
yeah.
I mean, honestly, one of the stronger cards in the game, I would say. Maybe not looking as crazy these days as it was in the past, but not looking like a joke either.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we're looking ahead, and the Kira Data Vault Mirror looks to be going into just a game 2 here. You can see it. I believe that's what you're seeing on your screen here. I think we're going to take a bit of a break just to rest up, be ready for the finals, but enjoy this on-screen, over-the-shoulder commentary, the gameplay here, and we are going to be taking a quick little rest and be back for the finals here at the Tabletop Gaming Center in Connecticut.
Yeah. See you guys soon. Welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage of Tabletop Gaming Center in Connecticut uh, and their Planetary Qualifier event. We are about to have the finals. There was a long Kira mirror, but we are about to see the final battle between Kira Data Vault and Ray. Pasquale was the Ray player, and which of the Kira players won in order to beat him? Do you have that here? Do
I'm
you
not.
have that here?
I am not sure. It is either
Claire says it was Jay who was victorious.
Jay Holliday.
Um,
All right.
so we're gonna see Jay versus Pasquale. Jay on playing Kira Data Vault and Pasquale playing Ray Data Vault. And they are, I think, deciding and finishing things up after that last match. And we're about to bring in the finals. I'm Tower number 9, joined here by Mickey. Mickey,
Yeah.
how are you doing?
Doing very well after a long day of coverage, rounding out the final round here. It's been an excellent day. We've had some excellent matches on camera. Slam dunk top 8 so far, and getting ready for this, what appears to be a pretty long matchup going into the finals here. Maybe not as long as that Kira Data Vault Mirror was, but I expect this to be a little grindy, go a little late.
Yeah, we will see. We will see what happens here. But I hope, I kind of hope the Ray deck wins. You know, I like Pasquale. It's not that I dislike Jay or anything. I like Pasquale. Casted with him a bit earlier, but also I'm a sucker for these off meta. The Ray Green I think wasn't really on people's bingo cards as a top tier deck, but Pasquale has done very well. Apparently he's 3 Quiras in Swiss, and now we're gonna see if he can beat another one in the finals.
Yep. And I'm curious to see how this game plays out. I mean, we've seen a lot of early card advantage from this Rated Default deck in C3PO and Mon Mothma, which I'm sure is a pretty key feature in the matchup, and how Pasquale can kind of keep up with that Dr. Pershing style card advantage from the Kira Data Vault. What I'm
Yeah.
really curious about is how he deals with the late game. Now, Blue Green Hero does have some late game in the form of Luke and Home One, but nothing quite matches the power level of those Star Destroyers like Devastator and Avenger. We talked a bit about it last round, but the addition of Chewbacca really helps kind of put this soft pressure game on your opponent. It makes your opponent have to play a little awkwardly and have the right answers at the right time. And I'm not sure if Pasquale's on this card, but a card like Regional Governor to name a timely Super Laser Blast to get those last points of damage in can be really key in the late game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, it remains to be seen what exactly Pasquale is running in order to tech into those Kira matchups. But I think it could be an exciting match to cover. I'm hoping we see something special here.
Yeah. And I think we will. Both players, obviously, to get to the finals, have to play well. But we've seen Pasquale on stream a couple times at this point and has been playing top notch today. We are taking a little bit of a breather. Jay just finished his match that went to time, and totally respectful to take 5 minutes, decompress, maybe go grab some water, go to the restroom if you have to. Don't want to throw him immediately right into another match. Having done something similar to this where, you're the last one playing in a top 8, it is a little stressful to immediately go into your next round. So having a bit of a breather, at least for me personally, is appreciated.
Yeah, I agree. So we're gonna see how things happen here. Pasquale waiting for Jay to hit the table. Data
Yep.
Vault 33 HP, probably not as relevant in this matchup as in some of the things where aggro component to the game plan here.
hmm I honestly think the extra cards are going to be beneficial, especially for Pasquale here. Uh, Pasquale isn't as on much of a mill game plan as Jay is. Jay probably has those main deck vigilances, and while I wouldn't imagine it being the main game plan, I'm sure it is definitely always in the back of your mind in these longer, drawn-out games. But with 60 cards in the Ray deck, that's going to be less of a backup plan for Jay, as it might normally be in those grindier matchups.
Yep, I agree. 60 card deck, arguably a shield against the classic Vigilance Mill strategy. Additionally, the fact that Jay is himself running that means that the consistency of drawing those Vigilances will be decreased.
Hmm. And another thing is these games might not come down to mill, but they might just naturally like fatigue themselves out of threats.
Yeah.
Just 1-for-1 removal each other over the course of the entire game, and having a threat density to match Jay's answer density as well as his threat density uh, is going to be really helpful.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how it goes. One other cool thing about Ray is we can turn relatively weak units into real threats. So something like an R2D2 normally doesn't have a value except as something to absorb power of the dark side and the like.
Mhm.
On the other hand, Ray's ability to give experience to units with low power can potentially make that R2D2 into a unit that's actually doing some real damage and has to be dealt with.
Yeah, and that's a good point, Tyra. These cheap threats are great power installation, but Pasquale can take advantage of them and make them actual threats. And like a board of a buffed up C3PO and a buffed up R2 and even a buffed up Village Protectors, there's no real clean answer to it besides using those super valuable resources and your overwhelming barrages and your super laser blasts, which then opens up your Ewing reinforcements and your home ones to be real threats in the late game without many answers.
The players are exchanging deck lists and going over what options their opponents have. We are in the top cut where deck lists do get shown to the players. And now we're about to move into that first round of the finals. They do have an extended time period for this relative to a standard match in Swiss play.
Mm-hmm. Believe 75 minutes versus the normal 55. So an
Yeah,
additional 30 minutes, is that? Math is hard this late in the day. I think it's 20 minutes additional.
yeah. Now, some events have done untimed finals. That is not correct by the official FFG document, but it is something that I think is often more popular with players and with viewers. And it sounds like this event is also going to be an untimed. So we are here for the duration, and we will see how this battle is resolved.
Yep. Gonna be here for what appears to be a long one. I think Ray has more of a potential to kind of steal a game going aggressive than Kira does, just has lower end threats, but I don't think we're gonna see that on either side.
And away we go.
Shuffling up here. Deck list view. Those are some interesting sleeves from Jay. I've never seen those.
Yeah, it looks like Emperor Palpatine on the art. I think they may have been from one of the. I think that may have been from one of Fantasy Flight's previous games.
Mm-hmm.
I think that maybe, yeah, that may be some Destiny art or something.
Mm-hmm.
I was never a Destiny player myself, but
Same. Although I did get introduced to the Star Wars TCG that Wizards of the Coast made in like 2002. Yesterday, I went to a
yeah.
friend's house just to play some Star Wars Unlimited, and he pulled out these old Star Wars TCG decks laying around. They were really interesting. It was a fun game. Played a couple rounds. So a lot of Star Wars games, and you can definitely see the inspiration from the previous games in this one.
Oh, absolutely. This I would say this is not the most innovative game Fantasy Flight Games has ever made. They didn't try to reinvent the wheel. I would say it's kind of a like best of collection where
I
they've
agree.
taken some of the best mechanics and concepts from their previous games, jammed them together, and created something that is simple, quick to play, but still strategically deep.
Hmm. They didn't reinvent anything, but not necessarily perfected it. But they're doing that process. They're doing the refining process, and it definitely shows. This game seems to have sparked more than any other Star Wars game before it. Has a wide audience of Star Wars fans and card game fans alike.
Yeah, I think that you'd maybe have to go back to Decipher's Star Wars CCG way back in the day to find another Star Wars card game that has resonated with fans.
Mhm.
And just as a little tidbit, that art on Jay's sleeves, I believe, is the Force Lightning art from Destiny.
Ooh,
Pasquale with a strong roll of 11, and Jay cannot match that, so I believe Pasquale will be going first.
does seem like a matchup where initiative isn't super relevant. You're going to get to the late game, so that early game advantage of going first, not too
Yeah.
huge. We've seen Pasquale on the Rebel package with the Mon Mothma. I think we've seen some fleet lieutenants. I don't think we've seen any wing leaders from him, which makes a lot of sense. That's a more aggressively slanted card and has kind of fallen by the wayside a little bit as of late. But that is a card that
Z-
could matter with initiative.
Zadrin in chat saying, I think those are from the Star Wars LCG. It's very possible that same Star Wars LCG, because Fantasy Flight used to reuse a bunch of art that they had across a bunch of. So, for instance, they had multiple games that were set in the Android universe, including the Android board game and Android Netrunner, and they would reuse the same pieces across multiple things. I think some of the same art pieces were used for Star Wars LCG, Star Wars Destiny, Star Wars Legion, Star Wars X-Wing. But for this game, they decided to commission new art in a different style, and that's why this game has kind of the comic book style. And it's a little different from some of the more realistic style art styles they've used in the past.
I did see an interesting card in Pasquale's hand that he resourced that I think is going to be relevant in the late game, and that's Tech. I think that's another great late game threat for Pasquale to kind of try and come over the top of these big Star Destroyers.
Yeah, now Jay brought out a I think Pasquale did not play a card.
Mhm.
Jay brought out a Hylabon Enforcer and used Kira's ability to shield it and deal 2 damage. And now we're seeing Dr. Pershing hitting the field as well, but Pasquale did hit a resupply, and resupply was critical to his victory in the it was critical to his victory, I think, in some of those Sabine games.
Yeah. And Pasquale not going to be super punished for missing turn 1 here. That
Okay,
is
so now, oh
yeah.
man, blue leader enters the ground arena at strength 5 and then kills Dr. Pershing with that ambush.
That's
Pershing, I
about as
believe, didn't get a single card draw.
nope, that's about as clean of an answer as you can get to that. Although on the way back of power, cleanly answering the blue leader as well.
Yeah. That's still a nice 2-for-1 from Pasquale though, with blue leader clearing Pershing and requiring that power of the dark side to be dealt.
Mm-hmm. We
That
are
being
on
said, the
flip turn.
damage is kind of stacking up from this Hylabon Enforcers. And Pasquale brings out a Village Protectors, which should shore up his defenses a bit here.
Mm-hmm. We are on flip turn for both players, so that Village Protector is doing a nice job of protecting the Ray flip from the Kira flip.
Yep, absolutely. A blue leader to answer a Kira flip might be nice, but not going to happen this turn at least. And there is that Kira flip. So we see a heal. Hylabon Enforcers healed, which ironically may make them less effective. And the shields removed from both the Hylabon Enforcers and the Village Protectors. Now Ray does hit the field this turn. Are we
I'm
going
not
to
a
see
big
an
fan.
overwhelming barrage?
Yeah, I think this early flip
We are.
indicates an overwhelming barrage so strongly. I'm not a huge fan of this flip unless Pasquale has a plan post overwhelming barrage here.
Yeah. Barrage clears out Ray without her getting a chance to take a single swing. And then we are going to see Tech hit the field for Pasquale. Kira then clears out the Village Protectors. And with 6 damage on her, Kira can now potentially be swinging for a mighty 6 damage on her attack, thanks to
Yeah.
her built-in grit. But there's an Admiral Akbar in hand. That could actually clear Kira here.
Yeah, I think it went right to the resource row, but still can play it because of that tech. So just because it's down there
Yeah,
doesn't mean it's gone forever.
maybe there's another answer in mind here.
I think I saw a Ewing reinforcement in his hand. Might decide to go for the gamble to try and find a Luke or even a blue. Well, blue leader, you wouldn't have the resources to pay.
Just normal trade between Tech and Kira.
Hmm.
Not entirely sure what the plan is, but maybe he
This
wants
might
to
be
save his
some.
resources rather than play Akbar.
I expect to
Hylabon
see
Enforcer.
a spark of hope here on this tech. Oh, just goes for the
No,
Ewing,
it's
but
Ewing reinforcement.
that is some spicy tech where if your tech dies immediately, you can just recycle it back into the resource row, and you can almost have 6 techs in your deck. in these longer control games. It's a value piece as much as it is a ramp piece.
We have a the user Sexy Batch in chat has, I believe, gifted a total of 20 tier 1 subs to the channel. Thank you so much for your generosity and your support of the McClunky Gaming channel here. That's really something.
Yeah, huge shout out to you. I think that's the first time we've seen an Alliance Dispatcher from Pasquale.
Yeah, it's interesting. Now, no glory only results being played to clear out another copy of Village Protectors. But Pasquale's really developed his board this turn with that U-Wing reinforcement. We saw Village Protectors, the Sundari Peacekeeper, and the Alliance Dispatcher. Yes, the Village Protectors did get removed, but Sundari Peacekeeper is still quite relevant here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be able to clear this Hylabon Enforcer, draw a card, keep the board clear, get some restore.
Yeah, the built-in bounty on Hylabon Enforcer allows.
Mm-hmm.
And the Restore 2 on that Sundari Peacekeeper, healing up Pasquale's base a bit. I think I may have seen a home 1 in hand there for Pasquale, but I'm not 100% sure.
I think you're correct there. There's some removal in the hand, maybe another Alliance Dispatcher. Home 1 is certainly the prize.
Darth Vader hitting the field. Going to be able to ambush in here, potentially clear the Alliance Dispatcher, and or potentially clear the Sundari Peacekeeper. But either of those clears would leave Vader on P, which would then mean that a Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight could ping Vader off the board with the -6/-6. I guess that's not much of a ping. Nice when played ability from Vader, though. He finds 3 resources worth of units, both a Hylabon Enforcers and a Pike Sentinel hit the field. And that is going to be some nice extra board development here for Jay.
Mm-hmm. I do wonder. So the Hylabon Enforcer is an interesting pull. It's a good amount of pressure, especially with the shield from Kira. But that card draw is really a downside. I am wondering if Jay is already thinking, I'm going to try and fatigue my opponent by making them draw and mill their deck.
And he did have a home 1. He uses home 1. He uses a Dispatcher to play home 1, reducing its cost by 1, and brings back a copy of Village Protectors from the discard pile. And this does now mean that home 1 not only is a really powerful unit in that space arena, but is giving all these other units restore 1, maybe helping Pasquale clear out more of this damage. But the Pike Sentinel is an obstacle for Pasquale's ground force.
Mm-hmm. The shield or the extra experience on that Village Protectors is nice though. It lets it clear that Pike Sentinel pretty cleanly with the shield. Makes it really awkward.
Yeah, that's what Pasquale used his extra resource from the Alliance Dispatcher to do. However, we now see a no glory only removing Pasquale's home 1. Pasquale follows it up with a Fell the Dragon to defeat Vader. And with the experience token there from Rey, the Village Protectors are now poised to defeat the Pike Sentinel while staying alive themselves, and indeed not even taking damage thanks to their shield token.
Kira can give the shield to the Pike Sentinel here,
Yep,
which
there
does
we
happen.
go.
Requires
Pike
2 attacks
Sentinel now shielded and damaged, but we see a takedown. Is it going to target the Pike Sentinel or the Hylabon Enforcer? Is the Pike Sentinel who's the target? Defeated through their shield. This is one of the strengths of blue removal. Shields are really not very effective against blue removal most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Hylabon Enforcer crashes into the Village Protectors, knocking off their shield but taking 3 damage. We see a swing from the Alliance Dispatcher, clears the Hylabon Enforcers, and draws a card from Bounty, and then there's an R2D2 as well. Now, did the Village Protectors swing? What happened there?
I'm not sure. I think they just got tapped down for some reason.
Should there be 3 damage on Jay's base here? I think maybe they noted it on paper, but not on the actual base. But it does look like the Village Protector exhausted for something, but we didn't see any damage added from it. Unless I'm missing something here.
I think it should have, but also that would have meant Pasquale took 2 actions back to back by attacking with both the Village Protectors and the Alliance Dispatcher. So it's a weird interaction. It's late in the day. They're gearing up for a long match. That 3 damage could come up, but not sure.
Yeah, because I don't think, unless it was Maybe the village protectors swung into the Hylabon Enforcer instead of the other way around. No, but I think the Hylabon Enforcer was the one to attack. I don't know. Whatever. We're
Yeah.
moving past it. So we're going to see Maul ambushing village protectors, inflicting 3 damage on them and 4 damage on the base thanks to Overwhelm. 4 HP left on Maul, but Pasquale only has an R2-D2 on the field. However, Jay has spent most of his resources and Pasquale hasn't spent anything this turn. Let's see what the response is from the heroism side of the table here.
I will say Jay has done a really nice job this game keeping the board relatively clear without spending a super laser blast. Saving those for a later game threat when the board gets way too out of control.
It's Tech.
Tech is quite the good late game threat. Opens up basically an entire other hand bigger than your original hand for Pasquale here. Plus with Ray can buff it to get it outside of takedown range. That is and Vader ambush range. So relevant breakpoint that you can get Tech outside of.
All right, buff on R2-D2. R2-D2 swings into Dr. Pershing here. Still a few resources here. There's Akbar from the row. 3 damage onto Maul, and that's lethal.
Yep. Pasquale also doing a really nice job presenting these little threats that are dealing with these big threats from Jay, and like they're doing a really good job doing this back and forth dance.
Yeah, now if Jay uses Pershing's ability to draw, Pershing will also drop down to 2 HP, which means that R2-D2 can then clear Pershing in one go, or Tech for that matter.
Mm-hmm.
Timely intervention. What
Not a
is going to be
pretty
brought in? Ooh, Reinforcement Walker, spicy.
This is a classic. Timely reinforcement walker, or just an ambushed walker in general, super high value. And timely intervention, not a card you see in every Kira list. And I'd say not a lot of Kira lists, but it's a card I've been curious about trying.
So this ability on the Reinforcement Walker gets resolved both when played and on attack, and in both cases, it's just going to draw a card since there's no damage on Jay's base at this time. Reinforcement Walker defeating Tech. Jay did just spend all his resources. Pasquale still has all his resources. Let's see what Pasquale's answer to that play is going to be.
Got a good grip of cards over there, so got stuff to do. No shortage of that. It's just, can he efficiently answer this walker while not overcommitting to something like a super laser blast?
That is some nice card advantage for Jay, who I think was running behind on cards in hand relative to Pasquale. But drawing 2 cards from that play is pretty sweet. It's going to be a Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight. -6/-6 actually targets Dr. Pershing rather than the Reinforcement Walker.
Interesting. Could have taken out the reinforcement walker this turn, but probably has something like a Felded Dragon, I would imagine, if he's doing a play like this.
Okay, Ray's ability being used. That's another buff on R2. And now what else is happening here? So 2 resources. It's going to be an entrenched. The entrenched and heavily upgraded R2 here. Swinging for, I believe, 6 damage.
Mm-hmm. And now that Admiral Akbar can finish off by trading into the walker here.
Whatever is on the top of the deck, Pasquale liked it, keeping the top card on top of the deck after seeing it with R2. We now have a super buffed R2 and a Luke against an empty board from Jay, but Jay did just get a bunch of card draw thanks to that Reinforcement Walker timely intervention play. Let's see what he can do with those cards in hand.
We're getting to a board state here where the Star Destroyers are looking really enticing. Avenger, not the greatest, but Devastator.
Super Laser Blast clears the field.
I will say that is a light Super Laser Blast, I'd say, from Jay. Like, if you're Pasquale, you're pretty happy that he uses Super Laser Blast just on a Luke and an entrenched R2.
Yeah, it could have been a bigger hit here, perhaps, but does mean that Luke does not get to start turning this race around. And what will Pasquale do to respond? So one thing that might be nice would be a U-Wing reinforcement, bringing in multiple units to potentially get out of range of a Power of the Dark Side or Avenger. Jade does still have 3 resources, so if Pasquale plays something expensive as his first action, we could end up seeing it removed by Power of the Dark Side unless it brings out multiple units at a time.
Mm-hmm.
Home one. Home one does bring out another unit. Home one returning tech to play. And I
That
guess there's no power of the dark side because Jay just takes initiative here. Tech very relevant here, but I don't know if there's like a cheap unit that Pasquale wants to bring back. There is. It's going to be a simple R2D2 from the resource row. Smuggles in a different card, and then there should still be one resource left with which to use Ray's ability, used there to buff Tech. And the card that was seen at the top of the deck got sent to the bottom with R2D2.
Yeah, Pasquale doing a great job saving his threats and timing them correctly against these super laser blasts. Haven't seen any of the late game star destroyers yet, and so that could be a over the top punch for Jay to swing here. But on this kind of board, an Avenger's not great. You have that R2S protection, Devastator. You kind of want to kill the tech, but then you have the home one ready to chunk some damage into it, put it in something like a takedown range. So
It's going to be a timely intervention. Once again, smuggled in. What card will arrive with the timely intervention? Avenger off timely would be kind of interesting here. That'd be pretty solid.
yeah,
Pretty solid.
that either clears the board or gets 2 units, including one of
That's
them being a
exactly what
home
we
one.
see. So when played, I think when played, you lose R2, and then on the on attack, you just have the on attack kill home one.
Yeah.
So then
You-
tech stays on the field, and you don't deal the 7 damage back. But I presume that you're going to be playing a remove card to clear this Avenger at this.
mhm.
These double resolutions of when played and on attack triggers are pretty cool. Now, one
Yeah.
thing he could do is have, I think he can have the when played trigger kill home one, and then the on attack doesn't go because it doesn't get to attack.
I think that's why Jay can order the ambush first before the wind play goes off. So
Oh,
you
that's a
get
good point.
on attack first and then the wind played. Still
Yeah,
happen.
yeah. So if he does it in the right order, it ends up removing both those units. No damage taken by Avenger, but tech is still on the board. And now let's see if there is a way to for Pasquale to clear that. There is. It's a simple fell the dragon. I believe
Mhm.
played from hand rather than the row.
Yep.
And now Jay with an empty board and Pasquale still with that tech can potentially smuggle something out or play from hand. Still has an ample supply of resources here. It's going to be Mon Mothma from the hand, I believe. Looking at those top 5 cards, and I see another home one. Pasquale quickly chooses that. Probably one of the strongest cards he can play in his deck as a whole. And tech now poised to swing, and we could still see another card or two seen play this turn from Pasquale.
Yeah. I think this is the way that Ray can beat these Kira decks is you just overwhelm them on actions. Jay has a lot of these super efficient, super big cards like Devastator, Avenger, Super Laser Blast, but Pasquale, that just gives him the time to take a lot more action, playing a lot of 2 drops, a lot of 3 drops. And you can't just let them stick around forever. So you're using your Super Laser Blasts on 2 drops and 5 drops. And that leaves you vulnerable to those big 8 drops like home one in the late game.
Yeah, and one interesting thing is that I think this is the first damage actually on Jay's base. Arguably, Jay should have taken 3 damage earlier from that village protectors, but I think this is the first time the damage actually made it there. And we do see Yoda being played by Pasquale and Ray's ability being used to buff Yoda, which both creates an additional threat, creates some restore, and if Yoda's cleared, that's going to be a card draw for Pasquale.
Yeah, Yoda's great in this kind of matchup. And we saw Jay have to use those no glory only results earlier just as like a pseudo vanquish. There's not a ton of good no glory targets in Pasquale's deck, but Yoda is the premier example.
Yeah, Yoda is probably the best one. With a no glory only, Jay could kill Yoda and resolve that card draw for himself. Maul is going to ambush in here and remove tech from the board. So that is going to be 3 damage on Maul. And
Yep.
now that is a lot of resources spent, but this time we still have 6 resources remaining for Jay. Yoda swings for base, 3 damage onto that base, 2 damage restored from Pasquale's base.
Yep. Maul is another great card that Kira brings to the table here of this kind of soft pressure. It's just enough of a threat that Pasquale has to deal with it, but not enough of a threat that as Jay, you're super sad losing it.
Yeah. Oh, 6 resources here. Jay is going to spend his resources. It's going to be a vigilance, heal, and mill. He is attempting the mill here. I'm not seeing critical cards there. It looks like he did, lose some things, but we'll see whether or not Jay can make the mill end game happen.
I think most notably lost like a Bright Hope and maybe a removal spell of some kind, but home one.
Wow, home one again, and once again, home one brings back a tech. And then tech plays an Admiral Akbar from the row and kills Maul. Now, one thing to note here is that every time Pasquale uses tech, he does move himself closer to milling out.
Exactly.
It gives you card advantage, but it does not take away the fact that you are losing a card in your deck.
Mm-hmm. This is the kind of board state, though, that Pasquale honestly doesn't have a ton of investment in. It's a bunch of 3-drops, 4-drops, and then a home one that returned to tech. And Jay is kind of priced into...
This would be a good Super Laser Blast for Jay here if he has it.
It would be a great almost mandatory Super Laser Blast. However, Pasquale doesn't probably feel too awful on the receiving end of it either, given how much he's invested into it. It's maybe a couple cards, and you're not sad to lose any of them. Yoda is going to get you a draw. Losing the home one in the tech is real, but that kind of came as a package deal, so it's a 1-for-1 trade in that regard.
Jay trying to set his resources into different piles, maybe think about what he's doing this turn, but if he doesn't do something, Pasquale is going to be able to do quite a lot of damage.
Your favorite Oreo in chat, do you ever Traitorous to tech as a villain deck? I would say it's probably your main target with Traitorous in this matchup.
Devastator hits the field.
I'd probably
a huge amount of
that
damage,
back.
enough to kill any of the units on this board, and it's going to be sent to home one.
I might have gone for the tech. I think I'm more scared of the tech than I am the home one. Although
That's
maybe
just what I was thinking.
He might be trying to price Pasquale into playing this like Felder Dragon and stuff from Smuggle to get him deeper into his deck so the mill game plan is more viable.
Initiative taken. It's going to be time for Pasquale to unleash quite a bit of damage here. The swarm of small units swinging on in. That's going to be 3, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage, and it's going to come with 3 restore. So Pasquale now in the lead when it comes to the base HP totals.
That's going to become relevant quite quickly if Jay can't find a Super Laser Blast here off the top.
Did Jay take enough damage? There should be 2 more damage on there, right? He had taken 3 and then he took, or no, but he had healed at some point. So maybe he did actually have only 1 on the base.
Mm-hmm. The Vigilance heal milled.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Will Pasquale play anything else, or will he leave the board as is? He almost certainly could play other stuff, but I think there's a good argument for not overplaying your hand into a potential Super Laser Blast.
Yep. And you could try and do some smuggling with the tech, and that's pretty free, but in a mill game, that freeness is a little less.
We were talking about traders on tech, and there it is. That is a potential big problem for Pasquale. Does he have a way to clear this traitorous, or to get his to otherwise get his tech back, or at least get it off the field so that Jay can't benefit from it?
He certainly can at least attack it down on board as it stands. However, the key is going to be trying to get it done in one action so Jay can't utilize it. Well,
right.
Maybe has some, like a Power of the Dark Side he had a resource earlier, or maybe some other removal spell. Maybe a Vader's down there from the early game, you know?
That's right.
Tech is a huge threat.
Looks like there's no immediate answer to that tech. Pasquale is going to use Ray's ability to give an experience to Admiral Akbar. And Jay now looking at his resources and thinking about a lot more options that he now has available thanks to the tech being on his side of the field.
Interesting. I think there might be a Pike Sentinel down there, and with Pasquale not immediately attacking or using a removal spell, you imagine that his way to kill this tech is through combat. He probably doesn't have an event to deal with it, and so something like a Pike Sentinel or even the AT RT Sentinel to protect this tech could be really potent.
Yeah, it could be quite relevant here. Now, on the other hand, if Pasquale does have main deck upgrade removal, that changing back to his side at some point. But if he does have it, you have to assume that he doesn't have it in hand, or else he would have used it already.
Mm-hmm. Might be honestly something that you resource early in the matchup, and with tech you can get that back if you need it, but oftentimes you're losing your tech when you need the upgrade removal.
Yeah, a bit of irony there, really.
Yeah.
Another traitorous, this time capturing Yoda.
another great target on the board. We talked about no glorying a Yoda. Traitorous works almost as well.
That is not what Pasquale wants to see here at all. Let's see what he can put together here. Still hasn't played any cards this turn, just used Ray's ability to buff Akbar. Village Protectors holding the line here against Jay's newly captured units there, or newly traitorous units. However, it gets removed. I think, was that a takedown?
I believe so. I
Yeah,
believe it was the Judge
takedown.
promo.
Entrenched on Mon Mothma.
But this board has all of a sudden shifted to where we were talking about Jay kind of needing a super laser blast, but now I think Jay, while slight, does have the advantage on board.
I agree. The entrenched Mon Mothma swings with a fleet lieutenant, clearing out the tech there that Jay had taken control of.
So it does have the answer. It was piecemeal, but Jay did not get any use out of it. That Traitorous was essentially a removal spell for tech and put damage on that Mon Mothma. Still totally valuable, but not the maximum value you could get out of a Traitorous tech there.
Admiral Akbar chips the more damage in. At this point, Akbar has been buffed up to 3 power, and he does have Restore 1, so 3 damage to Jay's base, 1 restored from Pasquale's base.
Mm-hmm.
Someone asks, should Yoda have damage on it? Yeah, I think Yoda swung into Akbar here, so should have 3 damage on him. I believe that's correct.
Yep, and we just got that fixed here.
Well, this game has certainly gone long thus far. I think we're going to see a Bright Hope, and it bounces the entrenched Mon Mothma. So that's going to not only draw a card, but then Mon Mothma can be replayed to draw another card.
Yeah, that's we've seen some Han 2 Data Vault decks pop up as well, and that's a common play pattern in that list as well. This kind of self recursive draw engine where you Mon Mothma to find the Bright Hope, you Bright Hope pick up the Mon Mothma, draw a card, replay the Mon Mothma. It's very action intensive and leaves you kind of vulnerable on the board, but if you can get it going, it's really powerful.
Okay. Yoda swings into Akbar to trade. Jay draws a card, does not make Pasquale draw a card, which he could do if he was trying to mill faster.
That is
Fleet
a
Lieutenant
very
goes
real
for Jay's
discussion.
base.
Making your opponent draw there is very real. I think we're not quite at that stage of the game, but it is tempting.
So now we're looking at 12 damage on Jay's base, 5 on Pasquale's base, and once again, Pasquale has managed to get himself into a spot where his board is considerably stronger, but Jay has a lot of resources and has yet to play anything this turn. Let's see what he does. It's going to be Maul. I think that's the 3rd Maul that we've
Maul
seen.
number 3.
Ambushing in and clearing the Fleet Lieutenant. 4 damage getting through to the base via Overwhelm. Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight on the field now, though, clearing Maul out.
It's just haymaker after haymaker. This is
both
real
players
slugfest.
swinging powerful cards into one another here. Rivals Fall now played. Rivals Fall killing Luke Skywalker. Pasquale uses Kira's ability to buff Bright Hope. These are kind of the tactics we were talking about earlier, where some of these units that are normally not that offensive become offensively relevant with Kira's ability. And then we see the Mon Mothma replayed and finds a blue leader from Pasquale's hand.
Wouldn't be surprised to see that play just as a 5/5, but looks like he has a better play here of like a C3PO plus a Yoda. Start getting some card advantage online again.
C3PO guesses 3 and draws a resupply, which has very little relevance at this.
Be a nice free resource this turn.
Yeah. Might be plausibly something you hold in hand as a counter to it, but like I'm not sure if Jay is main decking Relentless or if Pasquale needs that as a counter to it.
Mm-hmm. We are getting a little thin on threats from Pasquale's side of the board. I think we've answered a couple techs, at least 2 home ones, at least 2 Lukes. There's not much left in the tank. It's going to be having to cross the finish line with a lot of these little guys.
Yeah, 15 damage right now on Jay's base remaining, but we see another Vigilance.
That looks like it milled out the rest of Pasquale's deck there.
Well,
still hasn't-
Pasquale in the mill zone, I guess. Does Jay... It's possible that Jay somehow won't have what it takes to clear things, but I think with Pasquale milling out, this looks to me like it's going to be... it looks like it's going to be a win for Jay, but, you know, it ain't over till it's over. Let's see if Pasquale can find enough damage.
Vader, this should help lock it up. Getting
Absolutely.
some presence. There's only 5 power on board. This game isn't completely over. Pasquale still has a ton of card ahead in hand and might have a 3rd tech down in the small row. I'm not entirely sure. And if he does, he can certainly keep fighting, but it's definitely favored for Jay here.
Yeah, at this point, Pasquale is going to start taking 6 damage every turn from fatigue. Vader clears Mon Mothma. I'm not sure. I think C-3PO is a better target, even though C-3PO's draw doesn't do anything, just because C-3PO has higher stats. I could be wrong.
I mean, if there's more C-3POs left, maybe you bank on a potential uniqueness thing locking Pasquale out from playing a unit, which I think it might be doing. I think I see a...
Yeah, I do think there may be a C-3PO in hand there, so maybe that is the tactic. But Mon Mothma is also unique, so like...
Yeah, but if you've already seen the other 2 Mon Mothmas, you know there's none left.
Yeah, fair point. Pike Sentinel as well from Jay. Blocking C-3PO's route to the base here. Let's see what Pasquale has to play. He's going to bring in, spends 5. The blue leader that we were discussing earlier swoops in from the space arena, ambushes and defeats the Pike Sentinel, and that's going to open the door for C-3PO to swing into the base for 2, but can't draw cards anymore, and now we see Yoda seeing play.
I think he's got to go for one last hurrah here. Hope you don't get super laser blasted, but if even an overwhelming barrage clear either that Bright Hope or the blue leader plus the Yoda can start pressuring the base very fast.
Yeah, either of those would be a huge problem for Pasquale with so few cards remaining for him to play. But we'll have to see just how it happens.
On the upside for Pasquale, it looks like Jay's hand is relatively weak. Just a Death Trooper and a Power of the Dark Side, I believe. Or maybe the 3rd No Glory, but I believe it's a power. Jay's base.
Vader's going to attack.
Yeah, I like clearing this blue leader. Just save your life total as much as you possibly can here.
Vader left on 1 HP, but blue leader off the board. No attack for 5 against Jay's base. Bright Hope swings on in. That's going to be 3 more damage. 18 damage now on Jay's base. That leaves 15 left.
I like this
Power of the
timing
Dark
this
Side.
power.
You got to remove... Oh, interesting. It's Bright Hope.
He's deciding to go to maximize the damage, which is why I really like the timing of that power there. From Jay, you're either getting rid of his biggest threat or getting rid of some damage on the board.
Another experience given to C-3PO. A Death Trooper takes the field. 2 damage to himself and 2 damage to...
I'd imagine C-3PO.
It's going to be Yoda.
Okay.
Should you just take the swing with Yoda here as Pasquale?
Just to get the restore, I think so. And it's
Yeah,
a
the
May
restore is
ability.
pretty important. No, it's
But
going to
I
be C-3PO killing Vader.
I do think Jay has the read on Pasquale having that last C-3PO in hand, because that's a reason not to do 2 to the C-3PO, is you just want it to survive because it's locking a card out of your opponent's hand.
2 more damage to the base. 20 damage now on Jay's base. 13 to go. There should also be a restore 2 from Pasquale, but it might have been missed. Wow, that's funny. Bright Hope, another Bright Hope from hand is played. It bounces Yoda not to draw any cards, but rather to heal him. Now, I think this might actually damage the base.
Yeah,
Is the card draw
I'm
from
not.
Bright Hope mandatory?
Yes, it says if you do draw a card. It's not you may draw a card.
Yeah, so that should cause 3 more damage to Pasquale's base.
But looks like Pasquale's scooping it up here anyway, so not too relevant. And we saw the fatigue battle. Pasquale did a great job, I think, of managing and metering his threats, playing around Super Laser Blast and Overwhelming Barrages really well. But Jay did equally as good of a job measuring his answers, making sure he didn't use his big blasts when. Besides that one, I think that might have been the only one we've seen, but did a good job taking care of these big boards without those super laser blasts and fatigued Pasquale down at the right time. And honestly, kind of let that tech run away with the game on purpose to get that card churning so that the mill game happened even faster.
I think I think it may be, I don't know for sure, but I think a really important play in this game was when Jay was able to get those 2 high value copies of Traitorous.
Mm-hmm. That was a great example of using cards to clear and answer the board that weren't super laser blast.
Yeah.
Because you only have 3 of those, and Pasquale has more than 3 threats that you need to answer like that. In Ewing and
I
Home One and a bunch of other stuff.
I believe that I believe Pasquale may be using the anti-milling special tactics of taking every card from your sideboard and putting it in your main deck.
I mean, just lost by mill to a 60 card deck. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but if that's how you think you're going to lose the game, just prevent that. It does, like, honestly, it's just 10 more resources that you're given, and which is 10 more cards you can smuggle off of tech. It's 10 more cards you get to draw throughout the game. But yeah.
Yeah, and so we're going to see what happens here as we move on to the second round of this final match. Will Pasquale be able to get a win and force us to game 3, or will Jay secure his victory with another game win over Pasquale?
Mm-hmm. Shout out to both Alex and Woo in the chat. Woo saying Kira isn't a mill deck, it's plan B usually. I totally agree. And I think Jay did a great job of navigating like that game, that plan A of trying to control the board, beat them down with threats, realizing I'm not going to get my threats to stick. My opponent has been maximizing tech and using their deck as a resource. Let me punish them for doing so.
I think another interesting thing is there are some decks where the Vigilance Mill game plan is arguably their primary. So, or at least is in some matchups. So like in Iden decks, like the Iden double blue or Iden red build, their primary win condition against control decks would be Vigilance Mill. But Kira is typically aiming for something a little different. Both players with very large piles of cards here as we move on to the second game.
I believe Jay's deck is triple sleeved, inner, then those nice Palpatine sleeves, and an outer sleeve. Shuffling so many cards almost looks like a commander deck from Magic, 100 card stack.
That's wild.
I'm getting tall. I will say these games have been long, but players' pace of play has been very brisk, very good. Like they're not playing slowly at all. Very, very intentional, very quick.
Yeah, that's right. It's been a complicated situation. It has not been straightforward, but it has not been a stalling matchup either.
No, yeah. The opponents are taking the time, or the players are taking their time when they need to, and when the play is clear, they're just brisk pace of play.
Fleet Lieutenant sends the Alliance Dispatcher into the base there, I think, or no, Fleet Lieutenant was used to.
I think Jay just powered the Alliance Dispatcher, and the Fleet Lieutenant was just played.
Yeah, the Fleet Lieutenant was played after. That's right. Okay, because he took the initiative. He didn't do a turn 1 play.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering if there was like something tricky, but I think I was fooling myself, and it was a lot simpler than I realized. Okay, so we saw a super laser technician, but removed by Kira's ability, and C3PO from Pasquale. Still 2 resources left.
Believe he hit.
If nothing else, he can spend 1 to buff C3PO with Ray.
I was curious if he was going to aggressively flip here. I don't hate this, especially if you have like an overwhelming barrage in hand. You're probably going to clear the board here, either
Yeah.
through overwhelming barrage or attacking one of these units, and then the other one's probably going to attack into Kira. If you have a Power of the Dark Side set up for the Ray flip, don't hate this.
So Jay swings Kira into C-3PO and defeats him. But the fact that C-3PO was buffed by Ray means that Kira is now at 2 HP, which means an Admiral Akbar from Pasquale could clear Kira while keeping the Fleet Lieutenant on the board.
Mm-hmm. I do think Jay there was also valuing pretty highly getting that C-3PO off the board. Just get any type of card advantage you can out of the game.
Pasquale either doesn't have Admiral Akbar or chooses not to play him. He sends Fleet Lieutenant into Kira instead and trades now an empty board, which Jay is going to add a Dr. Pershing to, only to have him ambushed and removed by Blue.
We've seen that was exactly what happened in game 1 to a Dr. Pershing. Brutal to no damage dealt back, just straight 2 for 1.
And this time Jay does not have the power of the dark side that he used as a quick follow-up on that blue leader in the previous match. He does throw a top target onto the blue leader. So once that unit is defeated, there will be a heal 6. But Pasquale's going to swing on in. Honestly, I'm surprised top target is still in the list after sideboarding. What do you think about that?
I think that's just concession to I need cards 61 through 70 in my deck to not get milled out. I don't think it's optimal in this matchup, but I think he just wants all of his cards. And with this ambush, he's going to heal the damage off them all, which is actually really good here. But Fell the Dragon will take it down, regardless of the amount of damage on it.
Did they forget the heal from top? Oh no, it was used on. Okay.
Yeah, used to heal them all, which I like there. Keep it safe from like a ray attack, potentially, or any sort of ambush, but Fell the Dragon's going to get it dead either way.
And Pasquale having an R2 to play and buff with Ray, then deploys Ray and swings. This time Jay really feels like he's on the back foot here.
Yeah.
In the previous game, Ray did like basically nothing, I believe, on deployment. And this time she's managed to stick around.
Now, if Jay does have another Maul or a Vader and that Vader finds a Death Trooper, that could be an answer to the Ray, but does not, or at least is not going for it here. Interesting, he bins a Fell the Dragon off of that Reinforcement Walker. So, Jay, you got a life total discrepancy here a little bit. I think Jay went from 11 to 8 and is going up by 6, so should be at 14, and that's what we see on the base now. I think there might be a blast in Jay's hand.
Do you fire that blast here?
You might have to. I'm a little greedy. I might want to try and hold on to it, get maybe one more card out of it, especially if I have something else to play.
Pike Sentinel. So now he's on 7 resources. Can't fire the blast, but he can potentially draw out some more cards and then use it next turn.
Mm-hmm.
This would be where it's Luke. This is definitely looking like a good blast scenario for Jay now.
Yeah.
Now, I will say this is looking also like a scenario where that, earlier we had discussed the potential of a regional governor naming Super Laser Blast. That would be an amazing play for here, but I don't think he's actually running it.
Mm-hmm. I do think I may have misread the card. I don't think it's blast. It might be overwhelming barrage in Jay's hand.
Oh. Well, if so, that's going to be a lot less effective. And we do see Jay deal with that, Luke, first playing another top target on him and then clearing him with, I believe it was a Rival's Fall or a Fell the Dragon.
Fell, I believe.
So then that's a heal for 6, but Pasquale's existing units keep swinging away.
I think now he did just top deck the blast there.
There's the blast.
Another
so Jay
a little preemptive.
Substantially behind. U-wing reinforcement is a great to a blast, but we've seen Jay come back from situations where his board was behind earlier. He may well be able to do it again, and I think I see a traitorous in that 10 there for Pasquale.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Just build up a little weenie board. make sure that, overwhelming barrage isn't going to do a lot of work. Even no unit for Jay, but even if he does get to land a unit,
The R2D2 C3PO combo, thematically very appropriate, allowing a automatic card draw there. If you resolve R2D2's ability first, you know what C3PO.
Mm-hmm. Little droids working together.
Yeah. They're cleaning stuff up. Is there going to be another blast here? No, it's going to be Darth Vader, but Vader's swing is into that village protectors, which is not the hypest thing in the world.